On the playground, I tackled the aloof school beauty to the ground, greedily sucking on the strawberry flavor in her mouth. This scene made all 3 billion male students in the school grind their teeth in envy. However, the school beauty was overjoyed, holding onto my neck tightly. It was because she had recently met the aloof mature sister she had been in an online relationship with for 3 years. She had expected a sweet encounter with a girl in black stockings and long legs, but instead, she was met with a soft and cute girl. Are you the aloof mature sister? Stinky little brother. You call me sister on the phone, but when we meet, you act so distant? Looking at the girl in front of me with a head shorter, I suddenly felt like I was being deceived in an online relationship. This is not a mature woman at all, but clearly a girl next door. Are you really a cool and aloof mature woman? What's wrong? Don't you like it? I shrugged and directly placed my hand on Su Shirshir's head to gesture. Stinky little brother. What do you mean? Sister. I'm really angry. Su Shirshir pouted, clearly showing an angry expression, but it seemed like a little sister acting spoiled. But no matter what, she was my girlfriend, so I had to apologize even if she was angry. Unfortunately, the long legs were gone, and the aloof demeanor was gone too. However, looking at the soft and cute senior sister, having a small one seemed pretty good too. Upon hearing the apology, Su Shirshir's heart also relaxed. Then she remembered the art of being a good wife she learned online, reaching out to touch my head, but she couldn't reach even on tiptoes. Seeing this, I suppressed a smile and lowered my head. Only then did she contentedly pat my head. However, this beautiful scene was captured by sharp-eyed classmates, posted on the school's forum, and instantly became a hot topic. After returning to the dormitory, I listened to my roommate talking about the 3 school beauties in the school. I leaned over to take a look at the photos on the phone and was stunned when I saw Su Shirshir. My goodness, isn't she my gentle senior sister? Then, I said to my roommate, don't call Su Shirshir senior sister in the future. Call her sister-in-law. My roommates thought I was under some kind of stress, and I couldn't be bothered to explain to them. At that moment, Su Shirshir was lying on the bed, her legs swinging back and forth, and her smile never stopped. As Su Shirshir's best friend, Xiao Yuer had never seen her like this before. Shirshir, what good news happened? You're so happy. Did you really start dating that boy from the forum? Su Shirshir looked puzzled. Forum? What forum? You can't be unaware. That post has gone viral, saying that our school beauty Su is dating someone and even patting the little boy's head. Hearing this, Su Shirshir blushed instantly. Little brother, it seems this time you're taking the blame for following your sister. I wonder what expression you'll have when you see this post. The next day during military training, I found that many senior students were watching us from the side, occasionally pointing and whispering. Even the instructor couldn't stand it. Classmates, which class are you from? Why are you all gathered here? Instructor, we are all 2nd and 3rd year students from the physics department. We just want to see what charm the boy named Jiang Yi in your class has, to be favored by the physics department's flower. As soon as the words fell, the whole class's eyes turned towards me. I scratched my head in confusion. I'm just in a relationship. Why do they look at me like I'm a monkey? Jiang Yi, here, come out and let everyone see. Yes. With a firm gaze, I confidently stepped forward. A boy next to me asked, classmate, what is your relationship with Su? The school flower? I am her boyfriend. I love her very much. Although I didn't expect the situation, I didn't panic either. Being harassed by this group of people is better than being harassed by the soft and cute senior sisters. Afterwards, this incident quickly spread on the forum. Sure, your little boyfriend is trending again. Come and take a look. The forum is full of his photos. Su Shirshir also came over after hearing about it. However, Su Shirshir's focus was different from Xiao Yuer. Xiao Yuer was reading the comments, while Su Shirshir was looking at my photos and the line in the video. I am her boyfriend. I love her very much. I didn't expect the little brother to look good on camera. Saying such shy words in front of so many people, he really has thick skin. Later, Su Shirshir opened the forum with her own phone, forwarded the video of me speaking, and captioned it, I love you too. With a simple sentence, she confirmed our relationship to everyone. Just after the military training ended, I had my first date with Su Shirshir. Sister, where are we going? Don't worry, just follow me. Su Shirshir took my arm and suddenly stopped, asking, little brother, do you know why sister is taking you shopping today? Isn't it because today is a holiday? That's just one reason. More importantly, sister, I got paid yesterday, a full $2,000. Su Shirshir's smug expression revealed a hint of anticipation. Anticipation of what? Could it be that she wants me to praise her? Jiang Yi made a worshipful expression and said sister is so powerful. But sister, I have been very curious. What are you doing part-time? Just some simple design drawings for some companies or something. Su Shishir was satisfied with Jiang Ye's expression, but she didn't say a word about the part-time job difficulties and pressure. In fact, some companies feel that college students are easy to bully, often deducting wages, or worse, look at the drawings and say that they are not qualified, but then turn around and let the company's employees copy the contents of the drawings, only slightly changed, and then become their own program. Su Shishir does not say. Jiang Yi also do not know the hard-won money, although he now does not have the habit of spending a lot of money, but before it is also to experience the life of the money. $2,000 for him is just a meal. See Su Shishir so happy. Jiang Yi mood inexplicably some complex. How about finding a chance to tell the soft schoolmate that she's actually a very rich second-generation tycoon, so that she doesn't have to continue her part-time job? But will the schoolmate be shocked? Alas, I should have known that I shouldn't have hidden it in the first place. Su Shishir was frugal with herself, but she was generous when she took Jiang Yi shopping. Not only did she buy both of them couples' body shirts at the same time, but she also bought Jiang Yi pants and shoes separately. Jiang Yi tried his best to explain that he can also give money to pay the bill, but Su Shishir just did not allow him to buy, and even a little angry. You just went to college. There are a lot of places where you need to use money. You have to economize a little bit. Sister, I'm a part-time job to earn money. To give you to spend a little bit of money is also should be. The money wasn't much, just a few $100s, I guess, but Jiang Yi knew that the weight of these few $100s was heavier than the thousands and tens of thousands of dollars he usually used. Sister, you bought me so many things, let me buy you one too. Jiang Yi wanted to buy Su Shishir the bracelet that she had just looked at for a long time but couldn't afford to buy, but Su Shishir, as if she knew what he was thinking, rejected it outright. Stinky brother, have you forgotten what I just said to you? Of course I wouldn't dare. Jiang Yi didn't dare to retort with his mouth, but in his heart, he had already made up his mind that when he had time next time, he would buy that bracelet back and give it to his soft and cute senior sister. The two strolled a little tired, found a stool, intending to rest for a while and then go back to school. At this time, the front suddenly two girls slowly walked toward the two. At the same time, Jiang Yi noticed that the expression of the school sister became a little unnatural. Why sis, do you recognize those two? Aha, they're both my roommates. Seeing this expression on his senior sister's face, Jiang Yi guessed that his senior sister's relationship with these two people should not be very good, or rather, it was very bad, because Jiang Yi realized that his senior sister's body appeared to be trembling slightly. My soft budding senior sister is so nice. The two of you can still be hated by her as her roommates, then you must not be any good either. Jiang Yi directly defined these two people who will come as bad women, and Jiang Ye's definition was very accurate. The two girls who came were called Nie Xiaoyu and Lin Yi. Both were from wealthy families and naturally had a better relationship. Speaking of which, Su Shishir's relationship with the two of them wasn't bad when she first arrived at the university. Only later on when she reached her sophomore year, after the boy Lin Yi rejected her and told her that she liked Su Shishir, she held a grudge against Su Shishir and began to suppress and ostracize her at every turn, and her relationship has been poor to the extreme until now. Yo, isn't this our schoolgirl Su? You came to the mall too? Nie Xiaoyu was the first to speak. Lin Yi followed closely. Coincidence? We are also, but we shopped all morning. How have not seen you? It's probably because the price point of what we're going to buy is not at the same level as the price point of what schoolgirl Su is buying. The two women sang in unison, and as they spoke Lin Yi didn't forget to show off the bracelet she had just bought. Su Shishir could tell at a glance that this bracelet was the one she wanted to buy just now, and Jiang Yi also noticed the bracelet. Does big schoolgirl Su like this bracelet too? I just bought it. It's not very expensive. $2,000 or $3,000, like you were staying up late last week doing the artwork for a week. You can buy one. Stay up all night for a week? It turns out that the soft bud school sister to make money so hard, and also give me to buy so many things. Jiang Yi only feel heartbroken. Subconsciously hold the soft bud school sister's hand. 2. Who are you? Come up here and yakety 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 yakety. Do we know you well? Jiang Yi's eyes are a little cold. School sister stayed up all night to earn money. Today also gave me to buy so many things. So good school sister. You two actually dare to come to the yin and yang. If it is not the school sister on the side, have to let you know how big the brother's slap is. Sister, do you know them? Don't recognize it. Let's go. Su Shishir ignored Nie Xiaoyu and Lin Yi and pulled Jiang Yi away, and as he parted, Jiang Yi gave the two of them a cold look, as if to say, the next time won't be so simple. Lin Yi and Nie Xiaoyu had just been shocked by Jiang Yi and froze without saying a word, but when Jiang Yi and Su Shishir left, they began to gnash their teeth again. I don't know where Su Shishir found a man that looks so. Nie Xiaoyu originally wanted to scold Jiang Yi for being ugly, but when the words came to her mouth, she couldn't say anything at once. After all, Jiang Yi's face value was there. so it was too far-fetched to say that it was ugly. Lin Yi also understood Nie Xiaoyu. In fact, to say the least, she was quite envious of Su Shishir just now, being able to find such a boy as a boyfriend. Unlike herself, who always met scum. Ugh. The two looked at each other without words, and both let out a sigh. Sister, can you stop moonlighting from now on? Jiang Yi's heart ached when he thought of what Lin Yi had just said. He stayed up all night just to play games and drink, while his senior sister did it to make money. Why? Su Shishir asked rhetorically. Because it's hard. Silly brother. There's no such thing as making money without hard work. It's a strange image to see a soft schoolmate, who is obviously a tiny one, educating the taller Ino. Jiang Yi knew that it would be difficult to change Su Shishir's mind for a while, so he had to settle for the second best. Then how about changing to some easier part-time jobs in the future? That's something to think about. Chapter 9, Mom and Dad's Assist. After saying goodbye to his schoolmates, Jiang Yi didn't return to the dormitory first, but called his mom. When Zhou Yuding saw her son's call, she answered it at the first opportunity. What's the matter, son? Are you out of money? Mom, isn't it hard for Dad to make money? Jiang Yi's mood hadn't slowed down yet, so he said something like this. He works hard, my ass. I think he's the one with the most time on his hands all day. Why do you ask? Did something happen to him? It's okay. I'm just asking. Jiang Yi of course couldn't say that he was stimulated by the soft and cuddly schoolmates, and after chatting for a few moments, he began to talk about the purpose of his call. Mom, does our family have any properties in Shanghai? Be confident. Your father is good at nothing else but making money, and he has properties everywhere. So can you help me find a part-time job or something? Preferably the kind that's both easy money. Son, are you trying to deprive your father of the only value he can bring to you? Jiang Yi had a big headache and hurriedly explained. It's not me. It's for a friend. Zhou Yuting instantly came to be interested. The son has grown up. Understand the concern for friends. Said this is still the son in addition to money. The first time to find their own help. This favor must be helped. When your dad gets back, I'll ask for you. Well, then ask for me when Dad gets back. Preferably something for a girl. It has to be easy. Lots of money. Not much else. Hang up now, haha. Zhou Yuting just heard a girl, and the other words had been automatically ignored. A girl? Is my son growing up and falling in love? What does she look like? What kind of family? What kind of situation? I have to say, women who watch too many Korean dramas were really scary. Especially middle-aged women like Zhou Yuting who didn't have the slightest pressure of life and stayed at home every day to catch up on dramas. Just 2 words made her brainstorm a whole bunch of plots. And the most crucial thing was that her guess was basically correct, which was outrageous. Knowing your son is like mothering him. No way. You can't be sloppy with your son's life's work. Zhou Yuting immediately made a phone call. Hello? Send me my son's recent status at school. Yes, ma'am. In no time, Jiang Yi's situation from the start of the school year as of today was organized into a graphic and sent to Zhou Yuting's cell phone. The power of money. Really uncomplicated. The beginning of school did not do anything. First ran to meet his sister, but also was taken video. The second day of military training in public confession, and again was taken video. And then to the end of the military training, and today accompanied that sister out of the school. I do not know what to do. There were a lot of records, but Zhou Yuting focused on 2 points. Meeting the schoolmates, confessing, and the video. Zhou Yuting first watched the video of the West cafeteria, and then clicked on the video during the military training. And the sentence, I am her boyfriend. I love her very much, simply spoke to Zhou Yuting's heart. It's worthy of my son. It's so responsible. Sent together with the information of Su Shishir. Su Shishir is an ordinary family. Her parents are divorced. But for Zhou Yuting, no background is the best background. And she is also beautiful and worthy of my son. But she is a little short. I do not know if it will affect the next generation. Overall, Zhou Yuting was very satisfied with Su Shishir. What are you looking at, wife? Smiling so wide. As soon as Jiang Jianjun came home, he saw his wife's face full of smiles and wondered what could make her so happy. Old Jiang, your son has grown up. Zhou Yuting handed her cell phone to Jiang Jianjun with a pleased face. Jiang Jianjun received the cell phone with a puzzled face, and took a look. Yo-ho, good guy. His son has really grown up, and he knows to scourge the girl. After reading Su Shishir's information again, he came to the same conclusion as Zhou Yuting. This girl is reliable and can enter my Jiang family's door. My son asked to find a part-time job for the girl. Something with easier work and more money. Almost like sending her money directly. This girl isn't a money grubber, is she? It doesn't look like it to me. Anyway, this is the first girlfriend our son has had. We have to support it. Wife have spoken. Jiang Jianjun how dare not agree. Immediately said, didn't Lao Li go to Shanghai to take charge of the branch? I'll send him Lao Li's contact information. so he can make his own offer to Lao Li. That's more like it. Zhang Yi is not worried about this matter will be a problem, as long as he opened this basically came to pass. But he did not anticipate that mom and dad have already put the school situation to the bottom of the situation. At the moment, Zhang Yi was slaying with the 3 bandits in Summoner Canyon. Look at my relentless iron hand plus flat A, plus deadly strike, plus rotating flying axe. Okay, blood rage is full. Roxas guillotine. Unfortunately the screen went black before it could chop down. The opposite vampire is definitely a hanging. Brother, so much blood. A mouthful of sucked to death. This Nima sucked on the aorta. Don't scream, brother. This one is still on my vein. Wang Meng, this place shooter. A hand of vein has taken 5 heads. In contrast to Zhang Yi, Lu Yugong, and Wang Xiaoshui record are negative. 2 to 6 Northerner, 0 to 3 Demon G, and Wang Xiaoshui 2 to 4 Prince, are half a caddy pit, poor roadie auxiliary. The old long time I want to point to surrender. But the 4 people killed do not agree. Brother, don't scream. If it wasn't for my royal detail grabbing down this hand, you would have been blown away by the opposite shooter. Shui Z. You're afraid you can't tell who's the big daddy in this hand, right? If it wasn't for my brother's vein holding up the scene, it would have been the second hand by now, and it would have been time to get into the game. Stop comparing and get ready to report for the tour. Lu Yugong reminded. Wang Xiaoshui's crown prince hadn't found the time to start the group yet, and as a result, Wang Meng's vein was hooked by the opposite robot and instantly vaporized. As soon as the shooter died, the back naturally lost the group battle, and then was directly taken away by a wave from the opposite side. The 4 bandits. You look at me and I look at you. Neither can accept this fact. Drive again? Open. After kneeling 3 or 4 times in a row he finally won one, which ended the hearty battle. While the 3 bandits lay in their own beds, Zhang Yi went to the balcony and dialed old Li's phone. Hello, is Uncle Li there? As soon as Li Tong took a look at the number in the capital, he guessed that it was a call from the crown prince. Hey, you're Mr. Jiang, right? Li Tong didn't know what to call him. Although Zhang Yi called him Uncle Li, he didn't dare to call Xiao Jiang. In the end, he could only call Jiang Gongzi. Zhang Yi had gotten used to all kinds of names, knowing that the employees under Zhang Jianjun's hand in the capital still called him Young Master Jiang. Uncle Li, it's me. You should know the reason I'm looking for you, right? Don't worry. The chairman of the board has already given me a word in the afternoon. You give my contact information to that girl. I just happen to have a job on my side. It's just to do some simple PPTs. Don't worry. It's sure to be a lot of money and a lot of work. Then thank you, Uncle Li. Little things. Only after the matter was arranged did Zhang Yi send a message to the soft-skinned schoolmate. River Wild, what's going on, sis? Su Shishir had just taken a shower and was now lying on the bed in a cool halter dress. Today's date was a little bit flawed at the end, but overall it was a lot of fun and it seems like it's been a long time since I've had this much fun. Another message from my brother. What a slimy, stinky brother. The word spat on his lips, but in his heart he was happy. Soft and cuddly schoolmarm, I was just taking a shower. What's up, brother? Chapter 10, Tricked? Seeing the word bath, Zhang Yi's mind instantly thought of a picture of a beauty out of the bath, and then shook his head vigorously in the next second. Man, one has to restrain oneself to do that. Eno willed his mind back to clear and then sent a message to his schoolmate. River Wild, I saw a part-time job doing PPT online. I feel quite good. Sister, want to try? Su Shishir froze. Stinky brother actually knows to find me a part-time job. I don't know if it's reliable or not. Soft bud school sister, which company's part-time brother? Is it reliable? River Wild, don't worry sister. Absolutely reliable. The other party is a branch of China Construction Group in Shanghai. Put. Silly brother, this is being cheated. Su Shishir's first reaction after seeing CCTC is impossible. CCTC is such a big company, how can it still need a part-time job? Even if it is the Shanghai branch recruiting part-time jobs, it is not possible to recruit on the internet. Soft sister, silly brother. This is fake. Don't be fooled. A big company like China Construction Group will not look for part-time jobs in the community, even if it is a branch. River Wild, don't worry sister. It must be true. I have just called and asked. If you don't believe me you can call and ask. Alas, Eno sighed. If he hadn't been able to pay directly, that would have been the next best thing. Su Shishir still didn't believe it, but looking at how Zhang Yi said it with such conviction, she didn't want to hit him. Soft and cuddly schoolmarm, okay, then send me your phone number. River Wild, okay, the number is 138XXXXXXXX, remember to contact yo. Soft and cuddly schoolmarm, got it stinky brother. Seeing his senior sister's promise, Eno was in a better mood, so that my sister will not have to be so tired. Although this is entirely the work of mom and dad, but how to say that I also counted a little bit of effort. But my sister loves me so much, I do this as also should be. Jiang Yi can feel that the school sister is in love with himself. He also loves the school sister. Although the talk of 3 years himself and his sister only met a few times, but just like, really let Ino say a reason. Ino also cannot say, or rather, love a person need reasons? Jiang Yi's mood is beautiful, but Wang Xiaoshui sitting in front of the computer is still worried about his quest strategy. Brother Wild, do you think if I go directly to Yang Xiu with roses to confess my love, will she say yes? Brother is in a very good mood right now and doesn't want to discuss such horrible topics, Ino replied. Wang Xiaoshui wondered, horror? Shouldn't it be romantic? Where's the horror? She'll dare to beat you to death if you confess. Do you believe me? Is this going to kill me? Wang Xiaoshui swallowed his saliva and said apprehensively, Brother Wild, it's not that serious, right? Lu Yugang and Wang Mang, who were eavesdropping on the side, revealed their heads in unison and said, Shui Zi, she can really beat you to death. Alas, it's rare for a brother to meet true love. How come the pursuit is so bumpy? All three made gestures of vomiting upon hearing this. You call a female fighter who hasn't even added her to WeChat true love? Shui Zi, if we're talking about warriors, it's still you. Wang Xiaoshui also does not gas barricade. The confession of this article moved to the back, and in the forefront of the typed, a long way to go. For big words, looks like, is really determined. Regular classes began the next day. The 4 bandits are still sitting in the back of the king's throne. Lu Yu just started the school, boasted that he was a school bully. Before, a few people did not feel anything. Now see, people have been taking notes and drawing key points in class. Everyone realized that in the future, when it comes to the examination, we'll have to rely on him. Wang Xiaoshui and Wang Mang also have a bit of ink in their stomachs, and they can keep up with the teacher's rhythm. And the only one who is out of place is Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi is by virtue of the ability to banknotes on the university. The classroom, this place simply cannot accommodate him, this big Buddha. The whole class listening to the cloud. The back of the so-called give up. Not in the difficult for themselves, but it doesn't matter. Jiang Yi can still chat with the soft and cute schoolmates, and there is a lunch break at noon. But the most worthwhile thing to look forward to is the welcome party in the evening. What makes these new students even more excited is that today, at the welcome party, Su Shanshan, the flower of the finance department, will also perform on stage, and the new students ran to the auditorium early in order to catch a glimpse of her face. Holy, are we looking at the wrong time? So many people have come so early. Lu Yugang sighed. Wang Xiaoshui said, it's not that we misread the time, it's that we underestimated the charm of the school's flower. Jiang Yi remembered that Wang Xiaoshui once said he would vote for Su Shanshan, and immediately asked Shui Zi, didn't you vote for Su Shanshan before? Now do you think Su Shanshan looks good, or Yang Xiu looks good? This question is a little hard to answer. Just from the external appearance, Su Shanshan is slightly better than Yang Xiu, but the two people each have their own character and inner. When everyone thought that Wang Xiaoshui would have to think for a while before answering, he didn't expect that he would give his answer in the next second. Brother now only admires Yang Xiu alone. Everyone else brother doesn't put in his eyes. Awesome. Shueiko, an example for my generation to follow. Wang Xiaoshui calmly waved his hand. Brother's concept of love majors in a single specialization. It's a pity that Yang Xiu couldn't see your moment of pretending, or else you'd be considered a big success. Wang Xiaoshui smiled non-committally. The front of the much-anticipated orientation party wasn't particularly colorful, just some awkward skits, and song and dance routines. It was such a situation. Everyone still didn't leave the room. It looked like they were all coming for Su Shanshan. It had to be said that the person arranging the program was smart enough to leave Su Shallow's program at the last one. Otherwise it was expected that the people would have long gone. Su Shanshan was organizing her makeup in the background. In fact, even if it was a plain face, her appearance was also called a red face. No wonder she was known as the departmental flower of the finance department. Asuna, it's your turn. Aha. Accompanied by the lighting changes, Su Shallow slowly walked onto the stage, thus ushering in the highlight of the evening. Hello, my fellow students. I'm Su Shallow. Nice to meet you all. And I'm going to bring you a song that's a little bit sweet. Yes, Sister Su, we came just to hear you sing. A cheer rang out from the stage, and the 4 bandits couldn't help but feel that if they didn't know this, they would have thought they were coming to a concert. But unlike others, Jiang Yi only marveled at Su Shanshan's popularity, but looked down on the rest. After all, how to say that he is also a family man? If I were to replace my soft and cute senior sister to sing, the popularity would definitely be even higher than her. But if I let my senior sister sing for so many people, Jiang Yi couldn't give it up, and he just wanted to dominate my senior sister all by himself. As the saying goes, the heart is in the right place. Jiang Yi was thinking about Su Shishir, and Su Shishir called Jiang Yi. Brothers, your sister-in-law is on the phone. I'm going out to take a call. Asterisk 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 get outta here. Will you please get out of my sight immediately? Zhang Yi answered the phone while walking towards the outside of the venue, while Su Shanshan on the stage was still interacting with the audience under the stage. Schoolboys and girls. I need one more boy to sing with me on this one that's a little sweet. Would any of you like to come up on stage and sing with me? Me. Sister. Pick me. I'm the best singer. Su Shanshan looked at the little boys under the stage who were crazy about her was very satisfied. She liked this feeling of being courted and worshipped, but as she watched, she realized that a boy was walking towards the outside of the arena. Leaving in such a hurry. Is this little handsome man up to something? Or is he indifferent to Ms. Ben's appearance? Su's shallow heart flashed a diabolical idea, and then took the microphone, pointed her finger in the direction of the exit and said loudly that little handsome man who was in a hurry to run away, "Can you please sing this song with me?" At that moment, all eyes looked at Zhang Yi. Chapter 11 The Sisters Chuan Yu Attribute Explodes. Zhang Yi looked at the people in the meeting hall all looking at himself in unison, and he was very surprised in his heart. What's wrong with this woman? Can't you see I'm almost at the door? How can she call my name? Su Shishir on the other end was still unclear about what was happening. What's wrong, brother? Why don't you say anything? It's okay, sis. Just wait a minute. I'll talk to you when I get out. Zhang Yi inwardly laughed bitterly. I'm fine now, but now there's a woman who wants to make things happen. Seeing that Zhang Yi did not respond, Su Shanshan added this student. Are you willing to sing this song with me? Zhang Yi directly said, I'm sorry, senior sister. I'm in a hurry. You'd better give this opportunity to someone else. At that moment, someone from the audience under the stage recognized Zhang Yi and said loudly he seems to be Sister Su Shishir's boyfriend. The two even made an official announcement on the post. Su Shanshan froze when she heard it. She hadn't looked at the posters recently and didn't know about these things. Now when she heard that the person she had chosen was actually Su Shishir's boyfriend, she had more thoughts in her heart instead. This schoolmate. They all say you're Su Shishir's boyfriend. Is that true? Zhang Yi didn't know what kind of drugs Su Shanshan was selling in her gourd, but still nodded her head and said yes, they are right. So you're rushing to meet Cecilia Su now? In fact, Zhang Yi had only gone out to talk to Su Shishir on the phone and hadn't said anything to Su Shishir about meeting up. But now, in order to end the conversation earlier, he immediately changed his words and said yes. When Su Shallow heard this, she revealed a scheming smile, but it was so well hidden that no one noticed. Then can't you accompany me to finish the song before going to meet Su Shishir? Or does Shishir Su keep you on a tight leash and you don't dare? How can that be? Senior sister is so nice to me. I just can't sing, Zhang Yi hurriedly said. Oh, can't sing, or don't want to sing with me? This woman is really able to engage in. Zhang Yi was whole or almost speechless. To say yes is to offend her. To say no, that sang this love song to let their own soft sister how to think. No matter what, the heavens and the earth are the biggest school sister. Zhang Yi even wanted to give himself a slap on the spot. Just now actually hesitated for a moment. After his eyes were firm, Ino was ready to give his answer. And it was at this time that the door of the venue was opened, and under the attention of all, the senior sister made a shining appearance. My brother means he doesn't want to sing with you. Sister, what brings you here? Stinky brother, if I don't come, you'll be seduced by a vixen. Su Shishir had just heard what was happening over here on the phone, and it just so happened that she was in the neighborhood, so she rushed over this way. How can that be? My whole being is my sister's. No one else could possibly tease it. That's more like it. The two were like treating other people like NPCs, showing their love directly at the venue. Ms. Su Shishir, isn't this student your boyfriend? Why are you calling him your brother? Is that what Ms. Su Shishir likes to say? What's wrong with me being happy to call him my brother? I can still call him baby. Call him babe. What do you care? Right, baby? Aha! Being called baby in front of so many people is a bit shameful. But what if I like it so much? It's hard for Ino not to love such a schoolmate. Su Shanshan also did not expect Su Shishir to have such a big temper, although we are not from the same department, but they are all the schoolgirls of Jiangxia. You say you're a schoolgirl? It's not like no one wants you. Is it necessary for you to come to the meeting place specially for a man to throw such a big tantrum? Su Shanshan hadn't met anyone she loved, nor had she experienced what it was like to love someone deeply, so she didn't understand Su Shishir's thoughts and only felt that the other party was making a big deal out of it. Ms. Su Shishir, there's no need for you to be so hostile towards me, right? It's just a song. Don't you have confidence in your boyfriend? Su Shishir was completely enraged, and immediately wanted to rush onto the stage to have a theory with Su Shanshan, but Zhang Yi was quick, and held Su Shishir in his arms. Su Shallow, are you a fox? You have to pester my boyfriend. Student Su Shishir, you're too excited. This scene directly stunned the eating crowd present. It's a shame not to charge for an encounter between the two schoolgirls, which can be so much more exciting than the previous performances. Su Shallow, you wait for me. Su Shishir was infuriated and was still fidgeting, but she was wearing jeans, so she didn't have to worry about getting naked. Jiang Yi one hand around the school sister's thin waist, directly pick up the school sister, let her move around in her arms. 1 meter 5.5 of elementary school sister, by 1 meter 8.5 of Jiang Yi to hold up. The whole person is directly vacated. Why do I think the scene is kind of cute? A female student who was eating it said to herself. Sister, you're not the only one who feels that way. Not only do I think it's cute, I also think that Sister Su is cool and deserves to be one of our girls from Chuanyu. Wang Nang was envious to death on the side. I don't know what kind of luck Noko had. I should have known better than to come to this party. Brothers and goddesses show love in public. Invisible is still acceptable. See in person is really hard. Mangzi, change your target. School sister Su is destined to become our sister-in-law. Lu Yugong persuaded. Jiang Yi listened to the surrounding people's comments, also did not care, holding the school sister and walked out, but also did not forget to eat. The crowd said classmates. I first coaxed my sister to go. You continue. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Dude, you're so hung. Give us new growth face. Jiang Yi couldn't hear the discussion behind him because he and Su Shishir had already exited the school building. Sister, you were really too fierce just now. Humph, that's just where. If you don't stop me, I have to go up and have a good fight with that Su Fox. Su Shishir was still hanging on Jiang Yi's waist at the moment, her hands hugging Jiang Yi's neck, her short legs clamping Jiang Yi's waist, her tone milky and fierce, mesmerizing Jiang Yi. People to be silly. Is it good, little brother? Look so mesmerized. Good looking, Jiang Yi said without thinking. So do I look good or does So Fox look good? Of course my baby sister looks the best. That's more like it. Su Shishir said viciously. If I find out that you're hooking up with another woman behind my back, just what? I'll jump up and hit you in the knee. Pust. Jiang Yi really couldn't hold back and laughed out at once. Senior sister was just too cute, and Ino could guarantee that he would never betray her. Sister, I love only you and only you forever. The two people's faces were close together, and Su Shishir looked at the handsome face close at hand. Her pretty face gradually flushed a blush. What's the point of being so melodramatic all of a sudden? That's not the atmosphere all the way down here. Jiang Yi looked at Su Shishir. The school sister rare blush, but looks more attractive. The atmosphere are here. Jiang Yi is really want to taste the school sister's red lips. Is what flavor? The last time is the school sister took the initiative to kiss his face, but already let him excited to be. If the kissing mouth, that is not happy to take off. Sister, I want to give you a kiss. Is this little brother really stupid? Can't you just kiss him if you want to? Why do you have to say it? But this also shows that Jiang Yi didn't lie to her. He is just a little boy with no experience in love. Such a silly brother. She also loves beyond her control. There's nothing like so-called happiness when you're in love for the first time with each other. Let you have a kiss then? Just one kiss. Chapter 12, Brother. You have much to learn. What are you two doing? A voice rang out, interrupting the two who were about to make out. Jiang Yi's mouth was almost touching, but Su Shishir was startled when she heard the sound of outsiders, and pushed Jiang Yi's face away. Jiang Yi's inner heart was bitter and couldn't say who are you? Jiang Yi turned around and ended up seeing the head instructor's face. Doesn't this head teacher have a nightlife? He's still wandering around the school this late, afraid he's not menopausal and looking for a sense of existence, right? Su Shishir got off Jiang Yi and obediently stood behind him. This situation naturally required Jiang Yi to step forward. Jiang Yi said, Director, my girlfriend and I will chat here for a while. There shouldn't be anything wrong, right? The director of instruction gave Jiang Yi a blank look and said, of course it's okay to chat, but I'm afraid you guys don't chat like this, right? If I don't come, will you kiss me? That's true. Not what? Nothing. We have nothing. Young man, don't think I don't know what you're trying to say. You kid must be cursing me in your heart for spoiling your good deed, right? So you also know this kind of words Jiang Yi certainly cannot say, can only smile and said, how can it? We are simply chatting. Jiang Yi dead by chat does not let go. The director did not say anything else, just criticized young man. You young people fall in love does not matter, but pay attention to the impact of this public, so that others see how uncharacteristic. Yes, you're right about everything. Jiang Yi thought to himself, besides you, where is anyone else in this neighborhood? But his mouth went along with the words of the director of instruction, only thinking to quickly send people away and continue to do what he had not done just now. The director of instruction gave another lecture before leaving. Sister, why don't we find a deserted place to continue? Continue what? Su Shishir said, playing dumb. Jiang Yi was anxious and said, of course it is to continue what was not done just now. Oh, you mean kiss? Su Shishir made an expression of sudden realization, just as Jiang Yi nodded his head in ecstasy. he turned around and said, "No, sister, I have to go back to the dormitory." "Ah, why?" Ino said, undeterred. "I can't help it. Who told you to set the mood so well just now? And now the mood is gone, don't you think?" Jiang Yi secretly chagrined. "Had I known that just now I would have kissed up earlier?" And in my heart, I scolded the director of teaching who did not know if he was menopausal a few more times. And I did not die. "What about next time?" Su Shishir laughed and said, "Next time, it depends on your performance." Jiang Yi said in an aggravated manner, "Okay." This night, Jiang Yi didn't end up kissing the soft and cute schoolmate's lips, and although there was some small loss, he wasn't discouraged. Jiang Yi was immortal. Under the effect of 7 emotions and 6 desires, he would naturally have desires. But he didn't just love Su Shishir's body, he fell in love with the soul deep inside her body. Although he hadn't kissed the soft and cuddly schoolmate in reality, in his dream, Ino was about to do so. Anon. At first there was a thunderclap, and on closer inspection it seemed like a continuous squealing of pigs. Jiang Yi woke up straight from his dream with a growl. Asterisk. If I didn't get a kiss last night, I was woken up in my dream. Can I continue to sleep now? The snoring sound of Gangzi is really hurting me. At the moment, the time was just after 6 in the morning. The other 3 were sleeping soundly, and Jiang Yi was about to be Santa Claus for a while to bring breakfast to his 3 younger brothers when Wang Xiaoshui woke up. Wang Xiaoshui struggled to open his dead fish eyes, and after looking around, he found Jiang Yi who was ready to get up. "Why are you awake so early, brother Wildchild? It can't be because of Kongzi, can it? Be confident. It's this bean. What are you doing awake so early? Didn't you guys say yesterday that it's too early to confess to Yang Xiu? So I decided to start with small things first, like bringing her breakfast or something." By Wang Xiaoshui saying this, Jiang Yi remembered that he didn't seem to have bought breakfast or anything for his schoolmate either. All know to buy breakfast for the younger brothers, just do not know to buy for the school sister. This elm brain. Shui Zi, pack up, brother will go with you. Wang Xiaoshui was happy to see this, and after quickly packing up, the 2 of them set off towards the cafeteria. The campus is empty in the morning and the air is very fresh, and every now and then you hear birds chirping. Su Shishir had previously talked to Jiang Yi about what she liked to eat, so Jiang Yi knew what to buy and quickly bought it. But it was Wang Xiaoshui who kept asking what they usually ate in the morning over in the capital. "Shui Zi, if you want me to say that you should just hold some of everything and let her choose herself, and if she chooses the rest of it you eat it yourself and it's not over. If there's still more of it, be a good person and give it to the 2 younger brothers in the dormitory." Wang Xiaoshui was simply enlightened after hearing this, and without hiding his admiration, he gave a thumbs up and said, "Brother Wildchild, hi, really hi, brother, you have much to learn." Wang Xiaoshui's admiration for Jiang Yi rose another notch after hearing this. He had felt from the beginning of the school year that Jiang Yi was an unusual person, thinking about when he drove a luxury car to the school. The other party did not even take a glance, and then in the daily life together is also. Pressure does not put him in the eyes of a rich second generation, although the dormitory those 2 younger brother is also, but Jiang Yi gave him a different feeling. For example, when talking about the money piece, Lu Yugang and Wang Mang would occasionally make a couple of jokes about envy and jealousy, but Jiang Yi never had an attitude of indifference. Either Jiang Yi really wasn't interested in money, or Jiang Yi had more money than his own family. Wang Xiaoshui always felt that the latter should be the second case. After exiting the cafeteria, the 2 went their separate ways. Jiang Yi came to the school sister's dormitory floor, intending to give the school sister a surprise. The school sister has a class this morning, which he knew, so he dared to rest assured boldly wait downstairs, inside the girls' dormitory. "Hyatt, is it ready yet? It's still early. It's not like there's much to panic about right now. It's almost 7 o'clock, and in a few minutes Window 2 will be sold out of tofu brain again." Su Shishir's favorite food is the tofu brain at Window 2 of the West Cafeteria, but unfortunately there is just a little bit every day, and you can't buy it at all if you don't go a little earlier. Okay, look at the rush. Let's go. The 2 walked out of the dormitory arm in arm. As for the other 2 roommates, Linny and Nie Xiaoyu seldom went back to the dormitory since the incident in the mall last time. It seems that they rented a house outside. Even if they went back to the dormitory, they wouldn't necessarily bump into each other. Sure. You really were too fierce last night, making a scene at the finance department's freshman party, and you're definitely going to be on the school's posting bar's hot search again today. But I'm still quite impressed that you're so fierce that you dare to run there single-handedly by yourself. Su Shishir shook her head and smiled. How can I be alone? He was there too and I knew he would be on my side for sure. So I wasn't alone from start to finish. Oh, ha, the sour stench of love. Xiao Yuer made a dry heaving expression. Shishir, you've really changed. While the 2 were talking, Jiang Yi had already spotted them. and they also noticed Jiang Yi, who was carrying breakfast. Sister, looks like someone brought you breakfast. Just don't know if it's the tofu brain you want to eat, Xiao Yuer said with some envy. Su Shishir ignored Xiao Yuer and walked up to Jiang Yi and said, brother, why are you here? I got up early today and brought you breakfast. I remembered that you used to say how much you liked the tofu brain from the West cafeteria. So I bought this. Brother's getting good. Yo. Xiao Yuer just walked up and heard this. She couldn't help but spit out, hee hee, you guys. This name calling? No wonder people Su Shanshan wants to take this. It's just too meaty. Jiang Yi couldn't take this well and could only ask Su Shishir's sister. This schoolmate is? She's my roommate. Her name is Xiao Yuer. You don't need to mind her. Su Shishir. You bigot. Show your love. I'm going to class. Xiao Yuer huffed and puffed and walked away. Su Shishir asked behind her, not going to dinner? No more eating. The dog food is full. But Jiang Yi couldn't help but laugh out. This Xiao's senior sister is quite humorous. Chapter 13, Wang Xiaoshui delivers breakfast. Autumn morning is very cool. Soft budding schoolmate wearing relatively thin. Jiang Yi very gentlemanly will be his own jacket draped over the shoulders of the schoolmate. The clothes still have a light scent on them. They should be freshly washed not too long ago. They smell great. My brother is really becoming more and more considerate. Or my sister, I taught him well. Don't you have class later, brother? There's a class, but it's still early. So it's not too late for me to drop you off at your classroom after breakfast and then head over there. Fine. Then my sister will fulfill this gentlemanly gesture of yours. Su Shishir opened the package and took a big bite of the tofu brain. She really enjoyed eating this tofu brain, especially the side dishes and chili peppers inside. It was simply delicious. Su Shishir had always been a big talker when she ate, and wouldn't take small bites and chew slowly like other girls, because she felt that delicious food should be savored in big bites, and that was the only way to respect the food. Brother, isn't it unattractive for me to eat like this? It's okay, sis. Have fun however you want. That's fine. Su Shishir was sitting on a chair, happily eating tofu brain, a satisfied smile on her face from time to time. Jiang Yi was sitting on her side, looking at her while eating a bun. Watching his senior sister eat, Jiang Yi only felt that the buns in his mouth smelled a lot better, which made him involuntarily think of the word showy. Time always flew by when he stayed with his senior sister, and Eno went to the classroom himself after sending his senior sister to the classroom. Why do you have to go to class? Why do we have to go to class? Jiang Yi kind of understand the meaning of the phrase from now on. The king does not have a morning court. He also wants to stay with his senior sister just every day. Perhaps every person who just fell in love will have this kind of idea, always want to get tired of being together every day. Jiang Yi is also unavoidable. As soon as he entered the door of the classroom, Jiang Yi saw that the rest of the three bandits were already sitting in their seats. But Jiang Yi noticed that Wang Xiaoshui's face looked bad, and noticed that Yang Xiyu was looking at himself viciously. Jiang Yi, is that Wang Xiaoshui in your dorm sick? Can you tell him to leave me alone if he's fine? Jiang Yi wondered. Didn't Shui Zi just bring this woman breakfast? This woman is not thankful. Even if it's not, why is she still in this hot temper? Didn't Handsome bring you breakfast? Did you not have any gunpowder for breakfast? The fire is so big. Get out. Farewell. The two men's bickering drew the jaws of the class, and everyone knew that these two men were high school classmates, but they didn't seem to be dealing with each other. And the last time they fought in front of the classroom, Jiang Yi sat down next to the three bandits. Wang Xiaoshui was looking at himself aggressively. Jiang Yi was speechless. Say something. Don't be a pussy. Brother Wildchild. This woman is really what? Wang Xiaoshui cried without tears and said it's really too tough. Are all the girls over there like this? Jiang Yi rushed to speak out for the majority of women in the capital. No. She's the odd one out. He also persuaded Shui Zi. If you can't do it, just give up. Who knows? Wang Xiaoshui shook his head vigorously. No. I just have my eyes on her. Wang Mang interjected from the side. Yezi, don't try to persuade him. This bastard is just asking for it. Jiang Yi was puzzled. How so? Wang Mang had a speechless expression and spat out. Do you know what Shui Zi said when he gave people a young Ciyu's breakfast? He said, feel free to eat whatever you want. Give it to me if you can't finish it. I love to eat your leftovers. It's weird if people don't scold him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. If you say so, then I don't think there's any hope for this. Wang Xiaoshui's eyes instantly glowed. Why do you think so? Just by the fact that she just called you names and didn't beat you to death. Wang Xiaoshui skimmed his mouth. In fact, what he wanted to say at that time was, you can eat whatever you want. I'll bring it back to the dormitory if you can't finish it. Our dormitory loves to eat your leftovers. But he felt that it wasn't right, so he temporarily changed his mouth. It is a pity that Wang Mang and Lu Yugang do not know. Otherwise they will definitely come to Wang Xiaoshui. I thank you. Brother Wildchild. Didn't you teach me that? Jiang Yi quickly waved his hand. Don't. I can't say such sandy words. Shuizi, This kid is unkind. My brother was kind enough to teach you a couple of moves, but you misinterpreted what I said. After staying up all morning and finally reaching lunchtime, Jiang Yi's 4 people came to the north cafeteria with a raw look on their faces. After a morning class, I had to wait until 2 p.m. after lunch to continue the class, with no breaks at all. This Tuesday was just horrible. While the north cafeteria's fried food is a little better than any of the other cafeterias, the west cafeteria's breakfast is one of the best. Hence the saying that you go west in the morning and north at noon. After the meal was hit, several people began to take large dry bites. Dry meals are not active, and there is something wrong with your mind. Brothers, club enrollment will start soon. Which club are you going to enroll in? Wang Meng suddenly asked. As a literary youth, I naturally consider a poetry recitation type of club, Lu Yugong said, looking at his big and burly image. It was hard for a few people to associate him with poetry recitation, and a few people couldn't help but stifle their laughter at the thought of him, a big, tall, black-skinned man, reciting poetry on stage. What do you mean? Looking down on me? It's not that brother is bragging. Not only can brother recite poems, brother can also compose his own poems. Lu Yugong opened his mouth for a couple of lines. He said loudly and in a staccato voice, "Don't worry about food and clothing, and moisten your throat with a little wine. The sun rises as usual, so what's there to worry about? I have one more song, oh." Before Lu Yugong could read the second song, Wang Mang was quick to cover his mouth. "Big brother, don't read it. We can't afford to lose face." Wang Mang didn't give Lu Yugong a chance to speak, and directly asked Wang Xiaoshui and Jiang Yi, "What about you guys? Which club are you enrolling in?" Wang Xiaoshui shook his head. "I don't know. Let's talk about it when the time comes." Jiang Yi thought for a moment and said, "I'll ask your sister-in-law and see which club she's in. I'll apply for that one." Wang Mang hated to give himself a slap. How can he be so cheap? Nothing to ask Jiang Yi why. "You get the hell out of here." Wang Mang then turned to Wang Xiaoshui and said, "Rather, it's you little comrade I have to persuade you. We have to take credits. Joining clubs and participating in activities can get twice the result with half the effort. You know? Mobilize your motivation, comrade Wang Xiaoshui. Then I'll go wherever Yancy goes. Get the hell out of here. Both of you." Lu Yugong went forward to comfort Mangzi. "With brother go, poetry club inside all beautiful sister. Guarantee you get off single in college." Wang Mang was a bit moved. Jiang Yi stood out and said, "Anyway, there are 3 days to sign up to join the club. So if you're not free today, let's go and take a look tomorrow." "Good idea. Let's see it together then." Jiang Yi planned to go back and ask his senior sister in that club and then make a decision, and Wang Xiaoshui did the same. Although he had no way to communicate directly with Yang Xiu, he could start with the people around her, such as Cui Jie, who was in the same dormitory as her. In the past 2 days, Wang Xiaoshui had already added Cui Jie's contact information through the class group, and with a whole lot of benefits, Cui Jie agreed to be this informant for him. Chapter 14, Recruitment of Clubs. Wang Xiaoshui was considered the man of the hour after Jiang Yi among the freshmen these days. In this term of freshmen, it was Yang Xiu who looked the best and was known as the freshman school flower. But it was only the school flower among the freshmen, not the school flower of Jiangxia. Among the boys, Jiang Yi and Wang Xiaoshui are the most handsome, and the two are different handsome. Wang Xiaoshui is the Korean style of sultry handsome. Jiang Yi is the masculine male beauty. But Jiang Yi has already officially announced with Su Shishir. Many girls expressed pity about this, and put their eyes on Wang Xiaoshui again. After all, Wang Xiaoshui is not only handsome, but also has money. Unfortunately, Wang Xiaoshui's mind was all over Yang Xiu, and he didn't want to pay attention to the other girls at all. Wang Xiaoshui was asking Cui Jie for information, and Jiang Yi was also chatting with his schoolmate. "Sister, you know about the club recruitment in the past 2 days, right?" "I know," Ino asked again. "So, which club are you in?" Jiang Yi's idea was simple, and that was to increase the amount of time he spent with his senior sister. Right now the time he spent with her was still too little. "I'm in the anime club." Su Shishir was actually forced into the anime club, and the person who pulled her in was no other than her roommate, Xiao Weier. Ino wasn't sure exactly what the anime club did. All he could associate it with was cosplay, and comic conventions and whatnot. Imagine soft and cute schoolgirls playing anime characters. That I don't know how many people will be fascinated. And after joining the anime club, you can also play the role of a couple in the anime with your schoolgirls. Think about it nicely. Ino said directly without thinking, "Then I'll join the anime club tomorrow." Su Shishir didn't know Jiang Yi's small mind. If she did she would have told Jiang Yi, "You're overthinking it." Speaking of which, although Su Shishir had joined the anime club, she basically seldom went to club activities, let alone taking the initiative to play a role. "Okay, then you can just go tomorrow. I'll give Xiaoyuer a word. I forgot to tell you that I was dragged along by her in the first place. And she's now the president of the anime club. Okay. Jiang Yi is not interested in Xiao Yuer's business. The only person he cares about is his schoolmate. Everyone else is irrelevant to me. Day 2. Along the roads of the campus. Each recruiting club sets up a sign-up point on the side of the road to publicize the merits of their club as a way to recruit new students to join their club. Today, the finance department didn't have any classes. Jiang Yi's 4 people walked on the point of club recruitment. Looking at the surrounding clubs, the people only felt dazzled. However, even though 100 flowers blossomed, Lu Yugong saw the poetry club he wanted to join in the first place. But next to the poetry club there was also the basketball club's recruiting spot. Hello senior, may I ask if our club is still recruiting? The schoolgirl who was handing out flyers was first startled when she turned around and saw Lu Yugong, a big tall man with black skin. Class, you've got it wrong. We're the poetry club. The basketball club is next to it. Lu Yugong is full of black lines. I am a cultural person standing in front of you, but you push me toward the basketball club. Is this appropriate? However, he also knew that this senior sister was also unintentional, and could only explain, Senior sister, I'm just here for our poetry club. Ah, you're not kidding, are you, classmate? Sisters are stunned. Think of the club as either a group of soft and slender sisters, or a group of clean and handsome young boys. Really want to recruit this big black man in. It is too eye-catching. Senior sister, I really wasn't joking, Lu Yugong explained again. All 3 of them burst out laughing in the background. Gongzi, if you really can't, just go to the basketball club with me, Wang Meng advised. He had already thought about going to the basketball club last night, and it just so happened that the basketball club was right next door, so he tried to persuade Lu Yugong. It's a shame that Lu Yugong doesn't play basketball with this body, and it's no wonder people think he's looking in the wrong place. Lu Yugong was not moved by Wang Meng's words. He usually prides himself on being a cultural person, and now he is not in the poetry club, and he is going to the basketball club. What kind of words is this? Brother, I am destined to shine in the field of poetry. To go to the basketball club is to spoil the talent. If you want to go, you go yourself. I'm not going, Lu Yugong said to the sister of the poetry club. Sister, what should I do if I want to join the poetry club? Seeing that this black-skinned big and tall heart is so sincere, the school sister's attitude also got better. Class, why don't you come over here and fill out the form first? Okay. Lu Yugong was the first to join the club, while Wang Meng was the second. After all, the basketball club was right next to it. Brother Wildchild, which club are you going to go to? Wang Xiaoshui asked. I'm going to the anime club later. What about you? Have you decided which club you want to go to? I'm still waiting for my informant to send me a message, and I'm following up to see where Yancy went when I'm sure. Good guy, chasing a girl to get with the same spy drama, but also talent. Jiang Yi is thinking, their own dormitory is not a piece of feng shui treasure. How all out of talent. So are you going to check out the anime club with me first or just wait here? Wang Xiaoshui thought about it and said, I'd better wait here. Without saying much, Eno began to look for the location of the anime club on his own. On the way, there were many people who were pulling in new students gathered around Jiang Yi to introduce their clubs to him, but Jiang Yi directly said that he had already chosen a club, so he didn't delay for too long, or else he would probably have walked less than 100 meters by now. The recruitment point of the anime club was very crowded. Outrageously, most of them were boys. Jiang Yi estimated that the reason for surrounding so many people should be rushing towards the 2 schoolmates in charge of recruitment. The 2 schoolmates in charge of recruiting, one cosplaying Asuna and the other cosplaying Raimu, just stood there, instantly attracting a large number of otaku. But unfortunately Su Shishir didn't come to the scene. Even Xiao Yuer as the president of the animation club didn't come. It seems that after the 3rd year of college will be really busy with studies. Not to mention that Su Shishir also has to work part-time. Speaking of part-time jobs, I don't know if the older sister contacted her yet. Students, I'm sorry, but our anime club is full, so let's go check out another club. How did they fill up so quickly? It's okay sister, I'll just go in and do some odd jobs. Sorry class, it's really full. So everyone disperse. The boys sniffed, then left reluctantly. Jiang Yi did not expect the anime club to be so popular. It seems that he still underestimated the status of the 2nd generation in the hearts of otaku. Waiting until everyone had almost left, Jiang Yi then went up and asked that, Senior sister, I want to join our animation club. Is it possible? Didn't I say it had been recruited? You're an Eno student? Eno was puzzled. You know me? The president had sent us your picture when you came in this morning and said to just let you in straight away when you came in. Jiang Yi cried and laughed. I did not expect to go to college by the back door, into a club or by the back door, but it does not matter, as long as you can get along with the soft budding sister a little more time. The back door on the back bar. Jiang Yi quickly filled out his information. The recruiting sister then said, Jiang Yi student, we have a party on Friday night. But I remember that you seem to be Shursher's schoolmate's boyfriend, so he will definitely inform you then. I won't add your contact information. Okay sister. Thank you sister. Joining the anime club, Ino also prepares to end the day. It was also at this moment that Jiang Yi noticed Yang Xiyu and Cui Jia, who were surrounded by a group of people in front of him. Immediately, he took out his cell phone and called Wang Xiaoshui. Shuiko, are you still over at the poetry club? Yes brother Noko. What is it? Walk forward a couple hundred meters and you'll see Yang Xiyu. Don't thank brother. Brother is so righteous. Wang Xiaoshui. Chapter 15, Do I Look Like a Pussy? Yang Xiyu and Choi Jae would be thinking about joining that club this time as well. One was a newcomer school beauty, and the other was also a first-class beauty, and these people in charge of recruiting new students were glowing at the sight of them. Class, join our magazine. Classmate, don't listen to her. It's better to join our badminton club. What's so good about your badminton club? Don't mislead people here. To talk about clubs also have to come to our tea club, which is a good place to cultivate your body and mind, and really combine work and rest. Alas and alack, classmate, don't go away. Our tea arts club has just recently put on new tea. Come and sit down if you have nothing to do. Yang Xiyu and Cui Jia were overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of these people, and it took a lot of effort to escape. Suddenly, Yang Xiyu's eyes lit up and she pulled Cui Jia towards the hanbok club in front of her. Cui Jia, look at these hanboks. They're really beautiful. Why don't we join the hanbok club? Sure, go ahead and ask. Aha. Seeing Yang Xiyu's promise, Cui Jia was ready to fulfill her duty as an informant, although this was a little bit sorry for her best friend. But what Wang Xiaoshui gave was just too much. Of course, the main reason was still because Cui Jia could see that Wang Xiaoshui genuinely liked Yang Xiyu, or else she wouldn't agree even if she gave more benefits. However, before Cui Jia's message could be sent, Wang Xiaoshui himself had already run over. Wang Xiaoshui, oh. As soon as Yang Xiyu saw Wang Xiaoshui, she frowned. Why is this guy everywhere? Like a ghost? He's a ghost. Cui Jia couldn't help but say it's not that exaggerated. I see that people are quite good to you although silly is silly a bit. Yancy gave her a blank look. If you think he's good, you can keep him for yourself. Then forget it. I'm only responsible for helping, but I can't do a favor and get myself involved. But then again, how did Wang Xiaoshui find him? Wang Xiaoshui went straight over after seeing Yang Xiyu and Cui Jia. What a coincidence. You guys are watching the club too. Yancy didn't give the slightest bit of face. Not coincidentally. We've already finished watching. Wang Xiaoshui's heart was cold. How could he talk about this? But it was good that there was a Cui Jia beside him to round off the conversation. See you, didn't you say you wanted to join the hanbok club? Let's take a look at it. Hanbok club is good. My favorite thing is hanbok. It just so happens that I haven't chosen to enter that club yet. Why don't we go together to check it out? Looking at Cui Jia singing with Wang Xiaoshui, Yang Xiyu knew that her roommate had been bribed. Yang Xiyu actually understands Wang Xiaoshui's mind, but she just doesn't have any feeling for Wang Xiaoshui. She comes from a military family. Compared to Wang Xiaoshui, this kind of creamy boy, she prefers that kind of masculine, responsible man. Wang Xiaoshui, do you like me? Yang Xiyu was ready to chat the topic away directly. Yang Xiyu's character is that if you like it, you like it. If you don't like it, you don't like it, and you won't do anything to hang on to other people. Wang Xiaoshui didn't expect Yang Xiyu to ask such a question, but looking at the other party's serious expression, Wang Xiaoshui still answered yes. I just like you. What do you like about me? Have you ever gotten to know me? What makes you think you like me? Yang Xiyu's aura was too powerful at the moment, and she directly came with a triple question, giving Wang Xiaoshui a confused question. That's what I like about your personality. As it is, you're sick. Not to mention Yang Xiyu, even Cui Jia beside her and Jiang Yi, who was eavesdropping from behind, couldn't help but laugh. Yang Xi language is even more directly by the whole speechless. I have said so obvious. You still have to dead skin, is it? Then don't blame me. Mr. Wang Xiaoshui, let me tell you directly. I won't like you because you're not my type at all. I'm into guys who are manly, have personality, and take charge. I don't like pussies. I don't like pussy. Not a fan of pussy. Pussy. Wang Xiaoshui's whole body was dumbfounded. A sissy? Do I look like a sissy? Wang Xiaoshui took a look at what he was wearing, and the faint perfume, although it was a little bit flirtatious. But is flirtatious considered effeminate? Cui Jia, let's go. Yang Xiyu walked away with Cui Jia, leaving Wang Xiaoshui alone and messing up alone in the wind. Jiang Yi went up and patted his shoulder. You heard it all, brother Wildchild? Heard that. Wang Xiaoshui turned around and said with a serious expression, do I really look like a pussy? How is that possible? But come on, dude has a point, haha. You're really being a bit of a tart. Wang Xiaoshui revealed a smile that was worse than crying. Don't say anything. Drink tonight. My treat. Alas, it seems that Shui Zi is really sad this time. In the past, when he was rejected, he could still cheer himself up. This time, he actually thought of borrowing alcohol to dispel his sorrows. Okay, let's go back to the dorm first and change, and call those two as well. Wang Xiaoshui is like a new person. The road back to talk less becomes silent. Zhang Yi found several topics did not chat. Seeing this, Zhang Yi did not say anything more. Fortunately, my school sister is not like Yang Xiyu that kind. Also not right. The school sister's temper is not small. The last time the freshman party, the school sister also said that originally want to go to and that Sushu Shanshan to do a fight. It really doesn't seem to be that senior sister is good-tempered, but that senior sister is good to me. And even though it's a bit out of place to be happy right now, Zhang Yi still feels lucky to have met a girl as good as senior sister. Lu Yugang and Wang Mang were gulping down smoke by the balcony, and when they saw Zhang Yi and Wang Xiaoshui coming back, they immediately sent the two of them cigarettes. What took you guys so long? Did you pick a club yet? Ino replied, I joined the anime club. Shueiko, let's talk about it tomorrow. Seeing Wang Xiaoshui's bitter face, Wang Mang asked, what's wrong? Shui Zi, are you having your period too? How do men get their period? Lu Yugang asked again. Then why do you have this look on your face? Wang Xiaoshui waved his hand. Don't say anything. Go out and drink. Brother's treat. Lu Yugang and Wang Mang cast a questioning look at Zhang Yi, who shook his head, meaning, don't ask anything, just follow. Wang Xiaoshui's BMW basically did not move after parked in the school. The top is dusty, but the good thing is that there is not a lot of ash. Does not affect the appearance in the slightest. Wang Xiaoshui is a Shanghai people. Where to go to drink his own heart? Anyway, open is to drive to. Near and far do not matter. While he was still at his destination, Ino sent a message to his schoolmate. Last time, it was because I drank too much that I didn't reply to my senior sister's message in time, causing her to be angry. So this time, I'll say it in advance. After all, I don't know how long I'll drink tonight. River Wild, sister, what's going on? Soft SCHOLMAID, I was just about to find you. Su Shirshir was about to look for Zhang Yi to say something, but she didn't expect Zhang Yi to also happen to send a message. River Wild, what's going on? Soft budding sister, you last time for me to find a part-time job. Today that side let me do a PPT. The morning just finished. I did not expect the afternoon to give me the money over. Worthy of the China Construction Group, more reliable than those small companies. Zhang Yi pretended to be angry and said, shouldn't it be my younger brother? I am more reliable. To find you such a good part-time job. Soft and cute school sister, yes. Brother is the most reliable, love you, emoticon. Zhang Yi saw his senior sister posting this emoji, and couldn't help but want to call his senior sister to hear her voice. But once he thought that there was an emo Wang Xiaoshui next to him, he still held back. River Wild, sister, let me tell you something. Soft and cute schoolmate, say it. Sister is happy now. I will promise you whatever you say. Chapter 16, Conflict in the Bar. Su Shirshir was now happy that her brother was not only able to love people, but was also so reliable. Chatting with your elementary school brother again, so happy? Xiao Yuer on the side asked. Yeah, it's hard not to be happy when your brother is so wonderful. Su Shirshir spoke like a little girl showing off her baby brother to her best friend. By the way, do you want to try that part-time job I told you about this afternoon? Forget it, these days the club is recruiting. It's too busy to be busy. Xiao Yuer sighed. Su Shirshir nodded okay. At that moment, Zhang Yi's message was sent again. River Wild, it's just a night out with my roommate for a few drinks and to check in with my sister. Stinky brother and ran to drink. Last time to drink too much. Sent so many messages it did not return. Su Shirshir want to persuade Zhang Yi do not go, but also feel that they are a little too strict control. Thought about replying to the drink can, but cannot drink too much. Yo, the school sister is also too cute. Zhang Yi giggle, and then replied, no problem. To ensure that when you go back to school, people are sober. After ending their chat with their schoolmates, the four of them, had also arrived at their destination. Infinite Joy Bar. Whether it was fast or not inside Zhang Yi did not know, but Zhang Yi knew that Wang Xiaoshui had come here because he was unhappy. Handsome son, this place is not cheap. Brothers follow you to this consumption trip. Have to drink half a month of the northwest wind. If you really want to drink, let's find a kebab place. Eat and drink it. Wang Mang had swiped the video of the Infinite Joy Bar on the internet, and this bar was one of the most important in the whole of Shanghai, with a consumption of 4 digits to start with, which is why Wang Mang had said such words. I'll pay for tonight. You guys build whatever you want. Shueiko atmosphere. A few people found a card seat. Just sat down, not a moment. There is a young and beautiful girl sat over. A few people will not be able to give a whole. Wang Xiaoshui was familiar with the situation, and soon chatted with the girls around him, while Jiang Yi's trio appeared to be a bit at a loss, not knowing what to do. Jiang Yi before, although he likes to play, but never go to these entertainment venues, Lu Yugang and Wang Mang, not to mention, usually drink is also the roadside night snack stalls naked and open dry. This kind of place have not come much. Missy, that man probably needs you more than I do. Why don't you go stay with him? Jiang Yi pointed at Wang Xiaoshui and said to the girl beside him. He already had a schoolmate, so naturally he didn't want to be so close to other girls. The girl next to me was a little reluctant to say, little brother, you're alone. How meaningless. I accompany you, can still be a companion. What do you say? That's not necessary. You can just go over there. Well, although the girl is not willing, but do this line, the guests say what is what. She did not dare not listen. Not to mention that Wang Xiaoshui are according to the highest consumption point of the wine. Maybe accompanied by a good can also happen something. Unfortunately, this girl thought too much. Wang Xiaoshui just rushed to drink tonight. The dice hadn't been shaken yet, and the awesome hadn't been blown, and a person had already drank quite a lot, and the whole person was in a drifting state. Jiang Yi, three people looked at Wang Xiaoshui in this situation, and were already considering whether to bring this bastard back to the dormitory, or just find a hotel for him in the neighborhood. Wang Mang and the girls around him ran to the dance floor and twirled. Lu Yugang is not very good at coping with this kind of occasions. Was surrounded by girls straight into the wine. Not for a while, was also a whole dizzy. Good for you, Gongzi. You were so fierce last time you drank with me, but now you're drinking with someone else and you can't do it so quickly. Jiang Yi looked at Lu Yugang this silly like wanna laugh. And Wang Xiaoshui is not an oil lamp, just a moment ago on the side of the girl lovingly, and now drink confused, but also began to move on people. That approach, it seems to be a flower bush veteran. Little Shui, brother still likes your old dedicated look. The environment in the bar was too noisy, so when Wang Mang came down from the dance floor, Jiang Yi asked him to watch the two for a while he ran outside to clear his head. Inside the bar, to Jiang Yi's feeling, is noisy and stuffy. The whole person is uncomfortable. Smoke, do not want to smoke. Once outside, all the body is a lot of comfort. The first thing is to put the cigarette on the point. Now it is already more than 11 o'clock at night. The school sister has already fallen asleep. Jiang Yi himself is also a little sleepy. This neighborhood hotel is quite a lot. Cannot be in the neighborhood to open a room, forget it. To save Shui Zi tomorrow, still have to come back to drive. Just as Jiang Yi was trying to figure out how to arrange it, Wang Mang called. Nozomi, where are you people? Come on in. Shui Zi is fighting with someone. Jiang Yi mentally cursed the fact that there were so many things to do, and that he could fight with someone for the effort of smoking a cigarette, but he still hung up the phone and rushed in. By the time Jiang Yi rushed over, the inside of the bar was already a mess. Wang Xiaoshui was pressed and whacked by two Mediterranean middle-aged men, and Lu Yugang rushed in to help him relieve half the pressure and take half the whacks. Two people are drunk. In addition to the hands of the time to take advantage of a head start, the back are always in the beatings. Lu Yugang is even more people have been staring at the ass-kicking. Wang Mang has the intention to help, but his own side still have to cope with two people. The security guards in the bar saw the scene, not only don't care, even in the dark, to give those few Mediterranean men help. After all, these bosses have not tipped them before. On the contrary, Wang Xiaoshui 3 is just a student. Jiang Yi originally thought to come in and still have a conversation, and even thought that he could come in and pretend to hit the face, and experience what it is like to be a crooked-lipped god of war. But now it seems that there is no such opportunity at all. Wang Xiaoshui, your grandfather, start tomorrow to bring a month of breakfast to brother. Jiang Yi heart, unhesitatingly rushed in, although it did not play a role in instantly reversing the situation, but it still relieved a lot of pressure on his side. Wang Mang gradually slowed down. In the duo's tacit understanding of the cooperation, already have the strength of the other side of the 50-50. Mighty, what's going on? The guy with the glasses wanted to take the girl who was drinking with Handsome, and when Handsome refused, the two fought. Wang Mang and Jiang Yi were back to back, and while gasping for breath, he explained to Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi glanced at Wang Xiaoshui and Lu Yugang lying next to him. The two were beaten like a pig's head. Wang Xiaoshui was completely self-inflicted. Jiang Yi just felt wrong for Lu Yugang. Such a big guy. Just because he was drunk and didn't put up a fight at all, he got beat up like a pig. This brother, why don't we talk? This is Shanghai after all. Jiang Yi is not very familiar with it, and now Jiang Yi character is not as belligerent as before. That's why he intends to solve it peacefully. Kid, do you know who I am and you want to talk to me? Brothers, give me a fight. I'll be responsible for anything that happens. The leading Mediterranean didn't give Jiang Yi a chance to talk at all, and directly greeted the people next to him to make a move. Jiang Yi only felt that the plot was a bit of déjà vu. when he was in the capital. He also led a group of people in the same way to act as a bully, not expecting that one day he would be the one to be beaten. He and Wang Meng began to be able to fight, but later slowly also some forces unable to do. Face, body, more places are hanging color. Brat, you dared to call me out without inquiring who I am. I'll let you learn a lesson today. Zhang Yi fire has long been up, just surrounded by a group of people cannot find the leader of the people where, and now hear the leader of the people shouting. Smooth hand copied the side of the bottle, knocked out of the way, and then viciously looked at the leading man, to his head of the Mediterranean Sea directly smashed down. Police, put the bottle down. That's when the police finally arrived. Chapter 17, kicked the iron bar. Name, Eno. Gender, male. How old are you? What are you doing in Shanghai? No, comrade cop, is it fun for you to keep asking me that? We moved together, so you brought me and my classmates back, and those guys don't care? You've got to get your attitude right. You don't know how much you just hit him? He is still lying in the hospital. Whether you can go out, when to go out, all depends on whether they pursue your responsibility. Understand? Zhang Yi was unconvinced. Should I just stand there and let him fight? The interrogating policeman first turned off the recorder, then said, young man, you are still too young. The person you beat up is not a good bird, but after all, he is now in the hospital. If he has to seize this matter does not let go, you really will be in trouble. Do you understand what I mean? The interrogating police officer can't bear to see Zhang Yi, a college student, cut off his own good future in order to show off. Although a colleague gave him a greeting, if necessary, he can give this kid a little color, but he still wants to let Zhang Yi bow his head, so that the one lying in the hospital to dissipate his anger. What are you afraid of? I don't believe he dares to touch me. Zhang Yi skimmed his mouth and said disdainfully, why won't you kid listen to persuasion? The interrogator was also speechless, and when he wanted to persuade him further, the door of the interrogation room was opened. Outside walked in a young police officer. First looked at Zhang Yi, then said to the interrogating police officer inside Li team, you first come out for a moment. Why Shaw? I'm in the middle of something. You came to me first to see something. Team Li followed the police officer surnamed Xiao to his desk. On the table there is a computer, and inside the computer is exactly Zhang Yi's family information. Team Li took a look and froze. Ouch, I go. This kid is actually Zhang Jianjun's son. Team Li slid the mouse and continued to look at Zhang Yi's background information, which was not to be seen, but to be seen was a shock. Father Zhang Jianjun, the chairman of China Construction Group. Mother Zhou Yuding. At first glance is nothing special, but Zhou Yuding's background column inside another group of loud and clear characters. More importantly, Zhang Yi's grandfather. That is the founding minister of the state of China. Only on TV have the opportunity to see. Team Li. What now? Team Li was glad that he hadn't said anything out of the ordinary just now, even though it had made that male a bit uncomfortable, but those were all necessary to the flow of the conversation. Let him and his three classmates go first, and tell him to wait for the other two to sober up and come back to fill out his statement. Team Li said bluntly. The young policeman named Xiao asked again, what about the ones in the hospital? Li Team thought about it, clenched his teeth and said, what to do? Hit a person is still out there on the loose, against the heavens, all arrested back for interrogation. Yes, inside the hospital. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This little hit's so damn hard. Brother Zhao, that kid is still staying in the police station. Do you want me to call Captain Yen while I'm at it? Okay, just say I'm very uncomfortable right now and ask for a full body checkup, and have that little pay for it. The man next to him was just about to make a phone call when he didn't realize that the door to the hospital room was open straight away. Officer, I was just about to call your Captain Yen. What are you going to do about that kid? My brother Zhao is particularly uncomfortable right now. He wants to have a checkup, and he's still waiting for that kid to pay for the damages. You can leave the others alone for now and come with us. Ugh, no. Officer, what do you guys mean? Cut the crap. I'm telling you, not only you, but the rest of you who did it have all been brought back to the police station. It's just the two of you know. Then pointed to the person lying on the bed, and instructed the two young police officers behind him. Xiao's son, Xiao Wu, you too, take him to do a checkup, and if there is nothing wrong, bring him back to me as well. Yes, two people framed surnamed Zhao Mediterranean Sea to the doctor. Surnamed Zhao see the situation is not right. Hurriedly pulled the relationship police officer. I am your Captain Yan's friend. Your captain did not say hello to you? Mr. Zhao, you'd better mind your own business. The Captain Yan you're talking about is under investigation right now. He doesn't have the time to greet us. The Mediterranean Sea surnamed Zhao's face was like ashes as soon as he heard this. Paralyzed on the ground. He now only wanted to know what Zhang Yi was in the end. Even Captain Yan fell. But no matter what Zhang Yi's origin was, he knew that he had mentioned the iron plate this time. On this side of the police station, Jiang Yi came out in a state of confusion, but in his heart, he vaguely guessed that he should have read his own background information. Otherwise the contrast between before and after would not be so big. Wang Mang is now looking at Wang Xiaoshui angry. He was just asked by the police half a day. The result says the originator of Wang Xiaoshui is now sleeping. As for the other sleeping Lu Yugang, forget it, but also an unlucky goods. Noko, what do we do now? Let's find a place for these two to lie down first, and then just wait for them to wake up and come back for statements. Like the cops said. The two glanced at Wang Xiaoshui and Lu Yugang who were lying down inside at the same time. Ugh. After finding a hotel and opening a clockroom for a few hours, Jiang Yi and Wang Mang didn't know when the two of them would wake up, so they could only rely on playing games to pass the time. What makes the two of them more worried is that this body injury, to the school how to meet people, Jiang Yi and how to explain to the school sister, think about it is upset. A sleepless night. Hiss. Where the hell is this? Lu Yugang woke up with a dumbfounded look on his face and immediately felt pain all over his body. Shui Zi. Mang Zi. What did you do to me? Why does it hurt so much? Asterisk. Gangzi, you hurt just as much as you hurt. What's the point of covering your ass? On the buttocks most painful. I do not cover the buttocks to cover where? Not. You in the end did what to me? Lu Yugang grimaced in pain. The brain is a muddle. Woke up broken. Only know the pain. Last night's events cannot recall. At this time, Wang Xiaoshui also woke up. Jiang Yi asked first Shui Zi. You won't be as drunk as Gang Zi, right? No. It's still remembered. Wang Xiaoshui stammered. He didn't expect something like that to happen yesterday. Mainly because he was in such a bad mood and had been drinking. That's why he got into a conflict with someone else. Now that he thinks about it, he also regrets it. Alas. Originally wanted to let the brothers out to accompany themselves to drink some wine. Did not expect to end up turning into brothers together to accompany themselves to be beaten. Brothers, I am sorry this time. Wang Xiaoshui apologized with a very sincere attitude. And in order to show his sincerity, he added when the injury is healed, I'll treat my brothers to a drink. Don't. Drink or not. Brothers really can't stand this kind of tossing. Lu Yugang was just dumbfounded right now, completely unable to understand what the three people were saying. Brothers, what the hell are you talking about? What the hell is going on with this wound on us? Mastodon, help him remember. So then, Wang Mang told Lu Yugang what happened yesterday one by one. Asterisk. Meaning I stepped on the ground like a dead pig and got whacked? Pretty much. Lu Yugang looked at Wang Xiaoshui, and the other party lowered his head in shame, which made Lu Yugang unable to say anything else. Not to mention that Wang Xiaoshui had already apologized, just based on the fact that he had changed his name from brother to brother. This beating was not in vain. Chapter 18, I don't think I'll be able to face anyone. Sunrise. Wang Xiaoshui and Lu Yugang returned to the police station to make a statement. Because of Jiang Ye's relationship, these two people's treatment is obviously much better. And last night's Jiang Yi two people in stark contrast. Lu Wanggang was not clear about the details of this, and thought that the police were giving Wang Xiaoshui such good treatment because of the money in his family. Alas, money is good Wang Gang lamented look at people handsome son of this treatment. If not buddy last night stayed inside. Cannot believe that this is the police station. Look like in the resort vacation. Come on mammoth, cut it out. People should hear you and talk to you again. Soon. Wang Xiaoshui and Lu Yugang's statements were done. Wang Xiaoshui is sober but not completely sober. And everyone is still so young that they definitely won't let him drive. Wang Mang and Lu Yugang both wanted to try the BMW, but Lu Yugang's ass was really hurting. So in the end the task of driving was given to Wang Mang. Wang Mang first time to open the BMW is still a little excited. His family is not bad, but in Wang Xiaoshui then or a little worse. Not to mention in Jiang Yi family then. So although the family has a car, but it is mainly practical, not worth much money. BMW experience cards it only took a couple of people an hour to get back to the school, and by then it was already after 10 o'clock. There was a class in the morning, but everyone was carrying injuries on their bodies, and Jiang Yi and Wang Mang's injuries were in conspicuous areas that couldn't be covered at all. Mighty, are we still going to class like this? Wang Mang looked at himself in the glasses. His left eye was swollen from being punched, and there were several red and swollen areas on his face. It was already in a completely broken state, but after seeing Jiang Yi's face, a moment of relief. Both are similar. He is the left eye. Jiang Yi is the right eye. Or don't go at all. Two people in this state are completely shameless. Lu Yugang and Wang Xiaoshui still went to class. Wang Xiaoshui fell fast enough last night. There is no injury on the body. Lu Yugang's injuries are all in the buttocks. the surface cannot be seen. The main reason for the two to go to class was still to give Zhang Yi and Wang Mang a shout out. Wang Mang in bed to make up sleep. Last night did not sleep. He is really sleepy. And then do not sleep for a while. Are close to fall directly to the ground. Zhang Yi also want to sleep. But this sleep down do not know when to wake up. So have to give a greeting to the school sister in advance. Wang Mang collapsed and fell asleep. Sleeping like a dead pig. There was no need to worry about disturbing him. So Zhang Yi directly called his schoolmate. Sister, what's going on? Thinking about my baby brother. Su Shishir came up to be the king of bomb. To Zhang Yi's small heart hole thumping straight jump. I was thinking about you too. So do you have classes in the morning? If not, let's meet now? Zhang Yi immediately came to the spirit of hearing. Directly jumped up from the bed. The result of a start fierce. Pulling the body's wounds for pain. Hiss. What's wrong, stinky brother? It's okay. Accidentally hit my head. Zhang Yi hadn't thought of how to tell his senior sister about this. And even more so, he didn't want her to see him like this now. So he could only find a random excuse. These 2 days are a little too much class. But not for 2 days? Zhang Yi said tentatively. Deceiving his senior sister this kind of thing, he was still a little weak. But Su Shishir didn't think that Zhang Yi would lie to herself. She only thought that Zhang Yi was really busy in the past 2 days. So she replied, okay. In 2 days, sister will take you to eat the Sichuan cuisine that you ate when you first met. I'll treat you, sis. All the same, it's a deal. Aha. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yi heart breathed a sigh of relief. Lying on the bed, less than a minute sleepiness surged up. Put down the phone. Fell asleep to go. What I didn't know was that there was a follow-up about him going into the police station. Time back to 9 in the morning. Capital City. Inside a certain villa. Zhou Yuting woke up early for once in a rare while. Ready to check her cell phone. Brush up on videos and whatnot. Only to receive a message from Shanghai. The message was exactly about the video of his son being beaten up. And the process and outcome of going into the police station. Lao Jiang. Don't sleep. Your son got beaten up. Zhang Jianjun in a daze. Only to hear his wife's roar. And then his back received a move of sweet honey palm. Zhang Jianjun only felt that last night's snacks were almost spit out. And after slowing down, only then reacted to what his wife had just said. Yo, that kid got into another fight with someone? Is it with classmates or with whom? Then said indifferently. Anyway, it's just a small fight. Why so excited? Zhang Jianjun hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter. Thinking that Zhang Yi just had a small conflict with someone else. In his opinion, between boys, some small quarrels are normal. Zhang Jianjun, open your eyes wider and see. Is this a small fight? Zhou Yuting people are now like a volcano that is ready to erupt. Her son was spoiled by her from childhood. Although he was naughty a little bit before. But now he already understands a lot. And from childhood to adulthood she didn't bother to hit a little bit. And now he actually lets other people hit him. Which makes her, how can she not be angry? Zhang Jianjun, do you care or not? If you don't care, I'll find my dad. Of course I have to care. I can't ignore it when my son is being beaten up. I'll call the people over in Shanghai right now. Zhang Jianjun also came to fire after reading the causes and consequences of the matter. His thoughts were similar to Zhou Yuting's, although in his eyes, his son grew up as a character who made small mistakes but not big ones. But he is usually to criticize and educate the main. And there is a wife to protect. He did not dare to hit his son. If his son is playing with classmates, it would be fine. But now it is being bullied by the community. Then he has to be in charge. What's more, the old man-in-law from the beginning of the past has always been not to treat himself, even if later career success still do not see, and finally still rely on the birth of the son to ease the relationship. If the old father-in-law knew that his grandson was being bullied and he, as a father, still didn't care, then he wouldn't let his two great-uncles beat on his door. Zhang Jianjun said and directly called the people in Shanghai, and the phone was connected at the first time. I'm Zhang Jianjun. Mr. Zhang, you say. My son was bullied in Shanghai, and although the culprit has been caught, I'm not satisfied with the outcome of the handling, and I'm hoping that you'll give me a satisfactory answer by this afternoon. Okay, Mr. Jiang, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer before this afternoon. Zhang Jianjun hung up the phone. To Zhou Yuting said, how wife? Before the afternoon to answer. So you are satisfied with it? Zhou Yuting blankly glanced at him. Don't act as if you've accomplished your mission. That's also your son. Yes. Everything the wife says is right. The fate of the Mediterranean Sea, surnamed Zhao, by Zhang Jianjun, casually a sentence to the bottom. It is not easy to survive to come out of the police station, and then by the comrades of the industry and commerce to find the door, and then the fire, the Ministry of Health. In short, it is a constant trouble. Finally, even his upstream customers and downstream suppliers are called to interrupt cooperation with him. A time the industry was whole broken. Surnamed Zhao Mediterranean. After learning these news, but also directly collapsed, again into the hospital. The sleeping Eno who was lying on his bed didn't know that these things were happening, let alone that someone was looking for him at the classroom door. Chapter 19, Sissy Sue is angry. It was a rare occasion that Sue Shershur didn't have any classes this morning, and at the moment, she was carrying 2 cups of milk tea towards the classroom where the finance department was holding classes. Originally, she had planned that if John Yi was free in the morning, the two of them could meet and have a meal to enhance their relationship or something. But it turned out that Jiang Yi said he had a class in the morning. Since my brother is not available, let my sister come to you in person. However, after waiting for a long time at the classroom door, and easily waiting until the end of the class, but never saw Jiang Yi walk out, Sue Shershur wondered if she had gone to the wrong classroom. Where's your little brother? Isn't he in this classroom? Just as Sue Shershur was about to call Jiang Yi, the last 3 boys in the classroom walked out holding each other. Lu Yugang sat in his seat for more than an hour, feeling that his butt was not his own but anymore, and now he could not walk at all, and was assisted out of the classroom by Wang Xiaoshui and Li Hailin from the next dormitory, and did not notice Sue Shershur outside the door. Shui-chan, should we bring some food back for those 2 in the dormitory? Wang Xiaoshui thought about it and said to Li Hailin next to him, Hailin, you help Gangzi back for a bit, I'll go to the cafeteria to buy food for them both. Of course it's no problem to help, but Xiaoshui, what did you guys do in the dormitory last night? How come Jiang Yi and Wang Mang became panda eyes as soon as they came back? It can't be that they were beaten up, right? Li Hailin couldn't help but ask. Sue Shershur didn't know Wang Xiaoshui and Lu Yugang, much less Li Hailin, so she didn't care about the three's conversation at first until they talked about Jiang Yi's name. Classmates, what did you guys say about Eno being beaten up? Sue Shershur was instantly nervous when she heard that Jiang Yi was being beaten up, and Wang Xiaoshui's trio only then noticed that Sue Shershur actually came to the classroom and heard their conversation. Sue Shershur didn't know Wang Xiaoshui's trio, but all 3 of them knew Sue Shershur, and they even knew that she was Jiang Yi's girlfriend. That, senior sister, Jiang Yi didn't tell you himself? Wang Xiaoshui asked weakly. He just didn't tell me anything, that's why I'm asking you guys. Classmate, you tell me first if Jiang Yi is injured? Is the injury serious? Sue Shershur's tone was a bit urgent, and her heart was even more worried. Wang Xiaoshui and the 3 of them were a little afraid to answer. After all, Jiang Yi himself hadn't said anything, so how could they dare to say anything? But now Sue Shershur was obviously not letting them leave without asking clearly. In the end, it was Wang Xiaoshui who could not resist the pressure to tell the cause and effect of the matter. After all, this matter was caused by him. Senior sister, this matter is due to me. Don't blame brother Wildchild. If you want to blame me, blame me. Sue Shershur was indeed very angry, especially after hearing the reason for what happened. She looked at Wang Xiaoshui even more unfavorably, actually bringing my baby brother to that kind of place. But what made her even more angry was that her brother would actually lie to people now, and he didn't give me a word when he was injured, although she knew that Jiang Yi didn't want to worry himself, but she was just angry. Wang Xiaoshui was also in an apprehensive mood. In case Sue Shershur had a conflict with brother Wildchild because of this, then he would be guilty of this. Sue Shershur was silent for a moment, and then said expressionlessly, Student Wang, go back and tell Jiang Yi to meet me at the school gate at around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Wang Xiaoshui hurriedly nodded his head in agreement, and in his heart, he was already prepared to beg for forgiveness from Jiang Yi, while Sue Shershur walked away without looking back after saying this. Jiang Yi is still sleeping in bed, until Wang Xiaoshui and Lu Yugang returned to the dormitory, shouted half a day to wake him up. Angry Jiang Yi, direct anger asterisk 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 asterisk. You two have a disease. Brother, sleep well. Wake me up what? Brother Wildchild. Something big has happened. Wang Xiaoshui said in a fiery voice. Jiang Yi directly want to curse the mother. How do you kid everyday accident? What's wrong with you again? Wang Xiaoshui heard that Jiang Yi thought wrong, and hurriedly explained. It's not me. It's you. Me? What can I do? Jiang Yi said in disbelief. Did you not tell your sister-in-law about last night? Wang Xiaoshui gave Jiang Yi a shock when he said this. She wouldn't know. Would she? How would she know? Lu Yugang looked at these two people to say a word, grating. Directly interrupted. Just now we talked about you in front of the classroom. Was Sue Shershur's schoolmate heard? He let you at 5 o'clock in the afternoon to the school gate to wait for him. Jiang Yi asked again. Then what was her expression when she said that? Was she angry or anything? Although Sister Sue Shershur didn't have much of an expression on her face when she left. I think this is the prelude to a storm. Jiang Yi sniffed, directly cursed to asterisk 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 asterisk. Handsome son. This time buddy really killed by you. Wang Xiaoshui has long been prepared. Hurriedly begged for forgiveness. Wild brother. What to help you just say. Want money money. Want people people. What you say in the future brother are listening to you. Jiang Yi gave him a glance. Thinking, you girl, money is not more than me. People are not more than me. powerful is blowing more than me. But this matter was not intentional. Zhang Yi is not good to blame people. Okay, let me think about it. It was still less than 1 o'clock, and there were still 4 hours before 5 o'clock, which meant that Zhang Yi still had 4 hours to think about how to face her soft and cute schoolmate in a while. Thinking about it, he couldn't come up with a good idea, and finally gritted his teeth and directly called Su Shishir, and the call was quickly connected. What's going on, sis? Does it still hurt? It doesn't hurt. Zhang Yi's heart was warmed by his sister's concern for him, and he just thought that she shouldn't be so angry. But the next second he heard Su Shishir say without any emotion, "Why did you lie to me?" Zhang Yi hurriedly explained, "I didn't mean to lie to you. Mainly because I'm afraid you'll be worried. And another reason is that my younger brother. I'd been broken this time. I'm afraid you'll dislike me." Zhang Yi said, aggrieved, wanting to play some emotional cards, but the result was that Su Shishir didn't buy it at all. "Alright, I don't want to talk to you before 5 o'clock. What exactly is the situation? Wait until we meet at 5 o'clock. After saying that, Su Shishir hung up the phone. It's over, now the schoolteacher is really angry. Zhang Yi just feel the heart of the cold. And Wang Xiaoshui gas, Shui sun. This time if the buddy is cold, we do not want to live well. Wang Xiaoshui lay on the bed and acted as if he didn't hear it, nor did he dare to hear it. The time came quickly to 5 o'clock. Zhang Yi arrived at the school entrance half an hour early, only the schoolmate never arrived. Zhang Yi is now in a very complicated mood. He wants to see his sister quickly, explain clearly to her, and then make up, but he is also afraid that after seeing her, she will not be good with him. Alas, almost after another 5 minutes, Su Shishir finally appeared at the school entrance. In the setting sun, Zhang Yi could not see the expression on her face, just could feel that Su Shishir should still be angry. But I never thought that Su Shishir ran towards him directly after seeing Zhang Yi. Although Zhang Yi didn't understand what Su Shishir was thinking, he still opened his arms and embraced her. "Senior sister, you're not angry anymore?" Zhang Yi asked tentatively. Su Shishir didn't answer immediately, but grabbed Zhang Yi's hand and bit it hard, while Zhang Yi took it silently without saying a word. Only when her hand was bleeding did Su Shishir let go of her little mouth and said, "Do you think I'm angry now?" Chapter 20, Hotel Room? Should be angry, right? Ino replied. "No, I'm done venting my anger." Su Shishir glanced at Zhang Yi's hand that was already bleeding, and then said in pain, "Does it hurt?" Zhang Yi shook his head. "It doesn't hurt. As long as my sister isn't angry with me, I'll do whatever I'm told." Su Shishir sniffed and hugged Zhang Yi to her, but she wasn't very tall and could only stick to Zhang Yi's chest. So, Zhang Yi picked Su Shishir up directly, so that she could be face to face with herself, although this would make the wounds on her face work as pain, but it was very happy. This is the so-called pain and happiness. "Brother, don't ever lie to me again, okay? Well, I will never lie to you again." Zhang Yi wouldn't say anything nice, just giving his simplest yet most sincere answer. Only then was Su Shishir satisfied and got off of him. In fact, Su Shishir had long since stopped being angry, but she knew that she couldn't forgive Zhang Yi so easily. She had to teach him a little lesson, and after thinking about it, she came up with this solution, now that her anger had subsided. But looking at Zhang Yi, who was covered in bruises and had one swollen eye, she wanted to laugh and felt heartbroken at the same time. Sleepy now after a night at the police station? Not sleepy. Zhang Yi already had no sleepiness at noon. How could he still sleep after being scared like this? But now he thought of another thing. That is, if he didn't hide anything from his schoolmates, shouldn't he confess about his family situation as well? "Sister, there's one more thing I need to tell you," Zhang Yi decided to confess after some thought. "What is it?" "Actually, my family is very rich." Su Shishir gave Zhang Yi a speechless look. "Is Stinky Brother showing off with me?" Alright, I know your family is very rich. Even the house in the capital city is bought for you. Don't show off. Now first find a place and take care of this wound of yours." Obviously, Su Shishir didn't understand how rich Zhang Yi meant by rich and only thought that she was a small rich family. "I'm kind of being honest about this, right?" But senior sister didn't understand it herself, so there's nothing I can do about it. Zhang Yi didn't know where his senior sister was going to take him, but he just followed anyway. But when he really arrived at the place, his calm heart got excited again. Wine, hotel. "Sister, what are we doing? Why are you so excited?" Su Shishir looked at Zhang Yi's excited appearance and knew that he was thinking the wrong way. If it wasn't for her lack of height, she really wanted to give him a blow to this little head. Then why did we come to the hotel? Zhang Yi wondered. It's about to get dark, and the older sister is still bringing him to the hotel, alone with a man and a woman. So it's no wonder he's thinking about it. "Let's go. Look at your bruises. I don't know when you'll get better without some medicine." That was the purpose of Su Shishir bringing Zhang Yi to the hotel. Although her brother had lied to her, she still loved him. "Okay, dreams fall through. Jiang Yi heart sighs, Dad, Mom, it seems that you will not be able to hold a grandchild for a while. The moment the two walked into the hotel, they attracted the attention of the front desk lady. What a pretty girl, but the guy next to her is so much taller than her. Is this the most adorable height difference? But the two looked quite good together. I wonder what kind of strange positions they would be in at night. Originally the young lady was still indulging in fantasies, but when Jiang Yi and Su Shishir approached, she couldn't control her expression for a moment and laughed, and then immediately held it back, so one could tell that she was having a hard time. This handsome guy, how did he get beat up like a panda? Jiang Yi looked at the front desk of the young lady, suffocated, so difficult. Really cannot help but say, want to laugh, just laugh. I'm not going to complain about you. The lady at the front desk immediately explained, sorry handsome, I just thought of something interesting. Oh, well, tell me something interesting so that my girlfriend and I can be happy too. The lady at the front desk was not going to be able to straighten out by Jiang Yi. Alright, don't be poor, go into the room first. Su Shishir pulled Jiang Yi into the elevator, which allowed the front desk lady to get rid of her embarrassment. After entering the room, Su Shishir hung up her small purse, then lay down on the bed in big letters, and instructed Jiang Yi, there are medicines and cotton swabs to reduce the swelling inside that bag of mine, so take it out first. Su Shishir finished her sentence but got no response for half a day, and looked up to see Jiang Yi's eyes staring straight at her skirt. Su Shishir looked down. Finished, just lying too fast. The skirt did not cover well, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. Stinky brother, I'll gouge your eyes out if you look. Su Shishir hurriedly straightened her skirt. Jiang Yi then reluctantly averted his gaze, turned around to get the iodophore, and then suddenly turned back halfway. We can exchange. You look at my legs, I look at your legs. Believe it or not, I'll bite you to death. Ino rushed over to the small leather bag, and began searching for iodophore and cotton swabs. In fact, a long time ago Ino had been curious about what was inside his schoolmate's small purse. It seems that every girl's bag is a mobile treasure chest, which not only has a variety of cosmetics, as well as paper towels, sanitary pads, and even some will have a variety of snacks and so on. In short, it is what strange and bizarre things can be pulled out from the inside. However, there didn't seem to be anything messy in the schoolteacher's bag, other than the medicine and cotton swabs that she had purposely brought to reduce the swelling. There was only lipstick, a small mirror, and tissues and a charger. The charger. Wait, I seem to have discovered something remarkable. Sister brought the charger with her. Doesn't that mean that sister isn't going to go back to school today? // What are you giggling at, stinky brother? Did you find the stuff? Found it. Jiang Yi immediately handed Su Shishir the medicine and cotton swabs to reduce the swelling. Su Shishir smiled gratefully and faintly said, take off all your clothes. Is that a start, sis? What's all this nonsense about how I'm going to rub you if you don't take off your clothes? Even so, Jiang Yi is still a little not too good. Take off a dress, twisting and grinning. Su Shishir cannot stand to see. Go forward a hand to give him a grip down. Yo, brothers still got abs. Su Shishir unabashedly admired Jiang Yi's upper body, which in reality can be seen than before in the photo, looked much more feeling. Stinky brother, really not bad. Jiang Yi proudly said, that's for sure. Jiang Yi exerted his strength and showed off his muscles, which resulted in a wound that broke open at once and hurt like hell. Hiss, all beaten up like this and still showing off. You deserve it. Su Shishir said hurtful words on her lips, but on her hands, she kept applying medicine to Jiang Yi with cotton swabs. The two people were very close. Jiang Yi could even feel the faint fragrance emanating from his senior sister's body, which made Jiang Yi a little unable to help himself. His hand reached out to Su Shishir's waist, but just as he touched it, he was hit by Su Shishir with his hand. Stinky brother, you're not even honest when I give you medicine. Sister, I can't help it a little. Su Shishir shuddered inwardly at his words. What did his stinky brother want? He doesn't want to do it here, right? What should I do? Su Shishir weakly asked. You can't help what? Jiang Yi revealed a bad smile, holding Su Shishir's waist, and then both collapsed towards the bed at the back, and then brought his face closer. Looking at the other party's already red-hot face, slowly said, Sister, what do you think of this atmosphere now? Is it possible to continue what we didn't accomplish that night? Chapter 21, So Soft. Who did you learn this trick from? It's over. I can't hold on much longer. The two faces were so close that they could feel each other's breath, and Su Shishir only felt her heart beating so fast and fluttering that she didn't know what to say, so she simply closed her eyes directly. He'll be his from now on anyway, so that's it. No, can't let him take it. Originally, Jiang Yi saw Su Shishir's closed eyes were going to kiss up. Who knows, the next second Su Shishir suddenly opened her eyes. The pair of big watery eyes looked straight at him. Just when Jiang Yi did not know what to do, Su Shishir directly got up and pressed Jiang Yi underneath, with a bad smile on her face. Brother, you can only be underneath yo. Jiang Yi immediately stared with wide eyes. How this plot development is not quite the same as I imagined. Is it in the school sister here I was born to be a sufferer? But, so happy. The school sister's mouth, so soft. The two embraced each other, constantly kissing, changing breaths, kissing, but the two were limited to the kissing step and had no intention of moving on to the next step. I don't know how much time passed before the two finally gave up and parted, then looked at each other fondly. Sister, what are we doing here? To medicate you. Then you just kissed me, making me feel embarrassed. Jiang Yi shamelessly said. Angry Su Shishir bite on his lips. Jiang Yi stammering, begging for mercy words cannot say. This stinky brother is getting more and more shameless. Su Shishir bit for more than 30 seconds before letting go of her mouth, giving Jiang Yi the pain of an opening words cannot speak. Sister is too powerful. It's better to make her less angry in the future, or else she can really bite me to death next time. Stinky brother, know you're wrong? Su Shishir crossed her arms and puffed out her small mouth as she said aggressively, the way she thought she was being fierce. In Jiang Ye's eyes, she only felt cute, not like raising hell, but more like being pampered. Got it sis, never dare again. That's more like it. Su Shishir reached for the medicine and cotton swabs to reduce the swelling, and told Jiang Yi to lie down obediently again, continuing to reapply the areas that she hadn't gotten to earlier. Sister is too gentle. No, sister said that she's only gentle to me, but when she's mean, she's also milky. Jiang Yi looked at Su Shishir quietly like this. The love in his eyes simply couldn't be hidden until Su Shishir looked at his pants. Take it off. Sister, this won't be necessary, Ino said weakly. It's just too embarrassing to take your pants off in front of your schoolmates or something. Su Shishir was actually quite embarrassed. After all, she was also an untouched little girl. Where had she experienced this kind of scene? However, when she saw that Jiang Yi also looked shy, she smiled smugly in her heart. This stinky brother is also a little virgin. Su Shishir pretended to be sophisticated and said take it off. After taking it off, drill into the quilt, and just let your bottom flow out. After saying that, she even used her hand to cover her eyes in a serious manner. Sister is treating me like an ostrich, isn't she? She's even getting under the covers, so she's not just lying to herself. Jiang Yi also do not care. Manly man, grinding what is going on. Direct one does not do anything. A hand on the pants off and thrown aside, only to find that Su Shishir is through the gap between the fingers to watch their every move. The mouth also issued a silly smile. Jiang Yi's manhood, which had just been ignited, was gone in an instant, and the whole person directly shrank into the quilt, refusing to show his head to death. Brother be good. Stretch your leg out, sister has rubbed the medicine for you. Su Shishir gently patted the quilt, just like coaxing a child. I don't think I need to put medicine on my leg. It'll be fine in a few days. Stinky brother, I'm going to count to 3. You'd better come out obediently by yourself, or else. 1, 2, Jiang Yi stretched his leg out himself, not giving Su Shishir the chance to count to 3 at all. What is family status? This is family status. Su Shishir was satisfied with this attitude of Jiang Ye's and began to carefully anoint Jiang Yi with medicine. By the way, the anime club potluck is in 2 days. Do you want to play that role? Isn't it a party? What's with the role playing? Nonsense. What's an anime club party if not cosplay? Jiang Yi thought about it and asked, what role are you going to play? Sister? I don't have much interest in this, but Xiao Yuer gave me a set of clothes before. The character's name seems to be Wazumi Sagi, so I'll just wear that when the time comes. Su Shishir continued. Why don't I ask Xiao Yuer to find a set for you and bring it to you tomorrow? Ino nodded okay. He actually wasn't interested in any of this. The only one who interested him was his schoolmate, but the thought of her wearing those cute and adorable clothes made his heart a little excited. But then again, what does the Wakazumi Sai-chan you just mentioned look like? I'll have to go back and study up on it. By the way, am I still going back tonight? If I don't, will she bite me to death? Stinky brother, you seem to be thinking of something bad. Bad things. No, it's impossible. Brother, I'm honest. Ino flatly denied it. Su Shishir gave him a blank look, thinking, if honest people were like you, then there would be no dishonest people in this world. Jiang Yi a smile, looked at the time, now more than 8:40, almost 9 o'clock. If he can stick here until 11 o'clock, then you can use the time is too late. The dormitory is closed. This kind of old-fashioned reason. Sister, are you hungry? Do you want to order takeout? Jiang Yi said so. Su Shishir really feel a little hungry. For Su Shishir, the most important thing in the world is family. Stinky brother, make money, and then eat. But she belongs to how to eat will not be fat physique, much less like other girls to control their diet for the sake of weight. Order it, order a few more. Jiang Yi knows that the school sister's meal is amazing. Directly ordered 4 dishes and a soup. But Jiang Yi also has its own careful mechanism. That is, to choose a not far nor close to the restaurant. And so the takeaway delivery is estimated to take more than half an hour. In the eat half an hour, this time is not over well. The fact is just as Jiang Yi expected. When the delivery boy sent the meal over, it was already 9:50. A little longer than Jiang Yi expected. But the meal was packaged very well. None of it was cold. Jiang Yi thoughtfully opened the lid all the way, then greeted his senior sister and ate with her, and kept on giving her food, piling her bowl full. Don't just give me food, eat it yourself. Okay. School sister appetite is really good. Small stomach bulging, but still cannot stop loading. Looking at school sister eat so happy, Jiang Yi's appetite is also a lot better. It's so delicious and so satisfying. Half an hour later, Su Shishir patted her small stomach, contentedly lying on the chair. There was nothing more pleasurable than having enough to eat and drink. Why aren't you leaving yet? It's after 10. It's still early. It's still early. It's not too late to leave in a little while, said Jiang Yi somewhat heartily. Su Shishir gave him a suspicious look and said, brother, you're not thinking of spending the night here with me, are you? Chapter 22, what are you doing with my pants? The senior sister was just too smart to guess her thoughts so quickly. Jiang Yi shamelessly said, then spending the night here, is it okay? Of course not. Scram. Su Shishir said with her little mouth bulging. Holler. No. Looking at Jiang Yi's departing back, Su Shishir wiped her mouth and snickered. Stinky brother still wants to stay here for the night. It's really bad. Just now he even kissed me. I don't know who he learned it from. Nope. It seemed like I had just kissed him myself. Whatever. This brother only deserved to lie down there anyway. Jiang Yi's wish eventually fell through, but he was already satisfied, and even a little bit thankful to Wang Xiaoshui, although he was scared by this matter in the front. But in the end, not only did his relationship with his schoolmates become better, but more importantly, he also kissed with his schoolmates. It's cozy and wonderful. Jiang Yi hummed a little song and took a taxi back to school in a beautiful way. The 3 people in the dormitory didn't know what was going on Ino's side, and they were all still guessing what the outcome would actually be. Not coming back so late. It can't really be a fight, right? Lu Yugan guessed. Shui Zi. If Wild Sun breaks up with school sister Su Shishir this time, then your boy will be guilty as sin. Wang Mang also teased from the side. Lu Yugan added, I feel that with your small body, Wildco can beat you so much that you won't be able to get out of bed for 3 days. Wang Xiaoshui was scared by the words of the 2 people, but this is not impossible to hear. Can only secretly pray that everything goes well on Jiang Yi's side. Brother Wildchild, you mustn't fall out with sister Su Shishir, who can't get out of bed for 3 days. Just as Wang Xiaoshui was thinking about how to face Jiang Yi when the time came, Jiang Yi directly flashed to the dormitory. Bunch of dangling hairs, I heard you guys curse me at the door for breaking up. Can't you think of something nice for your brother? Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoshui was the most excited. Brother Wildchild, you didn't have a fight with sister Su Shishir? Jiang Yi smiled proudly. What kind of family status do I have? Does your sister-in-law dare to argue with me? With just a look, she not only dared not quarrel with me, but also smeared me with medicine to reduce the swelling. Mangzi, envious or not, hang on, I'll find a girlfriend sooner or later. Wang Mang angry teeth itchy. The same as beaten. People have girlfriend care, they are lying in bed for a day. Finished this hanging hair also come to the spiritual attack. Who can stand? Okay, then let's wait until you bring your girlfriend back and we'll recognize her. This night, the 4 people talked late into the night, and I do not know what to talk about. In short, it is very capable of talking, and in the end, only to realize that the conversation is lonely. Early in the morning, when the first rays of sunshine poured over the earth, the campus of JNU was already bustling with people. To say that the most striking still have to belong to the 4 bandits, casually go anywhere, can attract a group of people's attention, and those who have seen them will curse in their hearts. Sand money. All 4 were dressed in black plus black sunglasses. The difference was that Jiang Yi and Wang Mang were used to cover the scars that hadn't disappeared yet, while Wang Xiaoshui and Lu Yugan were purely for the purpose of pretending. Brothers, I don't know if it's just me. I feel like a lot of girls were looking at me just now. You guys, do you think that spring is coming for me? Mighty brother? Mangzi, don't doubt it. That's your illusion, Lu Yugang said without mercy. Gongzi, if you can't talk, don't talk, no one takes you for a dummy. Wang Xiaoshui added, brothers, are we going to the classroom like this? Would it be too pretentious? Wang Xiaoshui shouted brother already with his mouth open, without the slightest trace of his previous stance. Jiang Yi replied anyway, this sunglasses, I'm not going to take it down today. You guys feel free to do it yourselves. Wang Mang followed suit and said I won't take it either. or my image in the minds of my female classmates will be all ruined. Okay, then, let's go. A few minutes later, the 4 bandits arrived at the classroom. And at this moment the classroom people basically came almost. Zhang Yi 4 people just shine in the eyes of the crowd. After all, in the classroom also wears sunglasses. It is difficult not to cause other people's attention. Zhang Yi, what's going on in your dormitory? Whose memorial service are you here for? Old Wang, you will not talk. This is obviously to walk the show, okay? Is not it, Zhang Yi? The classmates all followed the coaxing. Zhang Yi 4 people are also speechless. Just what others say. Just pretend not to hear. 4 people so to the back row to go. Maybe because of wearing sunglasses light is too dark. Walking in the back of the last Lu Yugang and inattentive stepped on his shoelaces. Looking to fall. In a hurry directly reach out to grab the front of the Wang Xiaoshui. Wang Xiaoshui just wanted to say, I didn't provoke anyone by walking on the road. Right. How did the trouble come from heaven? Then he also pulled Wang Mang in front of him when he was about to fall. Wang Mang? Then I'll pull too. Then Wang Mang pulled Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi. Nima. Who pulled my pants? 4 people are like Russian nesting dolls. One pulls one. All fell to the ground. Good thing the waistband of the pants is tied tighter. Otherwise it could be really embarrassing. Mangzi, what the hell are you doing with my pants? Wang Mang directly shrugged it off and said, Shui Zi pulled me. Gonzo pulled me. The 3 of them looked at Lu Yugang together. Lu Yugang said sheepishly that what? Sunglasses on a little dark. Stepped on the shoelace. The 4 of you in the dormitory are a lot of fun. Why such a big salute in the morning? It's embarrassing. A few of the boys who were closer flirted, but it didn't take long for the teacher of the class to arrive in the classroom. The teacher also paid attention to the 4 people wearing sunglasses in the back row and spoke up, who are you guys bringing your family bodyguards here? Bringing his sunglasses in the classroom in broad daylight. Ha ha ha, teacher, you don't have to mind them. A few of them just love to pretend. Teacher, let's do what we need to do. Lu Yugang and Wang Xiaoshui took off their sunglasses on the spot, while Zhang Yi directly shrunk his head under the table. And the same goes for Wang Mang. The 2 of them looked at each other with an expression as if they were saying again, it would have been better to not come if they had known. After the morning session, Su Shishir found Zhang Yi with the cosplay clothes she took from Xiaoyuer. It was a Gojo Go Kajuat. Not only did it have clothes, but also a white hair wig. Su Shishir deliberately searched the character Gojo Go, and felt that it was quite a good match for Ino. Zhang Yi wasn't really interested in this, but his schoolmate had personally sent it to him, so he naturally had to keep it safe. Time quickly came to the day of the anime club potluck. Zhang Yi first went to the school gate 10 minutes early to pick up the courier, and found a deserted place to take out the contents before sending a message to Su Shishir. Sister, where have you been? Almost to the door. It didn't take long for Su Shishir to walk out from within the school with Xiaoyuer. Su Shishir wore a pink cosplay costume that attracted a crowd of gazes, and when she saw Zhang Yi, she bounced and came to Zhang Yi's front, her cheerful figure resembling an elf. Inside Xiaoyuer in the back. Been waiting long, brother? No, just picked up a delivery and then you guys showed up. Su Shishir thoughtfully organized the attire for Zhang Yi. Both of them are white hair wig, look very matching, and then asked, what did you buy? Why don't you see it? Zhang Yi stretched out his right hand and made a fist in a mysterious manner, then spread his hand out, holding in his hand the very bracelet that Su Shishir had looked at but not bought at the mall earlier. Chapter 23 Official Announcement. Zhang Yi had re-entered the place where the bracelets were sold before, but unfortunately the one that Su Shishir liked was already sold out. But it doesn't matter. Under the weight of money, Ino directly spends money on customization. Although more money was spent, the material was better, the quality and workmanship was better, and it was a one-of-a-kind one. This was after all the first time I gave a gift to my schoolmate, so naturally it had to be different. Did you like it, sis? Su Shishir of course loved it, although she didn't know that this one was customized by Zhang Yi especially for her. But the original price was more than 2,000. So much money, she was still a little heartbroken. I like it, but it's so expensive. Zhang Yi knows that the sister cannot afford to spend so much money. It is even more afraid to say the real price. Can only persuade money is gone can still earn. But this bracelet is only the last one. I went to the time almost did not buy. Okay, Su Shishir felt a little better in her heart. She really liked the bracelet. Brother, help me put it on. Gladly. You two are really enough. Su Shishir, especially you. You left me alone again. Xiaoyuer, who came from behind, couldn't help but complain. She was simply fed up with it. This Su Shishir, as soon as she saw her boyfriend, she ran her ass over there, leaving herself behind like she was air. Senior Xiao, what brings you here? Why can't I come? I'm the president of the anime club. Can't I come to the anime club's party? Classmate, you won't forget that I still found your clothes for you. Zhang Yi was a bit confused by the dislike, Su Shishir had already gotten used to the way Xiaoyuer spoke and directly said, brother, don't mind her. She's on her period these days. Ah, Su Shishir. I'll be pissed off at you sooner or later. The meeting place of the anime club was chosen to be a lawn in the countryside, where there were fewer people and they wouldn't be disturbed or anything. Fruits and snacks are brought, and there are picnic mats, a dozen or so spread out in a row, and everyone just sits on them side by side. The anime club's party was still unique in that it made it feel like you were attending a Comic-Con, where everyone dressed up in their favorite characters' cosplay and then took pictures with others. As the president, Xiaoyuer was the person who took the most group photos, followed by Su Shishir. After all, Su Shishir seldom appeared in the anime club, not to mention the active cos roles and whatnot. If she didn't seize the opportunity this time, she didn't know when she would have to wait for the next time. Jiang Yi didn't take pictures with anyone, mainly because he had been following Su Shishir next to him, and these girls knew Su Shishir's relationship with him, so naturally they wouldn't look for him to take pictures. Brother, come and take our picture. Seeing that Jiang Yi had nothing to do, Su Shishir wanted to turn him into a photographer, but Jiang Yi knew this stuff and just wanted to refuse. But Su Shishir's expression was slightly fierce, scaring him to change his words immediately. Taking pictures is good. I love taking pictures. So it was that Ino's photography skills finally improved a little after acting as a toolman over and over again. Sister, let's take a picture too. Speaking of which, Jiang Yi and Su Shishir haven't taken any photos together, nor have they made any official announcements or anything. Only before on the school's posting bar was understood by their classmates as an official announcement. Taking pictures for what? Send it to your friends. I don't even have a picture of you in my friend circle, yeah. Su Shishir remembered that she hadn't posted a picture of Jiang Yi either, so she would have to send a friend circle to make an official announcement as well. However, not only friends and classmates, but also my mom and other relatives can see it, so if they see it, they will have to ask questions again. But if I block it, it's too much trouble. Brother, will you block out your aunt and uncle when you post your friend circle later? Su Shishir decided to ask Jiang Yi's opinion. Ino replied, no, why block them? Su Shishir was a little worried. Then won't my aunt and uncle say anything when they see my picture? Ino consoled, don't worry sister. They can't wait to be happy. Although the photo will definitely be asked around once it is sent out. Jiang Yi can be sure that dad and mom will definitely be satisfied with the school sister. After all, the school sister is such a good girl. It is hard to find with a lantern. Jiang Yi still does not know that his magical mom has long been to Su Shishir's bottom clear. Of course, the result is also as he expected. Zhou Yuting on Su Shishir is indeed very satisfied. Su Shishir saw that Jiang Yi was like this. She felt that she should also be a little bit brave. So she took Jiang Yi's arm and said, then you shoot it. Shoot it and send it to me. I'm going to send it to my friends too. Good. Jiang Yi took out his cell phone. Su Shishir leaned on Jiang Yi's shoulder, and the two of them looked at the camera and posed with all kinds of strange and weird poses. A little playful and more than a little cozy. Jiang Yi sent a copy of all the photos taken to Su Shishir, and then picked a few good-looking ones for himself, especially one of them, in which Su Shishir kissed the side of his face with her small mouth, was the most satisfactory to him. After selecting the photo Ino directly published, with the text of just 2 words, love you, both simple, but also clear. Su Shishir also sent a friend circle, but the photo chosen was not quite the same as the one Jiang Yi chose, but the accompanying text was also the same, both with 2 simple words, love you. The 2 people's circle of friends once sent out to harvest a large wave of likes. The most exaggerated is Jiang Yi. Su Shishir's contacts are very few, just a few circles of friends, and some relatives and classmates and so on, a total of less than 50 people. But Jiang Yi's friends are much more. Sent out less than 10 minutes has been 20 or 30 likes. Many are the capital side of the boys. Are in the following message, I go. Jiang big young master in love? Who is this girl? She's so powerful that she can subdue young master Jiang. Brother, why do they call you young master Jiang? Because he was really the young master of the Jiang family. This kind of words Jiang Yi would definitely not say. He could only say maybe it's because I'm handsome. These people love to make up names blindly. Okay, Su Shishir didn't doubt it. She was actually more concerned about whether Jiang Yi's parents had seen it now. What if they saw it and weren't happy with themselves? I've heard that rich people's families emphasize the importance of being in the right family. What if his parents really don't agree to let him break up with him? What if his mom gives him money to leave him? Su Shishir is also a girl and also reads romance novels. And these moments often appear in those doggerel romance novels. Alas, who let me like this stupid brother? If his parents really do not agree, I have to bring my stinky brother to work hard and make some achievements to show his parents. Su Shishir cheered herself up. However, she has not waited for Jiang Yi's parents to see. Her own circle of friends was first seen by her mom. The latter is a direct phone call over. Hey mom, what's wrong? Sissy, are you in love? On the other end of the phone, Su Xiulan asked tentatively. Su Shishir is with her mother's surname, because in the very early time her father abandoned them mother and daughter. So Su Shishir all these years has been with Su Xiulan. Two people depend on each other. Aha! Su Shishir directly admitted it. The circle of friends has been sent. What is there to be ashamed to admit? Su Xiulan heard her daughter's words. Her heart is very complicated. She knows that her daughter followed her very hard all these years, and her face seldom appears to smile, but just now sent the photo above. The smile on her daughter's face that can't be hidden. She knows that her daughter is really in love. Chapter 24 Phone Calls from Mother and Mom. The photo of Jiang Yi clean and handsome. Su Xiulan looked at some inevitable worry. Jiang Yi is too young. Then their own daughter is even smaller. What do boys this age know about love and affection? What if he's just playing around? It had to be said that Su Xiulan's worries were not unreasonable. And with the fact that she herself had been abandoned by a man, it was inevitable that she would have these worries. Sure, Mom doesn't object to you falling in love. But you must keep your eyes a little brighter. Don't be fooled by men. Su Xiulan ultimately didn't say anything against it. Her daughter was her daughter and she was her. She would only remind, not oppose. I know Mom. Don't worry. I'll squeeze him to death. Su Shishir again bragged to Su Xiulan about what kind of position she was in beside Jiang Yi and how Jiang Yi was held by her. Su Xiulan just smiled after hearing this and reminded Shishir, you can't be too mean to people and bite like a puppy. What's that like? However, Su Xiulan was also relieved after hearing Su Shishir's words. After all, if this boy didn't like his daughter, how could he let her bully her like this? Got it, Mom? Don't worry. After hanging up the phone, Su Shishir turned around, only to realize that Jiang Yi was eavesdropping with his ears perked up next to him. You heard everything? Aha. Don't think you're over the top, yo. My mom just doesn't want me to be sad. She's not going to approve if you don't perform well. Jiang Yi hurriedly stated, don't worry, sister. I promise to satisfy my mother-in-law. Su Shishir gave him a blank look, so quickly called on the mother-in-law. Stinky brother cheek really thick, and continued Uncle Aunt did not ask you what. Jiang Yi thought about it. It's only 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Dad must be busy. Mom is still in the afternoon nap. My dad's busy during the day, and my mom's probably still sleeping, but I'm sure she's going to call when she wakes up. Just as Jiang Yi had said, Zhou Yuting was taking a nap at the moment, and she didn't wake up until after 4 o'clock in the afternoon. According to the plan, she was going to go out shopping with Yang Siyu's mom in a while, but she was instantly nonplussed when she swiped the circle of friends her son sent. Although she had long known about this matter, but that was in the dark. Now the son himself took the initiative to announce. That is not going to hide it. Zhou Yuting will be necessary to make a phone call to ask. So, at the end of the party in the anime club, Jiang Yi received a video call from his mom. Jiang Yi was calm, but Su Shishir on the side saw it was a video call after the mood of nervousness to the extreme. Ino comforted her to relax her mind before picking up the phone. Hey mom, why are you calling? Why you? Where is my daughter-in-law? On the side or not? Jiang Yi muttered in his heart, it is worthy of being pro-life. I came up to call people's mother's mother-in-law. You came up to call people daughter-in-law. Su Shishir was beside her when she heard that Zhou Yuting wanted to video herself. She was a bit overwhelmed with fear. She was still wearing her cosplay costume and was worried that Zhou Yuting would think that she was not doing her job. Auntie, hello, my name is Su Shishir. I'm Jiang Ye's girlfriend. Su Shishir timidly said. Hello Shishir. You're so good looking. In the future take more pictures with Jiang Yi. Let Auntie take them out and show them off. Zhou Yuting didn't mince her words of praise, and was all praise for Su Shishir. Auntie, you look good too. Su Shishir didn't say anything polite. She really thought that Zhou Yuting looked good. Even though Zhou Yuting didn't have any makeup or anything right now, that kind of graceful and luxurious temperament couldn't be hidden at all. Jiang Yi at this time also close to the phone playful smile said how mom, sun vision is good, right? You brat. Other than that, you have a good eye. But I'm warning you, if you dare to bully Shishir, I won't be able to spare you. Mom, you're overthinking it. Your son is the only one who gets bullied by her, not your son. Don't worry mom, I'm sure I can take care of her. Zhou Yuting nodded her head in satisfaction, and then she chatted with Su Shishir for half a day. And from the smile on Su Shishir's face it was easy to see that the two had a very pleasant chat, and Jiang Yi was also quite relieved. When Su Shishir was almost done chatting, Jiang Yi took over the phone again, and just then, Su Shishir was called by Xiaoyuer to help. Son, be honest with mom, are you serious with Psyche? Jiang Yi sniffed and put away his smiling face. His expression was serious. Mom, I recognize her. She will definitely be your future daughter-in-law in the future. Zhou Yuting was satisfied with Jiang Yi's answer. But she was still worried. This worry had been there before, just as the showdown today. So she asked, So does Shirshir know about our family's situation? She only knows that our family is rich, but she doesn't realize how rich. And to tell you the truth, your son I've been kept by others since the beginning of the school year. Jiang Yi also told her some details that Zhou Yuting didn't know, including the fact that Su Shirshir was making money on her own as a part-time job, and that she couldn't afford to spend the money she earned herself, but she kept buying things for him. Zhou Yuting listened to the more satisfied with Su Shirshir. Son, this is a few lifetimes to repair the blessing to meet such a good girl. Immediately waved his hand. I will give you to play 500,000 in the past. You take this money to buy some necklaces, jewelry and so on. Said I gave her a gift. Jiang Yi speechless said, Mom, have said that people do not know the real situation of our family. You meet on the first to give people such expensive gifts. The people scared how to do. When Zhou Yuting thought about it, she asked, then I can't not show something for this first meeting, right? Jiang Yi returned. The money you sent me before, I haven't really used it. The necklace I'll buy it myself. And then you can let Uncle Lee, head of CCTC Shanghai, give her a raise. She's still working part-time at Uncle Lee's. Okay, then another 10,000. Jiang Yi originally felt a little too much, but saw Zhou Yuting's face was not good. Immediately changed his words. Okay, that's it then. I still have to go shopping with your Auntie Wang in a while. Hang up. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yi was worried about his own family status. He could be sure that after Su Shirshir passed away, his own status would definitely be behind her. But it didn't matter. There was still his dad at the bottom of the list anyway. Finished talking to Auntie? Su Shirshir appeared behind her at an unknown time. Well, after we talked, my mom said she was especially pleased and told us to get married early. What you think is beautiful. Su Shirshir brushed her face aside with a haughty expression, not realizing that Jiang Yi was getting bolder and bolder lately, and even directly stepped forward to embrace her in her arms. Sister, there are some things that I don't just think about. I also give practical actions, yo. Jiang Yi approached Su Shirshir's ear and whispered. This was a trick he had just learned on his cell phone yesterday, and he had heard that girls ate it up, so he didn't know if it would work on his schoolmate. Su Shirshir was cradled in her arms, and when Jiang Yi spoke she only felt her ears itching and an indescribable strange feeling in her heart. But the next second she reacted. How can I let my stinky brother take it? So she backhandedly grabbed the collar of Jiang Yi's shirt, pulled it to her, and domineeringly kissed it. Jiang Yi 1 second it was, aha, the next second it was, wonderful. However, the two had just kissed for a short while before they were interrupted by Xiaoyuer. Will you two stop kissing? The bus will be leaving soon. Here we go. Here we go. What's the rush? Chapter 25, The Donkey Who Kills the Donkey. It took half an hour to get to the school from where the party was, and it was 6 o'clock in the evening when we got back to the school. Su Shirshir and Xiaoyuer went back to the dormitory. Jiang Yi was outside alone, and had planned to go back to the dormitory directly, but he didn't expect to meet Wang Xiaoshuai and Wang Mang who were running in the playground. The two also noticed Jiang Yi and stopped beside him, constantly adjusting their breathing, looking like they had been running for a long time. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what are you guys doing? Getting ready for a marathon? Brother Wildchild, I've thought it over. Didn't Young See say that I'm not manly enough? Then I'll work out and exercise to make myself manly, Wang Xiaoshuai said with a firm face. The guy from 2 days ago was dying to get out of there, and today he's kind of his old dog-licking self again. Jiang Yi said incredulously, Shuai Zi, you haven't given up yet? Next to him, Wang Mang sighed. If he was dead set on it, I wouldn't have followed him through this. Jiang Yi remembered that Wang Mang said he liked sports before, and wondered, Mangzi, isn't sports your strong point? Why do you say that you suffer? Wang Mang looked up to the sky and sighed. It's not true that exercise is my strong point, but who would be dragged out for a run in a nightgown like me? When Eno looked at it, it was really pajamas. Wang Mang went on to say, I was in the dormitory lying well. Somehow his handsome son pulled down from the bed. Clothes did not have time to change. Just change a shoe was pulled out. Wang Mang said and hitched a shoulder with Jiang Yi, intending to leave Wang Xiaoshuai behind and bugger off. Mastodon, why did you leave? Didn't you say you'd introduce you to a girlfriend with big boobs when I'm done working out? In an instant, Jiang Yi only felt that something was missing around him, and Wang Mang had already appeared beside Wang Xiaoshuai who said, I'm leaving? I'm not waiting for you to get some rest. Hurry up. Hurry up. When will you be able to practice this look? It turns out that Mangzi is also a dedicated man, dedicated to the point that he only likes big breasts. But what Jiang Yi admires more is still Wang Xiaoshuai, who again chose to hang on top of the crooked neck tree that is Yang Siyu. Achoo! Who's been badmouthing me behind my back? Siyu, you're catching a cold, aren't you? Do you want to get some cold medicine? Cui Jie touched Yang Siyu's forehead. Fortunately there was no fever. It's okay, it's just a sneeze. It'll be fine in a couple days. Yang Siyu did not think. In her opinion, this is just a sneeze. which need to take medicine. Shui Jia see Yang Siyu so persistent, also no longer persuade her, but both did not expect. A few days down, Yang Siyu's cold not only did not get better, but more and more serious. That day in class, Yang Siyu's entire body was groggy. Her body was like it wasn't her own, and she couldn't wait to just go limp on the table. Wang Xiaoshui had noticed that Yang Siwen was not feeling well the other day, so he always looked over to Yang Siwen's side consciously or unconsciously these days. Shui-chan, be honest, are you just going to wait for her to faint now and put on a heroic show? Brother Wildchild, am I that kind of person? I'm just a little heartbroken from watching her suffer. While Jiang Yi and Wang Xiaoshui were talking, Yang Siyu's side couldn't hold on any longer and directly lay on the table with a headache. When Shui Jia saw this situation, she immediately got up and asked for leave from the class teacher, who didn't give them a hard time, glanced at Yang Siyu, who couldn't walk, and said to the class, "Is there any male student who can take this female student to the infirmary?" Wang Xiaoshui stood up without thinking. Teacher, I'm willing. As a matter of fact, Wang Xiaoshui's affair with Yang Siyu was basically known to all the students in the class, and no one would compete with him for this chance to perform. Go Shuiko, call if you need anything. Wang Xiaoshui ignored his brother's concern. He was now more worried about Yang Siyu's situation. Wang Xiaoshui carried Yang Siyu on his back, and Shui Jia followed beside him. The three of them went to the hospital together. Originally thought that Wang Xiaoshui would stay in the hospital with Yang Siyu, but he did not expect to come back at noon. What's wrong, Shui-chan? Not at the hospital with her? Ino asked. Wang Xiaoshui said with a lost look on his face, don't mention it. I'm just a donkey. Stubborn ass? No, it's the one that got killed in the unloading. Put. Ha ha ha. Jiang Yi's three people thought that Wang Xiaoshui would be hit again this time, but Wang Xiaoshui didn't seem to be affected in any way this time, and even started to hang around Yang Siyu again in the latter days. Surprisingly, Yang Siyu had a much better attitude towards Wang Xiaoshui since she went to the hospital this time. Although she still didn't think much of him, but at least she wouldn't be as hurtful as before when she spoke. Jiang Yi and Su Shishir also had a good time these days. The two of them would take time out every day to get bored together. Since the last time they kissed in the hotel, the two of them seemed to have discovered a new continent. They must kiss every day. As if how can they not kiss enough? The days went on so sweetly, and the time came to the last day of September. Tomorrow is the National Day holiday, and many people have bought their tickets in advance. Some even skipped school early to go to the station in order to avoid the rush hour. Sister, did Auntie and your two friends agree on when to come? My mom said she'll be there tomorrow afternoon, but I don't know if she'll be late. Jiang Yi sniffed with a hint of worry on his face. Su Shishir laughed. What's wrong, stinky brother? Are you scared? How can that be? When have I ever been afraid? You just let Auntie come. I'll make the arrangements then. I'll make sure that Auntie is satisfied. Jiang Yi domineeringly said. Su Shishir smiled and said that's fine. I'll leave tomorrow's trip to you. I hope you're still so tough tomorrow, yo stinky brother. Jiang Yi asked again, what about those two friends you mentioned? Are they also tomorrow? No, they're coming to Shanghai on the 5th, and they couldn't accompany them if they came together. So I discussed it with them, and they'll probably be here by the time my mom leaves. Well, that's fine, if all of them really showed up at the same time. Jiang Yi was also afraid that he wouldn't be able to cope with it on his own. After all, a future mother-in-law and two friends. It was killing him to think about it. After planning, Su Shishir went back to the dormitory. Later Xiaoyuer was going back home. She still had to go to see her off. Similarly, on the side of the four bandits, Wang Mang and Lu Yugang are going home, and both of them are on the train this evening. Wang Xiaoshui was from Shanghai and could go back at any time, not worrying about time at all. After sending off Lu Yugang and Wang Mang, Jiang Yi and Wang Xiaoshui were the only two people left in the dormitory. Brother Wildchild, I'm going back tomorrow. Wang Xiaoshui had a look of reluctance. Just go back. Don't make it look like a parting of life and death. Jiang Yi said breathlessly. But what if I miss you when I can't see you once I get back? Ha! Jiang Yi instantly had goosebumps all over his body and only felt a vicious chill. I would be very happy if my senior sister said this kind of thing to me. But what's the deal with you, Wang Xiaoshui? Saying this kind of thing to me and me just wanting to throw up? Then don't go back. Aha! Wang Xiaoshui agreed with a smile, and in the next second he said with an expectant face. I don't know if Yang Siyu goes back. If she doesn't, I'll have to work hard for the next 7 days. Jiang Yi directly poured cold water. She has already bought a ticket. Tomorrow morning's flight. Then I'll go back too. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You the hell did not intend to accompany me. Just think of accompanying Yang Siyu, right? We both look up and down every day. Is it necessary to accompany? Wang Xiaoshui learned that Yang Siyu is going to leave. Also no longer say to stay in the dormitory words. Directly began to hands to pack luggage. Completely, I do not pretend. I showdown. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Jiang Yi cursed, and then went to the balcony to light a cigarette to calm down and cool off. He still had to think about how to face his future mother-in-law tomorrow. Chapter 26, Mother's Mother Comes. Jiang Yi not only had to think about how to face Su Shishir's mom, but also had to think about how to arrange for the people after receiving them. And at the same time, after sending Su Shishir's mom away, he also had to arrange for her 2 girlfriends, which made his head spin just thinking about it. He wasn't very familiar with Shanghai, and didn't know where the fun was and where the lightning needed to be avoided, but it didn't matter. There was still a ready-made Shanghainese here. Surely it was more reliable than Googling it himself. Jiang Yi pulled out his own hibiscus king and thoughtfully lit it for Wang Xiaoshui, which shocked Wang Xiaoshui. Brother, you have something to say. This cigarette you personally lit for me is really hot for me to smoke. Wang Xiaoshui said modest words on his mouth, but his body was honestly pumping, his expression so uncomfortable. Jiang Yi didn't care. Anyway, in this dormitory, everyone was no good. Tomorrow I have an elder to come. You recommend me a few places suitable for elders to play. And where there are delicious places also recommend me a few. By the way, she is a Sichuan Chongqing people. The taste of the dish is slightly heavier. Do not give me to recommend your Shanghai dishes. Speaking of Shanghai cuisine, Jiang Yi thought of the previous in the cafeteria to eat that the gang braised pork. That sweet can really be difficult to say. In a word, a mouthful of cool, 2 mouthfuls of greasy, 3 mouthfuls of wow spit aground. You're a typical mountain pig that can't eat fine chaff. Don't look down on our Shanghai dishes. You can't eat them if you want to elsewhere. Wang Xiaoshui retorted. What Wang Xiaoshui said wasn't wrong. After all, every place had every place's taste, but Jiang Yi didn't want to argue about it now. You tell me what there is to eat, drink and play first, and we'll discuss the rest later. That can be more to go. Wang Xiaoshui eloquently said the bun to go, the pearl of the Orient to see it. The city god temple also certainly want to stroll around well. Disney estimates that you will not like, but Pudong side there are other places to play. Wang Xiaoshui recommended many places. Some places Jiang Yi has not even heard of the name, can only first write down. Wait for the back in a good planning. The time has come for the 4th of July. Wang Xiaoshui left at 10 o'clock in the morning, and Jiang Yi didn't stay idle. He went to pick up his car from outside the school in the morning. The car was borrowed from CCTC, and then he went to the mall to buy a little bit of meet and greet gift, and finally went back to the school to pick up Su Shishir. And you actually brought the car? Looking at this black Mercedes-Benz Big G, Su Shishir was really shocked. Yesterday when Jiang Yi said to borrow a car, she thought it was just an ordinary car. She didn't think that Jiang Yi directly drove a Mercedes-Benz over. Who did you borrow it from? A friend. Su Shishir will believe it, but did not ask more questions. Directly into the car, and then Jiang Yi drove the 2 to eat lunch outside, and then drove to the train station. The closer to the city, the more pedestrians on the road, the more congested the road, until the train station. That is really called a sea of people. Jiang Yi looked for half a day to find a suitable parking space. How can there be so many people? This is too much. Vacation. It's normal. I heard my roommate say that there will be more people on the bund. Jiang Yi firmly grasped Su Shishir's small hand, afraid of being squeezed apart by people. The train that auntie took. I'll see if it's late. D51XX. I just saw it's 30 minutes away. Jiang Yi glanced again and it was the same as what Su Shishir had said. There was still half an hour left. And there are even more people here at the exit. Besides those who come to pick up people, there are also many drivers who want to solicit passengers here. And all kinds of voices rise and fall without a moment's silence. After the 2 of them waited here for half an hour, Su Shishir finally met Su Xiulan in the crowd of people leaving the station. Mom, over here. Su Xiulan, in addition to the first to send his daughter to the university, basically have not been out of the house. This time if it is not the daughter fell in love and just in time for the National Day holiday, she will not come to Shanghai. The train station is really too many people. Su Xiulan walking in the crowd cannot find the way, can only follow everyone? Good thing just to the exit gate heard Su Shishir's voice. Sure. Why have you lost weight again? I've gained 3 pounds. Where have I lost weight? You child. How dare you talk back to mom? When mom says skinny is skinny. Yes. Mom is right about everything. Jiang Yi had previously thought that his senior sister's strong character was an acquired one, but now it seemed that he was wrong. And his senior sister's character was clearly inherited from Su Xiulan. In addition to his personality, there is also his height, which is presumably influenced by Su Xiulan. Su Shishir was about 1 meter 5.5 tall, and Su Xiulan looked about the same as Su Shishir, but a little shorter if you looked closely. If you look at her, you can tell at a glance that she's someone who works a lot. Whether it's from the calluses on her hands or the wrinkles on her face, it's obvious that it was hard for her to raise Su Shishir all by herself. You're Jiang, aren't you? Su Xiulan looked at Zhang Yi, who was standing straight next to her and hadn't interjected a word for half a day, and took the initiative to greet her. Zhang Yi solemnly said, "Hello auntie, I'm Zhang Yi. I'm the school sister's boyfriend. This is my meeting gift to you." Zhang Yi handed the gift box he carried in his hand to Su Xiulan. Inside was the very bracelet he bought in the morning. In front of the elders, Zhang Yi was definitely not allowed to call Su Shishir's sister anymore, something the two had agreed on last night. "Thank you Xiao Jiang, next time you don't have to break the bank so much. You see auntie came in a hurry and didn't bring you any gifts. I hope you don't think too much in your heart." Su Xiulan didn't know what was inside the bag, but through the packaging she could also tell that the contents were worth a lot, and she had come in a hurry and had nothing to give Zhang Yi, so that's why she said that. Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Auntie, you are too polite. You being able to come is the best gift. You're such a good talker." Su Xiulan smiled. Su Shishir saw Zhang Yi and his mother chatting so happily, heart also followed the happy. Can get the parents' affirmation of love will be more happy. The three of them talked and laughed as they headed out of the station, and when they got to the door, Ino drove the car around. Su Xiulan doesn't recognize the big G, but she recognizes it as a Mercedes, and in her heart she is more satisfied with Zhang Yi, but at the same time she is a little worried. "Xiao Jiang, you bought a car at such a young age?" Su Shishir answered for Zhang Yi. "No, this is knowing that you are coming. He specially borrowed it from a friend in the morning. It's not a cheap car, is it? Why don't you give it back? It's quite convenient for us to take the bus." Xiao Jiang, auntie doesn't have any other meaning. She just thinks that this car is too expensive. It's not good in case it gives someone a bump. Su Xiulan was afraid that Zhang Yi would think too much and specially added, "Auntie, don't worry. The owner of this car is very familiar with me. He has a lot of cars at home. It's a waste to put them away. We'll just use them for a few days, it's fine." Su Xiulan sniffed and didn't say anything more, but after getting into the car, she was obviously still very formal, which made Zhang Yi a bit regretful. She shouldn't have chosen this car, but there was no cheaper car in the company. On the way to the hotel, Su Shishir and Su Xiulan sat in the back row chatting while Zhang Yi drove in the front. The two, who were obviously mother and daughter, chatted more like sisters, and Ino would interject a few words from time to time, so the atmosphere could be said to be a happy one. "Xiao Jiang, you should have understood the situation of our family. What do you do inside your family?" Su Xiulan suddenly asked. Chapter 27, Mother-Daughter Talk. Zhang Yi had thought about how to answer some common questions last night, so when Su Xiulan asked he said directly, "Our family is in business." Zhang Yi originally wanted to say that his family had a small business, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was really far-fetched to describe it as a small business, so he finally used the word business. "That must have made a lot of money? Mom, why are you talking about this?" Su Shishir said unhappily. Su Xiulan gave her a blank look. "Silly girl, Mom, this is all for you to ask. Do you think I want to ask?" Zhang Yi also did not care, smiled and said, "Indeed, quite a lot. After the wedding completely do not have to worry." Hearing that she didn't have to worry at all after getting married, Su Xiulan was even more satisfied with Zhang Yi as a person. In the past, knowing that Zhang Yi's family was rich, she would still worry whether Zhang Yi was sincere in treating her daughter. But at this moment, Zhang Yi was all hung up on marriage, so she believed that Zhang Yi was sincere. Of course, the most important thing was that her intuition told her that her daughter was happy and joyful following Zhang Yi. And even though her intuition was not very trustworthy, she was still willing to believe it for once. The location of the hotel is in the Huangpu district, near Yuyuan Garden. From the Bund, City God Temple, are very close, as early as a week ago has been booked. If you go now then certainly no room. This hotel can only be regarded as medium compared to other hotels in the neighborhood, but if you take it out alone, it can also be called the word luxury. "Brother, how did you book this place? It's so expensive," Su Shishir whispered in Zhang Yi's ear. She also checked the price of hotels in the city in the past few days. Zhang Yi booked this hotel for 800 or 900 a night, knowing that the hotels she looked at on her own were 100 or 200, although it wasn't spending her money, but she was still heartbroken. "I don't know how much the Stinky Brothers' monthly living expenses are. What if he becomes a pauper directly after the National Day?" Su Xiulan also saw that this place was not cheap and advised Zhang Yi to change places. "Don't worry auntie, I booked this on my cell phone. There are discounts. It's not as expensive as you think, and this place is closer to all the places we play. It's more convenient," Zhang Yi explained. Su Xiulan is not old-fashioned. Naturally know that Zhang Yi said that there are concessions and so on are words that lie to her, but she is still quite happy in her heart. This young man is so understanding. He naturally will not go to break down. "You are also quite good at cheating people, but also preferential." "How I did not see the preferential. Honestly account for the past has not cheated me?" Su Xiulan walked in front. Su Shishir pinched the soft flesh of Zhang Yi's waist at the back, and said in a milky tone, "No way. Absolutely not. How dare I lie to you? Except for the last fight," Jiang Yi immediately assured. Speaking of the fight, Jiang Yi was glad that Su Shishir had anointed herself with medicine to reduce the swelling, or else the injuries on her face wouldn't have necessarily gone away by now. Su Xiulan listened to the sound of her daughter and Jiang Yi laughing and joking behind her, and in her heart, she believed that her intuition was right, and it looked like the truth was just as her daughter had said. Xiao Jiang had been completely pinned down by her. The room must have opened up in two, a king-sized room and a double-bedded room, and after putting his things in the room, Jiang Yi returned to his king-sized room. Lying on the bed, Jiang Yi recalled his performance in the afternoon. It shouldn't be too much of a problem. After all, the smiles on several people's faces didn't stop. On this side of the double room, Su Shishir and Su Xiulan chatted while organizing their things. Sure. I think that Xiao Jiang is quite nice. You should be nicer to people in the future. Don't always be mean to them. Mom, don't worry. Daughter, I've been good enough to him. Any better and he'll have his tail in the air. Su Xiulan helplessly glanced at her. Afternoon. Su Shishir and Jiang Yi get along mode she also saw in the eyes. Sure, this girl is quite good to Xiao Jiang. But she looked more and more like coaxing children that set. Favoring Xiao Jiang, this child ate this set. Su Xiulan wanted to laugh a little, but suddenly thought of something and asked Shishir, "You guys are in love. Has Xiao Jiang told his family?" Su Shishir replied while organizing her toiletries, said, just the afternoon of the day you called. His mother also called, and it was a video call. So have you seen his mom? I saw him. Su Shishir thought for a moment and added, I also talked to his mom for a while, and I feel that his mom is quite good at getting along with him. Su Shishir said, suddenly a little embarrassed, and asked, Mom, do you think he and I are a little too fast? Su Xiulan froze, suddenly having a bad feeling in her heart. What's too soon? Did you guys sleep together? Su Shishir blushed. What are you talking about? How is it possible? Seeing that Su Shishir didn't look like she was lying, Su Xiulan was relieved. Shishir, Mom is a person who has been there before. You and Xiao Jiang are both still too young now. There are some things that can't be done too early. After a pause, Su Xiulan added solemnly, if it really comes to that, you must take good measures. Geez, Mom, what are you talking about? Su Shishir was all stunned by Su Xiulan's words, not expecting to hear such words from her mouth at all. Su Xiulan sighed. Mom is worried about you. Xiao Jiang is too young. If he is like Xiao Wenjiang, Su Shishir's father, in the future. Impossible. Su Xiulan was interrupted by Su Shishir before she could finish her sentence. He's not going to be like that guy. Mom, and don't you ever mention that guy's name in front of you when you're not doing anything. Su Shishir was a bit upset. Mom actually compared that man who left his wife and son to my baby brother. It was really excessive. My brother is so good to me. How could he be like him? Mentioning the Xia article, Su Shishir was nothing but disgust. This man was her real father. But the two rarely saw each other, and they used to see each other basically just once a month. The once-a-month meeting here is certainly not Xiao Wenjiang missing their mother and daughter, but rather the court-ordered alimony that he has to pay every month. But the two of them haven't seen each other since Su Shishir turned 18. Okay, I won't talk about him. Anyway, watch yourself. Su Xiulan knew that her daughter had anger in her heart, but then again, she had more resentment towards that man and only hoped that her daughter would not repeat her mistakes. Got it. Lying alone in his room, Ino didn't realize what was happening on the other side. This room was luxurious, but lying here alone really felt empty, giving Jiang Yi the feeling that it was not as good as the four-person nest in the school dormitory. But the good thing was that his senior sister was right next door, which kept him from being too lonely. And at the moment the three bandits in the dormitory were on their cell phones sharing funny stories about what happened when they got home. Lu Yugan, brothers, what does it feel like to go home and not recognize your own mother? Wang Mang, your parents are pregnant with their second child and don't plan to have you? Lu Yugang, off. Lousy as the military training time. Tanning has not been maintained back. Those neighbors do not believe that I go to school in Shanghai. None said that I was in Africa to go to school. Wang Xiaoshui, Gangzi, are you going to laugh me to death? Ha ha ha. Lu Yugang, Shui Zi, how was your trip home? Did you go out with Wildchild? Wang Xiaoshui, no. Brother Wildchild is alone at school. Why doesn't Brother Wildchild come out to talk? Everyone looks at it. After chatting for so long, Jiang Yi did not say a word. Obviously the group name is the Four Bandits, but only 3 people talk. How can this work? So the 3 started frantically at Jiang Yi to get him to come out and talk. Jiang Yi in front of the screen smiled and took a selfie directly from the hotel to post in the group. That's not going to sit well with anyone. Chapter 28 Conflict. On what it's like to make a fool of yourself. Everyone was chatting nicely about the interesting things in the family, and I don't know who had a cheap mouth, but had to let Jiang Yi come out to talk. Now it's good. As soon as Jiang Yi sent out the photos, Everyone was not calm. Wang Mang, wild son, you actually ran off to get a room. Lu Yugong, why am I so cheap? Why did I mention you for nothing? Wang Mang and Lu Yugong kept speaking in the group. Wang Xiaoshui only occasionally echoed a couple of sentences. Yesterday Jiang Yi and he talked about having elders come to Shanghai. So seeing Jiang Yi in the hotel, he didn't think about it in that way. Jiang Yi, who was in charge, didn't say anything after throwing a king bomb. He was busy now. Auntie, I don't know if the Shanghai food is to your taste, so I chose a Sichuan restaurant. If you want to follow the customs of the country and try Shanghai food, we can also go and try it tomorrow. Next to Su Shishir fear Su Xiulan cannot think. Hurriedly persuade mom. I think Shanghai food is not necessary. Other dishes can be eaten casually. Su Xiulan said in disbelief. Is it that exaggerated? I really want to try it when you say so. Su Xiulan gave the word. Jiang Yi naturally had to satisfy her. And the next day after strolling through the city god temple, several people looked for an authentic Shanghai cuisine restaurant in the neighborhood. This Shanghai restaurant is famous, as evidenced by the line out the door. Su Shishir picks up her number. Jiang Yi buys something to drink at the milk tea store next door, and Su Xiulan sits on a stool and chats on the phone with a friend she knows from work. How are you doing at home, Hong Mei? Don't mention it. I've cleaned up the house in the past 2 days. I still have to cook for the family. Endless work. You don't even know how much I envy you for being able to go out and travel. By the way, Xiulan, have you seen your son-in-law? See, it was my daughter and him who picked me up when I arrived in Shanghai. Su Xiulan said proudly. I can really envy you. Your daughter is so beautiful. And your son-in-law is also a talented man. Before saying that he is your son-in-law, you still do not recognize him. Hong Mei flirted. A few days ago when she was at work, she had to say that Jiang Yi was Su Xiulan's son-in-law, and Su Xiulan had to correct her, but now only 2 days later, she directly acquiesced. Geez, it's not like we have to meet before we can make a decision. Su Xiulan called her friend more or less to show off, and Hong Mei said something very cooperative, which made Su Xiulan very happy, but she did not think that Hong Mei is a big mouth. And even more so, she did not think that this conversation would reach her ex-husband's ears, and also bring a lot of trouble to her daughter. Just as she was planning to continue chatting for a couple of minutes, 2 middle-aged males walked up beside her and threw Su Shishir's bag, which she had placed on the stool, directly onto the floor before sitting on it. This big brother, you want to sit on the stool, you at least say ah. Throw the bag on the ground, what is the meaning? Su Xiulan is a little annoyed, but also big cities, how is this quality? And the County Moncler Jackets outlet the same. No one wants this bag on the bench. What's wrong with me throwing it on the floor? One of the men blurted out. At this time, Su Shishir was also walking back after picking up her number, and when she saw Su Xiulan arguing with someone else, she immediately walked up. What's wrong, mom? These 2 people want to sit on your and Xiaozhang's stool. You say he sits on it. He even threw your bag on the floor. What kind of person is that? Su Shishir also came to anger after hearing this. Just like Su Xiulan said, originally sitting on a stool was no big deal, but you throwing the bag on it to the ground was too much. You apologize to my mother, that's what I'll pretend it didn't happen. Little girl, you put your bags here by yourselves, no one cares. I want to sit on the stool, not to put your bag on the floor. Do I take him in my hand? You also want me to apologize. What do you think? Is that putting? It's clearly throwing, Su Xiulan emphasized. Women are pretentious. Not just a bag. The man said directly from the bag out of $500 bills, directly thrown on the ground. Unbeatable. Enough to buy you this bag? Su Shishir poet was about to collapse. This person was just too cheap, making it seem as if she was going to be blackmailing people. If it wasn't for Su Xiulan being here, she couldn't help but swear. Just as Su Shishir was considering what to do, she took a cup of milk tea with a straw inserted and put it to her mouth. Drink something sweet to lighten the mood, and for the rest, leave it to me. Su Xiulan beside her was also relieved to see Jiang Yi come back, although she didn't know what Jiang Yi had in mind. But seeing Jiang Yi's airy look, she felt that he already had an idea in his mind. Young man, do you think you don't have enough money or something? It's not enough and I can raise it for you. Facing a woman, some words weren't necessarily ready to be said, but facing Jiang Yi as a man, the next words of the 2 middle-aged men would only be harder to hear. Jiang Yi told Su Shishir and Su Xiulan to stay away before he started talking to the 2 men. Su Xiulan was still worried if Jiang Yi would have any problems alone, but Su Shishir told her that it was fine, that Jiang Yi could handle it alone, and then she led Su Xiulan inside the store. What Su Shishir wanted was for Su Xiulan to go inside and sit down before she came out to solve the problem with Jiang Yi. But when she came out again, Jiang Yi and the 2 men were gone. Hello, may I ask where the 3 people who were just here went? They went down that alley over there, and it looked like they were going to fight. Su Shishir sniffed and ran straight over, cursing Jiang Yi in her heart for being unreliable. but really she was actually even more unreliable than Zhang Yi, as she had already picked up the brick next to her with her hand. Zhang Yi would like to say I really do not want to fight who also do not want to leave the impression of fighting in the future mother-in-law, but he read too much. Scolded but these two people. Zhang Yi thought he was wild enough before, and his curses were hard enough to hear, but he didn't expect these two middle-aged people to curse even harder, and since he couldn't curse, he would fight. As a result, these two people were not able to resist the fight, and in no time, they were knocked down by Zhang Yi. Alas, how good to fight directly. Just now why should we have to fight in the mouth of a high and low it? Harming their own heart this gas brat. Fighting well is of no use. I'll call the police right now and let them clean you up. The middle-aged man said that he took out his cell phone to call the police. Zhang Yi did not stop him and let him complain to the police. Kid, just wait. The police will be here soon. The dead duck's mouth is hard. Zhang Yi looked at the man's appearance and wanted to go up and kick him, but at this time Su Shishir had already walked behind him, not forgetting to throw the brick in her hand to the side before speaking. Stinky brother, you're fighting with someone again. Zhang Yi scratched his head awkwardly. Sister, why did you come over? Su Shishir huffed and puffed. If I don't come, you're going to hide it from me again, aren't you? But this time, I have to commend you for not being beaten up like last time. That's for sure. I'm not afraid of even a bunch more people just like that, Zhang Yi said confidently. Last time in the bar was beaten like that mainly because the other party too many people, plus he drank a little bit of alcohol, so was beaten rout. This time the opposite side of the two people. Take down them to Zhang Yi is completely in no way. See what you can do. Su Shishir went forward and hugged Zhang Yi. The moment she hugged him she lost the tone she had just used. Her eyes were full of worry as she said, Stinky brother, don't fight anymore in the future. Su Shishir was really scared. Last time Zhang Yi had been beaten up. That's why she was so worried when she heard that Zhang Yi had fought with someone again just now. Until she saw that Zhang Yi was fine, then her heart was relieved. Well, no more fighting. Chapter 29, running into a familiar face again. No one wants to fight. However, when the time comes, a word will still have to dry. But now Su Shishir has said this. Zhang Yi can only follow her words to agree. The two men lying on the floor had leaned against the wall, cursing in their hearts. You're a sick woman. We just got beat up by your boyfriend, and now you're here to talk him out of a fight. So what's going on with this meal we're going to have? But they wouldn't dare to say such a thing. They saw the girl come with a brick in her hand. Let's go, stinky brother. If we don't go back my mom will be waiting. Zhang Yi scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Sister, why don't you go back and eat with auntie first? I guess I won't be able to eat for a while. Su Shishir was puzzled. Why? Because they called the police. As soon as the words fell, the sound of police sirens came from outside the alley, and the two men shouted as if they were grasping at straws. Here, comrade police. We're in here. What's going on? Who called the police? Two police officers walked in. Zhang Yi turned around and looked. His heart suddenly relaxed a lot. The two police officers who came were acquaintances. These two policemen were the same Captain Li and the young policeman surnamed Xiao that Zhang Yi had met at the police station last time. Only that he didn't expect this place to be under their jurisdiction as well. What Zhang Yi did not expect is that, just because at that time they took care of Zhang Yi, not a few days actually was promoted. Although the reason for the promotion of the surface in Zhang Yi the thing has nothing to do, but the real reason for the two people know well. Comrade policeman, I called the police. He's the one who beat us up. A male ran up to deal with Officer Xiao, who was expressionlessly taking notes, while Captain Li, who was next to him, walked directly to Zhang Yi's side. Idano-san, we meet again. Officer Li, I don't want to see you on this kind of occasion. Zhang Yi laughed bitterly. Captain Li came forward and muttered in a low voice. Your parents are also a dignified person. Why do you always cause trouble for them? Zhang Yi had guessed that the police department knew his identity before, and now that he heard these words he could confirm that he had guessed completely correctly. But Su Shishir on the side was a bit puzzled. Why was the police not what she expected when they arrived? And what did he mean when he said that Stinky Brother's parents were dignitaries? Were Stinky Brother's parents very powerful? Zhang Yi replied officerly. I don't want to cause trouble either, and I really didn't take the initiative to cause trouble this time. Zhang Yi retold the whole story to Captain Li again, who frowned, his mind constantly thinking about the solution. The back and forth of this incident was actually quite simple, with the two men throwing things first and then verbally provoking them later. But these two only stay in the mouth. Zhang Yi is scolded but directly on the hands, but also hit people like this. If Zhang Yi is willing to apologize, this matter can be solved. But difficult to make this kid apologize is basically impossible. The point was that there was no way he would let Zhang Yi apologize either, knowing that he had been promoted last time because of how he handled Zhang Yi's business, and this was another opportunity for him. In that case, We can only let the two beaten ones admit their own bad luck. But how to make them swallow this breath? Captain Lee pondered for a moment, and suddenly his eyes lit up with an idea. Why don't you all come over here for a minute? Captain Lee called everyone together. The two men thought that Captain Lee was going to take it out on them, and looked at Jiang Yi with an arrogant expression, as if to say, "Kid, you're finished." But what Captain Lee said next really shocked the jaws of the two men. According to our understanding, you are suspected of damaging other people's finances, and provoking and abusing other people, and finally both of you engaged in mutual assault. But it is clear that you two are mainly responsible for this incident. So please come with me now. No, comrade policeman. We reported the case, and we were the ones who were beaten up. So how can we be held responsible? Next to the police officer, Shawa glanced to see what drugs sold in the gourd of Captain Lee. With the singing of the white face said, although you were injured, but after all, you took the initiative to provoke the incident caused by the other side can only be counted as self-defense. Of course, you don't want to go to the police station can also be, but what? Captain Lee answered, if you don't want to go to the police station, you have to reach a settlement with the parties involved. This is the most convenient. If you go to the police station you will be in trouble. Two men, you look at me and I look at you. The heart is all bitter. Thought the alarm can let Jiang Yi eat some bitter. Did not expect the final bad luck is actually their own. Jiang Yi at first did not expect these two can apologize. He hit the people. In letting people apologize to themselves is a bit excessive. So took the initiative to come forward and said, Officer Lee, apologize even if my girlfriend and I still rushed to go to dinner. The two men simultaneously sighed in relief when they heard Jiang Yi say such words, casting grateful glances at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi really couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. It's like a certain gentleman said, I'll break your leg and give you a crutch while I'm at it. And you'll thank me for it. Since the parties involved are off the hook, you can leave. When Captain Lee gave the word, the two men ran away as if they were amnestied. Captain Lee and officer Shao didn't stay too long and said a few more words to Jiang Yi and also drove away. Brother, those two policemen just now seem to be familiar with you? Su Shishir asked the question in her mind. Jiang Yi replied, also can't talk about how familiar. Is the last time to the police station when they dealt with that case of mine? And later found that he and that friend of mine know. Just now is also to give that friend of mine face. Oh, so that's it. At this time, Su Shishir phone rang. The original is Su Xiulan C2 half a day did not come back, so called to ask what the situation. In order not to let Su Xiulan worry, the two quickly returned to the restaurant and informed the waiter to start serving the food. Is everything okay, Xiao Jiang? Why did you go for so long? Su Xiulan said with concern. It's okay, auntie. Those two have apologized. Su Xiulan was still a bit unconvinced, but only after seeing Su Shishir nodding towards herself did she believe in what Jiang Yi had said. Although she didn't know what method Xiao Jiang had used for this child was indeed still reliable. The trio's order was served quickly because the dining rush had passed. Simply from the appearance, these dishes are still colorful and fragrant. Jiang Yi and Su Shishir have already been fooled, so they did not rush to move chopsticks. The dishes are all served. Why don't you eat? Hurry up and eat. Auntie, you eat first. Su Shishir laughed evilly and said, Jiang Yi is right. Mom, you eat first. If you don't move your chopsticks first, how can we dare to eat? Su Xiulan will be skeptical. Is it that hard to eat? Said a piece of braised pork into the mouth, tasted and said, feel okay, just a little sweet. The first bite Su Xiulan hadn't felt anything wrong until she tasted a few more dishes before gradually realizing something was wrong. What's with the food? Why is it all sweet? Even the veggies are a little sweet. I told you a long time ago not to come here to eat, you do not believe. Now you know, Su Shishir said. Shanghai tastes like this. They like to put a little sugar in everything. Su Xiulan is still the first time to encounter such cooking. A moment do not know what to say. Can only silently tearfully eat 3 big bowls. I can't help it. I ordered a lot of food and I can't eat it without some rice. Chapter 30 Departure and Arrival. Su Xiulan stayed in Shanghai for a total of 4 days. Except for the second day after eating Shanghai food at noon once. She never mentioned the matter of eating Shanghai food again. In the past few days, Jiang Yi and Su Shishir had taken her to visit many of the well-known attractions in Shanghai, relaxing her while allowing her to fully recognize Jiang Yi and be certain that this was someone she could trust her daughter with. Today was her 4th day in Shanghai, and in a little while she was going to take the high-speed train back to Sichuan and Chongqing. Mom, are you sure you don't want to play for 2 more days? Su Shishir some reluctant to say. This go see again will have to wait until the new year. But to the new year and stinky brother to separate. Which is like now. Su Xiulan and Jiang Yi are accompanied by their own side. Come on. Mom has been with you for so many years. Why haven't I seen you this sad before? Su Xiulan said to Jiang Yi again. Xiao Jiang. Speaking of which, you are still 2 years younger than Shishir. But auntie still wants you to take care of each other. Call auntie if there is anything. Jiang Yi nodded. Don't worry auntie. I will. The station is really a magical place. Both the joy of reunion, but also the sadness of parting, how much laughter, and how much to say the words of separation, are hidden in the roar of the train. As the time came, Su Xiulan joined the millions of returnees and gradually disappeared from the two men's view. Auntie's gone. Let's go back too. Jiang Yi reached out and smoothed Su Shishir's hair for her. Aha! Su Shishir, still immersed in her sadness, only responded in a small voice. See this scene? Jiang Yi suddenly also want their own mom. Really strange. Obviously come to Shanghai for a month, do not think much this time, but want to think of great. Very want to give mom a phone call. But when he found his mom's contact information from his cell phone, he still didn't call, and finally put the phone back in his pocket, feeling a little puzzled himself. Come on sis, don't you have to meet your friends this afternoon? Aha! Su Shishir glanced at her cell phone and said Lingling and Xiaoli have already driven off. They're estimated to arrive in the afternoon. Song Xiaoli and Qin Lingling are two of her high school classmates. One is a BFF and the other is considered a friend. Both of them got admitted to the university in Hangzhou, and Hangzhou to Shanghai is just more than 2 hours drive. So the two of them plan to drive themselves to Shanghai to find Su Shishir to play. Jiang Yi and Su Shishir after dinner went back to the hotel to wait for Qin Lingling and Song Xiaoli. I thought that at 1 p.m. can wait. I did not expect the National Day road traffic jams. Originally more than 2 hours away, hard to drive 4 hours to the hotel. Responsible for driving Song Xiaoli, the whole person is numb. Sure. Seeing you is really comparable to fetching scriptures from the Western paradise. I'm getting stuck in the car. Song Xiaoli hugged Su Shishir as soon as she got off the bus and complained. Alright, don't act like a refugee. At night sis will take you to eat and drink. Su Shishir comforted. Qin Lingling, who came down from the co-pilot, looked at Jiang Yi first, and then said to Su Shishir, Sure, aren't you going to introduce us? Su Shishir sniffed and pulled Jiang Yi to the side with a smug smile. This is my boyfriend Jiang Yi. Handsome, right? See how proud you are. No wonder you've been in less contact with me lately. It's true that you forget your sisters when you have a boyfriend. Song Xiaoli skimmed her mouth. Jiang Yi stood by the side a little awkward. School sister introduced himself to her good friend to know. He is naturally very happy, but he also do not know how to get along. After all, girlfriend's best friend, there is also a name called little mother-in-law. Su Shishir gave Song Xiaoli a blank look and said to Jiang Yi, they are the high school classmates I told you about. Song Xiaoli and Qin Lingling. Song Xiaoli emphasized classmates Su Shishir. Don't forget that we were also classmates in middle school. Okay, my junior high and high school classmates. Only then was Song Xiaoli satisfied, and then said to Jiang Yi, hello, my name is Song Xiaoli, Shishir's junior high and high school classmate, plus BFF. These identities are not worse than your boyfriend, right? Jiang Yi smiled and said my name is Jiang Yi. I'm not interested in those identities you mentioned. I just want to be my schoolmate's boyfriend. Qin Lingling on the side covered her mouth and laughed softly, then said to Su Shishir, Shishir has a good eye. Your boyfriend is indeed quite handsome. Right, Su Shishir said smugly. Hello handsome, my name is Qin Lingling. I'm Shishir's high school classmate. Hello, my name is Eno. Alright, stop being nice to you and me. Can you take me and Lingling to the hotel first? My legs are sore. Song Xiaoli rubbed her legs and kept complaining. You're the one with a lot on your mind. Su Shishir stepped forward to share some of Song Xiaoli's luggage. Jiang Yi had wanted to help with it. Su Shishir said, brother, you help Lingling with it. Jiang Yi nodded. Anything trouble you, yo handsome? Qin Lingling smiled faintly, glanced at Su Shishir who was already walking ahead, and then whispered to Jiang Yi, you don't mind if I call you handsome brother, do you? As you wish. Jiang Yi wasn't sad or happy as he picked up his luggage and walked next to Su Shishir. Hard work brother. No hard work at all. Jiang Yi heart not to mention how excited. A moment Song Xiaoli and Qin Lingling live in a room. Then he will not be able to be in a room with his school sister. How can it be hard? Speaking of that, Qin Lingling, although she is very good looking, but Jiang Yi always feel that she is a little strange, and cannot say where the strange, but he is now in his heart is full of schoolmates. In the good looking girls in his eyes are also general. The other Song Xiaoli well, singled out can be, but in the middle of the two people in the school sister and Qin Lingling appears to be a bit flat, but this person's personality is quite interesting. No wonder you can be friends with the school sister. The room with the double bed had already been cleaned, and after putting their luggage away, Song Xiaoli and Qin Lingling began to organize their luggage, while Jiang Yi and Su Shishir went back to the king-size bedroom. After returning to her room, Su Shishir took off her small leather shoes, sat on the bed and wiggled her small feet wrapped in white socks, and was about to take off her socks when her small feet were grabbed by Jiang Yi's hand. Stinky brother, what are you grabbing my feet for? Certain girls' feet were particularly sensitive and itched when they were touched. Su Shishir was such a body type. So when her little feet were grabbed by Jiang Yi, she almost kicked them over by reflex. Jiang Yi didn't think about it that much and explained, "Help you take off your socks." Su Shishir was relieved in her heart. She had heard from others before that some boys had some strange hobbies. Just now when Jiang Yi grabbed his feet, she thought that Jiang Yi was just like those boys. Her feet were just too sensitive to do those strange things. Jiang Yi didn't know that just now his dear schoolmate almost thought of him as a pervert. And after removing the socks from both feet, he placed Su Shishir's legs on the bed and laid them back down again before asking the question that was on his mind. "Sister, are you close to that Song Xiaoli and Qin Lingling?" "That's for sure." Su Shishir explained. "Xiaoli and I were in the same class in junior high school, until later in our sophomore year of high school when we were divided into arts and sciences before we were put into different classes. But the relationship has always been there. She's a person with a big personality. She's especially good to her friends. She helps with everything. She's a very good person. You'll see later." Jiang Yi did not expect Su Shishir to have such a high opinion of Song Xiaoli, and then asked, "What about the other Qin Lingling?" "Well, Chapter 31, So-Called Friends. I don't really know her that well, actually." "What do you mean?" Jiang Yi did not expect Su Shishir to give such an answer. Not high school classmates plus friends. How could he say he did not know much about it? Su Shishir thought for a moment and said, "Actually, I didn't know Ling Ling very well before. It was through Xiaoli that I got to know her." When Su Shishir and Song Xiaoli split classes, Song Xiaoli met Qin Lingling in her new class, and then every holiday season Song Xiaoli would ask both of them out at the same time, and over the two of them got to know each other. But the two are also limited to the level of friends, not even close to the word good, let alone the word bosom friend. Jiang Yi did not expect to be such an answer. See, just now the school sister and that Qin Lingling have a laugh, thought that the two people have a good relationship, but it turned out to be their own overthinking. Su Shishir was puzzled. "Why are you asking? Is there something wrong?" Ino shook his head. "I'm just asking." 6 o'clock in the evening. Jiang Yi first went downstairs and drove the car over, and it didn't take long to see Su Shishir and the three of them talking and laughing out of the elevator. And then they saw Jiang Yi sitting in the car at the entrance. "Yo, your boyfriend is quite powerful. Mercedes-Benz are driving on. This is good. Save me still have to drive." Song Xiaoli's but hurt now just thinking about driving, and it was obvious that she hadn't slowed down yet. Su Shishir explained that car belongs to his friend. He just borrowed it for a few days to drive. Qin Lingling rapped, "It's also impressive to be able to borrow a Mercedes." Jiang Yi didn't hear the trio's conversation in the car, and waited until the three of them got on the car, then set off towards the location of the meal. The three of them, who hadn't seen each other in a long time, talked non-stop until they got to the place where they ate, and the voices in the car didn't stop. The place to eat was chosen as a barbecue restaurant, which was also famous in the neighborhood, but because Jiang Yi and the others had come earlier, there was no wait for a seat. Su Shishir and the three of them ordered food, and while there was a gap, Jiang Yi planned to go to the restroom to smoke a cigarette or something in the meantime. Almost to the door of the restroom, Jiang Yi took out a cigarette and prepared to light it, only to bump into two girls coming out of the women's restroom at the corner without paying attention. "I'm sorry." Ino and the other side apologized at the same time, but when they saw the appearance both of them were shocked. "It's you, Sister Su. Why are you here?" The person who came and bumped into was none other than Su Shanshan. Beside her there was another girl. Jiang Yi only felt familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere, but couldn't recall who it was. "Why can't I be here? No one says I can't eat here, right?" "Sure, wherever you want. I'm going to the restroom first. Bye." Jiang Yi went into the restroom after saying that. Su Shishir was still in the restaurant. He didn't dare to chat with this woman for a long time. "Shallow, who is that boy?" Li Junlan, who was next to her, asked. "He's the Jiang Yi I told you about. The boyfriend Su Shishir found." "Oh, so he was Jiang Yi." Li Junlan nodded her head thoughtfully. She had heard her dad mention this boy when she was home a few days ago. She was curious then. She just never had the chance to meet him. When Jiang Yi finished smoking and came out again, Su Shanshan and Li Junlan had already left, presumably having finished eating just now. "What took you so long to go to the restroom?" "There's someone inside, waiting for a while." Jiang Yi didn't want to tell the truth and make Su Shishir think too much, so he made up a random excuse. At this time, the waiter brought the processed ingredients to the table. Jiang Yi saw this and took the initiative to ask for help. "Senior sister, let me grill the meat for you." In fact, Jiang Yi has never baked by himself, but he thought that it was just a matter of flipping more. It should not be that difficult, right? Su Shishir thought that Jiang Yi was very experienced, so she said, "Okay, then I'll work hard for you." But two people obviously think things simple. Jiang Yi's grasp of the fire is really bad. A good piece of beef, froze on one side roasted into beef jerky, one side in blood. That what? I think there must be something wrong with this beef. Yes, with the beef. Jiang Yi dumped the pot on the beef, drawing blank stares from the crowd, and Su Shishir said, silly brother. You'd better sit by the side and wait for the food. Song Xiaoli on the side teased Jiang Yi student. If you want to marry our Shishir you can't do it without cooking. Our Shishir is a famous foodie. Jiang Yi hurriedly said, I can learn. No, I will hire a cook to specialize in cooking at home. Hiring a cook to specialize in cooking at home? The trio's heads were filled with question marks. It was the first time they had heard such a statement. And Jiang Yi felt something was wrong all of a sudden. Nanny, cook. These occupations are very common in his family, but to Su Shishir they are a little strange. Thought he said the wrong words. Jiang Yi explained, I will study hard now, and in the future try to earn money, so that the school sister to live in the days of clothes to hand, food to mouth. Su Shishir was happy to hear this boy, who was still 2 years younger than herself, say such words, while Song Xiaoli and Qin Lingling beside her laughed and said, Shishir, your boyfriend is really interesting. Su Shishir didn't laugh along with them. Instead she said as if she was cheering Jiang Yi up, then you have to work hard. Sister, I also want to live the kind of life you are talking about. Aha, Ino nodded. Seeing as you're so determined, let's reward you with a piece of meat. Su Shishir chucked a piece of meat she had just roasted to Jiang Yi. You eat too. Senior sister. Jiang Yi also gave Su Shishir a piece of roasted meat. Huh, you two are really enough. Can you eat properly? I'm really going to throw up at this rate. Qin Lingling next to her also exclaimed, Shishir, you and your boyfriend are so close. It's so enviable. Su Shishir was very pleased in her heart, but on the surface, she lightly said, it's okay, we've always been like this. Shishir, you have to keep an eye on Mr. Ino if he's so good. Otherwise, such a good boy is very popular with other girls. Right, Mr. Ino? Qin Lingling even winked at Jiang Yi when she finished speaking while the others weren't paying attention. Student Qin Lingling, did your eyes get smoked by the smoke from the barbecue? Jiang Yi looked at Qin Lingling blinking at herself, and Jiang Yi only felt that she must be suffering from some serious illness. Ha? No? Qin Lingling heart speechless to death. Thought, this Jiang Yi really stupid or pretend. I am so he cannot see? This woman is not a good person. Also do not know how the school sister and this kind of people become friends. Jiang Yi heart secretly sigh. Mouth said, I thought you eyes were smoked. Can be careful. Ha, I don't know what you're thinking, but you better not do anything to hurt your senior sister, or I won't let you get away with it. This instantly sharp gaze swept past Qin Lingling's body, and then returned to that naive look just now, saying to Su Shishir, senior sister, I'm grilling a piece of meat for you. I'm sure I can grill it well this time. Well then, cheers. Su Shishir rubbed Jiang Yi's hair like she was coaxing a child, but her eyes were constantly pondering something, obviously questioning the conversation between Jiang Yi and Qin Lingling just now. Song Xiaoli next to her didn't hear anything, but just muttered and spat out, if you don't show love, you'll die. Only Qin Lingling was silent at the side. She already regretted her actions just now, or rather, she felt that she was too impulsive just now. She didn't see through Jiang Yi at all, just like Su Shishir didn't understand her either. Chapter 32, Qin Lingling's Secret. It could be said that this barbecue meal could be said to be in each person's mind at the end of the day, and the only one who didn't know about it was Song Xiaoli, so it was no wonder that Su Shishir had said that she was big-headed before. After dinner, Jiang Yi drove the crowd back to the hotel. Fearing that Su Shishir would be hungry at night, he offered to go to the supermarket to buy some snacks and drinks or something. Go ahead. I'll go to Xiaoli in the girls' room for a little chat first. Jiang Yi nodded, then went into the supermarket next to him to buy something. Seeing Jiang Yi into the supermarket, Su Shishir's originally smiling face gradually calmed down, and when she entered the room, after a moment of silence, she said, Ling Ling, what do you mean by what you just said to my boyfriend during dinner? It doesn't mean anything. I'm just kidding. You're overthinking it, Shishir. Qin Lingling said a little heartily. Next to the Song Xiaoli, who do not know anything, also feel that Su Shishir a little fuss, smiled and rounded off the scene. Shishir, not so much. Ling Ling also said a joke. You do not be too boyfriend as a baby. Our two sisters are always with you. Su Shishir's heart trembled. She knew Song Xiaoli's character and that she wasn't very good at talking, but this thoughtless sentence still made her uncomfortable. What do you mean don't treat Jiang Yi too much like a baby? Jiang Yi has always been a treasure that she carefully cherished. Why should she be so worthless as you say? However, right now Su Shishir was in no mood to argue with her about this, and simply said, Xiaoli, don't say anything, let Ling Ling speak. Qin Lingling was silent for a long time before she said, Su Shishir, I hate you, you know? Su Shishir frowned. Song Xiaoli even revealed an unbelievable gaze. Ling Ling, what are you talking about? Her best friend hated her other best friend. Song Xiaoli instantly felt bad about the whole thing. She had always thought that everyone was on good terms. She had never thought that this would happen. Qin Lingling said to herself, if I didn't know you, I would have been a good boy in my mother's mouth. but after knowing you, my mother would always compare me with you, saying that I can't do anything better than you. I don't know where I'm not as good as you." Song Xiaoli was also silent. In fact, her mother sometimes said such things, such as, "Look at that friend of yours, how good their grades are, how hard-working they are at housework," and so on, but she knew that these were all words her mother said when she was angry. She just didn't expect the same words to hurt Qin Lingling so deeply. Qin Lingling continued, "In your senior year, did a boy named Shinfei send you a love letter?" I liked him for 3 years, but I didn't even have time to confess. But he sent you a love letter first. I hate you Su. I always have. So when you flaunted your boyfriend at me, I already figured out how to make you two break up. I just didn't expect you to see it just before you started. This secret she had hidden in her heart for 2 years and had never told anyone about it. And now after saying it out loud, her whole body was much more relaxed. Su Shishir listened and said expressionlessly, "Are you done?" Having said that, "What do you want?" "You're pathetic." Su Shishir left a sentence and directly left. Su Shishir, what do you mean? Who are you looking down on? Who's pathetic? You're the one who's pathetic. Su Shishir was already too lazy to listen to the latter words, but she still felt sorry for Qin Lingling, living under the shadow of others all the time, and didn't know how long it would take to heal this wound. Before Su Shishir could reach the door, Zhang Yi had already opened the door to the room. "Sister, you guys are fighting?" Zhang Yi had heard Qin Lingling's voice from his room and felt that something wasn't right, which was why he opened the door with the intention of checking it out, only to see Su Shishir already walking back. "Nothing, just a little chat." Zhang Yi could see that his senior sister was in a bit of a bad mood, so he didn't pursue the matter further, and returned to the room and thoughtfully took off Su Shishir's shoes and socks for her and changed into slippers. Although it was a bit out of place, Zhang Yi's heart was still enamored with the feeling of his schoolmate's small and delicate jade feet resting in his hands. Su Shishir was lying on the bed and saw Zhang Yi looking at herself and asking directly, "What are you thinking about?" Ino pointed to the bed and said that, "There's only one bed here yeah." Su Shishir face a red. "This brother is really stupid. This king-size bedroom is not a bed. Can there be 2 beds? You want to come up cannot come up directly, but also have to say a word." Su Shishir gave Zhang Yi a blank look and asked, "Then do you want to sleep on the bed or on the floor?" Zhang Yi did not say anything. Directly the body shirt a hand off, a moment to lie on the bed. The whole action in one go, without half a bit of procrastination. "Just kidding. This kind of opportunity is fleeting. Do not grasp it. Do not know when the next time will have to wait." "Stinky brother, did you plan this all along?" Zhang Yi subconsciously nodded his head then immediately shook his head. "How can it be? This is a special case. Sister, you also know that now the National Day hotel rooms are not easy to book." Su Shishir didn't say anything more, just emphasized sleeping is fine, but don't move your hands at night. "Aha." Zhang Yi hurriedly nodded his head. To be able to sleep in the same bed with his senior sister he was already satisfied. How could he dare to expect anything else? Well, other things had crossed his mind, but he really had the heart of a thief but not the guts. It was an uneventful night. 2 rooms, 4 people with things on their minds, and I don't know how long it took to fall asleep. Su Shishir slept a little poorly in the first half of the night, but the second half of the night, she slept soundly, only feeling as if she was back in her bed at home, cuddling the oversized doll bear on the bed, and pinning him down with her own short legs. But when Su Shishir opened her eyes in a daze she was directly dumbfounded. At this moment she was hugging Zhang Yi in a strange and shameful position, the two of them with their faces almost pressed together. It turns out that what I just hugged was not a big bear but a stinky brother. Ah, no wonder the smell is so familiar. Zhang Yi slept quietly, only emitting faint breathing sounds. Su Shishir just looked at him quietly. The more she looked, the more her heartbeat accelerated, and she couldn't help but want to kiss him. "No, if my stinky brother wakes up, won't I lose all my face?" Su Shishir carefully moved her hand away, but just moved halfway to Zhang Yi opened his eyes. The two stared wide-eyed, the atmosphere for a moment actually awkward. Su Shishir was the first to react, and her small head directly gave Zhang Yi's head a bump, then quickly turned around to pull away. Zhang Yi's whole body was knocked out of his mind. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Without waiting for him to react, Su Shishir turned around and puffed up again and slapped her hand against Zhang Yi's head again before turning around again, muttering in a low voice, "Stinky younger brother, why is your head so hard? Your head is all banged up for me, you know? Sister, are you polite? You're the one who bumped into me, and you said I have an iron head afterward." Of course, Ino didn't dare to say such words, and had to lean over to help his senior sister rub her forehead. Around 10 in the morning, Song Xiaoli called Su Shishir. Sure. Lingling said something came up and she's ready to go back to Hangzhou first. Su Shishir didn't care about Qin Lingling's stay or go. She just asked, "What about you, Xiaoli? Are you playing for 2 days or are you going with her?" There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, and only after a long time did she say she doesn't have a car. So I'll have to join her in order to do that. Okay then, I'll give you a ride. No, I'm already on my way. Chapter 33, Black Toothpaste Spokesman. What one gains and what one loses in this life. When Song Xiaoli reached out to Su Shishir in her middle school year when she needed help, Su Shishir thought she would be her best friend. But after graduating from high school, as the two are separated by 2 places, the relationship gradually fades. Su Shishir also met a new friend Xiao Yuer, but Song Xiaoli and the same and Hongzhou Qin Lingling relationship is getting better and better. With this parting, Su Shishir could be sure that the two were still friends, but they couldn't go back to being as close as before. Brother, are you still in touch with your former friends? Yes, not many, just a few friends who used to be a little closer. In fact, in the first few days of the National Day there are a lot of people asked Jiang Yi want to return to the capital, but to say sincere friends, there are only 2 or 3. What's wrong sis? Eno asked. It's okay, check out that double room later. It's just the 2 of us for the rest of the trip. Jiang Yi instantly reacted that it should be Song Xiaoli and Qin Lingling who had left, so the senior sister was a bit sad, and he didn't know what they had talked about last night. Jiang Yi comforted sister. I think it's fine for just the 2 of us. Su Shishir nodded. If it's with you, that's quite good indeed. Su Shishir also figured out that some people and things are destined to leave and lose. Don't dwell on it. People should learn to look forward. The next 2 days, Jiang Yi and Su Shishir finished the rest of the attractions. Would have liked to return the car to Li Tong, the head of the China construction group in Shanghai, and then take a taxi back. But the result is that Li Tong said, do not need to be so troublesome. In a couple of days there will be someone to find him to get the car. Jiang Yi will be directly back to the school to drive the car. Inside the dormitory, Lu Yugang and Wang Mang had already returned, leaving one Wang Xiaoshui, whose family was in Shanghai and was expected to arrive in a while. Jiang Yi just entered the dormitory. In front of his eyes appeared a cloud of tall black shadow. It is Lu Yugang, home for a few days to feel people again a little black. At the same time smile when the teeth are whiter. Details can refer to the black toothpaste. Lu Yu just met and locked Jiang Yi in a handful of locks, and Wang Mang closed the dormitory door at the right time, scaring Jiang Yi's heart. Asterisk. What are you two up to? The old man is straight. What a mess. Honestly, what have you done these days? Wang Mang asked. Lu Yugang also threatened next to him. Focus on explaining what you and sister Su Shishir have done. If you lie about military intelligence, you will not be spared. The two hearts are very curious, mainly because these days Jiang Yi in the group is always posting some appetizing words, and there is no context. The brothers are almost hanging into the warped mouth. Gonzo, you let go first. Don't lean on my brother's ass. Brother, I'm straight. Jiang Yi really cannot endure such a shameful posture. You girl, a big man and lousy ass stick so tight. What is going on? Asterisk off. Brother, I'm also straight. Lu Yugang's old face blushed and released Jiang Yi. Wild child. Tell me, did you make rapid progress with sister Su Shishir these days? Wang Meng couldn't wait. Who says men don't have a heart for gossip? These two are close to grabbing a handful of melons and peanuts and sitting here. Jiang Yi gripped a cigarette. Lu Yugang hurriedly inhaled a mouthful. Jiang Yi said, this progress is certainly a drop, but to say Godspeed depends on the kind of Godspeed you're talking about. Of course, said Wang Mang with a know-it-all smile, and the next second he was slapped on the back by Jiang Yi. Asterisk off. Don't give me jokes like that about schoolmates. Wang Mang saw Jiang Yi's expression so serious. Know that the other side of this is serious. Embarrassed and scratched his head and said, sorry, I'm just a little curious about you and Su Shishir's sister to that point. Jiang Yi patted his chest and said, that is of course the step where you can go directly to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a marriage license. You just blow it, you, now married, who does not want a house, car and deposit. You say you can give Su Shishir's sister what people want to marry you? Jiang Yi did not think twice. I can give her this person, is not enough? And I even the future mother-in-law that pass? Marriage is only a matter of time. You're bull. Lu Yugang and Wang Mang gave a thumbs up at the same time. Nowadays, everyone is very realistic. But who is not saying that pure love is too unreal? But in the heart they are looking forward to meeting pure love? Don't just talk about me, tell me about you guys too. These days back, what are those fun things? And you, Kongzi, why have you gotten so much darker in the past few days? Who's black? I'm a symbol of health. Okay, if you're like Shui Zi, when you go out in the future, you'll be treated like a little white boy. As soon as Lu Yugan's words fell, Wang Xiaoshui's roar came from outside. Gongzi, you, I just came back and heard you say bad things about me. Wang Xiaoshui pushed open the door and wanted to have a seizure, but as soon as he saw a black man, he directly gave a shock. Asterisk. There's a new person in the dormitory. Hello, are you an international student from Africa? Asterisk 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 off. I'm your just brother. Ha ha ha. Shwai Z. You're really something. And international students. I'm going to die of laughter by you. Wang Mang covered his stomach and couldn't catch his breath from laughing. Zhang Yi on the sidelines is almost the same. While laughing, but also did not forget to continue to damage said Gangzi. Seriously, if I am the chairman of the black toothpaste I must ask you to be the spokesman. Wang Xiaoshui went up and looked at it again and again, but he still couldn't believe it. Gangzi, how on earth did you do this? The brothers in Africa are not as dark as you are. Lu Yugan wanted to cry without tears, pressed to ignore the words of these people, but the three people's laughter is too magical, has been in his ears around, under the sadness and indignation. Lu Yugan resolutely opened the computer, and then clicked on the LOL. Brother, I'm going to score alone and then amaze everyone. It is unlikely to score points alone, but dropping points alone happens from time to time. Lu Yugan, after kneeling 3 or 4 times in a row, could not wait to smash the computer on the spot. Recently, it seems to have committed a water reversal. Doing anything is not good. Think or turn out the big red small underwear in the suitcase. Starting tomorrow, it will rely on it to turn over. Early the next morning, there were classes. Zhang Yi got up early in the morning, only to find that the dormitory was deserted except for Lu Yugang, who was still sleeping with his blanket over his head. Wang Xiaoshui and Wang Mang should have gone running, which was what they had agreed on last night. I didn't expect Shui Zi to keep working out after he came back, and I don't know if Mang Zi had time to change clothes this time. Zhang Yi also went out of the dormitory after quickly washing up. He also had to go to the cafeteria to buy breakfast for his dear senior sister. Good thing the cafeteria isn't particularly crowded right now. I guess they've all been playing crazy these past few days and can't adjust to going back to school all of a sudden. Zhang Yi quickly bought breakfast and sent a message to Su Shishir before walking in the direction of the girls' dormitory building. With the first rays of the morning sun and feet on the limestone paved paths, the scenery is superb all the way. The path came to an end and she was standing in the sunlight, quietly smiling, her eyes looking straight at me. At this moment, what Zhang Yi wanted to say to her so badly was, I want you the most in my life, and I am most afraid of losing you. Chapter 34, all three of them. You seem happy today. Is something good happening? Su Shishir couldn't help but ask as she watched Zhang Yi with such a wide smile on his face. There's really something good about it. What is it? Zhang Yi smiled mysteriously and said the good thing is that I can see you when I want to see you. There is nothing better than that. Su Shishir's pretty face blushed. Early in the morning began to tease. Stinky brother is eating candied fruit, his mouth so sweet. Su Shishir only feel heartbeat are much faster. Looking at the younger brother in front of her, who was much taller than herself, Su Shishir smiled and asked, so if I see you every day won't you get tired of it? No, how can I get tired of it? I can't wait to spend every moment with my sister. Su Shishir smiled even more happily. Her heart warmed as she drank the sweet soybean milk in her mouth. It would be a joy to spend every second with my stinky brother. After accompanying Su Shishir to eat breakfast, Zhang Yi went to class. Zhang Yi was still immersed in the beauty of what he had just seen, and waited for the class to get halfway through before realizing something strange. Wang Xiaoshui was no longer there. Where is Shuizi? Look ahead. Wang Mang pointed his finger ahead. Zhang Yi fixed his eyes and was shocked. Wang Xiaoshui actually sat next to Yang Xiu. Did it really happen? It seems that time Wang Xiaoshui sent her to the hospital really sent the right one. Lu Yugang seems to have seen Zhang Yi's thoughts, calmly patted his shoulder and said, don't think about it. It's still early. Now Yang Xiu can only be considered to give Shuizi a chance, but want to hold the return of the beauty, but also have to think long and hard. It's fine. I feel like Shueiko is definitely a pro when it comes to long-lasting battles. The two thought of Wang Xiaoshui's recent changes and nodded their heads at the same time. You don't say. It's really true. This morning there is only one class. After the class Zhang Yi intends to go back to the dormitory to make up a sleep. Just return to the dormitory, not a moment. The door will be shouted. Is Ino there? There's someone downstairs looking for you. Who's looking for me? Sister Li Junlan, the student who passed the message said with an envious face. Zhang Yi, you kid can Our school is only 3 school flowers. You 3 all messed with once. Not at all to the other brothers to stay alive. Zhang Yi's head was full of question marks. When did I provoke the other 2? I've always only liked sister Su Shishir alone. Right. You kid, don't give me a blind rumor. The student who passed on the message revealed a smile that everyone understands. Everyone knows about you and Su Shishir, but Su Shanshan invited you to sing at the freshman party last time, and now Li Junlan is looking for you, too, and you say you didn't mess with her. Who believes it? Zhang Yi eyes staring like a copper bell, full of eyes are unbelievable. This is what is said with what? Make yourself seem like a scum. Brother, I am very innocent good. There is also this Li Junlan. People do not know looking for me for what? Jiang Yi really cannot understand. Can only go down to see. After following the student who passed the message downstairs, Jiang Yi saw a girl standing in the shade. And only when he got closer did he realize that he had seen this girl 2 days ago. Junlin senpai. The person has been brought to you. Hard work classmate. Li Junlin's voice was very nice when she spoke, giving people a feeling of being in the spring breeze, so that people couldn't help but want to be close to her. The student who had sent the message left in a frenzy, and only then did Li Junlan say, Mr. Jiang Yi, do you know what I'm here for? Jiang Yi shook his head. He wasn't a god. How could he know what Li Junlan was looking for him for? He could only wait for Li Junlan to explain. I've come for the keys. Get the keys? Car keys? Jiang Yi suddenly remembered what Uncle Li said yesterday, but he just didn't expect that the one who came to get the key would be her. What is her relationship with Uncle Li? He's my dad. As if guessing what Jiang Yi was thinking, Li Junlan said directly. For safety's sake, Jiang Yi still made a call to Li Tong, and only after confirming that there was no mistake did he hand over the key to Li Junlan. Then I'll go up first if there's nothing else. Jiang Yi didn't want to get too entangled with the other girls and immediately wanted to leave. Wait. Jiang Yi was puzzled and turned back, and heard Li Junlan continue. My dad asked if you have time next weekend, and asked you to have a meal together. Jiang Yi originally wanted to refuse, but Uncle Li has helped so much, and besides, just having a meal is not a big deal. After thinking about it, he asked again. Okay, then you and Uncle Li say a word, then I will visit him with my girlfriend. Okay, I'll talk to him. Jiang Yi continued to go back to the dormitory to sleep after Li Junlan left, and slept until after 3 o'clock in the afternoon before waking up. I don't know if my sister has finished her class yet, so I'll send a message to ask first. River Wild, sister, have you gotten out of class yet? I miss you. Soft and cute older sister, sister also misses you, but the next class will have to wait a while. Yo. River Wild, that's fine. I'll come to you. Jiang Yi quickly got up directly from the bed with a carp, cleaned up a bit and went to the school building. Su Shishir sat in class and couldn't help but show a light smile at the corner of her mouth when she saw Jiang Yi say that she would come to find herself in a while. Stinky brother is really getting clingy, like a little kid, happy when coaxed. But the cell phone said that when you fall in love to maintain a suitable sense of distance, distance can produce beauty. Stay together every day will not be long before the male will be tired. If the stinky brother later tired of how to do, although Jiang Yi had said in the morning that he would never get tired of it, Su Shishir was still a little worried. Maybe this was what was called being afflicted. Su Shishir laughed for a while and frowned for a while, which also caught the attention of Xiao Yuer next to her. Sure. You, said Xiao Yuer, pointing to her head. Brain what nah? You're the one who's out of your mind. Then why are you laughing and crying? It's scary. Okay, Xiao Yuer asked. Su Shishir thought for a moment. Why don't she ask Xiao Yuer for her opinion? Yuer, the internet says that if a girl stays with a guy for a long time the guy will get bored. Is that true? Xiao Yuer blankly glanced at Su Shishir and said, you just straight up said you and Jiang Yi. What else is there to say online? Then he continued. Sure. I think you're overthinking it. I don't think you'll get tired of staying together every day. Just the one in your family. Are you tired of it? How could it be? Su Shishir shook her head. She also wanted to get cozy with her smelly brother. She was just worried that after a long time, her smelly brother would feel that he didn't have a bit of personal space. That's why she asked this question. Xiao Yuer said. That's not it. You guys should do what you want to do. The internet is less to see and less to believe. This is still before you told me. Have I ever said such a thing? When Su Shishir thought about it, it seemed that she had really said it. Could it be that she had eaten love brain after being in love for a long time? Su Shishir was slightly embarrassed, but in her heart, she felt that what Xiao Yuer said was quite reasonable. Those so-called relationship gurus on the internet, maybe they themselves are a single dog that no one wants. I will unfollow them in a moment. That's right Yuer, go eat by yourself in a while. I'm going to accompany my boyfriend. Xiao Yuer, get lost nah. Chapter 35, Marriage Before License. Ino is still more famous in the physics department. It was rare for the physics department to produce a school flower, and as a result, it was also flirted with by a freshman from the finance department of others, which made it hard for Jiang Yi not to become famous in the physics department. Psyche, your little brother from elementary school is waiting for you. Elementary brother. Where are you going to abduct our big schoolgirl Suta later? Of course it's abducted home as a wife. Jiang Yi was not afraid of the crowd's flirting and said directly, how old is schoolboy? Get married when you're old enough? We can have a reception before we get a license. Upon hearing this, the students in the class all burst into laughter, and they all coaxed Jiang Yi to send them wedding invitations at that time, making it seem as if they were really about to get married. Su Shishir's face had long been red. Covering her face, she went up and pulled Jiang Yi and ran away. Su Shishir still had a good reputation in her class, except for her other two roommates, Nya Xiaoyu and Lin Yi. What's so good about Su Shishir? So many people like her. That's right, Lin Yi chimed in. And pretentious and barbaric, so worthy of being from a small county. The two have always looked down on Su Shishir. The beginning of the first contact does not feel anything, and even generous care of her, thinks Su Shishir is from the small county out. They as Shanghai locals, should be more let. But over time, they realized that Su Shishir, who came out of this small county, was better and more popular than them, and that made them unable to stand it. Not to mention the fact that later on, the boy Lin Yi liked Su Shishir, which made Su Shishir's relationship with them deteriorate completely. Su Shishir pulled Zhang Yi out of the school building before letting go of her hand. Stinky brother, who's going to marry you? No shame. Su Shishir crossed her arms and huffed. This stinky brother, actually in front of the whole class, said to abduct her home as a wife. Although it sounds very happy, but so many people, alas, she is also to face okay. Zhang Yi looked at his senior sister, raising her head and looking at himself with a small mouth, inexplicably feeling that his senior sister was so cute. He directly reached out to rub her hair. If I don't take you as my wife, who should I take? Humph. You can abduct whoever you like. I won't go home with you anyway. Su Shishir arrogantly turned her head to the side, but in her heart, she was waiting for Zhang Yi to coax her. Who expected Zhang Yi directly squatted down and put his arm around her legs, just to put her to the same height as his own. His mouth also screamed, I said it is abduction. Still need your consent, haha. Stinky brother, put me down. Su Shishir subconsciously hugged Zhang Yi's neck, reacted and then gently pounded Zhang Yi's chest, but Zhang Yi froze and did not let go, just had to be so embracing her to go. Su Shishir felt both ashamed and kind of wanted to laugh. She herself didn't know how such thoughts could occur. After struggling fruitlessly, she buried her head in Zhang Yi's chest, letting Zhang Yi walk with her arms around her. Her whole body was floating. The students who saw this scene were stunned, and some of the older students couldn't believe that Su Shishir would actually be hugged by a boy like this. What's more, some of them have already tried to take a good picture and posted it on the campus bar, with the name, Shocked. The campus is shocked by the appearance of the domineering president and his little petite wife. At this moment, Zhang Yi felt like a general who had won a battle, and walked towards the outside of the school with his head held high in the eyes of his classmates. Being able to walk around campus with your favorite person in your arms isn't a general who has won the battle. After there was no one around, Su Shishir spoke up, Stinky brother, where are you planning to carry your sister to? Of course it's to take my dear sister to eat delicious. Let me hold you for a little while longer. Wait until the place and then put you down. Aha, Su Shishir said salaciously. Her heart had actually liked being held by Zhang Yi. It was especially reassuring, and she could also smell a light fragrance that made her very comfortable. Even after she got down to the place, she felt a little bit unfulfilled. What made you think of fondue today? It's been a long time since I've had one and I just remembered today. In fact, it is the other day. Su Shishir said that the national day every day in the outside to eat the results or not eat all did not eat a hot pot. So today Zhang Yi brought her to eat hot pot. Both people can eat spicy food. Naturally order red soup pot base. See this all red soup base. Zhang Yi remembered the online paragraph. Sister, is it true what they say on the internet that people won't even let you in if you order yuanyang and tomato pots in Sichuan and Chongqing? Su Shishir skimmed her lips and said, silly brother. You believe in what's on the internet. So if you can only eat red pot, what about the elderly and children at home? Fair enough. Soon the soup base boiled, constantly bubbling hot. Zhang Yi began to hot maw for Su Shishir. The internet said hot tripe is skillful. Pay attention to 7 on 8, meaning fishing up 7 times, hot down 8 times, each time only hot 2 or 3 seconds. So hot out of the tripe will be crisp. Zhang Yi followed the gourd to hot 8 times before the tripe to Su Shishir bowl. Who knows? Su Shishir laughed and said, you have this technique to Sichuan and Chongqing to go to the people look as outsiders. Zhang Yi was puzzled. Could it be that the ironing I just did wasn't professional enough? Then he asked, why? Su Shishir said, look how hot I am. Just see Su Shishir clip on a slice of tripe, put it directly into the pot, hot and done. After 10 seconds or so, fish it up, without any fancy. But I learned that technique online from a blogger in Chuanyu. Su Shishir laughed. That technique of yours is also correct, but we really aren't that particular about eating hot pot. We just eat it straight away. Okay. Zhang Yi had wanted to show off his craftsmanship, but I did not expect to be taught a lesson by my sister. It seems that the internet is really unreliable. The hot pot thing gets better and better the more you eat it, but when you stop holding the chopsticks in your hands, the spiciness surges up behind you. Zhang Yi took a sip of soy milk, then said, sister, are you free this weekend? I'm free. Why? It's just that I have an uncle who asked me to go to his house for dinner this weekend, and I want you to come with me. Zhang Yi had thought about it. If his sister did not go, he would find a random reason not to go, and if he wanted his sister to go, then he would go together. Su Shishir was a little embarrassed. Your uncle asked you to go to dinner. Is it appropriate for me to follow? Jiang Yi blurted out, what's so inappropriate? My mom has seen you anyway, and I don't really know that uncle very well. Jiang Yi and Li Tong is really not very familiar. After all, so far only borrowed the car when met aside. But Li Tong want to be familiar with Jiang Yi. If you can, and the chairman of the son of the relationship is good. For the future help is simply immeasurable. Su Shishir thought about it. Anyway, even Jiang Yi's mom has already met. What's there to be afraid of when meeting an uncle she doesn't know well? That's fine. Let's go together when the weekend comes. Jiang Yi thought about it, but it was better to give Su Shishir a word in advance. By the way, you don't know that uncle, but he also has a daughter you definitely know. I recognize? Who? Sophomore at our school. Li Junlan. How could it be her? Chapter 36, Buying Intimate Apparel with a Schoolmate. Su Shishir didn't expect Jiang Yi to be involved with Li Junlan, and a sense of crisis inexplicably rose in her heart. But when she looked up and saw that Jiang Yi was looking at her with a silly smile, that trace of apprehension dissipated. How could I have doubted him? I should have trusted the fool. Su Shishir also smiled as she looked at Jiang Yi. The gentleness in her eyes could have sweetened a person to death. And as they gazed at each other, a trace of redness appeared on both of their faces. And then they both couldn't help but laugh out loud. In an age where it's all about falsehoods, the moment the two blush trumps all love words. A hot pot. The two people eat heartily. Hot pot finished. The two people thought of shopping in the mall. Just finished eating. The two people cannot possibly go to the restaurant, so their eyes are aimed at the clothing floor. Su Shishir had enough clothes of her own to wear. She was trying to buy something for Jiang Yi to wear. After all, it had been Jiang Yi who had been spending money on food, clothing, and transportation during the National Day. Su Shishir suddenly stopped in front of the men's underwear door. Brother, how long have you been wearing your underwear? Su Shishir inexplicably asked. Ha? Jiang Yi pointed to the men's underwear store and asked tentatively, sister, you don't want to buy me underwear, do you? What's the problem? Su Shishir is thinking about clothes, pants, shoes basically bought for Jiang Yi. The only thing that has not been bought on the whole body seems to be the inside where that thing. Just today are strolling here. Just by the way to buy a few. This or forget it. I'll just buy it myself. Jiang Yi pulled Su Shishir and wanted to leave. It was a bit awkward to let a schoolmate help buy this kind of thing. Stinky brother, you're not embarrassed, are you? Su Shishir in turn pulled Jiang Yi inside and said, what's there to be embarrassed about? Look inside, all the girls are helping the boys pick out their underwear. It's not as bad as the two of us. It was only after saying this that Jiang Yi noticed that a men's underwear store, which was actually full of girls picking things out, with the boys basically following behind. So, Jiang Yi also followed the example of these male compatriots and followed Su Shishir, thinking that he would be able to make it through to the exit. But what was even more embarrassing was that Su Shishir would also take her chaps and put them underneath Jiang Yi's clothes to gesture while she was picking. This one is so ugly. This one is too big. No. Suddenly, Su Shishir accelerated to a shelf as if she had found a treasure, then picked up the small shorts on it and said to Jiang Yi, this is so cute. Why don't we buy this one? Jiang Yi couldn't help but gulp when he saw the pair of panties Su Shishir was holding. Dear sister, do you think it's too childish for me? A 5 feet 5 inches tall fierce man to wear SpongeBob patterned underwear. If the other 3 people in the dormitory see it, do I want to live? That's right. What Su Shishir was holding in her hand was exactly the panties with the SpongeBob SquarePants pattern. And not only that, there were also a series of cartoon panties such as Patrick Star and Mickey Mouse next to it. Jiang Yi shook his head vigorously. Sister, this joke cannot be opened. This I want to wear out. How to see people. Su Shishir jumped up with her little legs and gave Jiang Yi a pat on the head. You're afraid you're not a cutie, right? Who's a good person who wears underwear to go out and meet people? No. Ino still shook his head. Even so, he still couldn't put on such shameful underwear. Seeing this, Su Shishir smiled slightly and stretched out 3 fingers. I'll count to 3. 1, 2, bye. Although he didn't know exactly what would happen when he counted to 3. As soon as he heard Su Shishir start to report the number, Jiang Yi still panicked in his heart and didn't dare to give her a chance to finish counting. Su Shishir smiled triumphantly. She was already picturing Jiang Yi wearing these chaps in her mind. Well, the picture was too beautiful to imagine. Su Shishir happily pays. Jiang Yi happily accepts the cartoon underwear, and the cashier makes a snide remark. Miss has a good eye. Your boyfriend will definitely fit especially well in our store's underwear. Thanks, I think so too. Ino, I thank you all. Stinky brother, you're still upset that your sister bought you something. Hurry up and give your sister a smile. Ha, said Ino with a smile that was worse than tears. Can it be any more fake? Su Shishir gave him a blank look, not understanding why her smelly brother was so disgusted by the chap she found so cute. Stinky brother, I'm warning you, haha. You have to wear it when my sister buys it for you. Tomorrow, I'm going to check it every day, haha. No way. This still has a check? Jiang Yi could not help but nod his head helplessly and said, wear it, definitely wear it. That night, Jiang Yi changed his underwear after taking a shower, and after putting them on he always felt uncomfortable, and waited until he was about to go out of the restroom before slapping his head. How do you wash your pants? How the hell do you go out? But on second thought, no, why should I be shy? Why would I feel ashamed? This is a sister to buy for me. The dormitory of these 3 single dogs want to wear still have to go buy it. I'm afraid of a fool. Thinking of this, Jiang Yi no longer twisted, directly wearing a pants and walked out. Wang Mang and Lu Yugan were playing the game and hadn't noticed, but Wang Xiaoshui was the first to see Jiang Yi, who had come out of the shower. Brother Wildchild, are you changing your style? SpongeBob is wearing it. Why not the whole piggy pepper? Jiang Yi walked to the bed and took out a cigarette and lit one, blandly said in the box. Next time to wear. Asterisk. And it's true. What? Lu Yugang and Wang Mang also looked over and were instantly thunderstruck. Nozomi, are you switching to the childish style? It's not that I changed my style. It's that your sister-in-law likes this style, understand? Chinese pronunciation? Are you saying that Sister Su Shishir even bought this for you? Wang Mang and Lu Yugang were stunned. Is this falling in love? They knew that the clothes and pants and shoes that Jiang Yi had been wearing recently were all bought with Su Shishir's help. But the underwear thing was never expected. Especially Wang Mang. Inside suddenly had a feeling that the former goddess had been reduced to someone else's wife. In his mind, only people who had been married for many years would do such a thing as buying underwear for their husbands, right? Seeing this expression of the two, Ino was satisfied, and his resistance to the cartoon underwear completely disappeared, and said triumphantly, brothers, the feeling of being in love is so beautiful, but it's a pity that you won't be able to experience it. Looking at Jiang Yi's villainous appearance, the 3 people's teeth were itching. Who could bear this nuisance? Beat him? Asterisk. What are you doing? In over I shouted ah. Jiang Yi realized that the atmosphere is a little bad, quickly begged for forgiveness. I'm wrong, brother, a few good talk. Don't move your hands and feet. Unfortunately, Jiang Yi's words, the 3 have been completely deaf, have rushed forward to Jiang Yi pressed down on the bed. One person to control, the other 2 up and down. Asterisk. Don't Naya, don't touch it. I'm a male, what's there to touch? Who the hell is taking off my pants? Hurry up and stop. The images are just too beautiful to describe too much. Chapter 37, Blackmailed. Brother, have you worn the chaps my sister bought you? Su Shishir asked as she ate her tofu brain, her eyes revealing a small hint of anticipation. Wearing it? Don't believe me. Jiang Yi revealed a hint of edge for Su Shishir to be sure. Su Shishir took a closer look, and it was indeed the little pants she bought, and only then did she smile with satisfaction and say, that's a good boy. If she just found Jiang Yi did not wear the words, say what also want to let Jiang Yi wear an out. If bought not wear pressure suitcase, that is not a waste of it. After eating, Jiang Yi and Su Shishir held hands and walked to the school building together. Although there were occasional curious glances from other students, it was no longer as surprising as it had been initially. Everyone seemed to be getting used to the lovers. Both of them were immersed in this beautiful atmosphere, with Ino's hand holding his senior sister's warm little hand tightly, and every step was filled with the flavor of happiness. Just as they were about to reach the school building, Lu Yugang and Wang Mang, who were walking from the dormitory behind them, noticed them. The 2 saw Jiang Yi and Su Shishir holding hands and laughing in front of them, their back teeth gritted, and after glancing at each other, they both quietly followed. You two, what are you doing in broad daylight? The 2 people suddenly made a sound, and their thunderous roar really gave Jiang Yi and Su Shishir a fright. Sister, don't be afraid. These 2 single dogs are my roommates. They only bark. They don't bite. But Su Shishir was amused by Jiang Yi's words, but Wang Mang and Lu Yugan were furious. The good guy originally wanted to scare people, but the result in turn was used as a stepping stone by others. Wildchild, Your Honor, who are you calling a dog? Whoever's single I'm talking about. Alright, you guys stop arguing. Su Shishir stopped the drama, then said to Jiang Yi, you guys take your time to chat. I'll leave first. See you later, school teacher. Only after Su Shishir left did the 3 of them head towards the finance department's classroom. Where's Shuizi? How come I haven't seen him? Jiang Yi didn't see Wang Xiaoshui man and asked suspiciously. Wang Mang gave him a blank look and said, just like you, I've gone to bring breakfast to my sweetheart. Dormitory total of 4 people. Every day to get up people less than 2. Good thing there is Lu Yugang with him. If he waited for one day, Gangzi also not in. Thinking of this, Wang Mang suddenly shook his head violently. Impossible. Who nymphet blind can look at Gangzi? Gonzo. It's a good thing I have you with me. Lu Yugong? Zhang Yi in the side of the body to listen to the uncomfortable. Not to mention last night by these two, abuse, a number of. Whispered you two will not every day behind the back of me and handsome son in the dormitory to do what unseemly things, right? Wang Mang and Lu Yugong couldn't help but be furious at hearing this and said in the same voice, "Get lost." This kind of banter had become a daily routine for the four bandits. And of course Zhang Yi wouldn't take their words seriously, instead continuing to talk and laugh with the two all the way to the classroom. And inside the classroom, Wang Xiaoshui was indeed sitting next to Yang Xiyu. "Ms. Yang Xiyu, are you free this weekend? Want to have dinner together?" Yang Xiyu replied, "I have something to do on the weekend." Seeing Wang Xiaoshui's disappointed expression, she thought for a moment and added, "Let's talk about it later when we have time." Yang Xiyu also couldn't figure out her current thoughts, but she could feel that since the last time she fainted and was carried to the hospital by Wang Xiaoshui, she really didn't hate him that much. When Wang Xiaoshui heard this, his mood instantly improved, even if it was just a change in attitude. It proved that what he had done these days was meaningful. Boys are rational, and unless you're really a master at keeping this guy in a state of sensuality, he'll revisit the matter as soon as he's back in judgment. However, Wang Xiaoshui knows that Yang Xiyu is not that kind of person. If she doesn't want to take care of herself, she will refuse directly like before, and now she didn't say this kind of words. That means there is a game. Which is also the reason why Wang Xiaoshui is energetic to run to Yang Xiyu's side every day. "You guys look at his stupid face. Like a licking dog." Wang Mang sat back and muttered. Lu Yugong directly gave him a blank stare. He stayed with Wang Mang every day and knew that this guy is just envious and jealous right now, saying that people are like licking dogs, but in his heart, he wants to be a licking dog more than anyone else. Sure enough, the next second Wang Mang pulled Zhang Yi said to introduce a girlfriend to buddies it. Find a time to call out to let buddies know to recognize it. Zhang Yi did not expect Wang Mang still think about this. He was just casually said, in addition to Su Shishir, he and other girls are not familiar with. Where to Wang Mang introduced girlfriend Mangzi, in a reprieve, I will definitely introduce you to you when the time is right. Zhang Yi decided to take a reprieve. Wang Mang gave him a suspicious look and said, "Wild child, why do I feel like you're lying to me?" Zhang Yi immediately denied. "How can it be? Mangzi, we are still not brothers? You actually think I will lie to you? Buddy can always give you, remember it. Big breasts, just a girl, 36D, package you satisfied. Then don't hurry up and introduce it to me." Wang Mang was impatient and couldn't wait to see 36D immediately. Zhang Yi said, "Don't be anxious or fierce. People just recently broke up with their boyfriends, have not slowed down from the last relationship it. In the wait." Wang Mang originally did not believe it, but Zhang Yi pretended to be too much like it. Plus he really wanted to get off early, and without noticing, he fell into Zhang Yi's trap again. On the other hand, Lu Yugong, who was watching the show, looked at Zhang Yi with a smile on his face and muttered in Zhang Yi's ear while Wang Mang wasn't paying attention. "Fake, right?" Zhang Yi hurriedly covered his mouth in fear that Wang Mang would hear him. "Kongzi, let your brother off the hook." "Shui Zi, I'm a scholar and not a horse herder. How do you expect me to let you off the hook?" Lu Yugong was originally also a fraud. I did not expect Zhang Yi to be a thief, and all of a sudden swindled out. "Gongzi, let's not pretend to be cultured. As long as you don't break it, Buddy will buy you a pack of Huazi every day this week." "See what you're saying? Am I the kind of guy who blackmails people?" Zhang Yi thought Lu Yugong had a clear conscience, but the next second Lu Yugong said, "1 month, or I'll tell Mangzi right now that you lied to him." After saying that, he added, "Huazi is not necessary. Any other cigarettes will do. You cannot slaughter a brother too hard, otherwise it would be too much." But Lu Yugong is not clear about the real situation of Zhang Yi. If he knew, a month of Huazi would certainly be unavoidable. "Okay, then the purple one you usually smoke." "No problem." Lu Yugong usually smoked that purple gases to come, auspicious world, is also more than $20 or so, is said to be the Jin province side of the more famous cigarettes. Zhang Yi and Lu Yugong have reached a deal. Next to Wang Mang is still in the dark, his mind still fantasizing about seeing 36D as soon as possible. After class was over and the lecturer left, the class president walked up to the podium intending to say something about the games. "Students, next week is the field day. About the field day program I will send in the class group. Everyone interested can privately find me to sign up. I remind you, if you win awards in the field day, but there will be bonuses, can also add credits yo." Chapter 38, Su Shishir's father is here. University sports, including sprints up to 800 meters, as well as 1,503,000 meter runs. In addition to running, it also includes a range of sports such as high jump, long jump, relay running, and so on. Unfortunately, even if the class president was blowing smoke on stage, the people under the stage were basically not very interested. The movement will be something to suffer. There were a few exceptions, though, and those were a few simple-minded, four-legged guys in the back row. Like Zhang Yi, prizes and stuff don't matter, but credits can still be wanted. The credits of the university are related to whether or not you can successfully graduate later on. And although Zhang Yi can be sure that he can successfully graduate, he still hopes that his credits can reach the standard, or not be too bad. Zhang Yi shrugged at Wang Mangzi. Interested in signing up? Well, what kind of meeting is this? Athletics. What do you call me? I don't want to participate. Then what's the point of organizing this sports meeting? Wang Mang was a sports fanatic, and there was no way he wouldn't go to something like the games. So you're going to enroll in that program? Zhang Yi decided to avoid the thunder. If this bastard participated in the program, he would not follow to be the green leaf to set him off. I'm going to run 800 meters in a 1500 meters, Wang Mang said confidently. This distance was just a piece of cake for him. It didn't matter at all. Are you planning to enroll as well? Wang Mang asked again. Sure, dude's counting on winning an award at the games and earning some credits. Wang Mang raised his fist in relief and said, no matter what the reason is, but based on your awareness that you want to win the award, we will have to add 2 more dishes to make up for it in the cafeteria. Zhang Yi smiled and Wang Mang clinked fists, then said okay, the whole elbow, buddy, I make up for it, and then report a 3,000 meters. Why don't you two ask me? Lu Yugong, who was on the side, couldn't help but ask. Zhang Yi skimmed his mouth and said, don't you fancy yourself as a cultured person? This kind of barbaric activity, you'd better not participate in it, lest you get tanned again by then. When Lu Yugong heard it, he felt that what Zhang Yi said was quite reasonable. If he really got tanned, it would be more than worth it. You're right. Then you two will participate. And I'll bring Shueiko along to wave the flag for you then. Wang Mang patted Lu Yugong's shoulder and said seriously, it's not necessary to wave the flag, but now you can give you a chance to perform. What a chance. Now go get in line and buy lunch back for the 2 champions of the games. Ino added, by the way, go to window 3 and get an elbow. Extra spicy. Savatika, swipe my drop card. You two better come back with 2 championships. After saying that, Lu Yugong ran off to get in line. After the meal was bought back, the 3 of them began to feast and eat with great joy, and that elbow in the center was wiped out by the 3 of them in 3 tries. After the dormitory nap he still had to go to a class, but Zhang Yi felt that the time passed very busy, because he had to go to his dear sister after class, so every second of the class felt like torture to him. But it doesn't matter, the time to stay up will always pass, and by 5 o'clock or so I finally waited for the class to end. On the way to the girls' dormitory, Zhang Yi heard 2 girls next to him whispering there. I didn't realize that this was actually the case in Shirshir Senpai's family. Her dad looks so mean. And that brother of hers, he doesn't look like a good person. I don't feel like father and daughter, but like enemies. Dad? Brother? I know you have a father, but what about a brother? Zhang Yi was puzzled in his heart, but from the conversation of the 2 girls also realized that the situation was a bit bad. The pace of his feet could not help but speed up a few points. At this time, downstairs in the girls' dormitory, Su Shirshir is arguing with her father, whom she has not seen for a long time, and her brother who came out of nowhere. Xia Shirshir, I'm telling you, no matter what, you are my daughter and Li Jia is my son. Then he is your brother. Now that your brother wants to come to Shanghai to develop, is it that hard to ask you to do a little favor and contribute? What brother don't recognize relatives here? Also, let me tell you Xia article. My last name is Su. My name is Su Shirshir, not Xia. In the future you don't bite a Xia Shirshir. Su Shir poets are furious. 2 or 3 years have not seen his father with his halfway recognized cheap son found Zhengzhou University. Wants up to let himself help his cheap son settle down in Shanghai. Xia Shirshir, why are you talking to dad with this attitude? It's a shame that dad used to save money to pay you and that useless mom of yours living expenses every month. What a white-eyed wolf. Li Jia, who was on the side, helped out. Do I know you well? Can you crawl away? Su Shirshir was so angry that she could no longer care about the eating crowd around her, and directly spoke the dialect of the Sichuan and Chongqing region. You, Li Jia was scolded and wanted to do it, but the good thing is that the Xia article next to him stopped him. After all, this is a school. If it is hard to do, it will certainly be thrown out by the security guards. Hard cannot. Xia article decided to come a little soft. At least he is also Su Shirshir's biological father. Is in front of so many people? Su Shirshir still dared to say what treacherous words. Shirshir, no matter what your last name is, but you're always my daughter. You admit that. Dad doesn't have any other requests. I just want you to find a place for Li Jia to live, and usually take care of him a little bit more. This point is not too much, right? Su Shishir was simply disgusted. Xiao Wenjiang pretended to be very aggrieved when she said these words, and that expression was as if she was saying, if you don't agree with me, then you're an unfilial daughter, and let's see how you'll be able to get along in school in the future. Dad is like this. You still refuse to say yes. Li Jie also acted beside him. Su Shishir, do your classmates know that you are like this? What are you guys pretending for? I don't know what kind of virtues you guys are if others don't. Su Shishir's voice was clearly rushed as she spoke, and her entire body was trembling slightly. I don't know what you guys were thinking, asking me, a student, to find a place to live for him, a grown man who's been on the job for a year. Next to Li Jie did not think twice and said, aren't you married to a rich man's boyfriend? I heard that the young Mercedes-Benz are driving on. Let him help. Scram! Su Shishir roared. She was really furious. These two had actually hit their ideas on her baby brother. How could she bear it? The onlookers who were shooting the video next to him were watching with great interest, and some were directly following along. What's wrong with Shishir-senpai? It's too ungrateful, a girl said. A boy next to him couldn't stand it and said, this student, if you don't know, don't talk nonsense. Those two men are obviously not good people, and now they are just trying to win sympathy. But no matter how, that uncle is also her father. To dad speak this attitude. Now it seems that she and Zhang Yi should be not good things. Then again, Zhang Yi know about this matter? Yeah, where's Ino? Zhang Yi just passed by the girl who did not know the full picture at the moment, said after giving her a blank look, Buddy is right next to you. In the future, less behind the back to say bad things about other people, thank you. Zhang Yi then said to Xiao Wenjiang and Li Jie, can you two have some face? You can also say this kind of words. Zhang Yi's arrival naturally attracted the attention of many people, and the three Su Shishir in the center also looked over to this side. Xiao Wenjiang and Li Jie had never seen Zhang Yi before, and thought that he was a boy who came to help Su Shishir out. Who are you? What's it to you if I talk to my daughter? Zhang Yi immediately disliked back. You still know that senior sister is your daughter? Let me tell you, even if you're school sister's father, don't give me this tone of voice to school sister, because school sister is not only your daughter, she's also my future wife. Got it. Chapter 39, Silly Brother has a fierce side too. Zhang Yi. Some amazing remarks to the crowd present are listening to the blood boiling. Many boys couldn't stand to watch just now and wanted to help, but they couldn't because their status didn't allow them to. And now Zhang Yi disliked Xiao Wenjiang and Li Jie as soon as he came, which also let them out of their hearts. Who is your wife? Shameless. Although it was a bit out of place, Su Shishir couldn't help but blush. Xiao Wenjiang also reacted at this time, then said, you are Zhang Yi, right? You know me? Su Shishir was afraid of Zhang Yi's misunderstanding and said, I don't know how he knows about you. Just now Su Shishir hadn't noticed this when she was in a fit of anger, and now that she had reacted, she was also wondering how these two people knew about her being in a relationship, and how they knew about Zhang Yi. This matter is actually not very complicated, but it has to start with that phone call from Su Xiulan on the National Day. Simply put, Su Xiulan was bragging to a factory worker that her daughter had found a very well-qualified boyfriend, and then this worker spread the word. Only in the process of rumor more and more outrageous. What is young to drive on the Mercedes-Benz? The family has a villa and so on. But I have to say, although the rumor is very outrageous, but inexplicably close to the truth, and these people's conversations were coincidentally overheard by Xiao Wenjiang. Xia article then regretted, had known that she could find such a rich boyfriend, before that should be better for her. In this case, she talked about the boyfriend does not look at the face of the Buddha, can also take care of their own a little, but it doesn't matter. Xiao Wenjiang is thick-skinned enough, despite the fact that he treated Su Shishir very badly in the past, but no matter what, he is also Su Shishir's biological father. As long as there is this layer of relationship, he doesn't believe that Su Shishir and Zhang Yi don't care about him. I'm Shishir's father. This is his brother, Li Jie. Say hello to Zhang Yi. Hello brother-in-law. Two people are very familiar with the greeting. They are rushing to Zhang Yi, the god of fortune. The attitude is naturally very kind. But next to Su Shishir looked only feel disgusted. Zhang Yi then asked the doubt in his heart, sister, you have a brother? Why haven't I heard you say that before? Don't listen to them climbing relatives here. Su Shishir was a bit speechless. Not that she intended to hide it from Zhang Yi, but this fact was just too embarrassing. He's the son of the woman my father refound outside. No, this old husband's heart is really big enough. Find a woman also, even if, but also with a son directly happy father. More horrible is for a son without blood relationship deliberately ran to Shanghai to discuss their own daughter. Uncle, have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? Shishir is your real daughter, don't you know? How can you talk like that? Don't you know I'm her father? Do you even want to talk to her anymore? Xiao Wenjiang was furious. He didn't expect Zhang Yi to be so disrespectful to him. Are all young people nowadays so disrespectful to their old man? Su Shishir stood out and said, "It's not your turn to decide whether I fall in love or not. You'd better take care of you and your son first." "Shushi, what do you mean?" Li Jie wanted to do it again. But how could Jiang Yi give him this opportunity? Standing directly in front of Su Shishir, pointing at Li Jie and shouting, "What do you want? Move back." Jiang Yi looked at Li Jie with a cold and sharp expression. This sand dollar actually wanted to make a move just now. If it wasn't for the large number of people here, he really wanted to slap him twice. Su Shishir stood behind Jiang Yi, looking at Jiang Yi angry look heart but feel particularly solid, particularly at ease. Did not think that usually in front of her silly smelly brother actually have such a mighty side. It had to be said that Jiang Yi was still very intimidating. And with just a roar, he gave Li Jie several steps back in fear, and finally stumbled and fell to the ground. Of course, the main reason is still this: Li Jie itself is a soft and fearful of hard guys. Jiang Yi, this meter 85 head, he looked at the heart of fear, not to mention, and he fought. Dad, look at Xia Shishir, and this boyfriend she found, neither of them are any good. Li Jie was furious and said, although he couldn't fight, he could still curse. Xia article also did not expect things to come to such a pass, originally wanted to let Jiang Yi help through his daughter, but as a result of this situation, it is obviously impossible. In his opinion, this is all Su Shishir's fault. After all, before Su Shishir was 18 years old, she herself had paid the alimony every month, and as a result, now she was just asking her to arrange food and shelter for Li Jie. She refused to help. Of course, the monthly arrears of alimony were automatically ignored by the summer article. Xia Shishir, don't you know in your own heart how much money I've spent on you since you were born? Do you think you can be raised to college with your mom's little money? Su Shishir was silent. Jiang Yi wanted to say something for her, but she was pulled back by Su Shishir. Only after half a second did she speak. After I graduate your money, I will return it to you at 10 times the value of a penny. But don't even think about it if you think of anything else. Brother, let's go. Su Shishir pulled Jiang Yi through the crowd and walked away. And Xiao Wenjiang looked at her daughters departing back and froze a bit. Just a moment ago he saw a trace of indescribable indifference in Su Shishir's eyes. And the moment Su Shishir turned back, it was as if something had completely snapped. Next to him, Li Jie didn't have such complex emotions. What he had was mere resentment, not only towards Su Shishir, but also towards Jiang Yi. Who made Jiang Yi cause him to make a fool of himself in front of so many people just now? The two then left JNU in the gazes of the onlookers pointing at them. On the other hand, Su Shishir called her mother, Su Xiulan, when she left the school gate. Sissy, what gave you the time to think of calling mom? He came to see me at school. Su Xiulan has not heard what is wrong. Smilingly asked, who is it? Speaks so mysteriously. The summer article, and with that son of his. Su Xiulan was anxious and quickly asked, are you alright? How did they go looking for you? Su Shishir thought for a moment and asked, Mom, did you tell someone something? When he came here he already knew about Jiang Yi and I being in a relationship and wanted Jiang Yi to help that son of his arrange a place to live in Shanghai. Su Shishir seemed a bit emotional when she said this. Jiang Yi pulled her small hand and whispered, why are you talking to auntie like this? But Su Shishir also wants the truth. Although the official announcement was sent to the circle of friends before, but Li Jie just mentioned the word Mercedes-Benz when he spoke. And the only three people who know about this are Su Xiulan, Song Xiaoli and Qin Lingling. Song Xiaoli and Qin Lingling and her father are not familiar at all, and the two are still in school. It is simply impossible. Then it can only be Su Xiulan's side of the problem. Su Xiulan was silent. From the moment Su Shishir spoke about it, she had already guessed how Xiao Wenjiang knew about Jiang Yi. Recently, this period of time, many workers in the factory are asking her daughter is not looking for a rich second generation as a boyfriend, so that she is annoyed to death. This matter she only gave Red Plum said, must be Red Plum to this matter passed out, just do not know how to get to the ears of the summer article. Sure, Mom is sorry, this matter is Mom's fault. Mom just told one person. I didn't realize that she had such a big mouth that she made everyone know about it. Su Xiulan thought for a moment and then asked, nothing happened to Xiao Wenjiang when he went to look for you, right? No, Eno is next to me. That's fine. Xiao Jiang, this child is still very reliable. This matter is Mom's fault. You apologize to him for Mom as well. Su Xiulan said with some shame. I don't care if I didn't help my daughter in her relationship, but I ended up causing trouble for my two children. Su Shishir said, he's right next to him listening. Jiang Yi hurriedly greeted, hello auntie. Hello Xiao Jiang. Finished Su Xiulan and personally apologized, I'm sorry Xiao Jiang. This matter is all the fault of auntie. Give you trouble. Chapter 40, will you still like me like this? Where did Jiang Yi dare to say trouble to Su Xiulan? He hurriedly opened his mouth and said no trouble. No trouble, just chatting with them for a few moments. We're leaving. That's good, she said, but Su Xiulan was still a bit uneasy in her heart, and added, in these 2 days, you should accompany Shishir more. I'm afraid that Xiao Wenjiang is going to look for her again, and she's afraid that a female student will suffer. Well, don't worry auntie, Zhang Yi assured. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yi realized that Su Shishir was still sullen, and Zhang Yi felt heartbroken as he watched his usually lively schoolmate become like this. Dear sister Shishir, don't be angry. Okay, Zhang Yi made a funny face to make Su Shishir happy, although his expression was a bit funny. As long as he could make his schoolmate happy, he would do whatever he was told to do. But Su Shishir was really amused, but the next second she turned into a depressed look. Brother, my mom is a factory worker which you know, and my dad you saw today. I don't even know what to say about him. I can only say that he's not a good person. That's the situation in our family. Zhang Yi just wanted to open his mouth to speak, but Su Shishir covered her mouth with her hand. Listen to me first. What about me personally? I want you to be by my side every second. I want you to always be nice to only me. I get jealous when I see you talking to other girls. I might lose my temper when you make me angry, and I need you to coax me when I'm in a bad mood. Su Shishir looked at Zhang Yi with a somewhat serious expression and asked seriously, such a clingy, controlling, jealous and temperamental Su Shishir, will you still like me? Su Shishir only felt that her heart was fluttering and accelerating straight. She was really scared that Zhang Yi would say that he didn't like these 3 words. Dear sissy sister, remember what I just said? Zhang Yi's eyes just looked at Su Shishir. The eyes are the window to the heart. Su Shishir just saw those eyes full of love. Her heart already had an answer. As I said, you are not only the daughter of your aunt and that uncle, but my future wife, the one I will always love and protect, and I mean always. There is no need for fine words, or shouting at the sky and the sea, or a haunting setting to set the mood. Just now, just around the corner of the street, there were occasional shouts from merchants, and crowds of people walking by every now and then. The light of the setting sun shone obliquely on the corner of the street, illuminating the alternation of light and shadow, and Ino stood in the light, as he spoke the words that would take a lifetime to fulfill in the most ordinary of terms. After saying that, the two of them just stood there, silently watching each other, until Su Shishir walked from the shadows to Zhang Yi's side, and in that instant, the sun spilled over her body as well, and she kissed him. Xia Article and Li Jia returned to the temporary accommodation. The hotel in Shanghai was too expensive. They definitely could not afford to stay there. They could only choose a shabby little hotel. 2 people crowded in a less than full 10 square feet inside a small room. The room is not air conditioning, only a small fan, although it has passed the national day, but inside or sweltering hot. Uncle Xia, what kind of Thai hotel are you looking for? It's small and poor, the toilets aren't cleaned, and it's so hot. How can you live here? Li Jia could hardly stand it anymore. Just now he went to the restroom. His whole body was sweating, and when he came out, he blew on that small fan for a long time. Xia Article blanked him a glance. This kid is not a provincial thing. Only know how to spend money. Do not know how to make money. If not looking at the ing sake, Xia Article do not want to manage him. Jia, just put up with it. It's not good for you to be in the restroom, and it's not good for dad to be out there. The room is so small, and so closed. The toilet that door is broken. Cannot block the smell. I do not know what is going on Li Jia. Make the whole room as the toilet smell. Li Jia simply do not buy the account. Smoking cigarettes and crossing his legs. Here we are 2 people. You do not bite a father. And so you give me in Shanghai to find a good house. I am happy to shout you 2 dads is not too late. Finding a house in Shanghai. You say it's so easy. Why don't you go look for it yourself? Xiao Wenjiang saw Li Jia's attitude and also came to be angry. What do you mean? You're the one who said your daughter found a rich boyfriend and we came here to suffer. You think I wanna come? Okay, you don't have to argue with me. Let's buy a ticket to go back tomorrow, so we don't have to suffer here like you said. On what grounds? Li Jia refused to do it when he heard this. I've agreed with Lily that I'll pick her up when I've stabilized in Shanghai, and now you're making me go back after just 1 day in Shanghai, so how can I still be a human being? Lily is Li Jia's girlfriend. A small NPC settled with 29 words. Well, just right. So what do you want to do? People won't help. Do you want me to beg her? Xiao Wenjiang thought of Su Shishir's eyes when she parted in the afternoon. Her heart still had lingering palpitations, and she said she didn't want to face her in any way. With a twinkle in his eye, a bad idea arose in Li Jia's mind, which he then spelled out. We can find the self-media Now online is not popular what to find the media news exposure and so on. As long as you come forward to testify, say Xia Shishir she evening big money will not care about you this old father. I do not believe that those self-media is not interested. Xiao Wenjiang was furious. Li Jia, what are you talking about? No matter what, she is my daughter. I am her father. Li Jia spread his 2 hands and directly revealed the killer. If you don't agree then I'll call my mom later. Xia Article heard immediately deflated. To be ridiculous, Before he was either hit or scolded Su Sholan, but now his wife is afraid of. As soon as he heard that Li Jia want to sue, he hesitated. Li Jia continued, "We do not have to drive to the end. As long as they are willing to give money, we are behind to help them clarify, not on the line." Xiao Wenjiang nodded helplessly after hearing this, as if this was the only way. "Okay, you talk to the media first. As long as they take the money, our side will clarify immediately." "Good," Li Jia assured. But in his heart, he mocked, "Little cutie. People self-media just care about eyeballs and traffic. How could they care about you?" After getting the consent of Xia article, Li Jia immediately in the online query Shanghai self-media contact information, soon let him find a self-media company called 3 Points Media, and according to the above contact information dialed the phone. "Hello, this is 3 Points Media Limited. What can I do for you?" "Hello, I've got a big story here. Are you guys interested?" "What slam?" "A fierce story about a schoolgirl at JNU who has fallen for a big shot and disowned her own father." "I have to say," Li Jia said, "the words are very gimmicky. 3 Points of the media is aimed at young people's self-media company. Jiangsu and Zhejiang Universities, the school flower, the evening of the big money." Just based on these words have let the phone call to the person who came to the interest. "Sir, are you telling the truth?" "Of course it's true. I'm the schoolgirl's brother, and the schoolgirl's father is sitting next to me right now at the flat house in on XX Road. Just a moment. We'll arrange for a commissioner to come to the site right away to talk to you in person." Chapter 41, Exposed on the Internet. Inside 3 Points Media, Inc. Customer service reported the matter to the supervisor immediately after hanging up. Supervisor sniffed instantly came to force. "Recently the company account data is day by day more than 1 day bleak. There is nothing explosive news." She is the supervisor when the pressure is great. Xiao Yang. You take the photographer and go to that Hiraju hotel immediately to conduct an interview. Remember, the content must be explosive. If necessary, you can let the person concerned say more. Understand? Okay, supervisor. Woo. Take an extra shift at night. Edit the video when Xiao Yang comes back, and try to post it online tomorrow. Okay, supervisor. By the time the people from 3 Points Media arrived at the Hiraju Hotel, Li Jia had already been waiting downstairs for a long time with Xiao Wenjiang. "You're Mr. Li, aren't you?" "It's me. The one next to me is what I told you. Su Shishir's father." Li Jia spoke. "Okay then, let's get started." Yang, who was in charge of the interview, gave a look to the photographer, who immediately understood and turned on the camera. "Mr. Xia, you said your daughter is Su Shishir, right?" "Yes. What did you say about Su Shishir's disowning you in the company of a rich man?" "I came to Shanghai this time to look for her, because there was some difficulty in the family, and as a result, when we arrived inside the school, she didn't want to take care of us at all, and the boyfriend she found, his attitude was very bad, and he didn't put me in his eyes at all." These words were negotiated in advance between Xiao Wenjiang and Li Jia, twisting the original facts a bit and instantly turning them into another story. After all, during the daytime, it was true that Su Shishir didn't want to take care of him, and it was also true that Zhang Yi had a poor attitude, but people didn't know that Xiao Wenjiang had abandoned his wife and son, not to mention what he had done over the years. Towards the end of the interview, Xiao Yang, who was in charge of the questions, spoke to the camera again about her views and her sympathy for Xia's article, while not forgetting to stand on the high ground and criticize Zhang Yi and Su Shishir for what they had done. The director of 3 Points Media was overjoyed when she saw the video of the interview, and she felt that the video would be a hit. Immediately let people work overtime to cut out the video, but also search the internet at the time of the scene students shot the video. From the video intercepted Su Shishir angry scene will be the video of its interviews fused together and released online. As expected, the video that night on the fire. "How is this girl like this? Evening big money even disowns her own father." A netizen commented below. "I heard that she is still the school flower of Jiangsu University. She is quite good looking. I didn't expect such a contrast, but she actually went to evening the big money." Another netizen commented. Below there are people said my friend is Jiangsu University. Listen to my friend said this girl boyfriend is also Jiangsu University students. Seems to be called Zhang Wild. But my friend said look does not look like what rich people. Any friends who know this boy come out and say something. The following immediately a well-known blogger message brothers. 2 people's information I have checked. This girl's information is very good to find out. But this guy seems to be not simple. Only know is the capital of the city. Nothing else cannot find out. Many netizens have seen this comment have not believe in evil. Have begun to check up on the internet Jiang Ye's information. The results are nothing can be found. But the comments and retweets on this video were still rising. And by the next day it had risen to 500,000 likes. And 100,000 plus comments as well as tens of thousands of retweets. Zhang Yi just woke up in the hotel. Still do not know that they are on fire online. Last night he hugged Su Shishir slept all night. Although nothing to do, but it is hugging his heart is also very comfortable. The whole mood is beautiful. But when he opened the phone that moment instantly found that something is wrong. Because the phone is full of messages from other people, including the dormitory those 3 bandits, as well as some friends in the capital. Jiang Yi look, everyone's messages are similar. Summed up is to watch the online video. With a puzzled mood, Jiang Yi opened a certain app, and as soon as he went in, he received one of the hottest videos, and the moment he saw the title, he was enraged. Jiangxia University flower on the big money and disown their fathers? Is it a failure of education or moral degeneration? There are a whole lot of unidentified comments below. After reading the angry Jiang Yi teeth itchy, randomly pick a lucky person to dislike back. The results of the opposite side of the sound of the key to come. Directly a key 10 even. Jiang Yi found himself simply sprayed but not people. But on the contrary, was sprayed by others. What the kind of media company did this? Posting videos indiscriminately. Your ass. What's wrong stinky brother? Bitter face as soon as you wake up. Su Shishir also woke up and couldn't help but ask when she saw Jiang Yi's ugly face. Jiang Yi very much did not want to let Su Shishir know about this bad thing. But the internet was really too hot. He knew that he could not hide it. So he handed his cell phone to Su Shishir. Puzzled, Su Shishir took the phone. And after watching the video, her face gradually became heavy. A father, for the sake of a fake son who is not related by blood, goes to the media to smear his own daughter on the internet. How in heaven's name can there be such a disgusting father? Su Shishir really didn't expect Xiao Wenjiang to be able to do this for that son who came out halfway. And for that reason, she didn't hesitate to smear herself on the internet. And the key also dragged Jiang Yi into the water. Should we also approach the media to explain the situation? Su Shishir said. All she could think of right now was to explain the truth, as she believed that the clearer the better. Jiang Yi thought, but it was much more complicated than she thought, because Jiang Yi not only wanted to control public opinion, there was also this indiscriminate media company he also wanted to retaliate. Sister, you don't have to worry. I have a friend who happens to work at a radio and television station that specializes in managing these self-published media outlets. I'll ask him to help control public opinion first. Jiang Yi once again chose to create something out of nothing. And although Su Shishir didn't know where Jiang Yi had gotten so many godly friends, she chose to believe it now. Okay, then help me thank people properly. Don't worry. The two had just discussed the plan when Su Shishir's phone suddenly rang. Picking up the phone to see that it was actually Xiao Wenjiang calling. What are you calling for? Have you seen all the videos online? Tell that boyfriend of yours to either pay $30,000 or we'll keep looking for the media to expose you. The one talking on the other end of the phone was Li Jia, and Xiao Wenjiang listened on the sidelines, not quite daring to talk to Su Shishir now. Su Shishir heard this but was silent. She was considering whether to give this $30,000. After working part-time for so long, $30,000 she still had. It wasn't that she was afraid, but she didn't want to suffer this kind of unwarranted disaster after letting Jiang Yi follow her. Jiang Yi in the side also heard the content of the conversation. The heart scolded angrily, dog thing. Make such a big battle just for so 30,000 yuan. I and sister's reputation is worth 30,000 yuan? Sister, let me talk to him. Jiang Yi took the cell phone from Su Shishir. Li Jia right. I'm Jiang Yi. Listen to me carefully, not to mention 30,000. I have 300,000, but I won't give you a single cent. Jiang Yi finished and continued to threaten. Also, we have recorded the call just now. Your behavior is blackmail. Wait for the police to come to your door. Chapter 42, Counterattack. Li Jia was confused when he heard that Jiang Yi wanted to call the police. You're sick, aren't you? This is your girlfriend's own father and you're calling the police? Now that you know it's your own father, what were you doing earlier? You wait. Li Jia hung up the phone after putting down his harsh words, but Jiang Yi took the opportunity to write down the phone number. Of course Jiang Yi wouldn't really call the police because he knew that Su Shishir wouldn't be cruel enough to send her own father to jail. And he was just scaring that Li Jia on the phone just now. After hanging up the phone, he also did not forget to comfort his schoolmate. I'll just scare. Don't worry sister. That friend of mine is very reliable. I'll definitely be able to deal with the online video cleanly. Su Shishir nodded well. I don't know how good your friend is, but I trust you. Hearing this, Jiang Yi felt energized all over. Su Shishir still had classes in the morning and went out to school after washing up. Jiang Yi was worried that Su Shishir would encounter any trouble, but Su Shishir felt that these people were not that arrogant in school. So she let Jiang Yi rest in the hotel first, and then went to pick her up after class. After Su Shishir left, Jiang Yi lit a cigarette, then called his dad. In fact, this kind of thing to find mom is more convenient, but with Zhou Yuding that temper, Jiang Yi estimates that Xia article and Li Jia not dead also have to take off layers of skin. Think about it, or dad to deal with this kind of thing means a little more clever. Hey dad, what are you doing? Sit on the couch and be at your mom's disposal. Inside the villa in the capital, Jo Yuting had already lost her temper a few times, and the frightened servants all hid far away, not daring to come close at all. Although Jo Yuting occasionally lost her temper, but this time was obviously different from the past. Jiang Jianjun was sitting next to her, his cell phone on speakerphone on the table, and then Jiang Yi's voice came out from inside again. Did you guys have a fight or something? It's your mom who was fuming at the video she saw online. You all saw it? Well, in a moment I'll have someone control the online public opinion, delete what should be deleted, and deal with what should be dealt with. Next to Jo Yuting added, son, you let Shishir rest assured. Mom, I will make that unscrupulous media company suffer. Jo Yuting was furious when she saw the video. She chatted with Su Shishir, and also checked Su Shishir's background, and trusted her own son's vision even more, and she didn't believe in the online video at all. These people were smearing her son and daughter-in-law online, and she definitely needed to get out of the way before she could do so. Okay, I'll wait for your good news then. Jo Yuting certainly will not let her son down. Immediately called a friend of hers, her friend's husband, just like Jiang Yi said, just happened to work in the radio and television, just happened to manage the piece of self-media, can be said to be pressed to death. Jiang Yi's side also did not idle. After washing some also directly out of the hotel to call Xia article again. Hotel Xia article and Li Jia has long been panicked. The two are afraid of Jiang Yi head iron really go to the police. They do not know if they have no crime. But Jiang Yi just said the oath of faith. Just like the real thing. Yesterday told you to go home, you did not listen. Had to make things like this. Now people wanna call the police. You are satisfied, Xia article angrily said. It's not even the good boyfriend your daughter found. I don't know where she found such a headstrong person. Li Jia was furious. Sitting on the bed, his mind still pondering on the countermeasures. If you don't mess with people, will they get into it with you? Self-inflicted, Xiao Wenjiang said with some dissatisfaction. He was already dissatisfied with what Li Jia had done in the past 2 days. Although Jiang Yi alarmed, two people have to play the end. But watching Li Jia eat defeat, he still feel very cool in his heart. Although everyone is not good. But look at you, more bad than me, I am very comfortable. At this time, Xiao Wenjiang's cell phone rang, and the caller ID was a number in the capital. At first thought it was a scammer's phone, almost gave a hang up. While next to Li Jia remembered that the internet said Jiang Yi is the capital of the summer article. Which picked up the phone. Where are you? The phone came Jiang Yi's salty voice. So that people cannot distinguish between happiness and anger. Xiao Wenjiang said, what do you have to do? Let's meet and talk and figure out a way to get this over with once and for all. Jiang Yi didn't want to find them if he could. But this matter had to be resolved. Not only by the 3 Points Media Company as an accomplice, but also by Xiao Wenjiang and Li Jia, who had started it all. Li Jia wanted to say something next to him, but Xiao Wenjiang directly agreed good. He no longer wanted to listen to Li Jia's bad ideas. The two sides agreed on a good place. Jiang Yi first went to the bank to get 50,000 cash with a bag, and then took a car directly to the past. And so Jiang Yi to the time. Xia article and Li Jia has been waiting for a long time. The two had thought that Jiang Yi was here to raise the offense. After all, in the morning on the phone, but said to call the police. But the result is that Jiang Yi, after seeing the two, directly threw the black plastic bag to the table. Here's $50,000. And don't ever show up in front of my girlfriend again. And I mean ever. Xiao Wenjiang sniffed with a somewhat complicated expression, while Li Jia was the first to open the bag, and as soon as he saw the money inside, his eyes instantly glistened. Jiang Yi disdainfully glanced at the two men, while lighting a cigarette for himself, said, after this money is taken, you know what to do, right? Li Jia said, don't worry, not just to tell the truth. No problem, we will send in a while. Li Jia now heart not to mention how happy, originally thought to quarrel. The result is that people are sending money. He is also very on the road. As long as the money is in place, let him do what he did. Not to mention Jiang Yi also gave more than 20,000 yuan. Of course, Jiang Yi did not give this 20,000 for nothing. He said to the two men, this uncle, and you, don't come to find Shishir again. If you let me know that you make her unhappy, human life is really not worth it. Li Jia said, don't worry. I guarantee that I won't harass you again. After saying this, he also shrugged Xiao Wenjiang, signaling him to hurry up and make a statement. Xia article, at the moment the mood is mixed. Jiang Yi, this is equivalent to let him in the future do not meet with his daughter. Although in the past also seldom meet, but now really want to never see each other when he is a little reluctant to give up. But I'm his real dad. Human nature is really a complicated thing. Jiang Yi did not expect that he would see a trace of regret from Xiao Wenjiang's eyes, or maybe it was unwillingness, or maybe he thought the money was too little and wanted to go through Su Shishir so as to get more money. In short, Jiang Yi would not gamble on anything that could cause his schoolmate to be harmed. Just calmly glanced at Xiao Wenjiang, then said, "But you never treated her as your own daughter." Xiao Wenjiang fell into deep thought after hearing this. Seeing this, Jiang Yi also did not bother to pay attention to him. Once again emphasized, "Remember what I said," then left without looking back. People have gone, but also pretend what? Li Jia joyfully took the money, but also did not forget to taunt Xia article. In his opinion, Xia article just now is pretending. The purpose is to point more money just. Ha! Xia article just smiled and didn't do much explaining. Instead he said, "Just clarify for sure in a moment. Cici, this is kind of the last thing that I, as a dad, will do for you, even though this incident is because of me." Chapter 43, Why doesn't she talk about you if not anyone else? Classes in the physics department. Su Shishir didn't know about Jiang Ye's decision for herself. At the moment she was attending her classes without any worries. Although when she arrived at the school there were a lot of people looking at her and discussing something, but she chose to ignore them all. Su Shishir and Jiang Yi are the same. Will consider for each other, but they never put others' comments at ease. Mouth-long people love to say how to say, ignore them is. Of course, it's okay for you to talk about me, but if you talk about the people I love, then I'm sorry, I'm going to have to fight you to the death. For example, Su Shishir is ready to leave after class. The same dormitory Linny when she passed by the yin and yang said some people the ability to make money is not, the ability of the big money is powerful. Linny had always held a grudge against Su Shishir, and especially during this recent period of time. This grudge deepened when she saw Su Shishir wearing a bracelet on her hand that was identical to her own. Her first reaction to seeing the bracelet was to think that this was what Su Shishir had gotten for selling her sex, so her resentment towards Su Shishir deepened. Moreover, Linny always felt that she had created an illusion that Su Shishir's bracelet looked shinier and more noble than her own. It was a pity that Jiang Yi didn't know, otherwise he would have told her, "Child, that's not an illusion, it's the truth." Su Shishir didn't want to originally ignore Linny after she heard her mockery. While still meditating in her heart, "I'm a human being, I can't get angry with a dog." Su Shishir is about to walk to the door of the classroom, but Linny is still continuing to output, "I just don't know if this boyfriend of yours is reliable or not. Be careful of people who are just playing with you. It's none of your business. Your family lives by the sea." What? Dare to do it and still afraid of being told? But even if I don't say it, everyone knows. After all, it's all over the internet. Linny was a bit smug. In her opinion, now was the best time to hit Su Shishir. But Linny obviously underestimated the fighting strength of the Chuanyu girls, and Su Shishir also started to fight back sharply when she saw Linny getting so carried away. "You're not envious of my boyfriend's good looks, are you?" Su Shishir pretended to be surprised and lamented, "It's a pity. Such a handsome boy is rare in the world, and he likes me." After saying that, Su Shishir also pretended to be generous. "But it's okay, Linny. My boyfriend said that he also has a good brother who is as handsome as he is. So if you really can't find a boyfriend, I can let him introduce you to him. Get lost. Who wants you to introduce me? I have plenty of boyfriends." Linny was a bit tongue-tied in her excitement. She was in a hurry. Su Shishir smiled inwardly, but on the surface, she said in surprise, "Wow, I'm so jealous of you, Linny. I just don't know how many you mean by many of them. Do they know each other?" The surrounding students heard Su Shishir's words, all snorted laughter, which undoubtedly makes Linny more angry. Furious, she actually reached out directly want to hit, but the hand is not yet touched by Su Shishir grabbed the wrist. "What are you doing? Still trying to hit someone?" Su Shishir smirked and provoked Linny. She was confident enough that a pampered young lady like Linny couldn't possibly be her opponent in a fight. Linny has been on the head, which can still be subjected to Su Shishir's provocation. While reaching out and grabbing Su Shishir's hair, while scolding is to beat you how to drop it? But just as Su Shishir thought, Linny, a girl who had been loved by her parents since she was a child, how could she be Su Shishir's opponent? Her hair was not grabbed, not to mention that her other hand was also grabbed by Su Shishir. After a few rounds, Su Shishir remained breezy, while Linny, on the contrary, was cloaked in hair, living like a shrew. Luckily, an unknown good person called the instructor over, and the instructor took a look at the conflict between Su Shishir and Linny, and without asking the reason, he first scolded Su Shishir. "Su Shishir, what's wrong with you? How can you bully your classmates? I heard you even cursed. Come with me to the office." The students next to her couldn't stand it anymore and came out to say, "Instructor, I saw it all. It was Linny who cursed first, and it was also her who hit first. Sun Chao was right. We all saw it." Seeing that continuing to stay here was about to cause public anger, the instructor once again spoke out. "Quiet." He also looked at Su Shishir and Linny and said, "You two come with me to the office." Linny's heart was happy to hear this, What others didn't know was that the instructor was actually the daughter of her distant relative's family, and was still her cousin according to seniority, which was also the reason why the instructor had just directly reprimanded Su Shishir without asking anything. Su Shishir, when we get to the office later, there will be a time when you cry and beg for forgiveness. Linny couldn't help the corners of her mouth from rising. Although Su Shishir was still calm now, she felt that the other party was just trying to be brave now. When she arrived at the office in a while, she would definitely still have to be soft, and in her heart, she couldn't wait to see Su Shishir's expression of being soft. As a matter of fact, Su Shishir was indeed unsettled inwardly, but that didn't mean that she would go soft. Instead, she was already prepared to argue on the basis of reason, and it was impossible to make her go soft. When they arrived at the office, the instructor sat down in front of the desk and looked at the two of them and said, "You guys sit down too." Said smoothly pushed the chair next to the desk next to Linny, but the only chair beside her was this one, which meant that after Linny sat down, Su Shishir could only stand. "There's only one stool left. Su Shishir, why don't you stand for a while? Let's finish this early and you guys go back early." Su Shishir was not happy. "Teacher, I see that there are so many empty chairs next to other desks. Is it okay to take a chair first?" "Ha, you want me to stand and listen to your lecture? Dream on." Before the instructor could say anything, Su Shishir took a chair at the next table and sat there obediently. "That's someone else's chair. Why did you bring it over without saying hello?" Linny sat next to her and said in a conspiratorial manner, "There's no one here. What's wrong with me sitting down?" Su Shishir said without fear. "Alright, let's get down to business first." The instructor interrupted the conversation between the two. Just now she had originally given Su Shishir a small dismay. Although the purpose was not achieved, there was no need to keep grasping onto this issue. "Tell me, what's going on?" Linny hurriedly said. "I just said a word to her. She came up to beat me, and grabbed my wrist and hair." "Instructor, look at my hand. It's all scratched red." The instructor took a look at Linny's wrist, which was indeed red, and immediately said, "Student Su Shishir, this is your fault. How can you hit someone?" "Instructor, didn't you hear what she just said? She scolded me first," Su Shishir said with some dissatisfaction. Linny defended herself. "Instructor, I didn't scold her. I just said a few words." Who knew she was so petty? The instructor followed. "Su Shishir, no matter what, it's not right to hit people. And just like Linny said, people just said 2 words to you and you hit people. So if I say 2 words to you, are you going to hit me again in a while?" What the instructor said was so to the point that it was blatant favoritism. Su Shishir was furious and directly said, "Did she scold me and I just stood there and let her scold me? You can give me the word to let me help you regulate. Besides Linny, why not talk about others but you? Ever thought about yourself?" The instructor finished and continued in short. "It's your fault for hitting someone today. You either apologize to Linny or call your parents over." Chapter 44, The Truth Comes Out. "Want me to apologize to her? No way." Su Shishir rejected it outright without even thinking about it. Making herself apologize to Linny was worse than getting a slap on the wrist. "Su Shishir, if you have this attitude, then I can only call your parents over. After all, something like hitting someone, the school definitely has to deal with it seriously." The instructor continued to intimidate. "But in your case, even if your parents come, you'll still have to apologize, and if Linny's classmates don't accept mediation, you might even be given disciplinary action." Su Shishir bit her lip, facing the instructor. Even though she was angry in her heart, she couldn't show it, but she knew that even if she compromised, Linny wouldn't be able to let her off easily. "You want me to beg for mercy? I'll fight you to the end." Thinking of this, Su Shishir's eyes became determined. "It's not going to be possible for me to apologize. You can do whatever you want with it, but I'm definitely going to take this up with the Office of Academic Affairs after this." "There's no need to take it up with the Office of Academic Affairs. I'll give you a handle on it right now." At this time, a strong voice came from the office door. Then the vice president of JNU walked in, and at the same time, there was Zhang Yi who walked into the office with him. "Vice principal, what brings you here? Please sit down quickly." The instructor hurriedly got up and gave up his seat, and in his heart he was even more surprised. This kind of small matter, how to alarm the vice principal? The vice principal did not even look at her. Directly said about the 2 female students quarreled about the causes and consequences. "I understand. Although Su Shishir students hit people, but after all, it is the female students abusive in the first. Really want to pursue the words. In my opinion, the 2 people should be pursued at the same time." "Vice principal, I didn't curse. I just said a few words," Linny sophistically said. Zhang Yi took out his cell phone, clicked on the video inside. "This student, here other students at the scene shot the video you want to see?" Lin Yi's face changed, because the video was playing the very image of her talking in the classroom just now. She just didn't expect Jiang Yi to be so well prepared. Next to her, Su Shishir also didn't expect Jiang Yi to come over. But when she really saw Jiang Yi, her heart was solid. It's not that if Jiang Yi is there, she will definitely be able to solve the problem, but rather that with Jiang Yi by her side, she will be able to face all the problems. Jiang Yi also gave Su Shishir an affirmative look, meaning, this matter can definitely be handled. Su Shishir of course believed Jiang Yi. She was just curious about how Jiang Yi got the vice principal here, but she couldn't ask in this situation now. She could only wait for Jiang Yi to give her an answer when it was over. Since you don't have any objections to this video, that means you approve of what I just said, right? The vice principal continued. No, Lin Yi nodded helplessly. The evidence was in front of her. There was no way she could deny it if she wanted to. Originally, the two of you fought in the classroom, and according to the school rules both of you are subject to disciplinary action. The vice principal deliberately paused when he said this. Lin Yi's face changed after hearing this, and the vice principal also took in her change, knowing that she was already afraid. Before continuing, but seeing as you two are first-time offenders and haven't caused too much disruption, this matter can be completely minimized and trivialized. My suggestion is that both of you, each of you, write a 1,000 word review and bring it to my office tomorrow. Or, of course, if you have a different opinion. Su Shishir was naturally satisfied with this result, and although Lin Yi was upset, she didn't dare to come out at this time to sing a counter-argument, so the two of them said at the same time, I don't have a problem with it. The vice principal nodded his head in satisfaction, and deliberately said to Jiang Yi in front of everyone, satisfied, aren't you, little Jiang? He said this for Lin Yi and this instructor, and it was also a way of backing up Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi could see the vice principal's mind, and while he was grateful in his heart, his mouth cooperated. Of course I'm satisfied. Uncle Zhao, you've personally come over, how could I not be satisfied? That's fine, I'll leave first if there's nothing else. By the way, remember to say hello to Lao Jiang for me. No problem. That's right, this vice-chancellor and Jiang Yi are acquaintances, and it can be said that Jiang Yi's ability to enter JNU is all due to the vice-chancellor. Interestingly enough, the vice-principal's proposal to get Jiang Yi in was met with quite a bit of opposition at the time, thinking that pulling such a scum into the school would be detrimental to the school's image. The vice-principal directly domineering dislike, not let Jiang Yi in no problem you who pull a 10 million sponsorship back. I let him from where to go back to where. I say one more time, his father to give the sponsorship fee is 50 million. Others, after the vice principal finished speaking, he left, and the instructor didn't dare to make things difficult for him and Su Shishir when he saw that Jiang Yi and the vice principal were on such good terms, so he let them leave as well. Looking at the back of the two leaving, the instructor suddenly came with a meaningful sentence. Showy, don't provoke Su Shishir in the future. Lin Yi said unwillingly. Why, cousin? The instructor didn't want to explain the intricacies to Lin Yi, a young girl who hadn't stepped into society, but just emphasized again, just listen to your sister, she won't harm you. Got it, cousin? Lin Yi agreed on the surface, but in her heart, she still held a grudge against Su Shishir. She felt that this time it was just Su Shishir's good luck to find a good boyfriend. Su Shishir, who was out of the office, didn't realize that Lin Yi was still thinking about her, and now she was very happy because Jiang Yi had told her that the matter on the internet had basically been resolved. 3 Points Media released an apology video around 10 a.m., while claiming that the supervisor who maliciously edited and released the video has been fired from the company, never to be hired. Not only that, the video of the clarification taken by Xia article also spread all over the network. Many netizens after learning the truth have been in Xia article's social account under the message, but Xia article are ignored. But when Su Shishir read the message underneath the video, her face lost the joy she had just felt, and there was only silence. No matter what, Xiao Wenjiang was also her father, and looking at so many people scolding him, Su Shishir's heart was still a little sad, and only adjusted after a long time. Su Shishir looked up and pinched Jiang Yi's face, still a little unbelievable. Brother, how are you so powerful? How did you do it? Jiang Yi scraped his nose and said smugly, there's no way. Brother's strength is just so powerful. The words just fell. Su Shishir jumped up as a big than the pocket on the back of his head to slap your stinking brother. Praise you 2 sentences still want to be my brother? I wouldn't dare. I'm just a younger brother in front of you. That's more like it. Su Shishir stretched out her hand, just like a noble princess in a palace drama, and said in a haughty tone, little wild child, this palace is hungry. Quickly take this palace to have a meal. Jiang Yi hurriedly took Su Shishir's tiny, boneless hand and said, okay then. When ordering the food, Su Shishir once again asked the doubt in her heart, brother, how did you call the vice principal over? Jiang Yi smiled and said, Uncle Zhao and my dad are college classmates and have a very good relationship. I can get into this school because of Uncle Zhao. Chapter 45, I Want a Daughter. You mean the vice principal was a classmate of your father's? Su Shishir didn't think it would be such a situation. No wonder just now the vice principal looked at Jiang Yi with the same eyes as elders looking at their juniors. So it turned out that the two of them still had such a layer of relationship. Jiang Yi nodded, then sighed. If it wasn't for Uncle Zhao's help, my college entrance exam results, it would be a hell of a thing if I could get into Zhangzhou University. What about your regular exams? Will you repeat the grade? Su Shishir asked again. She was worried that Jiang Yi would be retained if he didn't get good grades. Jiang Yi smiled and said, don't worry about this. After I came in, Uncle Zhao arranged all these things. It's impossible for me to repeat a grade, and I'll participate in things that I can usually add credits to. In short, there's no way this kind of thing like repeating a grade is going to happen. Su Shishir figured it out as soon as she thought about it. That's right. How could someone who the vice principal cared for be repeating a grade? Alas, it's good to have connections. I have to work hard too, so that my son can be so dashing in the future. Su Shishir lamented. What happened today made her refresh her knowledge of Jiang Yi's family situation once again, and she vaguely felt that the strength of Jiang Yi's family was even more powerful than she had imagined. Ahem, sister. What's wrong? Not feeling well? Jiang Yi squirmed. I want a daughter, not a son. Joking. The daughter is the father's little cotton jacket. No matter the little cotton jacket leakage, that is better than the son. In case a son in his own childhood the same virtues, Jiang Yi do not dare to imagine that they will have more suffering. Su Shishir did not react at first. When she reacted, her pretty face immediately appeared a trace of redness. Her head tilted to the side, and her mouth whispered, you want to give birth to your own daughter? Why talk to me? Stinky brother is too young to think about having a baby instead of studying hard. Jiang Yi he a smile. A Su Shishir embrace to his side said, I'm not alive, cannot need your help. Well, when do you plan to pass on for our Jiang family? Ah, my dear Shishir sister? So you're just thinking of letting me give birth to your Jiang family? Stinky brother, I misjudged you. Su Shishir pretended to be angry and cast her head to the side. Jiang Yi thought she was really angry and hurriedly explained, how could it be, sister? I love you very much. How much love? A little more than yesterday. A little less than tomorrow. Su Shishir thought to herself, isn't this the earthy love words I often brush up against on the internet? At the time I looked at this and thought it was a bit earthy. How come I was so happy when my stinky brother said it? Let's just say that the same thing, said and done by different people, makes a difference. So in the future, we should not say that those online methods of pursuing girls is not reliable. Sometimes the wrong is not the method. The wrong is that you choose the wrong person. The person is right. The method of the right or wrong in fact does not matter. Hear the applause. You're a good talker. You're a good flirt. Who did you learn that from? Su Shishir was sweet in her heart, but on the surface, she still put on an unperturbed look. Jiang Yi wondered if he had spoken in the wrong way. How come the expression on his senior sister's face wasn't quite the same as what he had imagined? Jiang Yi honestly said, I just learned it while looking at my cell phone. I thought it sounded good, so I said it. It shouldn't be a problem, right? Su Shishir said with a serious face, it's a big problem. Ha? Jiang Yi froze. It can't be that he made his senior sister unhappy, right? But what is the problem? Jiang Yi asked in a low voice. What's wrong? Seeing Jiang Yi's cautious look, Su Shishir inwardly snickered. Her smelly brother's appearance was just too cute. The problem lies in the fact that you have successfully aroused my sister's interest. Sister, I want to give you a kiss right now, but there are so many people in the restaurant. I'm a little embarrassed what to do. After saying that, she didn't forget to wink at Jiang Yi with those big watery eyes. After Jiang Yi heard this, he only felt that his whole body had a jolt, and he could not wait to hold Su Shishir and find a place where no one could kiss him. What's on your mind, brother? I was wondering if I should just carry you somewhere where no one else is. Are you for real? Su Shishir looked at Jiang Yi's leering eyes and realized that Jiang Yi didn't look like he was joking, so she directly stomped her feet and carved out a safe distance. Stinky brother, if you dare to hug me at this point, just what? I'll bite you. Su Shishir viciously opened her mouth to make a biting appearance. But her appearance in the eyes of Jiang Yi, which has a vicious appearance, there is only lovely. Jiang Yi, without saying a word, directly and blatantly attacked. Will Su Shishir a hand on the hug up? At the same time, face around the uninformed Eat Melon crowd also did not forget to explain, everyone do not have to worry about this, my daughter-in-law. Su Shishir blushed. This stinky brother's guts were really getting bigger and bigger. He was just joking around and he actually came for real. Put me down, stinky brother. You haven't paid the bill yet. Don't worry, I bought it long ago. Jiang Yi now, which still listened to the words of Su Shishir. Out of the hotel he began to look around, to see where there are fewer people. The results really let him find a no-one alley. Stinky brother, what do you want to do? Su Shishir patted Jiang Yi's shoulder while threatening, I'll really bite you. But she didn't know that at times like this, The more she threatened, the more excited Jiang Yi became. After getting along for a long time, Jiang Yi's guts were getting bigger and bigger. Of course, it wasn't that Jiang Yi would do anything disrespectful to Su Shishir, but he knew that Su Shishir wasn't really angry right now, so he dared to be so bold. Dear Sis Poetry, now that there's no one around, you just said you wanted to give me a kiss. Isn't it time to put some real action into it? I said just now I don't want to kiss. But sis, you've already aroused my interest, so I can't be irresponsible, right? Just one kiss, okay? Jiang Yi said in an aggravated manner. Su Shishir forced a smile. The way her stinky brother was pampered was really too cute. Okay, one bite then oh. Well, after Su Shishir finished speaking, Jiang Yi kissed up, saying that a kiss is a kiss, but it is that the time of this bite is longer. Kissing until the gas is almost out of breath before letting go. After one kiss, both of their eyes became a bit mesmerized, and when Jiang Yi was still hesitating to take another kiss, Su Shishir kissed again. After a long time, Jiang Yi's phone ringing broke the calmness of the alley, but Jiang Yi did not answer the phone at the first time, but smiled and said to Su Shishir, sister, didn't you say a kiss? What I said was that you can only have a kiss. I didn't say me. Besides, sister, I kissed you as your honor, you know. Get cheap and you're still a good boy. Don't look at who made the call. Holler. Jiang Yi took out his cell phone to see that it was Li Tong calling. It should be about going to his house for dinner on the weekend. Hey, Uncle Li, Mr. Jiang. It didn't bother you, did it? On the other side of the phone, Li Tong put his posture very low, which made Li Junlan, who was sitting next to him, very surprised. Although she knew that Jiang Yi was the son of her dad's boss, she didn't say exactly which leader. And when she saw her dad put his stance so low today, she realized that she still underestimated Jiang Yi. Chapter 46, Big Daddy Canyon. Who's calling? Su Shishir heard someone on the phone shouting Mr. Jiang. Curious, she asked, remembering that under Jiang Yi's circle of friends, there were also many people who called Jiang Yi this way. The uncle I told you about before should be asking me about going to dinner tomorrow. Jiang Yi explained and then said to Li Tong, Uncle Li, you'd better call me Xiao Jiang. I'm really not used to calling Mr. Jiang. Well then, since you've come to this point, I'll call you Xiao Jiang. Li Tong went along with it. He also felt awkward when he was asked to call him Eunuch Jiang in one breath. Xiao Jiang, it's like this. You should have already met my daughter Junlan, right? Has she told you about tomorrow's dinner? Don't worry, Uncle Li. Sister Li has already told me that my girlfriend and I will definitely be on time for our appointment tomorrow afternoon. Well, I'll be waiting for you then. Li Tong hung up the phone happily. Li Junlan couldn't help but say, Dad, is that so? That Jiang Yi is just a student, not your leader himself. And you didn't grovel so much when you were on the phone with your leader before. Li Tong gave her a blank look and said, silly girl, what do you know? Jiang Yi's identity can be much stronger than those leaders that Dad used to have, although it used to be a call with the leader, but now because Jiang Yi can directly talk to the leader of the leader. Dad said so. Do you understand? Li Junlan's originally calm heart was stunned for a moment after hearing this. The leader of the dad's leader, then only the chairman of the China Construction Group. Dad. Are you saying, Jiang Yi is Jiang Jianjun's son? Both surnamed Jiang, don't you think? Li Junlan smiled and understood why her dad just spoke in that tone. If it was her, she would probably go and hold on to her thighs just the same. Many people wanted to hug Jiang Yi's thighs, but Jiang Yi only wanted to hug Su Shishir's long legs. Ah shucks, short legs. Although the legs are a little shorter, but it is white, thin, slippery. In short, can meet all your fantasies? Their own slowly experience. Going back to school now? Su Shishir asked. Although she didn't have classes in the afternoon, she still had to go back to study. Aha, Jiang Yi nodded. He hadn't been back to school for the past 2 days. His younger brothers in the dormitory missed him so much. It was time to go back and take a look. After arriving at the school, the two separated and went back to their respective dormitories. The 3 people in the dormitory were so engrossed in playing the game that no one had yet noticed that Ino had returned. Jiang Yi first came to the outermost Lu Yugang. Lu Yugang game is playing happily, was suddenly come to such a point, naturally is furious. Asterisk. That big handsome guy Lu Yu was just in the middle of cursing when Jiang Yi directly threw a pack of cigarettes on the table and with a look in his eyes, he immediately changed his tone. Have you taken care of everything on Noko Online? Although Jiang Yi had said in the group chat of the 4 great bandits that the online matter had been taken care of, the 3 people in the dormitory were still worried. This morning they were at school. I don't know how many people I heard talking about Jiang Yi and Su Shishir. As Jiang Yi's roommate, they naturally want to come forward to defend the two. Wang Meng can't talk about others but almost fight with people. But what I didn't expect was that only after a few hours, the wind on the internet changed all of a sudden. coupled with the fact that Zhang Yi said in the group that it had been handled, which reassured the three people in the dormitory quite a bit. Although Zhang Yi did not follow his father to learn what the art of reading people, but at the moment can also see the three roommates in the eyes of the real concern. But the four big boys do not need to say what meaty words. Remember, in the heart is good. Brother, I personally took care of it. Naturally, I took care of it. I wasn't in the dorm yesterday. Did you guys miss me? Wang Mang laughed and said, you're really getting more and more lewd after not seeing you for a day. But wild child, that speech of yours yesterday was really too handsome. Zhang Yi was at a loss. Lu Yugang next to him opened the video on his cell phone and explained Gangzi was talking about the line where you said that Su Shishir's schoolmate's dad said that she was your wife in front of her. A lot of people in the school said that it sounded cool. Of course there were also many people who denounced you and sister Su Shishir on the school forums after watching that maliciously edited video. But after that media company clarified it publicly later on, these denouncers didn't dare to speak anymore. Doesn't matter. Let them talk. Zhang Yi skimmed his mouth. He didn't take those people's speeches seriously at all. Just kidding. I'm a person who was born at the apex. What's the point of bothering so much with those sand coins? By the way, wild child, I've already signed you up for the 3,000 meters for your field day. Wang Mang added. Thanks. Wang Xiaoshui interjected. Brother wild child, did you really run 3,000 meters? That's 7 laps around the playground. Originally, when Wang Mang signed up for Zhang Yi in the morning, he thought it was Wang Mang's prank. It can't be helped. I can't study, so I can only earn some credits from somewhere else. Zhang Yi helplessly spread his hands. Although the other three are usually playing, but the results are not at all behind. Especially Lu Yugang, the results are even better. So learning this kind of thing, hard work is important. Talent is also very important. Zhang Yi has a very clear perception of himself. That is, he is simply not reading that material. However, Zhang Jianjun and Zhou Yuding pressed him not to rush to study. 1,000-mile horse is often found, but bull is not often found. They hope that Zhang Yi can become a bull, not a bookworm. Of course, nowadays, many people say that studying is useless, and after finishing university, they are still working for others, so it is fine to listen to such words. If you have a strong family background, there is no excuse for saying this kind of thing. If you have an average or even poor family, then studying will be the best chance for you to turn over a new leaf. To know, Zhang Yi is now so arrogant and domineering capital, but also Jiang Jianjun reading out. Seeing that Zhang Yi did not speak like he was joking, Wang Xiaoshui was then convinced that he was serious. At this point, the three finally ended up in a sound battle. But of course, the end was definitely a loss. Zhang Yi saw the situation quickly open their own computers. Logging in the game account, the mouth also did not forget to ramble you this single hua, dish like a dog. Don't recognize it. System matched. Tisk. Zhang Yi smacked his mouth for a moment, then said, if such an important position is given to an outsider, it's only strange that you won't lose. Lu Yugang gave him a blank stare and said, I don't know whose noob is. He played 1/6 before, and the opposite top laner said they can't win without you. Wang Meng and Wang Xiaoshui both nodded their heads desperately when they heard this, and Wang Xiaoshui was even more forthright. Brother wild child, why don't you go play as a support? Zhang Yi's old face red, hardened. What nonsense you say. Also do not inquire about who is the Canyon Big Father. This I use crocodile. You follow the lie on the line. Okay, let's see you operate. After entering the game, Zhang Yi operated the crocodile to start the line. The opposite side shows a hand of Galen. Seeing this hero, Zhang Yi could not help but raise the corner of his mouth. Little Galen also dares to go against my crocodile. Let you see who is the father today. Chapter 47, Being Beaten to Autism. It was well known that Galen had the advantage of playing crocodile, but Zhang Yi loved playing this kind of disadvantaged set. If the opposite side picks a weak hero, how can it show his level of operation? However, Zhang Yi obviously thought too simple. The opposite side of the Galen is obviously not idle. Just to the 3rd level on a set of moves to kill Zhang Yi's crocodile. Ouch. There's something about this little Galen. Zhang Yi was sitting upright and began to operate seriously, but the result was that just when he reached the line, he encountered the opposite side of the field to capture people again, and he was killed in one go. Opposite Galen not only danced and taunted by standing on a corpse, but also openly typed taunts, no disciples. Asterisk 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 it's up. Gonzo, help me catch this hanging hair. Coming. One just rushed to the upper road to prepare to catch a wave. The opposite playing field seems to have guessed the idea of the duo, directly came to a wave of anti-squatting. The end is the Zhang Yi side of the double home return. As the saying goes, side field linkage. 1 death, 1 delivery. Brother wild child, take it easy, it's only been a few minutes. The opposite side of Galen has 3 heads. You're not even replenishing as much as other people's heads. Develop first. Jiang Yi was silent. He really didn't have much of a say right now, so he would develop first, wait for the group battle to power up, and then amaze everyone. Unfortunately, things went against his wishes. Because of the level and equipment, the opposite Galen could already cross the defense tower for a strong kill. Either Jiang Yi just walked to the grass of the second tower, and the opposite Galen rushed out, either dying in death or on the way to death. Every time he died, the opposite side of Galen would type a taunt. Angry Jiang is teeth itchy, but there is nothing he can do. Although his side of the lower road development is not bad, but the upper road has been sent over God, cannot play, and soon lost the game. Until the end of the game Jiang Yi's ears are still demarcation 4 words around. If you can't beat it, join it. Kai Kai Kai. I'll play Galen this time. Don't do it, brother Wildchild. Don't force yourself, Wang Xiaoshui advised bitterly. Jiang Yi was taunted by Galen for a whole game last time, and has long been on the head, which still listens to persuasion. Don't compare, just drive. I'll eat this one without a C, Wang Gang was quick to cover Jiang Yi's mouth. Easy. Not so much, really not so much. The three of them saw that Jiang Yi had already gotten on top of it, so they didn't say anything more and started the game again. Coincidentally, the opposite side chose a crocodile. Jiang Yi saw this scene, face his rotten smile. Mouth constantly issued snort sound. Ha! Noko's getting more and more lewd by the day. The three people next to him felt that Jiang Yi's current appearance was just like a demented man in a movie. It was too scary. Just kidding. The last Jiang Yi crocodile was beaten by Galen. A skill cannot be pressed out and lost. This is his turn to use Galen to beat the crocodile. Cannot be happy. But when it came time to fight, I realized that the results didn't seem quite what I thought they were going to be. No. How can his crocodile still release skills like that? And how come this Galen of mine does so little damage? With the crocodile was beaten by Galen, and now with Galen was beaten by the crocodile. The so-called punch in the face is no better than this, but the truth is such a slap in the face. A game down. Jiang Yi is almost autistic by the crocodile. Lu Yugan waved his hand. Noko, are you alright? Well, don't talk for now. Let me be quiet, Jiang Yi said woodenly. At this moment, he had begun to doubt life. At this time, the game friend interface suddenly sent a message to add a friend. Jiang Yi opened a look. Actually is the last crocodile. Next to the note, dish on more practice. I'm Nima. Is there any law of the land? Is there still a law? Is it human to kill someone and not forget to kill them? Jiang Yi was so angry that his entire body was bad. He quit the game on the spot and uninstalled it. Starting today, I'm playing the game. I'm the dog. And from now on, none of you will call me the game. Wang Xiaoshui weakly came up with, it's you who pulled us into the fight. After finishing, he also didn't forget to add in that sentence you just said. You said it before. No. Did I say that? No. No. Lu Yugang and Wang Mang both shook their heads and stated, it must be that Shui Zi remembered wrongly. No. I remember it well. Jiang Yi stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Wang Xiaoshui's neck, and said in a gloomy tone, you remembered it wrong. Wang Xiaoshui finally reacted. It wasn't that he remembered it wrong, but he just couldn't be right. Yeah, I misremembered. Civilization advances mankind, and violence unifies civilization. So when it's time to strike, it's time to strike. Meanwhile, at a milk tea store outside the school, Li Junlan was drinking milk tea and chatting with her best friend Su Shanshan. What? You said that Jiang Yi is going to have dinner at your house tomorrow? Su Shanshan was dumbfounded. No, you guys know each other well enough to bring him home for dinner? Lan, don't you know he already has a girlfriend? Although handsome is a bit handsome, but there is no shortage of handsome guys in our school. What are you thinking? Li Junlan said breathlessly, it's my dad who asked him to go for dinner. I don't know him well. Okay. Why did your dad ask him to come to your house for dinner? Su Shanshan queried. In her opinion, these two people should not be able to fight each other. Li Junlan thought for a moment and said, I'll tell you about this, but you can't tell anyone else. So then, Li Junlan gave Su Shanshan's words again, and Su Shanshan's expression gradually changed from doubtful at the beginning to shocked. Asterisk. You mean that Jiang Yi is a super rich second generation? Then Su Shirshi's luck is too good to talk about such an awesome boyfriend. Su Shanshan's tone with a hint of envy, although her family is also rich, and Li Junlan's family can be said to be comparable. But in Jiang Yi this kind of family cannot be compared at all. But this Jiang Yi hit it well enough. If it wasn't for Li Junlan telling her today, she really couldn't tell that Jiang Yi was a rich second generation. This is not her fault. After all, as a girlfriend Su Shirshir didn't even see it at first, and it's not completely clear even now, not to mention her as an outsider. It can only be said that Jiang Yi is hiding too deeply. Li Junlan, however, didn't quite agree with Su Shanshan. Shallow, I think Su Shishir's classmates shouldn't know Jiang Ye's real identity, and that Jiang Ye even sent a message for my dad to pay attention tomorrow, so he won't be exposed in front of Su Shishir. He's kinda funny, trying to find true love like in a novel. Ha ha. Su Shanshan couldn't understand this brain circuit of Jiang Ye. She just thought it was funny, not to mention that she wouldn't understand the caution in transposition when falling in love. Anyway, don't go around talking about this matter. If you let others know about it, you'll be in trouble. Li Junlan emphasized again. If her dad knew that she had told this matter, he would definitely have to deduct her allowance. Don't worry, I promise I won't let anyone know. Su Shanshan patted her chest and assured, at the same time not forgetting to jest. But Lan, you have to tell me about what happened tomorrow when Jiang Ye and Su Shishir went to your house later. It should be very interesting. Okay. Being said so by Su Shanshan, Li Junlan also became interested in Jiang Ye's arrival tomorrow. Of course, not to the person, but simply to this matter. Chapter 48. A house of one's own. Time for the weekend. Jiang Ye woke up from the bed in a daze and opened his cell phone to see that it was almost 12 o'clock. Yesterday the game was knocked out of his own hands, and he spent the night reviewing it in his head, sitting up violently in the middle of the night to try to operate one before he remembered that the game had been deleted by himself. Su Shishir seemed to get up early every day, and even if today was a weekend, she sent a message to Jiang Ye at 9 o'clock, asking if he had gotten up yet. You're getting up too early for a weekend, aren't you? Jiang Ye glanced at the message and returned, just woke up, was about to get up. Jiang Ye has not yet come and put down the phone. Su Shishir direct phone call. What were you doing last night? Sleeping for so long? Why don't you get up and come out for dinner? Be right there. Jiang Ye directly carp. Clothes pants to the body a set, in the shoes a put on the bed, and then began to wash and then to go out. The whole process is less than 5 minutes to the end. Don't you care if you wash it or not? Just say it's fast. When they arrived at their destination, Su Shishir had already ordered the food, and there was a box of beautifully packaged tea next to it. Sister, are you enjoying tea? Jiang Ye pointed at the tea leaves and asked with some confusion. What are you thinking? This is for the afternoon delivery. You can't go to your uncle's house empty-handed. Su Shishir was speechless. This stupid brother really didn't know how to understand the world. This tea was something she specially went to the specialty store to buy in the morning. Su Shishir didn't know the real relationship between Jiang Ye and Li Tong, and only thought that this uncle was quite good to Jiang Ye. As Jiang Ye's girlfriend, she definitely had to show some sincerity on her first visit. More crucially, Li Tong was also Li Junlan's father, and although Su Shishir hadn't come into contact with Li Junlan, she had heard about Li Junlan and knew that she and Su Shanshan were very close. Su Shanshan on the previous and the welcome party to make things difficult for Jiang Ye, things she still remember now. Also do not know was Su Shanshan good friend Li Junlan specifically what kind of person. Jiang Ye himself hadn't even thought about it that much less did he expect Su Shishir to think about it. Looking at the beautifully packaged tea, Jiang Ye came to say this tea should be very expensive, right? Su Shishir sniffing is also meat pain. Nodded and said, is not it? A box of tea cost me $800. That sell tea is also too black-hearted. If not to see your uncle, I will not buy this tea. Jiang Ye was aware of Su Shishir's financial situation. $800 of tea might not be on the table for him, but it was really expensive for Su Shishir. How about I reimburse you? Su Shishir shook her head. No, this is my first meeting gift for meeting your uncle. What's the point of letting you reimburse me? Jiang Ye wanted to explain that he actually didn't know Li Tong well, but the words came out of his mouth and he didn't know what to say. A lie needed countless lies to round it out, but as long as one of those countless lies was punctured, then all of them would no longer hold true, and in order to avoid that, Jiang Ye could only choose to keep his mouth shut. While at this time the waiter served the fried dishes on the table, Su Shishir looked at the table and directly began to dry rice. This is also Jiang Ye's favorite part, that is to appreciate the schoolmates to eat. Why are you looking at me? Why don't you eat? Looking at you makes me full. Jiang Ye's embarrassed appearance gave Su Shishir a smile. This stinky brother, really stupid. You want to see it later, there will be plenty of opportunities to see it slowly, but nothing can delay eating, understand? Su Shishir said while pinching food for Jiang Ye. Okay then. Jiang Ye looked at the bowl full of meat, also began to eat a large piece of meat. This is just meat? No, this is all the love that his senior sister has for him. When the meal was almost finished, Su Shishir asked, is your uncle's house far away? What time will you go there later? Jiang Ye looked at the location that Li Tong had sent. It was quite far away, near the Bund. Uncle Li and his family are over at the Bund. It's 12 kilometers, but it says dinner is at 6 p.m. Why don't we take a cab to the Bund first and wander around later? The Bund? House prices seem to be quite expensive there, right? Your uncle's family is quite rich, Su Shishir said with some surprise. Nothing else, just pure shock. It should be quite expensive. Jiang Yi scratched his head. He really didn't know much about this. Anyway, no more expensive than his family, no more rich than his family. How to listen to you this tone, as if quite look down on people this house. That is the bund. I heard that the house over there is at least a few million or even tens of millions to start with. Su Shishir sighed. Her biggest dream was to have a house of her own. But of course, Jiang Yi had said a long time ago that her family had already bought it in the capital. However, Su Shishir thinks that it is her family's house, not her own, and she prefers to buy a house of her own through her own efforts. Of course, that was her previous idea. And now the idea was that when she and Jiang Yi got married, through the joint efforts of the two people, she would buy a house that belonged to the two people together. Jiang Yi wasn't clear about this idea of Su Shishir. He didn't value the house that much, but he was looking at Su Shishir's attitude. Seeing that the situation was not right, Jiang Yi immediately changed his words and said, "How could I not see it? But it is someone else's even if it's expensive, and it has nothing to do with me. Don't you think so, sister? This sounds fine." Su Shishir comfortably patted Jiang Yi's shoulder and said, "That's right, so we have to have a house of our own, or else we'll get married in the future. Where to live? Don't you think so?" Hearing the word marriage, Jiang Yi instantly glowing eyes, but before he had time to speak, Su Shishir added, "But I have to remind you, don't take the aunt and uncle's house to fool me." Su Shishir's eyes were firm as she said, "I hope that in the future, our house will be something that the two of us will work hard together to get. Do you understand, stinky brother?" Aha! Jiang Yi could tell that Su Shishir was serious, making him not help but get serious as well. Getting Jiang Yi's reply, Su Shishir's serious face once again revealed a smile, and then said, "For the sake of our future home, in the future this piece of money, the spend, the save have to save, and early to the house down payment to save enough. For example, if you go to the bund now, I don't think a taxi is necessary. How nice to just take the subway." Jiang Yi actually wanted to say that if he were to give a down payment alone, he would be able to shell out hundreds of thousands of dollars right now, and if it was some small county, he could even buy a set in full. However, seeing Su Shishir so happy, he was also happy and smiled. "Good, then let's take the subway, buy a wedding house earlier, and marry my baby sister home." "Don't call it that, sister dear then? Sounds a little rusty again." Su Shishir shook her head. "Then don't call me sister, call me baby, okay baby?" "No, I can call you baby, but you have to call me sister. Understand?" Su Shishir protested vehemently. The piece of family status, she had to hold it to death before she could do so. "Stinky brother, still want to pinch me? Don't even think about it. You'll only be pinned." Chapter 49. Jiang Yi has never taken the subway before. The first time into the subway station, even through the security check these do not understand, not to mention brush the two-dimensional code into the station. Su Shishir had been helping with the operation, and it took almost 10 minutes to get inside the station. "Brother, is your capital city without a subway?" "There is," Su Shishir asked again. "Then how come you've never even taken the subway?" "Sister, I have a lot of cars in the family are almost ash that still need to take the subway." This kind of beating words Jiang Yi certainly do not dare to say. After thinking about it, he said, the previous school was close to his home, so he could walk every day without the subway. "Okay, then today my sister will show you a good taste of the subway." Su Shishir also did not suspect, but reached out to hold Jiang Yi's hand, said, "A moment in case the car is crowded. You have to hold on to my sister's hand, yo. Be careful to get lost." Su Shishir spoke like an adult taking a child out of the house, though her small size gave her the impression of being more of a child. Because of this, when Su Shishir said this, Jiang Yi inexplicably wanted to laugh. When the subway arrived, it wasn't as crowded as I thought it would be, but there were no seats left, so I had to stand. Su Shishir led Jiang Yi onto the subway and found a corner. Jiang Yi was tall and could easily grab the handrail above, while Su Shishir grabbed Jiang Yi. To Su Shishir, grabbing Jiang Yi was more secure than grabbing the handrail. "I thought the carriages would always be so empty, but the further back, the more people on the car, especially in the city center of a few stops. Get on the car is a group of people on. Holy, why are there so many people? It's almost like the mall." Su Shishir gave Jiang Yi a glance and said, "What do you think? This is the center of Shanghai, and it's the weekend, so there must be a lot of people." Su Shishir said and leaned into Jiang Yi's arms again, and because Jiang Yi used one hand to block for her, she wasn't squeezed. But with more people, there are fewer places to stand, and when the trunk shook, Su Shishir subconsciously hugged Jiang Yi tighter. Jiang Yi was also afraid that Su Shishir would fall. His hand wrapped around Su Shishir's waist, and his eyes were always focused on her in case of an unexpected situation. But fortunately nothing happened until he got off the bus. From the school to the bund, after riding the subway for almost an hour, No. Standing for an hour. Jiang Yi felt that his people were numb. I can't believe that my senior sister is so good that she stood for an hour and didn't have any trouble at all. Looking at Su Shishir standing for so long without saying anything, Jiang Yi could only endure his sore feet and follow Su Shishir out of the subway station. In fact, it cannot be said that Jiang Yi poor physical strength, but his first time for a long time to stand in place for so long, it is inevitable that some of the legs are sore. I believe that part-time friends who have worked as a waiter understand this feeling. Getting out of the subway was instantly a different feeling. Even the air felt better. The sun is no longer so hot in late fall, and there are occasional gusts of cool wind blowing through, and the closer you get to the Whampoa River, the cooler the wind blows. What a beautiful view. Su Shishir opened her arms, feeling the cool breeze blowing. From here a glance can see the opposite side of the Oriental Pearl Tower, and a block of office buildings towering across the river, all highlighting the prosperity of Shanghai. Jiang Yi stood by the side and silently took out his cell phone, intending to record this beautiful scenery. Of course, the scenic view in Jiang Yi's eyes was not the bustling mansion across the street, but Su Shishir, who stood in the wind with her hair fluttering and her skirt swaying. The landscape looks beautiful because of her presence. All he had to do now was to record the landscape and use it as computer wallpaper. Su Shishir noticed that Jiang Yi didn't say anything for half a day beside her, and turned her head to look, only to realize that this stinky brother was taking pictures with his cell phone. How's the shot? Let me take a look. Su Shishir grabbed her phone and took a look. The photo showed her hand on the railing gazing into the distance. How about it? I took a good picture, right? This picture I plan to go back and use it as the wallpaper of my computer, Jiang Yi confidently said. The expression on his face was as if he was saying, praise me. But Su Shishir's aesthetics and Jiang Yi were clearly not on top of the same channel. Stinky brother, shoot so ugly and still use it for wallpaper. Next time when you shoot it say so that sister can pose with a better looking pose. Su Shishir spat. But I think it's pretty. Jiang Yi thought that side photo was simply beautiful, and didn't understand why his senior sister didn't think it looked good. No matter what, he was going to take it back and use it as wallpaper. Alright, as long as you think it looks good. Su Shishir thought about it and felt that she couldn't argue with boys about aesthetic matters, so she let him be, as long as he was happy. Jiang Yi nodded with satisfaction, and looked at the time, only 2 o'clock, and proposed, I see that there is a cafe over there. Why don't we go over there and sit down? Su Shishir was not happy, pretending to be fierce. I just promised to save money to buy a house in the afternoon, and only an hour or so has passed and you've forgotten, haven't you? He was a little uncomfortable about letting Jiang Yi save money, but all the public seats outside were occupied. So where would he go if he didn't go to the cafe? When Su Shishir saw that Jiang Yi didn't say anything, Su Shishir thought that she had just spoken too harshly and he was angry. Brother, are you angry? I'm angry? How could I be angry with my schoolmate? Jiang Yi just wanted to explain that he had just been thinking, only for Su Shishir to continue, I'm not being mean to you. I just don't think it's cost effective to order a cup of coffee and sit here. If you really want to drink, sister will take you to buy milk tea to drink, okay? Sister is also too good at coaxing people. Every time, like coaxing a child to coax me. Obviously he looked even younger than me. Jiang Yi cried and laughed, and hurriedly explained, sister, I'm not angry. I'm just thinking about where to sit and rest if I don't go to the cafe. Su Shishir sniffed her face, immediately pulled crotch down. Stinky brother. However, Su Shishir also thought that Jiang Yi may be the first time to take the subway station for too long, too tired. Then said, this is not simple. On the way here is not a shopping mall. Let's go there to sit down. Jiang Yi added, but don't you like the view? You won't be able to see it inside the mall. Su Shishir smiled and said indifferently, the scenery is just to take a look and express your feelings. It's not necessary to keep looking. You must be tired from standing for so long on your first subway ride. Blame me for not paying attention just now. A moment later, my sister will treat you to milk tea and make it up to you. Sister, didn't you just say you wanted to economize? Why are you talking about treating me to milk tea again? Jiang Yi couldn't help but say. Stinky brother actually dared to raise a fight with her. Su Shishir slapped him on the back and said, this is called, what should be saved, what should be spent. Even if you are invited to drink milk tea, you can't even plug your mouth. Don't go yet. Jiang Yi got an inch and said, I still want a kiss. I have to kiss before I can go. Hearing this, Su Shishir directly plugged up towards Jiang Yi's mouth. But it wasn't a kiss, it was a bite. Is it okay, stinky brother? Su Shishir's expression was milky and fierce. It's okay, it's okay. Although Su Shishir didn't push particularly hard, there was still a slight pain. What if I'm too mean to you? Chapter 50, Is Sister's Handicraft Okay? It is said on the internet that marrying a Chuanyu girl and enjoying a back-time life. Zhang Yi once again felt the Chuanyu girl's fears today. Although the lip was bitten a little painful, but the heart inexplicably felt very exciting and want to do it again. What is going on? Am I really suffering? No. Zhang Yi shook his head vigorously. Wang Xiaoshui can be a sufferer, but I cannot be. I am a fierce man who cannot bend. Stinky brother, what kind of milk tea do you drink? I'll take this. QQ ba 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 poof tea. Of course I'm a slugger. I just feel like this milk tea is better. Well, that's all, Eno reassured himself. Su Shishir ordered a cup of fruit tea for herself after ordering for Zhang Yi, and when the clerk was done, the two of them sat down in a window seat. After Zhang Yi inserted the straws of both drinks, Su Shishir took a sip first and then said, it's not even 3 o'clock yet. Surely you won't just let me sit like this until it's time to eat, right? Eno asked tentatively. How about playing a game? Can't fight and don't want to. Su Shishir directly shook her head. How could she agree to a good break time for her to use to play games? How about truth or dare? There's no point in two playing. Su Shishir still shook her head. This time Zhang Yi made a mistake. He really do not know what to do. Cannot sit together each play each cell phone. Why don't you think of something to pass the time, sis, and I'll listen to you. Su Shishir smiled a scheming smile at her words. That's what you said. Zhang Yi suddenly had a bad premonition, and sure enough, the next second he heard Su Shishir say, then sit down and I'll do your makeup. Ha, is it appropriate to put makeup on me, a big boy? Zhang Yi opened his mouth to refuse, but before he had time to say, Su Shishir said, nah, you just said you'd listen to me. Now you don't want to back out. But it's not really appropriate for me to wear makeup as a boy, is it? What's inappropriate? There are plenty of guys who wear makeup online. Not one as bad as you. Su Shishir had already started to take the cosmetics in her bag, and Zhang Yi wanted to struggle a little more, but was scared by a look from Su Shishir and hurriedly sat back down. Good boy. Sister will surely paint you beautifully. No, handsome. After painting, sister will give you a kiss, Su Shishir said while putting makeup on Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi came weakly after hearing this. Sister, I'm not a child anymore. Just say if you want a kiss. Forget it, coaxing a child is fine. As long as it can be kissed. Real men only look at the result, not the process. Zhang Yi closed his eyes and felt the various props smearing around on his face. Some places were even coated 5 or 6 times over and over again. Many men on the internet said that girls' makeup was at least half an hour to start with. And now Zhang Yi just wanted to say that half an hour was still too conservative. However, as soon as I say one, although Su Shishir seldom put on makeup, her craftsmanship was not bad at all. And when Zhang Yi looked at himself in the cell phone, the whole person was handsome again. Handsome to that extent? A little bit more handsome than the Hikaris who are reading the book. The Quanchis. How handsome can be imagined? How's that? Sister's handiwork isn't bad, is it? Su Shishir was satisfied with her craftsmanship, and more importantly, Zhang Yi's bottom was good. Looking at such a perfect brother in front of her, Su Shishir couldn't help but gulp. Not bad. These 2 words were already the boy's highest evaluation of things, indicating that Zhang Yi was very satisfied with Su Shishir's craftsmanship. But Su Shishir didn't feel the same way. What do you mean it's okay? So perfunctory. Su Shishir was a bit angry. She had worked hard for half a day, but in the end, her stinky brother gave such an answer. Zhang Yi hurriedly explained, what I mean by okay is good looking. Looking good is looking good. Not looking good is not looking good. There is no such thing as okay, Su Shishir said. Now I'll give you a chance to reorganize your language. Does it look good? Zhang Yi kept nodding his head. Good looking. Good looking. Fool. Ha? Zhang Yi was dumbfounded. I can be scolded even for this. Why? Su Shishir beamed at him, but ignored it and picked up the cell phone on the table to read it again. At this time, Zhou Yuding suddenly sent a request for a video call, which gave Su Shishir a jolt of fear, and her cell phone fell off the table without holding it steady. Whose call is it? So excited. Zhang Yi was puzzled. Your mom, Eno? Why does it sound like cursing? How did she get your number? Su Shishir said, I don't know how Auntie got my number. I always thought you gave me the contact information. Zhang Yi thought about it and then understood. On the mother of that magical skill. Want to school sister's contact information? That is not easy. Su Shishir held her cell phone in place and adjusted her facial expression before she answered the call. Auntie, it's been a long time. You're getting really pretty. Sissy's mouth is really getting sweet. The smile on Zhou Yuting's face hadn't stopped when she saw Su Shishir. And this call was mainly about the online video from 2 days ago. Previously, after Zhang Yi had asked his family to help take care of things, he hadn't called his family to talk about the results or anything. It just so happened that Zhou Yuting had nothing to do at home today, so she wanted to give Su Shishir a call. If the little girl was under any pressure because of the video, she could enlighten her. If not, then chatting would be fine. Cece, you're out shopping? Auntie didn't bother you, did she? Don't bother Auntie. Ino and I just happened to be resting here for a while. Zhou Yuting sniffed her face, immediately pulled down Zhang Yi. This kid is also in awe. Next to Zhang Yi cannot help it, said Mom. You change your face is not too fast. How to hear your son next to it is still not happy. Zhou Yuting instantly came on fire upon hearing this. Brat, how many times have you called home in the past few months since you arrived in Shanghai? Zhang Yi was sweating and wanted to say something, but Zhou Yuting directly interrupted. Get out of the way. Don't bother me chatting with my daughter-in-law. After saying that, he changed back to the smiling face just now. Sure. Don't be afraid. Auntie is usually not this fierce. It's all because this kid Zhang Yi is too irritating. Su Sure forced a smile and said, it's okay Auntie. Just say whatever you want to say directly. It's still our Sure who knows what she's doing. Unlike this brat Zhang Yi, who makes me angry just talking about it. Zhang Yi thought to himself, Mom, you have to? I am hiding next to you. You still do not let me go. Su Sure actually didn't know what to talk about with Zhou Yuting, but Zhou Yuting didn't let the conversation go cold, always looking for topics, asking long and short questions, her words revealing concern everywhere. Sissy, are you guys free next week? Yes. What is it Auntie? Auntie wants to go to Shanghai for 2 days and meet you in person. You won't find it difficult, will you? It's not difficult. I'm more than happy that you're here. How could it be difficult? Su Sure said without thinking. Next weekend then. Do you hear me, brat? Come pick up your mom at the airport next weekend. Zhang Yi said no problem, then thought and added, but the weekend school sports. I enrolled in a 3,000 meters of running. Mom, you wanna come over a day early? Chapter 51, Visiting Li Tong's house. Zhang Yi had signed up for something like the games, and Su Sure didn't even know about it yet. It wasn't that Zhang Yi had intended to hide it from her, it was just that he had never had the chance to say it. Su Sure was just surprised, but Zhou Yuting on the other side of the phone was surprised. No way. This brat would actually go to such a boring sports meeting? Although Zhang Yi simple-minded and limbs developed, but since childhood almost did not participate in the games and other activities. Limbs developed completely from childhood in people fighting fight out. Zhou Yuting didn't even think about it and directly said, then I'll come over a day earlier. She also wanted to get a good look at her son's performance at the games. After hanging up the phone, Su Sure took a long breath. Although Auntie was very gentle, she was still under a lot of pressure. It wasn't that she was afraid of Zhou Yuting, but she was afraid that her poor performance would make the other party dissatisfied. Stinky brother, you signed up for something like 3,000 meters without telling me. Don't want me to go cheer you on? Zhang Yi shook his head. How could it be? If you don't cheer me on, how will I have the strength to run through 3,000 meters? It's just that there's too much going on in the past few days and I forgot to mention it. When Su Sure thought about it, there was quite a lot going on in the past 2 days, and it was justifiable for Zhang Yi to forget. Zhang Yi added, just now Uncle Li sent a message saying that we can go over. If there is nothing else, let's go over first. Su Sure looked at her cell phone. It was already past 5 o'clock. She didn't realize that she had just chatted with Zhou Yuting for almost 2 hours. Okay, go. The thought of Zhou Yuting coming to Shanghai next week put a lot of pressure on her heart. And compared to Zhou Yuting's arrival, meeting Li Tong once she met him was a lot easier. Zhang Yi carried the tea in one hand and kissed Su Sure's small hand in the other. And after walking a distance of almost 500 meters, he arrived at the neighborhood where Li Tong was. From the looks of it alone, this neighborhood is not cheap. Li Tong had already greeted the security guard at the door in advance. Zhang Yi was at the door just stating his intention. And after a simple registration, the security guard let the two in. The security guards in such places are considered high in both eyesight and quality. And the kind of clip that looks down on people is basically impossible. When he was about to approach the building where Li Tong's house was located, he saw Li Junlan waiting downstairs from afar. Originally, he had wanted to greet him personally at the door, but Zhang Yi had said that he didn't want to reveal his identity, so he had asked his daughter to greet him. Senior Li, sorry to keep you waiting. I just came down as well. Li Junlan didn't care about these things, but instead turned her gaze to Su Sure. Hello Sure senpai. Hello. After a brief greeting, Li Junlan turned around and led the way in front. The two of them followed her onto the elevator. Accompanied by the sound of dingling, the elevator finally reached its destination. Li Tong was more enthusiastic than expected, and he came over to greet him just as he stepped out of the elevator. This was the second time the two had met. The last time was when Ino had borrowed a car from him, and at that time, Li Tong was in formal attire. Today, because it's inside the home, everyone is dressed more casually and won't look so formal. But I've waited for you. Come in, come in. Uncle Li, you're too polite. By the way, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Su Shirshir. Su Shirshir went up at the right time and said, "Hello Uncle Lee, this is a small token of my appreciation for our first meeting, and I don't know if you like tea." "Don't worry Shirshir senpai. My dad usually likes drinking tea the most," Li Junlan interjected from the side. Li Tong smiled in agreement and placed the tea bought by Su Shirshir in the best place in his collection cabinet. The sharp-eyed Jiang Yi found that there were many more teas in that collection cabinet, and it seemed that Li Tong really liked tea. What was even more rare was that all those teas looked like they were better than the one bought by his schoolmate. Yet he placed the box of tea bought by his schoolmate in one of the best spots. Although the tea bought by his senior sister wasn't very good, it was a piece of his senior sister's heart, and if Li Tong had thrown it away casually, Jiang Yi would have definitely made a note of it. But Li Tong had put it in the best possible position, which made Jiang Yi very satisfied. At this time, Li Tong's wife, who was also Li Junlan's mother, Ning Rong, also walked out from the kitchen with dishes. "Old Li, what's the point of letting the kids stand? Hurry up and let someone sit down." Li Tong sniffed and patted his head. "Look at me, Xiao Jiang. You guys sit down. Wait for your aunt to cook 2 dishes in. We'll have dinner." "No need Uncle Li, there are already enough dishes." Jiang Yi saw that the table was already full of dishes. It was already enough for 7 or 8 people to eat. Where would 5 people be able to finish it? Ning Rong said, "This is not enough food to eat. Your age is the time to grow your body. You need to eat more. Don't be anxious, Auntie will soon be ready to fry." "Mom, we're in college. What's the point of growing a body? Your excuse is too old-fashioned." Li Junlan spat. "What do you kids know? I won't talk to you anymore. I still have something burning in my pot." Ning Rong turned around and went back into the kitchen. Li Tong walked over with a bottle of white wine and glasses. "Xiao Jiang, want some?" "No need Uncle Li, I'll just have a drink." Jiang Yi politely refused. "Are you kidding? The schoolmarm is sitting right next to him. Does he dare to drink? Alright, then I'll drink it myself." Li Tong didn't force himself and poured himself a cup and began to savor it. Li Junlan was chatting with Su Shanshan on her cell phone about the scene. Jiang Yi didn't know what to say, so he just sat on the chair and didn't say anything. Su Shirshir was sitting next to Jiang Yi, and when Jiang Yi didn't say anything, she didn't know what to say either. The atmosphere was so quiet all of a sudden. But fortunately, in no time at all, Ning Rong came out from the kitchen room. "Ha, why aren't you all talking? Are you waiting for me?" Ning Rong placed the fish in her hand on the table and said, "Xiao Su, Xiao Jiang, try this fish. Auntie specially made it spicy. See if it suits your taste." Ning Rong was afraid that the two would be embarrassed after she finished speaking, so she moved her chopsticks first and ate the food. Seeing this, Jiang Yi also picked up his chopsticks and put a piece of fish in Su Shirshir's bowl, and then gave himself a piece as well, and after tasting it, he found that the flavor of this fish was very good. Su Shirshir also ate with glowing eyes. This fish meat tasted not fishy at all. Very delicious. "Auntie, the flavor of this fish is very good," Su Shirshir complimented. "Right. I heard Lan Lan say that you are from Sichuan in Chongqing, so I specially learned this spicy fish on the internet. As long as you like it." "Thanks Auntie." Li Tong's family actually had smaller appetites, and they were all svelte when they ate, which could make Su Shirshir, who liked dry rice, have a hard time. Su Shirshir liked to take big gulps of dry rice when she ate, but everyone was svelte and it wouldn't be good for her to be too rude. And Ning Rong's cooking did smell good, but it was a pity that there was no rice. It would have been better if there was a bowl of rice. Jiang Yi had been paying attention to Su Shirshir's every move, and seeing her holding the bowl with a look of hesitation, he guessed in his heart that the senior sister should want to serve rice. Jiang Yi got up and said, "Auntie, where's the rice? This dish is so delicious. I want to eat it with some rice." Ning Rong saw this and got up. "I'll help you serve it." "No Auntie, I'll just do it myself." Ning Rong then told Jiang Yi the location of the rice, and Jiang Yi took Su Shirshir's small bowl and went into the kitchen. But in his heart, he thought, "I have to run to the kitchen several times for such a small bowl." Chapter 52, showing you what you're made of. "Susan, Lan, is there anything fun happening?" "Li Junlan, you're overthinking it. It's just a simple meal. Where does it come from?" But there's one thing to be said for Su Shirshir. She's too able to eat. Su Shallow? What the hell is too much food? Li Junlan looked at Su Shirshir, who had already started to eat her third bowl of rice. As a girl, she was really envious. A girl's greatest fear is to gain weight, and her favorite thing to do is to lose weight. Su Shirshir, this kind of thin place should be thin. The place should have meat. The key is that she is also particularly able to eat. Never commissioned themselves, but also eat not fat. Such a physique. It is really too much to be envied. This matter of schoolmates being able to eat was something that Jiang Yi had gotten used to, but it was obviously the first time that the Li Tong family had encountered this situation. To say that Jiang Yi can eat, they will not feel strange. After all, 1.85 m person here. Cannot eat is not normal. But Su Shishir is just 1.5 m. A small person actually so able to eat. Li Tong and Ning Ron looked at Su Shishir such a good appetite. Their own appetite is also a lot better. Xiao Su, eat more if you like it. It's not enough for Auntie to fry 2 dishes for you. Enough is enough. Thank you Auntie. I'm already full, Su Shishir said with some embarrassment. She didn't want to eat so much, but Ning Ron's cooking was too delicious. And there was also her stinky brother, who added a bowl full of rice every time he added it to her, practically treating her like a little piggy. After dinner, the group went to the couch to relax and chat. Xiao Jiang, how did you and Xiao Su meet? Did you meet in college? Ning Rong began to gossip, but no one interrupted her as the others were curious as well. We met before. Jiang Yi returned. Li Junlan interjected, one of you is in Shanghai. The other is in the capital. Did you meet online? Online love? Well then, we met 3 years ago, Ino said honestly. Li Junlan sighed with emotion. They say that online dating is unreliable, but I see that you guys are quite a good couple. Li Junlan also has friends in online dating, but the results do not seem to be very good. Like Jiang Yi and Su Shishir, so good relationship is not even one. So she would say that online dating is not reliable. Su Shishir smiled and said there is no such thing as reliable or not. Only meeting the right person is considered reliable. Internet dating or, in reality, love also, as long as you meet the right person, that is considered reliable. Did not meet the right person, and how dare to say the word reliable it. Li Junlan was surprised to find that when Su Shishir was saying this, her eyes stayed on Jiang Yi. That look, she couldn't tell what that feeling was like, as if her eyes were glowing, but Su Shishir's eyes were only Jiang Yi's. It's getting late, we should go back too. Uncle Li, I'll visit you again next time. Jiang Yi saw that it was dark outside and stood up to say goodbye. Su Shishir followed suit and got up. Uncle and Auntie, then we'll go back first. Li Tong took a look. The time is indeed a bit late, so he said okay, then you guys pay attention to safety on the road. Come back to play again when you have time. Okay Uncle Li. Bye Auntie and Uncle. Out of the neighborhood. It was long dark outside. Sister, are you full yet? Not full, we'll find a place to eat a little? Jiang Yi was worried that Su Shishir had just not eaten enough with her thin face. Su Shishir got angry when she heard this. You still have the nerve to say that? You just served me so much rice. Do you treat me like a pig? Jiang Yi shook his head vigorously. How can it, sister? You give me 10 guts, I do not dare. I was not afraid that you do not have enough to eat it. So a little more. Yes, just a little. Su Shishir was speechless. You are afraid that this is not a point but a billion points. Humph. Stinky brother, squat down. For what? Ino wondered. Because sister, I want to knock you on the head right now. But I just ate and couldn't jump up, Su Shishir said in a serious manner, looking as cute as she could. Why can schoolteachers say such fierce things with such a cute expression every time? Still listening, Ino did as he was told and crouched down, but it didn't usher in the imagined burst of chestnuts. Su Shishir just bent down and pinched his face, and also beamed while saying in what she thought was a fierce tone, stinky brother, from now on, if you treat me like a piggy bank again, I'll really get angry. Wrong sister, really wrong. No matter what, when it's time to give in to his girlfriend, he gives in, and Ino has already realized this saying, so he apologizes without dragging his feet at all. Well then, how about a chance to perform now? Su Shishir said, her face unconsciously flushed with a hint of redness, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Why are you blushing? Jiang Yi was a bit puzzled and asked what chance. Su Shishir gave Jiang Yi a solemn look, as if she had made some sort of determination. I want to blow off some steam before I go to the Huangpu River. You carry me there. Ha, that's it? Jiang Yi thought there was some kind of benefit, but it turned out to be a trip to the river to blow off steam. Jiang Yi bent down, and Su Shishir pressed up so that she was lying on top of Jiang Yi. At the moment of contact, Jiang Yi clearly felt a softness in his back, and before he could feel it carefully, Su Shishir slapped him on the back of his head. Stinky brother, no nonsense. Hokage really understands me too well. I can guess this too, but I have to pretend when I have to. Jiang Yi said seriously, sister, you cannot slander me. Brother, I am not that kind of person. Stinky brother, you're pretending to be something you're not. Let's see if I won't let you show your true colors. Su Shishir put her head on Jiang Yi's ear and whispered, oh, you said I slandered you? What am I slandering you for? After saying that, she also forgot to gently blow in her ear. It's over. It's over. I can't take it anymore. Jiang Yi felt that his body was hot, and his ears were even more itchy. What's wrong with his senior sister today? So able to tease. Brother, your ears are red, yo. Su Shishir continued to whisper, and Jiang Yi pretended not to hear, holding Su Shishir with both hands and accelerating towards the river, as if this was the only way to calm himself down a bit. Although Jiang Yi didn't say anything, but through the reddened ears Su Shishir knew that he must be shy. Let's see if you still pretend in the future. When they reached the river, Jiang Yi set Su Shishir down. Although it was nighttime, there was still a lot of foot traffic along the river, and so many of them came specifically to enjoy the night view of the Huangpu River. The Huangpu River at night seems to be more attractive than in the daytime, and more capable of arousing the desire and fascination for money in people's hearts. Of course, human grief and joy are not connected. For example, the desire for money. This emotion is difficult to appear in the heart of Jiang Yi. Prosperous as the Huangpu River in the eyes of Jiang Yi is just a river. Su Shishir was still immersed in the prosperity of the river view, but the time was too late. Jiang Yi still couldn't help but go up and remind sister. It's almost 9 o'clock. We should go back. I brought my ID card. Su Shishir suddenly came with a sentence that caught Jiang Yi off guard. SHSHSH, what? Jiang Yi was so excited that his words were incoherent. Su Shishir turned her head and smiled. I said I brought my ID. Happy? Happy. Very happy. Wearing more than 10 years of virgin hat tonight can finally throw away. He cannot be happy? Luckily, he has the habit of bringing his ID card with him, or else he would have missed his chance tonight. The corners of Su Shishir's mouth revealed a hint of a bad smile, but it wasn't detected by Jiang Yi before she added, "It's good that you're happy." Chapter 53. 9 o'clock at night. A light rain suddenly fell from the sky. Fortunately, Jiang Yi still had his jacket. Su Shishir held it open and Jiang Yi was carrying her, so he could well avoid getting caught in the rain. The two didn't rush to the hotel, but first went to the supermarket next door to buy some snacks and drinks or something. Sister, pick what you want to eat. I'll wait here. Okay. Waiting for Su Shishir's figure to be blocked by the shelves, Jiang Yi smoothly took a box of Durexer in front of the cash register. Boss, the bill, quick. The cashier revealed a meaningful smile, while scanning the code and said, brother, you're really something. Such a beautiful girl let you take it. Jiang Yi was not happy to hear this. Corrected, what do you mean by chick? That's my ing girlfriend. Speak properly. The cashier realized he had looked away and apologized. Sorry. I thought you guys were. Sorry bro. Ino was furious at the sound of it and paid the money and stopped paying attention to the cashier. This hanging hair even dared to use such colored eyes to look at his relationship with his senior sister. Really, the more he thought about it, the more angry he became. What's the conversation about, you guys? By this time, Su Shishir had already taken snacks and drinks, and seeing Jiang Yi's face not looking too normal, she didn't know what had happened. Nothing. Jiang Yi definitely would not tell his schoolmates about what had just happened. It was enough for him to be angry alone. There was no need for his schoolmates to follow him. After finishing the bill, the two of them went to the hotel next to each other, and Jiang Yi's heart was thrilled at the thought of what would happen later. When they arrived at the hotel, Su Shishir put her things away and then grabbed her toiletries. I'm going to take a shower first. Can we come together? Jiang Yi shamelessly said with a shy face. Roll. Holler. Watching Su Shishir enter the bathroom, Jiang Yi's heart was furtively agitated. Calm down. I need to calm down. I can't let my schoolmates think less of me. Yes, have a cigarette first to calm down. In order to prevent Su Shishir from coming out and smelling the smoke, Jiang Yi opened the window and lit a cigarette at the window, and after inhaling 2 puffs, his mood eased a lot. But as soon as he turned his head, his newly calmed heart became raging again. The glass was designed by that sand dollar. You say it's see-through, but you can't see it at all. And you say it's not see-through, but you can see a rough outline. And in listening to the sound of the rushing water, it's just tempting to the extreme. In an instant, Jiang Yi felt a hot stream flow out of his nose. Nosebleed. Jiang Yi, can't you fight for it? Like you've never seen a woman before. After wiping the nosebleed away with a tissue, he lay back down on his bed and played with his phone to ease his embarrassment. At this time, Su Shishir also finished her shower and walked out of the bathroom. Brother, come over here and blow dry my hair. Holler. Jiang Yi threw down his cell phone and walked over with his ass in the air, standing behind Su Shishir and blowing out his hair. The hair had just been washed. There was still the smell of shampoo on it. Jiang Yi couldn't help but put it in front of his nose and sniffed. Well, it smelled very good. I realize you're getting sicker and sicker. Is sniffing hair considered perverted? Jiang Yi's old face flushed. But this smells really good. I can't help myself. What should I do? Su Shishir looked at Jiang Yi, who was gradually becoming demented behind her through the mirror, and couldn't help but reveal a bad smile at the corner of her mouth. In fact, just now Jiang Yi in the supermarket to buy Unforeseen. She threw the gap of the shelves to see clearly, but has been pretending not to know just. Stinky brother, you're rejoicing too soon. Alright, I'll do the rest myself. You go take a shower first. Su Shishir took the hairdryer in Jiang Yi's hand and blew herself. Good. Jiang Yi stripped himself down to just a pair of pants in 3 or 2 tries. And anyway, the senior sister had seen him in pants before, so there was nothing to be embarrassed about. But pants is the bottom line. Really let him in front of the schoolmate to take off his pants too. This kind of thing he cannot do for a moment. Boys' bath is not called a bath. Called shower. Water shower once. Shower gel wipe once. In the shower once. Okay, the end. I'm done washing. Su Shishir had just finished blow-drying her hair and laying on the bed when Jiang Yi walked out of the bathroom. Are you sure you're clean? Aha, Ino nodded. Not feeling anything wrong. Do all you boys shower so quickly? Su Shishir asked again. Originally, she thought that lying on the bed to brush her cell phone Jiang Yi will only come out. Did not expect to just lie down and came out. It's okay. I washed it carefully this time or it could have been faster. His bath has been counted as a clean wash. Well, dormitory Wang Mang bath only need 5 minutes to end. This 5 minutes also includes undressing plus wearing clothes. Su Shishir frowned, but didn't say anything. This bad habit will just be slowly tempered in the future. Jiang Yi jumped onto the bed like a hungry wolf and went up for a kiss, but Su Shishir blocked it with her feet. What do you want? I want a kiss. Come on, let me have a kiss. Su Shishir looked at Jiang Yi with a smile on her face, then took out a small box of Durex and said, do you really just want a kiss? Careless. Jiang Yi thought that he hadn't put it away properly and accidentally dropped it out, and didn't think about the fact that Su Shishir had known about it for a long time. We've bought it all, and they won't return it, so we can't waste it. Why don't we try it? That's right. I'm being frugal, not horny. Su Shishir was also crying and laughing when she heard this. This stinky brother is also enough to be able to say such a brazen reason after going to the head. Stinky brother, you don't think my sister I brought you to the hotel tonight on purpose, do you? Jiang Yi sat on the bed and while pounding Su Shishir's legs, he said, isn't it? You think beautiful. Su Shishir laughed evilly. To tell you the truth, sister, I'm having my aunt today. You don't even want to think about those shibboleths. Ha! It was at this moment that Jiang Yi realized that he had been tricked. No wonder the sister will take the initiative to propose a room. So it is here waiting for me. Alas, our old Jiang family's flame. When can we continue? Are you angry? No, Ino shook his head. It's too petty to get angry over this kind of thing. Although it doesn't work this time, but there will surely be a chance in the future. Anyway, the schoolmate belongs to him. No one can snatch it away. Su Shishir sat up and touched Jiang Yi's head, and took out the set of coaxing children and said, brother good although there is no opportunity this time, but there will certainly be an opportunity in the future. Sister and will not run. Jiang Yi had nothing to do, heard the words know that the opportunity to come, and then hard to squeeze out a few drops of tears said, then when is the specific time later? How about this? Su Shishir thought of next week's sports meeting and said don't you have to run 3,000 meters? If you get first place, then how about I consider it? Jiang Yi immediately sniffed like chicken blood, patting his chest to ensure that if you want to say so, I will fight for my life to run a first to show you. Su Shishir smiled and encouraged. Then cheer up. When you take first place, I'll do what I say. Chapter 54, 2 less singles. The internet said that the days when a girl was on her period were comparable to being in jail. But Jiang Yi didn't see much pain on Su Shishir's face. It really doesn't hurt? Don't worry. Your sister, I'm not that pretentious. If I say it doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt. Su Shishir lay on the bed, allowing Jiang Yi to caress her belly. Her body was already very good. She wouldn't die of pain when she had her period like other girls. And now that she was being gently rubbed by Jiang Yi on her belly, she felt even less pain. What kind of movie do you want to see? Funny or scary? Su Shishir searched for any good movies to watch while taking chips to feed Ino. How about that horror movie we just saw? I've heard people say it's pretty scary and I've never watched it. Jiang Yi is quite interested in horror movies, but the domestic horror movies are not good. No ghosts and gods after the founding of the country. This sentence is not blowing. On TV this is a recent foreign very hot horror movie, but in the end how it is still have to see to know. Okay, that's it then. The movie starts off with eerie shots, a scary soundtrack, and a first-person camera, which is still pretty scary to watch. The movie looks good. Ino nodded approvingly. Well then, it does look pretty scary, and I heard that the footage in the back is even scarier. Su Shishir reached out and gripped Jiang Yi's hair. Very overbearing. Don't worry, my sister is here. If you are scared, just drill into my sister's arms. Aha, shouldn't I be saying that? Sister, why do you keep saying things about me? Ino spat in a small voice. Originally he wanted to show his manly side, but it turned out that his schoolmate was more manly than him. Why care about these details? Su Shishir said and glanced at Jiang Yi. The latter's 6'8" frame leaned against her side like a cat, the heat radiating from his body working much better than a warm baby or something. But what made Su Shishir dissatisfied was that Jiang Yi's hand had left her belly at some point. I just rubbed it for a little while and then stopped. The stinky brother is really not self-conscious at all. Su Shishir took Jiang Yi's hand and put it back to where her belly was. Good boy. Don't stop your hands. Keep rubbing your sister, or she'll really hurt later. Jiang Yi sniffed and did as he was told. He had just been too enthralled watching the movie. Not that he was tired and didn't want to rub it. The truth was just the opposite. Su Shishir's skin was very delicate and smooth, and it was very comfortable to touch. Not to mention that it was still this more intimate part of her body. Sister, is the rubbing still comfortable? Jiang Yi wanted to be praised by Su Shishir, and of course Su Shishir was happy to fulfill this little wish of his. And yeah, baby rubbing is good. Su Shishir suddenly turned her head into Jiang Yi bar bite. To Jiang Yi a moment also whole shy. How can you call me baby all of a sudden? It's embarrassing, because you're supposed to be my baby. Something is wrong. Something is very wrong tonight. Jiang Yi felt like he was being teased by his senior sister tonight, every now and then. At that moment, Ino noticed the position in which he was lying on the bed, and the more he really looked at it, the more ashamed he became. Why am I lying like this? Ino hurriedly adjusted his posture to make himself a bit more normal. Su Shishir was not happy about it. What does she want to do when she is so far away from me? Do you dislike me? You're too far away from me. Lean over. Jiang Yi was still a bit hesitant, the two little people in his mind constantly struggling. Sister told me to come closer and stick it on. What am I waiting for? Hurry up and lean over. But if I get too close and rub her tummy, it's a shameful position. Seeing that Jiang Yi was still hesitating, Su Shishir patted the empty seat next to her and directly revealed her killer weapon. Brother, come here quickly. I'm cold. Who can handle this? Jiang Yi directly lost the battle and happily leaned over to Su Shishir's side. Although scary music kept coming out of the TV, Ino didn't have the heart to pay attention to it. Although he loved watching scary movies, he loved sticking it to his schoolmate even more. The rain was still falling outside the window, bringing another chill to the earth, and the two inside the house just snuggled up to each other. When two people who love each other lean together, even if it is cold outside the window, they will feel warm. Of course it's warm inside. It can't be cold outside. The author's self-criticism. The next day, Ino was the first to wake up, woken up by the sound of the phone to be exact. How did you fall asleep yesterday? I forgot to mute my cell phone, but it's that bean who keeps sending messages in the morning. Jiang Yi picked up his cell phone and took a look. Good lord. Lu Yugang and Wang Mang had sent him several messages respectively. Jiang Yi roughly swept a glance and ended up being shocked by the contents. What I saw. Wang Xiaoshui. This kid actually really took down Yang Xiu? Jiang Yi picked up his cell phone and replied to Lu Yugang, Gangzi. Are you sure? Is the information accurate? Lu Yugang message directly returned in seconds. Accurate. I have found someone to confirm. It turns out that Jiang Yi was not the only one who didn't go back to the dormitory last night. And Wang Xiaoshui didn't go back to the dormitory either. Ino has been in love since college, and everyone is used to the fact that he doesn't sleep at night. But Wang Xiaoshui didn't go back to the dormitory without saying hello, which was a bit intriguing, and the key was that he hadn't returned the message. So, Lu Yugang found Shui Jia's contact information from the class group, and was instantly stunned when asked. Yang Xiu didn't go back to the dormitory last night either. If you want to say that these two don't have a little something going on, I don't believe it at all. Good for you Shui Zi. We were all single dogs in the first place. You actually hid it from us and really got rid of it. Although Wang Xiaoshui never hid the fact that he liked Yang Xiu, but Yang Xiu had been nonchalant to him before, and although it had improved recently, it couldn't develop so fast, right? It is not possible to fix it. Mangzi, now that we're the only ones left in the dormitory, you can't follow their example and abandon me too. Wang Mang jacked the iron and said without even looking at it, you know, I've been letting them both introduce me to someone. So Gongzi, I'm sorry, I know, you want big boobs. Lu Yugan really wanted to tell him the truth, so that he would know how much he weighed, but when he thought of the cigarettes that Jiang Yi had contributed to him, he still swallowed the words that came to his mouth. Mastodon, I hope you'll still be this arrogant when the time comes. Jiang Yi didn't know that his lie was almost broken by Lu Yugang. After receiving Lu Yugang's affirmative reply, he was still in shock, so much so that he didn't even notice that Su Shishir beside him had woken up. Wang Xiaoshui, I didn't realize that you are the one who was the most popular in our dormitory. You can even take down Yang Xiu. What's going on? Looking at your cell phone so fascinated. Look at two less singles in the world. What do you mean? Su Shishir had just woken up from a nap and was already not very lucid, and now that she heard such words, she was even more bewildered. Jiang Yi showed the message to Su Shishir, not forgetting to explain it on the side. Stinky brother, you seem to be very concerned about the progress of these two's relationship? Su Shishir said with a wry smile. Chapter 55, Hotel Encounter. Why is it suddenly so cold? Jiang Yi sensed that something was wrong. Shouldn't schoolmates gossip with me? How to ask me this question? I'm just a melon eater, just following and watching the fun. What do I care about them for? Really? That's your childhood friend. You really don't care? Su Shishir's expression suddenly became serious as she waited for Zhang Yi to give her an answer. You're not jealous, are you? Zhang Yi sat upright and organized his language and said, sister, you're overthinking it. Although Yang Siyu and I seem to know each other for a long time. In fact, we are not familiar at all. Mainly my grandfather and her grandfather are more familiar. Dear sister Shishir, you're not jealous, are you? Are you kidding? How could I possibly be jealous? Su Shishir couldn't possibly admit that she was jealous even if she killed herself. Although she really envied Yang Siyu for being able to get to know Zhang Yi very early on. Ah, sister doesn't even care about me? I can't believe you're not even jealous. Zhang Yi directly came to a wave of inverted Tiangang. To Su Shishir gas, of course, will not spoil him, picked up Zhang Yi's hand and bit it. Wrong, wrong. Zhang Yi begged for mercy. Schoolgirl is just too fierce. It's true that a woman on her period can't be messed with at all. It was only when it was almost noon that the two of them came out of the room. Mainly due to Su Shishir's makeup. Although he waited for a long time, Ino didn't dare to hold it at all. Are you kidding? You just got bitten in the morning. Aren't you looking for death if you're complaining? The two entered the elevator and had just pressed the button for the first floor when a male voice came from outside the door as the door was about to close. Wait a minute. When he heard this voice, Zhang Yi felt familiar. And when the elevator door opened, Zhang Yi directly froze. Shwayzi, why are you here? The person standing at the door of the elevator was none other than Wang Xiaoshui, who didn't go back to the dormitory last night. And in his hand he was still carrying a big bag of things. Brother Wildchild, why are you here too? Wang Xiaoshui, why are you standing in front of the elevator with such a fuss? Why don't you go in? At this time, Yang Siyu also walked out from behind Wang Xiaoshui. And when she saw Zhang Yi, she also froze. The three of them looked at me and I looked at you. None of them expecting to meet in this situation. Su Shishir had seen Wang Xiaoshui before, but wasn't sure if the one next to him was Yang Siyu. Brother, no introductions? Su Shishir broke the awkwardness of the three. Without Jiang Ye's introduction, Wang Xiaoshui took the initiative to come forward and said, sister, I'm brother Yi Zi's roommate, called Wang Xiaoshui. This is my girlfriend, Yanxi. Hello schoolteacher. Yang Siyu did not retort. That was an acknowledgement of what Wang Xiaoshui had just said. Zhang Yi couldn't help but give Wang Xiaoshui a quiet thumbs up. After stalking him for so long, he actually really succeeded. He could only say Nyobi. Hello sis, have you guys eaten yet? Want to have dinner together? Su Shishir enthusiastically greeted Yang Siyu. Before the Su Shishir still held some hostility towards Yang Siyu, but after the two met, that bit of hostility directly disappeared. Su Shishir had great faith in her sixth sense, and just at the first sight, she felt that this girl wouldn't be a threat to her, which was why she asked her to eat with her. In the face of Su Shishir's unsolicited invitation, Yang Siyu naturally wouldn't refuse. She was also quite curious about Su Shishir, wanting to see what the other party was capable of, actually being able to restrain Zhang Yi, this little devil king, into submission. The two were like good sisters who had known each other for a long time, and naturally chatted. As for Zhang Yi and Wang Xiaoshui in the back, they didn't need to care at all. The two of them didn't have the right to speak at all. Handsome, you guys stayed together last night? Taking advantage of the two people chatting in front of him, Zhang Yi muttered to Wang Xiaoshui in a low voice from behind with a bad smile on his face. Wang Xiaoshui understood Zhang Yi's meaning as soon as he took a look at this expression, and then showed a bitter smile on his face. Originally, it rained yesterday. He softly coaxed Yang Siyu to bring to the hotel, but a night down, nothing to do, until finally Yang Siyu sleeps in the bed. He can only sleep on the floor. Alas, don't mention it. A good opportunity was wasted by me. Such a heavenly opportunity. I don't know when I'll have to wait until next time. Zhang Yi's mood was much more comfortable after hearing this, for no other reason than because someone was in the same boat as himself. But compared to Wang Xiaoshui, he is still a lot better. At least you can kiss and cuddle. Wang Xiaoshui in addition to holding hands other than really nothing to do. Nozomu-chan, is Shishir-chan usually this chatty? No? Zhang Yi did not understand why Wang Xiaoshui would ask this question. Wang Xiaoshui pointed his finger at the two people in front of him who were laughing and wondering. I remember that Yang Siyu doesn't like to talk to people much. How can they both get together and talk? Ino couldn't figure out the situation when he saw it. It seems like it's the first time these two have met, right? Are all girls so self-conscious? In fact, Zhang Yi still had some worries in his heart. He was afraid that Yang Siyu would tell Su Shishir about the asshole things he did in the past. It doesn't matter if you do something stupid when you're young. The worst thing you can do is to have someone to help you remember it. And the worst thing is to still remember it to your girlfriend. What Eno didn't know was that what he feared was happening ahead of him. Has Jiang Yi really never been in love before? Su Shishir asked curiously. Yang Siyu waved her hand and said he was busy playing every day at that time, either fighting with people, just like a little devil. How could he fall in love? Su Shishir knew for the first time that Jiang Yi still had this side, and continued to ask, then did he have a favorite person at that time? Yang Siyu thought about it and said I don't think so. I didn't see him do anything special to that girl. In fact, Yang Siyu hadn't finished her sentence. Although Jiang Yi didn't have a favorite, there were girls who had a crush on Jiang Yi. It's just that at that time Jiang Yi didn't understand this at all. So much so that he didn't even know that someone had a crush on him until he graduated from junior high school. Yang Siyu went on to say but he seemed like a different person after high school. He actually started to study, and his temper has become much better. Now it seems that it should be because of you. Senior sister. Su Shishir's heart warmed. She did know Jiang Yi when he was in his first year of high school. I didn't realize that my stinky brother had actually changed so much for me, directly changing from a mongrel to the obedient little puppy he is now. I did meet him in my freshman year of high school, but I don't think he used to be as dramatic as you make him out to be. Hi, you're being a lover. Senior sister. If you've seen the things he did in middle school, you'd only think I'm being conservative instead of exaggerating. Yang Siyu spat. Su Shishir just laughed, but did not then refute her words. It's been said that the best time to meet a guy should be after he's been in 2 relationships. The first one teaching him to grow up and the second one teaching him to be motivated. Su Shishir felt lucky that although she was Jiang Yi's first love, she had met Jiang Yi who had changed for the better and was continuing to change for the better. She was the first and hoped she would be the last. Chapter 56, The Plot of Dogma. Outside the hotel door, the rain had stopped. It was overcast but very muggy. The 4 of them chose a hot pot restaurant, and even though Su Shishir was on her period, she was not afraid of it at all, claiming that she was still the one who could eat the most spicy food among the 4 of them. In the area of ordering food for hot pot, Su Shishir was the best at it, and ordered the food in 3 tries. As a result, when it came to the final choice of pot base, Wang Xiaoshui couldn't sit still and said weakly, "That what? Can I order a Mandarin duck pot? It's too spicy for me to eat." Everyone just remembered that there's a Shanghaier here who can't eat spicy food. Okay, Mandarin duck pot then. When the waiter brought the bottom of the pot to the table and lit the fire, the aroma quickly filled the air. Jiang Yi began to put down the food inside. There was no way. Just he sat closest to the food, eating hot pot and chatting. Life is simply beautiful. Ah, sister, try this tripe. See, try this ma as well. Wang Xiaoshui learned Jiang Yi's operation, and even glanced at Jiang Yi after doing so. Aha, what are you looking at me for? You're showing me love, aren't you? Jiang Yi stopped pinching the food and directly chose to feed it. Come on, schoolgirl, open your mouth. Ah, Su Shishir looked at Jiang Yi, who had such a strong desire to win and lose, but she was also crying and laughing, and she had watched the small movements of the 2 of them, but she was happy to cooperate with this way of spreading dog food. Su Shishir obediently opened her mouth to enjoy Jiang Yi's feeding, and after eating it, she was very satisfied. Satisfied for 2 reasons. One was that it was indeed delicious, and the other was that she was cooperating with Jiang Yi's performance. Jiang Yi looked at Wang Xiaoshui with a proud face. His expression was like saying, Shui Zi, see my brother's operation. Learn from it. Wang Xiaoshui also wanted to follow the gourd, but the result was that he just turned around, and Yang Siyu gave him a look that scared him speechless, so he could only honestly eat it himself. It looked like Yang Siyu was still a bit unable to accept a move that was too intimate. You guys eat first. I'm going to the restroom, Yang Siyu said. I'll join you. Su Shishir followed suit and got up. Jiang Yi realized that it seems like girls like to go to the bathroom with and with other people. Even schoolmates are no exception. Watching the 2 girls walk away, Jiang Yi quickly tapped Wang Xiaoshui on the shoulder. Shui Zi, quick. What for? Take out the cigarette. Alida. Brother, I have not smoked a mouthful for several hours. Jiang Yi said, directly hand to Wang Xiaoshui pocket search. The results of the hair did not touch one. Asterisk. You boys didn't. What the hell, I don't have it. Can you talk properly, brother Wildchild? The cigarettes were confiscated. They're in Yancey's bag. Finish the ball. I'm done smoking too. The 2 looked at each other and both sighed ugh. At this time, a couple caught Jiang Yi and Wang Xiaoshui's attention. Kai, can we just sit here? The girl held onto the boy and pampered him. Okay, you want to sit here, then sit here. The 2 took a seat next to Jiang Yi and chatted with laughter while ordering their food. How did these 2 dogs come here? Wang Xiaoshui's face became less natural for a moment after seeing the 2 people who came, but those 2 people didn't notice Wang Xiaoshui behind them. What's the matter, Shui-chan? You know these 2? Seeing that the situation was not right, Jiang Yi pointed to the 2 people sitting behind him and opened his mouth to ask. Wang Xiaoshui cursed. but said in a very low voice, "This man's name is Chen Kai. He is my friend from high school, and that woman Yu Jiachi is my." Wang Xiaoshui had some difficulty in speaking because he felt that this fact was too humiliating. Jiang Yi asked tentatively, "You don't want to say that woman is your ex-girlfriend, and then your ex-girlfriend kicked you out to get together with your friend, right?" Wang Xiaoshui nodded his head. "I think the beginning of her is rushing to my money, and I was with me, behind my back, but also behind my back to get together with Chen Kai. The back was found by me. Broke up, did not expect to meet here. Such a big Shanghai, can meet, other places also have empty seats, but also sat next to. This kind of dogged plot." Jiang Yi could only use the word wonderful to describe it. If Yang Xiyu came back in a while and was willing to cooperate with Shui Zi, she would be able to put on a good wave of pretending to hit her face, but Jiang Yi felt that it was unlikely once he thought of Yang Xiyu's character. "What do you think I should do, brother Wildchild?" Wang Xiaoshui couldn't decide in his own mind, so he turned his gaze to Jiang Yi. "Shui Zi, I think you'd better pretend you didn't see it. If not, let's let the waiter change the table. If Yang Xiyu knows about it, you're not looking for trouble for yourself. Fine, more is less, and I don't want to bother with them." Wang Xiaoshui didn't feel the need to create unnecessary trouble for himself for the sake of these two dogs and girls. "What are you two chatting about?" Jiang Yi was about to greet the waiter to help change the seat, but he didn't realize that Su Shishir and Yang Xiyu had already returned. "Nothing, just a casual conversation." At this time, Wang Xiaoshui wiped his sweat with a paper towel pretending to be very hot, and then said, "Do you guys feel very hot?" Jiang Yi understood and cooperated. "It's a bit hot. The air conditioner isn't on here, right?" Su Shishir felt it carefully, and felt that it was quite cool, which was not as hot as it was said to be. "Hello, can you help us change seats?" Wang Xiaoshui called out to the waiter and said, "I'm sorry handsome, there are no other empty seats right now." The waiter apologized a bit. Wang Xiaoshui took a look and just now those few empty seats were filled with people in just a moment's time. "Is it really that dog-eared? Since the location can't be changed, then we'll just have to pray that we don't find out. I didn't realize that I, as a victim, had to hide from this pair of dogs. It's really unconscionable." Jiang Yi was beside himself with love, and the only thing he could do was to speed up his own eating, and try to leave early in a quick battle. Fortunately, nothing happened in the middle of the process, plus Chen Kai and Yu Jiachi had their backs to Wang Xiaoshui, so they didn't notice when Jiang Yi and the others finished eating. "The food is also finished. Let's buy the bill and go back." Jiang Yi wiped his mouth and was about to go buy the bill, but was pulled by Su Shishir. "No one's rushing you. Why are you in such a hurry? You haven't even wiped your mouth clean." Su Shishir used a paper towel to help Jiang Yi wipe off the grease stains at the corners of his mouth, then grabbed her own bag and said to Yang Xiyu, "Let's go sister." "Good." Yang Xiyu followed and got up. Wang Xiaoshui also breathed a sigh of relief, and in his heart he silently thought, "Hurry up and buy the bill and go. I'll isolate myself when I see this pair of dogs and men. As for Chen Kai and Yu Jiachi, these two dogs and boys, we'll clean them up later when we have the chance." Su Shishir pulled Jiang Yi along, humming a light-hearted tune. Just as she was passing by the next table, Yu Jiachi, who was originally sitting on a chair, suddenly got up and prepared to go to the bathroom, and as a result, she accidentally bumped into Su Shishir. "It's okay schoolmarm." Ouch. Su Shishir's expression was painful as she covered her stomach. She was already having an ant, and although it usually didn't hurt much yet, the pain was still unbearable after being hit. "Who are you guys? Walking without eyes?" Yu Jiachi directly inverted the Big Dipper and came with a wave of wickedness. "You're the one with no eyes, bumping into someone and still dare to be so arrogant. Looking for death." Jiang Yi angrily rebuked. If he didn't need to hold up his schoolmate, he would have wanted to slap the female. "What the hell? I've advised Shui Zi to ignore you guys, but you still have the guts to jump out and make a fool of yourself." Chapter 57, From Participant to Eater. Jiang Yi's grumpy state was usually hard to be triggered unless it touched his bottom line. Unfortunately, Yu Jiachi had touched Jiang Yi's bottom line today. "What's that man's face? There are so many people in the store. Does he want to beat me up?" Yu Jiachi was indeed intimidated by Jiang Yi, but Chen Kai stepped forward at that moment and gave her a lot of security. "Bro, it's immoral for a big guy like you to get so mad at a girl. I don't care if you're a guy or a girl. I'll beat up whoever makes my girlfriend unhappy. And you're so good at talking, so why don't you come and resist the beating for her?" Jiang Yi rubbed his fists together, his eyes flashing with hostility. Su Shishir was helped to stand at the back by Yang Xiyu. Although Jiang Yi's overbearing and unreasonable words made her happy, she didn't want Jiang Yi to get into a conflict with someone. However, Su Shishir was overthinking it, because Chen Kai was also intimidated by Jiang Yi's aura, and didn't dare to make a move against him at all, and was considering how to find a way to get a leg up for himself. At this time, Chen Kai noticed Wang Xiaoshui who was cowering behind him. Handsome, what are you doing here? Yang Xiu looked back at Wang Xiaoshui and asked Before Wang Xiaoshui had time to speak, Chen Kai had already continued. Not only do we know each other, he and I were good friends in high school, right Xiaoshui? Wang Xiaoshui looked disgusted and said, don't call me Xiaoshui. You don't deserve it. I am very familiar with you, called so intimate. Wang Xiaoshui heart diaphragm cannot. Pressure does not want to say a word with Chen Kai. Chen Kai also shamelessly continued to say Xiaoshui. You cannot because I am with Jiechi together so hate me right. Besides, that time Jiechi is not with you broke up well. Don't you dare mention this to me. This $100 thing is really a pot of water. Wang Xiaoshui cursed angrily in his heart, and his eyes subconsciously looked at Yang Xiu. Yang Xiu just felt that there was something wrong with Wang Xiaoshui, and when she heard this, she immediately understood and asked, is what he said true? Didn't you tell me you've never been in love? Wang Xiaoshui cursed in his heart, but facing Yang Xiu's questioning, he had to answer. The matter has come to this point. There is no need to hide. Simply told the matter originally to Yang Xiu. Yang Xiu listened to the silence. I thought that Yang Xiu would be angry, but I didn't expect Yang Xiu to be silent for a few seconds before she said to Chen Kai, it turns out that the rag picker that my boyfriend said before is you. Before Chen Kai could react, Yu Jiechi in the back couldn't sit still. Who are you calling a rag? Say it again if you dare. I'll say whoever answers. I can't believe someone would make such a masochistic request, so I'll fulfill it. Facing the fierce-faced Yu Jiechi, Yang Xiu was not the least bit afraid. Like Zhang Yi, she didn't put these two in her eyes. Just kidding. Her family could know Zhang Yi's family for so many years. Could it be any ordinary family? Yu Jiechi's face was gloomy. Chen Kaiga was no better. Wang Xiaoshui stood in front of Yang Xiu, and the atmosphere was momentarily tense, as if they were going to fight in the next second. Zhang Yi is now eager to fight. Originally he is a participant. The results of their own full of anger has not been vented from the participants into the eating crowd. Sister, does it still hurt? Su Shishir shook her head. It's better now. Hearing this, Zhang Yi's anger subsided a little, but if there was a real fight in a while, he would definitely have to go and make up for it. But Chen Kai obviously didn't have the guts, because there was not only Wang Xiaoshui on this side, there was also a Zhang Yi who stood there and made people feel strong, and when it really came to fighting, he was sure to suffer. Wang Xiaoshui, you guys wait, this matter is not over. Chen Kai pulled Yu Jiechi and wanted to walk away, but Yu Jiechi couldn't swallow it. Kai, she called me a piece of trash and you're just going to walk away? Chen Kai had already lost face, and now he was even more embarrassed by Yu Jiechi's words. So what do you want me to do? Do I have to fight them to satisfy you? Chen Kai, how dare you yell at me? How come you weren't seen to be so imposing to others just now? The more Yu Jiechi said, the more aggrieved she became, and finally scolded directly. What kind of a man is he who only dares to be angry at his own girlfriend? Chen Kai, you are a wimp. Jackie, I have a reason for this. Jackie, let me explain. Yu Jiechi turned around and left, not giving Chen Kai a chance at all. Chen Kai could only follow the situation, but also did not forget to turn back and put a vicious word when leaving. You wait, this is not over. What's the point of saying that now? What's the point of saying it earlier? This guy is just a wimp. And the woman was right. Zhang Yi despised from the sidelines, and the next second he was grabbed by Su Shishir's ear. What? You have to have a fight with you to make you feel good, don't you? Do you want to fight me? Don't dare. I'm wrong, sister. You let go first. Zhang Yi hurriedly begged for mercy. Stinky brother, no more fighting in the future. You hear me? Su Shishir crossed her waist and gave Zhang Yi a serious thought. Zhang Yi whispered. Just did not fight. How dare you talk tough? Wrong, wrong. Never talk back again. Zhang Yi's side was still flirting, but Wang Xiaoshui was shivering. Yang Xiu hadn't said a word after Chen Kai and Yu Jiechi left. Her face was very calm, making it impossible to see her joy and anger. But the more this happened, the more Wang Xiaoshui was scared. It's over. Is this really angry? Chen Kai, you son of a, you really screwed me over. Wang Xiaoshui from just a few days after the beginning of the school year like Yang Xiu. The pursuit of so long, it is not easy to have such a good situation today. Do not want to let Yang Xiu because of the boys and girls these two dog things affect the relationship with him. Su Shishir pulled Zhang Yi and said, let's go outside to the supermarket to buy a bottle of drink. Why don't you guys chat first? Yeah, you guys talk first. Zhang Yi also understood that his senior sister was trying to give the two of them separate space, so he followed her to the supermarket. Seeing Zhang Yi and Su Shishir walking away, Yang Xiu then opened her mouth and said, Wang Xiaoshui, do you really like me? Like it. Wang Xiaoshui replied directly without the slightest hesitation. Then why did you lie to me before? Yancy questioned angrily. She was really angry, But the reason for her anger was not because of Yu Jechi, her ex-girlfriend, but because Wang Xiaoshui had lied to her. I'm afraid you'll be mad at me when you find out, but I'm still angry now. As soon as Yang Xiyu said this, Wang Xiaoshui didn't know what to say. But this appearance also made Yang Xiyu even more angry. Although she accepted Wang Xiaoshui, it doesn't mean that she accepted Wang Xiaoshui's character. She still hopes that the other party can be a little more manly. Come here you, Yang Xiyu said angrily. What for? Wang Xiaoshui still went forward honestly. Let me take a couple whacks to take the heat off. Doesn't it make you angry when the fire dies down? If being hammered was enough to take the edge off Yancy, then 2 more whacks wouldn't be unacceptable. Wang Xiaoshui, how dare you haggle with me? I'll make you learn a lesson today. 2 punches pounded into his back. Wang Xiaoshui grimaced in pain, and Yang Xiyu took a long breath, feeling much more comfortable. I'll forgive you this time, but if you lie to me again, there will be no future for us. Chapter 58, Little Milk Dog Area. Zhang Yi and Su Shishir went to the supermarket and started to walk back after buying things, just wondering how things were going over at Wang Xiaoshui and Yang Xiyu. Sister, do you think those 2 have made up yet if we go back at this hour? I reckon it should be about right. Not so fast. Can this crazy woman, Yang Xiyu, be so nice? To forgive Shui Zi so quickly? Zhang Yi was not quite convinced. Why don't we make a bet? Su Shishir swore. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi also became interested and asked what's the bet? For the bet, we have to think of something interesting. How about, whoever of us loses, how about learning to bark like a puppy? Su Shishir proposed. Even though she had known Yang Xiyu for less than a day, she had complete confidence in her guess. Fine. Learn from a puppy if you can, Zhang Yi replied. It wasn't embarrassing to bark at a schoolmate anyway, and besides, he wasn't bound to lose. Woof woof. Just talking about puppies. Zhang Yi seemed to hear a dog barking, and he wondered if he was hallucinating. Woof woof. This time the sound was even louder than earlier, and Su Shishir heard it, following the source of the sound, and saw an abandoned little puppy in a cardboard box by the side of the road. Look at the quality, should be a noble middle Seafield dog, looking only a few months old. White hair and a little dirty. Looks like it should be placed here for a long time hungry. Here the sound will not stop barking. Little one, why are you being all over this? When Su Shishir saw such a cute little puppy, she was instantly mesmerized by it and reached out to pet it. Woof woof. The little puppy didn't want to let go of this opportunity and barked even more cheerfully, his tail wagging. Wow, why are you so good? Su Shishir looked at the little puppy being so understanding and loved it. Woof woof. Sister, you like puppies so much? Why don't I just admit defeat and you pet me? Zhang Yi looked at a dog even dared to steal the favor of the school sister with me. The face also do not want. Directly admit defeat to learn puppy barking. Pust. Brother, are you stupid? Competing with a puppy to be jealous, as far as that goes? Su Shishir covered her mouth and laughed. My brother is just too cute to be jealous with the dog. I can't do it. I'm laughing so hard at my stomach. Zhang Yi scratched his head. Is it that funny? I'm very serious, okay? Don't be poor. Why don't you go buy a ham sandwich first? This little guy should be hungry. Okay. I didn't think that Mr. Jiang, would have a day to run errands for a dog, so I'm really off the mark. But then again, if you adopt this dog, can you keep it inside the school? If you don't want to keep it at school, can you go out and rent an apartment? Thinking of this, Zhang Ye's heart became beautiful again. If he were to rent a house outside, he would say anything to move in together. Then he could stick it out with his senior sister every day. //////////////// Stinky brother, what's with the silly fun? Don't go get it yet. Holler. Zhang Yi quickly bought the ham sausage back and used his teeth to give it a bite open to hand it to Su Shishir. Then said his thoughts, sister, are you going to keep it? Is it better to keep leaving it here alone? It's not human, no. I mean, can the school keep it? Ugh. Su Shishir was also a bit worried when she heard this. The school has a clear rule that you can't keep pets. But privately there are students who secretly keep them. Su Shishir would have liked to secretly keep them in the dormitory. But she's not the only one in the dormitory. In addition to Xiao Yuer, there were 2 other guys who looked at her in a bad light who would occasionally come back. And if Lin Yi or Nie Xiaoyu saw them, according to their nature, they would definitely report themselves. Zhang Yi could see Su Shishir's difficulty, and then spoke out his own proposal. Why don't we rent a house? Renting a house? Well, renting an apartment will allow you to bring this little guy back to raise him. And you don't like your 2 roommates, so you don't have to worry about meeting them. That's a good idea. When Zhang Yi said this, Su Shishir was also moved. If I rented a house outside, it would really solve a lot of problems. But would Xiao Yuer scold me to death in that case? Originally, the dormitory usually only Xiao Yuer and her 2 people living. If he was moving out, Not only Xiao Yuer alone in the dormitory. If Xiao Yuer knew it, she would definitely say, "Sister, thank you for remembering me as a person. But you don't have to think so much about it, because you usually don't see you staying in the dormitory every day. Okay, then let's take it back and move out in the next couple of days once we've found the house." Weighing the pros and cons, Su Shishir still accepted Jiang Yi's offer. Jiang Yi looked at the little puppy, and the other party wagged his tail at him. "You're lucky kid. You've been thrown away and still met me and sister. Now your dog life is considered to be beyond most dogs. Sister, why don't you give this little guy a name? It's white, and it's a girl, and it's so cute, so why don't we just call it Irma? Ah, this. Appropriate?" The sudden sharp turn of events caught Jiang Yi a little off guard. "I thought that my senior sister would think of a cute name, but I didn't expect to end up thinking of Arya. Appropriate? How is this appropriate? Look how happy it is to hear that name called." Su Shishir was satisfied with the name she had come up with. She had heard some old people say when she was at home that the more earthy the name, the better it was to raise. She was afraid she wouldn't be able to raise the little guy well, which is why she gave him such an earthy name. Jiang Yi stared with wide eyes, incredulously saying, "Sister, are you sure this little guy is screaming happily? Why don't we think about it?" The little milk dog seemed to be very humane. Hearing such an earthy name expressed strong resistance, but the resistance was ineffective and was directly agreed to by Su Shishir by default. "Whatever, we'll call it Irma from now on. Irma, you have to be good from now on." Yo! Irma had a ham sandwich in her mouth and could only show that she had heard it by wagging her tail. "What are you guys doing here? Waiting so long for you guys to come back." At this time, Wang Xiaoshui and Yang Xiyu walked over hand in hand, looking like they had already made up. "Wow, what a cute dog." Yang Xiyu was instantly adorable when she saw Irma's expression exactly like Su Shishir's just now. "Where did you guys find such a cute dog?" "Picked it up right here. I don't know who threw it here. We've decided to take it back to raise it," Su Shishir said. Jiang Yi then came to Wang Xiaoshui and whispered, "You guys made up?" "Well," Wang Xiaoshui smiled and said, "Originally I thought she was going to scold me and then go directly. I was ready to continue to fight a protracted battle behind the back of the deadbeat. But in the end, I didn't expect that she just gave me 2 punches. And then she forgave me." "Ha, that's it? Forgiven so easily? Are these two in true love?" Jiang Yi could not figure out when Yang Xiyu's character changed so good, but willing to bet to lose, he walked straight to Su Shishir and learned 2 puppy barks woof woof. Su Shishir immediately understood Jiang Yi's meaning and snorted, but there were 2 other people who didn't know why. "Brother Wildchild, were you bitten by this dog? Why are you suddenly barking like a dog? Asterisk. Off. You're the one who's been bitten by a dog." Chapter 59, It's Better Not to Ask. I had planned to play outside in the afternoon, but now that I have Irma with me, I'm sure I won't be able to take a cab back to school. Jiang Yi stopped a car. The driver saw that there are pets, that is 10,000 do not want to carry. Jiang Yi directly add money, and still pay first. Don't waste your breath on things that can be solved with money. The driver's attitude made a 180-degree turn directly after receiving the money. "Get in the car, class. It's so sweltering out here. Come on up and get some air conditioning." Jussie, you're still a nice guy. It can't be helped. You give a lot." "No, I mean, who made Uncle I love small animals and have a heart? Alas, that's one of my major weaknesses." Jiang Yi smiled and did not say anything, thinking, if it is not the old man to add money. Your girl just had a long time ago did not return to the head of the car to run. But this uncle is really can talk. From the car to get off more than half an hour hard never stop. Always find a topic. This uncle is also too chatty. My ears are getting cocooned. After getting off the bus, Wang Xiaoshui couldn't help but spit out. He was sitting on the co-pilot, and the driver uncle would ask for his opinion every time he finished speaking, and it wasn't okay for him not to answer. "Don't I see that you were just chatting with that uncle quite happily?" Yang Xiyu said. Wang Xiaoshui helplessly explained, "I don't want to but he just said to me, I don't answer is not seem rude. You're just stupid." Wang Xiaoshui didn't dare to talk back to Yang Xiyu, and could only he giggle. "Sister, then I'll take Irma back to the dormitory first?" Jiang Yi hugged the cardboard box. The Irma in the box had fallen asleep from the time she got on the bus, and didn't realize that she had arrived in a completely strange place. "Okay, go back. I'm going back to my dorm too. Call if anything happens." "Okay, then I'll leave first." Jiang Yi hugged Arya and headed towards the boys' dormitory, but as a result, within a few steps, Wang Xiaoshui also ran over. "Noko, why didn't you wait for me too?" "What do you mean I'm not waiting for you? I was creating an opportunity for you to be alone. Who knew that your kid was going back to the dormitory as well?" Jiang Yi said with hatred. Wang Xiaoshui scratched his head, then said, "Brother Wildchild, I am trying to ask you a few questions while no one is around, so you have to be honest with me." Okay, just ask. Wang Xiaoshui thought for a moment and said, Brother Wildchild, what does Yang Siyu's family do? Don't tell me you don't know. I know you've known her for a long time. This problem has been troubling Wang Xiaoshui for some time. Before they were together, he didn't feel that there was anything wrong. But after this yesterday's confirmation of the relationship, he always felt that Yang Siyu's family was not ordinary. What? Is there any pressure on you, kid? A rich second generation in Shanghai? Jiang Yi smiled and teased. Wang Xiaoshui laughed at himself and said, What do I count as a rich second generation? I used to think I was a rich second generation, but I went to college and realized that there are a lot of rich second generation. And besides, aren't you the same as me? So don't laugh at me. Jiang Yi also guessed that Wang Xiaoshui saw that his identity was not ordinary, so he did not deny his words. Although he was not the same as Wang Xiaoshui. Brother Wildchild, tell me the truth. What exactly does Yang Siyu do in her family? You really want to hear it? Jiang Yi reconfirmed. Wang Xiaoshui nodded his head with a firm gaze. Aha. Yang Weiming knows, doesn't he? I know. He's one of the top 10 founding fathers of China. Why are you telling me this? Wait, you don't mean to say? Wang Xiaoshui's eyes turned from puzzled to shocked. And Jiang Yi also gave a direct answer. That's her grandfather. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wang Xiaoshui, people are numb. What kind of luck am I stepping on? And so on. Wang Xiaoshui suddenly thought of something else and stammered, Brother Wildchild. Then your family. My grandfather is Zhou Wenfeng, and he and Grandpa Yang were comrades in arms. That's why Yang Siyu and I have known each other since we were children. It's another founding father. No wonder Yang Siyu didn't care about his money, and no wonder Brother Wildchild dared to fight with anyone he saw. So both of them were born in this kind of family. Wang Xiaoshui knew that although his family was rich, compared to the background of these two people, his family's little money was not worth mentioning at all. As the saying goes, as long as you follow the policy and stand on a good windfall, pigs can take off. And Wang Xiaoshui's family is also eating the dividends of the times. But Jiang Yi and Yang Siyu's families are different. They don't need to follow the policy because they have people in their families who study the policy. How the hell can this be compared? Brother Wildchild, I'm so stressed out. If I'd known it was going to be like this, I might as well not have asked. Wang Xiaoshui heart that called a regret. Originally and Yang Siyu get along well. Have to make a death to ask for an understanding. Now no. Only feel the pressure doubled. Panic a ball. We all have two eyes and one nose. As to scare you like this? Besides, it was you who wanted to ask. Now that you know, you can't tell anyone else. Don't worry. I understand. This matter, heaven knows, earth knows, you know and I know. Wang Xiaoshui hurriedly assured. Aha. Eno nodded, with an expression of a child who could be taught. When I got back to the dormitory, the temperature was instantly cooler. And I don't know which kind person turned on the air conditioner. But in short, good people live in peace. Why are you two together? Nozomi, where did you get that puppy? Mangzi, you're getting off topic. Lu Yugong reminded. Oh yeah. Confess to leniency and resist to severity. Shui Zi, why don't you still give an honest account of your business? Jiang Yi heard that there was no business of his own, and hurriedly hugged Arya and Wang Xiaoshui to keep a safe distance. In case he was affected by the innocent in a while, then it would be troublesome. Irma, be good. Don't scream at this time first. Be careful, these two single dogs won't even let you go. That said, two bachelors and a little. How could Lousy have such a dirty thought? Jiang Yi shook his head, forgetting the perverted thought just now, and quietly watching the drama from the side. I'm with Yang Siyu, Wang Xiaoshui confessed. Well, then what? What then? Wang Xiaoshui pretended to be stupid and wanted to muddle through like this. But how could Lu Yugong and Wang Mang let him off so easily? Shui Zi, we agreed to be single together. But you're actually secretly in love behind our backs. What is your intention? Wang Xiaoshui retorted. I have always been openly and honestly pursued. Okay, this is everyone's witness. All know. The next class, many people know. Lu Yugong and Wang Mang looked at each other. It seems to be true. That in a different way. But why did you hide it from the brothers when you chased it? I only confirmed it yesterday and I haven't had a chance to say no today? This seems to make sense. What to do? Jiang Yi looked at the side of the anxious, directly reminded Gangzi. Mangzi, you want to do him directly dry. Where's so much nonsense? Yeah, what's the point of talking so much? It's still Noko who has a point. If you can do it, don't beep. The gazes of the two men looked at Wang Xiaoshui like hungry wolves, frightening him and causing him to subconsciously step back. What do you want? Haven't I explained everything? It's useless to explain clearly. Brothers have to let you know what it means to have your chrysanthemums explode all over the mountain today. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't, I was wrong, big brother, don't pick my pants. Eek, it's horrible. Jiang Yi used his hand to block Irma's curious sight. so as not to traumatize its young mind with those cruel images. Irma, be good. We won't look at images that are inappropriate for children. Woof woof. Chapter 60, You're moving out? Noko, where did you get this dog? Picked it up next to the mall. Saw it was weirdly pathetic, so I carried it back. Jiang Yi smoked a cigarette and didn't look back. He hadn't had a cigarette since this morning and it was killing him. That's a pretty cute puppy. Lu Yugang and Wang Mang were still teasing Irma, but Irma seemed to be a bit afraid of these two strangers, especially Lu Yugang. Originally, it was to a new environment, and face such a big black man so stout. Irma was afraid of it, and kept her guard up. Seeing Irma's state was not quite right, Wang Mang reminded her, Gongzi, stay away. You're scaring people. Lu Yugang, unconvinced, you less nonsense. I am so knowledgeable and polite and intellectual. How can it scare it? Right, ah, puppy dog. Lu Yugang showed his big white teeth, revealing a smile that was worse than a cry, giving Irma a fright, and then woof woof barked incessantly. Gongzi, you'd better hide far away. Wang Xiaoshui couldn't even look at the side, just Gangzi's face like bowing. It's thanks to the daytime. If it's at night, it's even more scary. Lu Yugang resentfully walked away, saw Jiang Yi looking at his cell phone outside, curiously came up, only to find that the other party was looking at the information of the house for rent. What are you doing, Noko? You're renting a house? Well, this is not the second girl. Just want to rent a house outside a little more convenient. Then there's no need to move out, Lu Yugang advised. Isn't it good to keep such a small guy in our dormitory? Jiang Yi patted his shoulder and said in a serious tone, Gangzi, you don't think that your brother is really renting a house just for a dog, do you? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lu Yugang gave himself a slap. Old son is cheap. Only to come to ask you. Lu Yugang ran back to tease Irma again. Why are you here again? Lu Yugang waved his hand and said, don't mention it. Although this little guy isn't a human being, the wild child is more of a dog than it is. Jiang Yi's side is still on the phone to continue to look for housing. Looking for half a day did not find a satisfactory. Either too far, or the environment is too poor. If you can't, a long-term room in a hotel seems to be fine, and there's someone to clean it. That's a good idea. I just don't know if sister will agree. Jiang Yi immediately sent a message to Su Shishir. Sister, I just looked around and there are no good houses in the neighborhood. I think we can go to a hotel for a long-term monthly subscription and an auntie to clean the house. What do you think? Su Shishir was wearing a cool nightgown at this time, lying on the bed to apply a mask, was about to fall asleep. Once she saw Jiang Yi's message and sat up again. I actually want to go to a hotel for a long-term monthly subscription. Stinky brother, what is this brain thinking? Just 2 days ago promised me to save money. Now it's starting to waste it again. Su Shishir replied, you and a good look at other. More than 2,000 a month directly do not have to consider. With a budget of no more than 2,000. That's a little hard to do. Jiang Yi heart made it difficult. 2,000 below the house there is. But he cannot see. But the school sister have sent words. He can only be looking for. Su Shishir this side in the dormitory also did not idle. Let Jiang Yi looking for a house. The more she thought about it, the more she felt unreliable. So he also looked for himself. Sure. Chatting with your little boyfriend again? Xiaoyuer lay on the opposite side. Seeing Su Shishir holding her cell phone and looking at it endlessly couldn't help but spit out. This Su Shishir, since she talked about her boyfriend, it seems to forget about her. Before a good sister. Now every day cannot see people. But also often do not go home at night. It is really a woman in the middle of awe. No, I'm looking at houses and planning to move out in a couple days. What? Xiaoyuer couldn't lie down any longer and sat up from the bed at once, questioning in a stern voice, you said you want to move out? What's wrong, can't I? Su Shishir said with some weakness. Of course not. Sure. Are you leaving me alone in the dormitory? Are we still good sisters? Of course it's a good sister. Then why did you move out? Su Shishir explained, because I found a puppy today, and I can't keep it in the school dormitory. So I had to move out. Xiaoyuer was dissatisfied with this answer. Excuses. All excuses. I see you just want to spend time with your little boyfriend. What are you babbling about? Su Shishir was suddenly a bit vain. It's not right. I obviously decided to move out just to raise Irma. Why should I be vain? Is it true that I rented the house just to be with my stinky brother every day for posting? Like Hyatt said? Why don't you say anything? Feeling weak, aren't you? Xiaoyuer had an expression of I know everything. Forgetting your sisters when you have a boyfriend. Su Shishir, I really misjudged you. Xiaoyuer chattered non-stop. Su Shishir was almost bored to death, which still had the mood to look at the house. Asked then, what do you want to do? Hey, Xiaoyuer saw that her ploy succeeded and changed her face again. Rent an extra room. I'll pay for it. After saying that, he said, you know, once you leave, I'll be left alone in the dormitory. And if Nye Xiaoyu and Lin Yi come back to live one day, I'll still have to look at both of them. It does sound pretty miserable. But Hyatt, have you thought about it? If you move there with me, won't it be worse and more awkward for you to be there alone when I'm spending every day with my boyfriend? Xiao Yuera froze. Yeah, why did I forget about this? Ugh, forget it then. You and your little boyfriend go off to a world of two and leave me alone in the dormitory until I grow old. Su Shishir was already a little guilty. See Xiao Yuera, this pathetic appearance is even more embarrassed, although she knows that she is mostly pretending, but still said, don't worry about it Yuera, I will often come back to see you in the future. That's more like it. Su Shishir asked again Yuera, is there any good housing around our school? Xiao Yuera thought, good you Su Shishir, abandoned me even if, but also let me help you find a house. This is not salt in the wound. Never mind. I'll suffer a little for the sake of my good sister's happiness. Ask me, you're kind of asking the right person. Xiao Yuera remembered a house rental information she saw on a post some time ago. I saw one before. The environment and everything was quite nice. And there was a balcony. But it was a bit far away. And it was a bit expensive. Xiao Yuera took out her own computer and began to search for the post she had seen earlier. And it really let her find it. That's the one. 2 rooms and a balcony. Su Shishir took a look. The environment was indeed quite nice. The appliances and facilities were also complete. The room was spacious but did not look empty. It looked like the original owner had put a lot of thought into the decoration and design. It's good, but 3,000 a month is a bit too expensive. No wonder it hasn't been rented out for so long. You know, Su Shishir's previous part-time job was only 1 or 2,000 a month. And although she had earned a lot in the past few months, 3,000 a month was still a bit of a waste. Xiao Yuera said, Shishir, this is Shanghai. The house is good and cheap. It has long been picked over. I'll send you the link. You think about it. Okay. After Su Shishir received the link, she thought about it and decided to ask Jiang Ye's opinion. After all, it's not like she'll be living alone after the house is rented. Chapter 61. Jiang Yi looking for a house. Looking for people are numb. He has turned his attention from renting to buying a house. If you cannot find a suitable house, then just buy a set of forget. I'm so rich. If I'm still worrying about the house, it's not right. Luckily, Su Shishir sent a link at this time, dispelling Jiang Ye's crazy decision. Brother, what do you think of this set? Jiang Yi opened the link. From the photo, the house is okay, although it is not very luxurious, but it looks very cozy, suitable for 2 people to live with the school sister. Irma can't speak. If she could she would ask, what about me? Aren't you looking for a house for me? Jiang Yi replied, looks good. Might as well pick him. That's fine. I'll call and ask the landlord. And I'll go and have a look first tomorrow afternoon if I can. Jiang Yi thought about it and returned, it's better for me to fight. Ino was worried about the landlord's character and didn't want some messed up person on his schoolmate's cell phone. Su Shishir returned, that's fine. Let me know when you've had a good chat. Jiang Yi called the landlord to inquire about the situation. And the landlord was a girl named Wan Meiling. Ogwin Meiling immediately said that she would have time tomorrow at 2 p.m. and would take them to see the house then. Jiang Yi then told Su Shishir about this news. And Su Shishir also said that it was fine, as long as it was afternoon. She had plenty of time. Nice. The thought of being able to live with his senior sister every day. Jiang Yi couldn't stop his excitement and looked at Arya more and more smoothly. Irma, you're really a blessing to your brother. I'll add a chicken leg for you tonight. Woof woof. Although Irma didn't know what was happening, her eyes were still glowing when she heard chicken legs, and her tail wagged even faster. The next afternoon, Jiang Yi waited downstairs in the girls' dormitory for Su Shishir to come downstairs and soon saw her coming out of the stairway. Su Shishir is wearing a pink and white sweater today. I don't know if I bought the wrong one or the sweater is just this style. In any case it looks a little bit big, and it looks a little bit like a skirt on Su Shishir. A pair of light blue baggy jeans underneath. Still carrying that small leather bag. Very ladylike and cute from afar. It's so cold today and you don't wear more. Su Shishir looked at Jiang Ye's outfit, which was still short-sleeved for summer. It's fine. I'm in good health and can resist. Ino showed off his biceps. See what you can do. Su Shishir touched his arm. It was quite hot. She couldn't help but think of the scene the night before when she hugged him to sleep, and wondered if every boy's body was so hot. How is Irma doing? Is it quiet at night? There are advantages and disadvantages to having pets. Some animals like to roar and bark at night. In case Irma likes to bark at night as well, it will not be a good time in the future. Jiang Yi said, don't worry sister. Arya is quite quiet at night and doesn't run around much. It stays in that paper box, and after the lights were turned off yesterday, it followed it to sleep. That's good. If the house looks suitable in a while, we'll move there at night. It's not a solution to keep Irma in the dormitory all the time. The house was really quite far from the school, and it took the two of them almost 20 minutes to walk to their destination. Is it here? Well, the landlord told me about meeting here, but I don't think I've seen anyone, so I'll call and ask. Ino pulled out his cell phone and called his landlord. Sister Nguyen, we're here. I don't see any of you. Have you arrived on your side? Hold on. I'll be right there. A minute later, a young woman in her 30s appeared at the entrance to the neighborhood. Hello, is this Jiang? Jiang Yi reacted that the other party should be the landlord. Ruan Miling. Nguyen is me. This is my girlfriend, and the house is just the two of us. Ruan Miling looked at the two of them, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, and couldn't help but praise them. What a pair of talented men and beautiful women. Sorry to keep you waiting. Come on, I'll show you around. Trouble you, Sister Nguyen. The house is on the 6th floor, but there is an elevator so you don't have to worry about climbing stairs. To the left of the entrance is the living room, and on the far side is the balcony, separated by floor-to-ceiling windows, making the room very well lit. To the right is the dining room, and continuing past it is the kitchen and bathroom. The two bedrooms are in the middle of the living room and dining room. Jiang Yi feels that the bedrooms are a little small, but Su Shishir likes it very much. She feels that a little smaller is more secure. Too big is not good. The two of them then followed Ruan Miling to check the facilities and equipment in the house, which were all in good condition and basically ready for turnkey move-in. How about you two? Are you still satisfied with the house? Or any other questions? Just ask. Jiang Yi thought about it and asked Sister Ruan, can we have a pet? Well, if the dogs you have don't disturb the public, no problem. The main thing was that the house had been empty for too long, and so much income had been lost for nothing, so Ruan Miling didn't bother with these small problems. What do you think, sister? Su Shishir nodded her head. I think it's pretty good. It's just a little far from the school and a little expensive. It's fine. As long as the house is right, nothing else is a problem. Just on the way here, Jiang Yi was thinking about not wanting a whole car, and now that he heard his schoolmate also say far, then it would be good to buy another car in the next 2 days. How are you guys considering it? Su Shishir was already quite fond of this house, and when urged by Ruan Miling, she nodded her head obediently. Jiang Yi then said, Sister Ruan thinks we are quite satisfied. We can sign the contract now. Jiang Yi and Su Shishir brought their documents with them when they arrived, and as long as they were satisfied with the house, they could sign the contract on the spot. Ruan Miling was happy to see Jiang Yi so quick, so she took the contract out of her bag, and Jiang Yi signed her big name after double-checking it. Here's the key. Call me if you need anything. I'll be on my way. Okay, Nguyen. See you later, Nguyen. After Ruan Miling left, Jiang Yi and Su Shishir were the only two left in the room. What now? Go back to school and pack your things first, and bring Irma along with you. Okay, let's do it. When Ino arrived at the dormitory, the others were off having a quickie somewhere. Jiang Yi cleaned up very quickly. His things were not much, less than 10 minutes to collect finished. The only more troublesome is area. This little one is not good to take away. At this time, Jiang Yi stared at Lu Yugong's school bag. After sweeping area, well, the size is just right. Then he sent a message to Lu Yugong, Gangzi. I will take this school bag of yours and use it first, and bring it back to you tomorrow. Lu Yugong replied, okay, feel free to use it. Jiang Yi put area into his bag, leaving an opening where he could expose his head to breathe, then dragged his luggage and left the dormitory. Although in the dormitory only stayed a few months, but really to go, and a little reluctant to leave, but the thought of starting tonight will be able to live with the sister every day, just rose a trace of sadness, instantly dissipated. Jiang Yi took out his cell phone and sent it to the group of the 4 bandits. Brothers. Brother, I moved. Don't miss me too much. Lu Yugong, get lost. Wang Meng, +1. Wang Xiaoshui, ditto. Chapter 62, Cohabitation. Sure. Didn't you guys just go to look at the house this afternoon? How come you're moving so soon? Xiao Yuer didn't expect Su Shishir to be so efficient. Yesterday she said she was renting a room. Today she was looking at the room. And at night she was going to move in. This is too fast. Time is money, don't you know? Busy in love, you just say it. What's the point of pretending to be deep? Xiao Yuer demolished without mercy. Su Shishir gave a blank look and said, you're the one who wanted to ask. It's not my fault. Su Shishir packed up her belongings, but when she saw the doll on the bed she fell into deep thought, and after a few seconds of hesitation, she still took it to Xiao Yuer. LOL, my doll. It's been with me for years. Now I'm giving it to you as a keepsake. You really want to leave it to me? Xiao Yuer was a bit incredulous. This doll, when the beginning of the school Su Shishir brought to the school, usually has been very cherished. Did not expect to go today, actually want to leave themselves? Xiao Yuer a moment, also a little sad. Well, what about it? I'm moving out anyway and there's no use in holding it, so I'll leave it to you. Su Shishir dragged her suitcase out of the dormitory, and just as she arrived downstairs, she saw Jiang Yi waiting for her downstairs. Where's Irma? Ino turned around. It's in the bag. Let's go then. Go over early and clean up the room. Then buy some groceries. We'll cook for ourselves tonight. It's good. But sis, I don't know how to cook yay. Su Shishir followed Jiang Yi. While teasing Arya in her school bag, she said back, I don't expect you to cook. When the time comes, you'll just give me a hand. I'll do it myself. You still cook, sis? Jiang Yi a little skeptical. Sister can eat this, he is aware of. But cooking well, still have to see a little to know. Su Shishir saw Jiang Yi's small mind and said, I know you don't believe me, but I'll show you my hand at night, so you can see what it means to be a chef. Okay, let's bring the stuff over first. Then we'll do the grocery shopping. Since sister is so confident, she must have a couple of tricks up her sleeve. No matter what, we'll know when we try it tonight. Su Shishir's stuff was a bit much, so the two of them took a cab over. And what was originally a 20-minute trip took a few minutes. After arriving home, Jiang Yi released Irma from her bag, and the little one ran all over the house, wanting to familiarize herself with this new home. Su Shishir opened her suitcase and started to organize her things. Jiang Yi peeked at the side. For some reason he was curious as to what his schoolmate's suitcase contained. What are you doing squatting here? Su Shishir turned back. Jiang Yi eyes like a curious baby. But how to look a little lewd. That, and I'll see if there's anything I can do to help. Just stay away from me now. And if you could get a broom and clean the living room in a bit, that would be the biggest help to my sister. Thanks. Okay. Ino obediently ran to sweep the floor. Stinky brother, what a little pervert. Su Shishir tidied up her room and bed, while Jiang Yi was responsible for cleaning up the outside. And when everything was cleaned up, it was time for Su Shishir to show off her cooking skills. Wait, where are the dishes? The dishes don't seem to have been bought yet. Confused. I've just been cleaning the room and the dishes haven't been bought yet. Su Shishir slapped her head with a chagrined expression. So are we going to get it now? I can't. It's after 7. And the food is all left over from other people's pickings. It's not fresh. Jiang Yi didn't understand all this. Anyway, at home, as long as he wanted to eat the food, he could always buy it, and it was guaranteed to be fresh. Why don't we go back to the restaurant? There are a lot of food and beverage stores near the neighborhood. Stir fry, hot pot, snacks, all kinds of things. Do not worry about not finding good food. But it's the first day I'm moving here, and I want to eat at home. Got it. Let's order takeout then. You order. I'm going to take a shower first. I just got sweaty from cleaning. Su Shishir took her pajamas and went to the bathroom. And soon the sound of washing came from the bathroom. Jiang Yi was sitting on the sofa after ordering the takeout. Irma was lying beside his legs. For some reason, Jiang Yi felt comfortable and cozy at this moment. Soon, Su Shishir came out of the bathroom in her pajamas after taking a shower. And Jiang Yi turned his head when he heard the sound and froze at once. Holy crap! Schoolteacher, this is too cute. Su Shishir was dressed in pinkish pajamas, with cute shark slippers on her feet, revealing her 10 toes. Shaking the wet hair lightly, picking up the hair dryer and hooking a finger, Jiang Yi instantly understood and ran over in a fart. Sister, you are so beautiful. I love you so much. As soon as Jiang Yi was close to Su Shishir, he smelled the fragrance emanating from her body and couldn't help but say these words. Sister doesn't look good any day. Su Shishir was happy to be complimented in her heart, and pretended to be very calm on the surface. Sister looks good any day. Ino was very uptight. Su Shishir turned around, wrapped her arms around Jiang Yi's neck, and took a good look at him. Stinky brother, did you steal some honey behind my back? Your mouth is so sweet. Aha, do you want to try it? With 4 eyes facing each other, the atmosphere instantly became ambiguous, and Jiang Yi approached Su Shishir's lips for a kiss. At that moment, a cell phone ringing broke the silence. This delivery boy really knows how to pick the time. Jiang Yi secretly spat in his heart. Jiang Yi thought it was a call from the deliveryman, but when he took a look, his cell phone didn't ring. It was Su Shishir's cell phone that rang, and when he took a closer look, it was a video call from Su Xiaolan. Sister, it's Auntie's call. Should I hide? What's there to hide? Sooner or later it's going to be known anyway. Su Shishir directly picked up the phone. Sure. Xiao Jiang is here too. You are guests in someone else's house? Su Xiaolan looked at the dining table behind Su Shishir and thought that she and Jiang Yi were eating at someone else's house. This is the house we rented ourselves. Su Shishir explained. You guys are living together? Su Xiaolan said with some shock. Although young people are more open-minded nowadays, when this happened to her daughter, she still had some difficulty accepting it for a while. Xiao Jiang, Auntie has nothing against you. It's just that, would it be a bit too early for you guys? Jiang Yi explained beside him. Auntie, don't worry. We haven't done what you said, those things. Yes, we simply live together and have 2 rooms. Su Shishir looked at the wimpy Jiang Yi, especially want to laugh, but also playing the video, can only force to hold back the laughter? Mom, you heard it all. Heard that. Su Xiulan was relieved in her heart, but when she thought of the two young men staying inside a house every day, it would be strange if they could endure this lonely man and woman. Sure, Xiao Jiang, I shouldn't be saying this, but you're both adults, so there's no need for me to beat around the bush with you. Su Xiulan paused for a moment, and then said in a serious tone, such a big house, you two people live. If you really can't help it, you must pay attention to safety. I say so you can understand, right? Chapter 63, kicked away with a single kick. Su Shishir felt like she was going crazy. What is this saying about the words of the tiger and the wolf? It's not even a matter of saying it to me before, but now that the stinky brother is still next to him, you're saying it again. Do you still want to lose your face? Okay, I'll stop. I'm just calling to check on you. I'll hang up if you're okay. Xiao Jiang, remember what Auntie said and be safe. Got it, Auntie. Just shut up. Su Shishir took her hand and covered Jiang Yi's mouth while hanging up the phone. Jiang Yi was still flirting. Sister, why don't we listen to Auntie and buy a few boxes to prepare first? Su Xiulan had spoken. If he didn't see such a good opportunity, he would be too sorry for himself. You still say that? Say it again and I'll get really mad. Su Shishir crossed her arms and huffed. Mom is also really. That kind of talk with her in private is not good. Why have to say it in front of the stinky brother? And his little brother, too. He's actually learned how to turn his nose up. He needs to be taught a lesson. Stinky brother, given that your behavior just now has left me very dissatisfied, I've decided to punish you. But what if I still want to kiss? Kiss your ass, don't even think about it. Although Su Shishir also wanted to kiss, for the sake of face, she had to be reserved and haughty at times like this. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. I think the takeout is here. I'll get it. Jiang Yi opened the door and saw that it was indeed the delivery boy. Dear, you ordered a certain group of takeout. Remember to give a 5-star praise. Oh, no problem. Eat and judge. Jiang Yi said this every time, but never rated it every time. And although he would not give a favorable review, he never gave a bad review unless he could not bear it. Ordered something delicious. Su Shishir opened the bag and took a look. Spicy chicken, boiled fish, and fiery fat intestines. Actually all her favorite dishes. These dishes were what Jiang Yi had ordered especially for her, because every time he went out to eat fried vegetables, Su Shishir would order these, and he had memorized them. I added an extra box of rice. I'll order more if the food isn't enough. This much is surely enough. You really treat your sister like a little piggy. Su Shishir was wondering, is it because I usually really eat too much? That's why every time I eat, my stinky brother orders so many dishes. It seems to be true. He didn't eat much each time. I basically ate it all by myself. No, I'll have to eat less from now on. Irma also smelled the fragrance, and barked at Jiang Yi, as if asking, is there a share for me? Jiang Yi of course will not forget it. In the ordering of the food by the way to give it ordered the whole duck legs, together with the box on the ground to let it slowly gnaw. Irma, just eat inside the box yo. Don't spill the soup everywhere. Irma's mouth gnawing on a duck leg had no way to answer. Just wagged her tail and wagged endlessly. Not sure if she understood. Soon the table was swept empty by the two. Su Shishir looked at the empty box and touched her stomach. Finished. She couldn't eat a little less at all. Jiang Yi held back from laughing out loud next to him and went to take a shower after putting away the trash on the table. After Jiang Yi finished his shower and came out, Su Shishir was lying on the sofa watching TV, with a pair of jade feet resting on the sofa like this, just enough to see the pink soles of her feet. What's the deal with wanting to touch? Could I be a foot controller? Jiang Yi felt as if his strange attributes had increased again, but his schoolmate's jade feet were just too good looking. Jiang Yi wistfully sat next to Su Shishir. That's right. It was by the leg side, and to be more accurate it was by the jade foot side. What he didn't know was that although Su Shishir's eyes were glued to the TV, she was also thinking of other things in her mind. Stinky brother is not wearing clothes to tempt me again. So shameless. I want to touch his ab so much, what should I do? No. I said I wouldn't let him touch me tonight. What's wrong with me touching him now? Yes. No touching. I have to hold back. That said, this stinky brother sits so far away and doesn't make a sound. Su Shishir really couldn't help but turn her head to take a look, only to just turn her head to find Jiang Yi gulping while reaching out and leaning towards her feet. What are you doing? Jiang Yi's hand just touched Su Shishir's jade foot. Su Shishir subconsciously kicked out, a careless, directly to him on the ground. Schoolgirl is so short and kicking hard. It's okay, isn't it? I didn't mean to. Who told you to touch people's feet all of a sudden? It's okay. I'm resistant to beatings. Jiang Yi got up with great difficulty, thinking that this kick could not be taken in vain. So he said, "That, the kick has been kicked. Can you let me touch it?" "You wish. If you touch my feet, I'll kick back." Su Shirshir put her legs back together and threatened viciously. "No wonder you sat so far away. So you wanted to touch my feet. What a little pervert. Can a girl's feet be touched casually?" Jiang Yi is really regret. I should have known just now should be directly fast and clear. Even if the foot is worth it. Now Su Shirshir like a wolf to prevent him. There is no chance. What a missed opportunity. By the way sis, do you have any favorite cars? Jiang Yi remembered the matter of buying a car and planned to take some time just in the next 2 days to settle this matter. Yes. Why? Aren't we pretty far from the school? So I was thinking about getting a car for convenience. But Su Shirshir didn't hold back, and the water she just drank spewed out. You're buying a car? Su Shirshir suddenly felt as if she had misunderstood something about Jiang Yi's family. Buying a car is said to be like buying groceries. What kind of family can say that? Jiang Yi corrected. Not I want to buy, is for you to buy, so have to you and I together to pick. Today can first discuss what brand to buy. Said also did not forget to give their own suggestions. How about this red Audi A7? Or there is this BMW X7 is also red. Oh yes, you like pink. We can also change the color later. No brother. Why do I feel like you're discussing buying cabbage with me? These two cars can be hundreds of thousands apiece. Where did you get so much money? Su Shirshir felt bad about her entire being. I'm a person who hasn't touched a car since I got my license. And you're asking me to drive an Audi or a BMW. Isn't that putting pressure on me? Jiang Yi explained. Sister, didn't I tell you that my family is rich? Did you forget? But money can't be wasted like that, can it? That's why I said very rich. Yeah. I added the word very. What do you mean? Is it okay to be so wasteful just because you're rich? Poet Su Shir was confused. Take it easy. Just let me slow down. Su Shirshir rubbed her head and carefully ran through what Jiang Yi had said before and what she had just said. It seemed as if Jiang Yi did say before that his family was very rich, but he himself did not understand the meaning of the word very. Now it seemed that he had underestimated the strength of his family. Stinky brother, what exactly does your family do? Didn't I tell you before? My dad is a businessman and my mom is a housewife. Oh, then uncle must be a big boss, right? In the past, Su Shirshir thought that Jiang Yi's family was a small rich family. Now it seems that he thought too simple. This is clearly a big rich Aha. Ino knew that his senior sister had guessed wrong again this time. Chapter 64, I don't have a sister. Only a girlfriend. If you dare to give away a car today, you will dare to give away a house, a villa or a yacht tomorrow. Jiang Yi has already thought about it, so slowly revealed the family's situation, so that the school sister step by step to accept the fact that the Jiang family thief rich. But the most crucial thing is now, and that is that Su Shirshir refuses to buy such an expensive car no matter what she says. Brother, this car you picked is too expensive. Just a transportation tool. No need to pick such an expensive one, right? Then pick one of the cars you like. It was bought for you anyway. You have the most say. Jiang Yi is not good to force. In case of overdoing it, the car is not even allowed to buy. I'll look first. Su Shirshir took the phone and rummaged around on her own. A car is only as good as it drives. Why buy it so expensive? After choosing for a while, she finally found a suitable one. There it is, the Hermes in the car. It looks great. Jiang Yi took a look at the phone. The face is black, but also really is a word less than Hermes Emma electric car. The original hundreds of thousands of dollars of the budget as long as a few $1,000s can be resolved. Sister, we are buying a car, not an electric car. Jiang Yi couldn't help but remind. What's the difference? It's a car anyway, and it's easier to park these in an electric car. And you don't have to worry about traffic. And what if it rains? Su Shirshir was not happy to hear Jiang Yi raising the bar with herself and directly exercised her right to first family status. I don't care. I'm going to buy it. If you don't buy it for me, I'll buy it myself. Just go and drive your Mercedes or Audi. Don't worry about me. Su Shirshir crossed her arms and huffed. It's over. I'm sure I won't be able to buy a car, whether it is real or pretend. As long as Su Shirshir reveals this expression, Jiang Yi has no temper. Electric car is electric car. Really can't let someone drive one from home. Anyway, there are so many cars at home. Okay, a battery car is a battery car. It's better than walking. Day 2. After the morning class, Jiang Yi and Su Shirshir went to the place where they bought the battery car in the afternoon. Classmates, you guys are so discerning. This brand of electric car sells so well. People who buy it say it's the Hermes of electric cars. Let the boss who sells the electric car say the sky is the limit. Jiang Yi cannot mention the energy. The thought that in the future he will ride this electric car cannot help but want to cry. I didn't think that I, the king of the capital, would be reduced to riding an electric bicycle one day. Oh, my god. If those buddies in the capital knew about this, they'd be laughing their asses off. the boss is talking to you. Do you hear me? Listening. I know you want to buy a car. How about this? We'll go buy one when we get back from winter break? Seeing that Zhang Yi was a bit depressed, Su Shishir also made a compromise. Well then, how about an A7? Okay. Bragging rights don't come into play. The boss of the electric car seller listened to the conversation between the two and thought, this guy is really good at pretending, and wants to buy an Audi S7. I haven't even driven an A7 yet. On the surface, smiling and flattering yes. This year, first commission a little, buy an electric car to drive, and then next year to replace the A7. Isn't there a saying, sleep on the floor today, be the boss tomorrow? As long as you cheer up and work hard, you'll definitely be able to drive an A7 next year. Su Shishir covered her mouth and snickered, and Zhang Yi was also a bit embarrassed. This boss thinks I'm bragging. Forget it, I'm too lazy to explain. After settling the bill, the boss handed over the key to Zhang Yi, and the first small electric donkey in his life arrived. So what, sis? Would you believe me when I say I've never ridden an electric bike? Zhang Yi really did not lie. The family car, sports car, business car, motorcycle, bicycle. What car have? Just no battery car. It's okay, you've always ridden a bike. If you can ride a bike, you can ride an electric bike. Hurry up and get in the car. I'll drive back and then you'll have time to take your time practicing. Su Shishir put on her helmet and urged Zhang Yi to get on the car. She couldn't wait to ride around on the little electric donkey. Eno dutifully sat back after putting on his helmet. Aren't you going to hold on a little? Don't fall over later. Oh, Zhang Yi didn't realize that the electric car had this benefit and moved forward a few points, then hugged Su Shishir's waist tightly so that he could stick to her. The feeling, it's just great. Why are you hugging me so tight? You said I'd fall if I didn't hold on tight, so I'm sure I'll have to hold on tight. Su Shishir wouldn't know that Zhang Yi just wanted to get closer to her, but she didn't stick to it all night last night, so she'll let him lean on her for a while now. After Su Shishir hitched a ride on Zhang Yi and left, the owner of the electric car seller was still shaking his head in place and lamenting. Young people nowadays, their hearts are higher than the sky. They don't know how to keep their feet on the ground at all. They only daydream. Boss, buy a car. Coming. A young man with a head of yellow hair walked into the store, and the owner walked up again with a smile. Have a say. Let the school sister drive his own car. Zhang Yi feel a little ashamed. Do not know if it is his illusion. Always feel that the road a lot of people are looking at him. Coinciding with the red light at this time, a BMW next to the car suddenly rolled down the window, in which sat two young men and women in their 20s. Brother, if you don't know how to ride a bike, don't come out to walk around. Such a big guy letting your sister ride a bike. Aren't you ashamed? Don't say it if you don't know how to talk. Zhang Yi's old face blushed. His schoolmate was misunderstood to be his sister because of her petite size. Su Shishir sneered behind her back, but didn't turn her head to explain, wanting to hear what Zhang Yi had to say. My friend, if you are envious, you can also ask your sister to drive you in her electric car. I'm a BMW driver who would envy you a broken electric donkey. What a joke. Baby, why are you so angry with these little boys? Just leave them alone. Okay. The girl's voice was just like a fox, and the boy's bones were crispy from listening to it, but he still didn't forget to take the opportunity to taunt Zhang Yi. See, brother doesn't have a sister, but brother has a girlfriend. After saying that, he stretched out his hand and raised his middle finger at Zhang Yi. Coincidence? No, I don't have a sister either. Only a girlfriend. Zhang Yi also rubbed his head against Su Shishir's back. That expression was so loving. At this time, Su Shishir suddenly turned around, and that pure and lovely face instantly gave the boys in the BMW a dumbfounded look. Su Shishir wasn't going to give him a good look though. She turned around just to give him the middle finger back. Driving a broken BMW is no big deal. How dare you give my baby brother the finger? You're really tired of living. At that point, the red light also converted to green. Baby, let's go and ignore them. Su Shishir spoiled. Aha. Eno hugged tighter. Su Shishir rode a small electric donkey and took Zhang Yi away, leaving the boy in the BMW alone and depressed. No. Who is this guy? He's a soft touch and still finds such a pretty girlfriend. Baby, what's wrong with you? The girl next to her asked. Where's the bull asterisk? Head over here. Oh. The girl gets her head down into the driver's seat and starts making little moves as a way to please the boy. The boy saw her so obedient. Do not know why the heart, but instead more annoyed. Such a girl, he can change one every day. But never met like Su Shishir as let him heart. Okay, don't get it. The boy pulled over to the side of the road to straighten his pants, the disgust in his eyes increasing a bit more. The girl's face didn't dare to show the slightest dissatisfaction, but her heart was very contemptuous. Seconds, man. It only took a few minutes to get it out and told me to stop. Who is it pretending to be? Chapter 65, Killing Fish? Are you serious? Su Shishir rode a small electric donkey, and Zhang Yi sat in the back seat close to her. It made Zhang Yi feel comfortable, even feeling that the time was too fast and the road too short, and he wanted to lean on it for a while longer. Get out of the car. Go to the grocery store and get the groceries first, and come home and cook for you. I want spicy chicken. Zhang Yi's favorite is the Sichuan cuisine and the spicy chicken. Just do not know how the school sisters craft, but from the observation of the past 2 days, it should belong to the very strong kind. No problem. I'll go get some chicken thighs later and make them for you. And Irma's dinner has to be bought. Irma, this little guy is quite good to raise. Do not have to deliberately go to buy dog food or something. What to eat? Everything can eat. Zhang Yi had little experience in grocery shopping and could only follow Su Shishir as a toolman. Fortunately, Su Shishir was an expert in this area, and quickly bought the needed ingredients. Then rode the small electric donkey with Zhang Yi, and arrived home in 5 minutes. Inside the house, Arya heard the movement at the door and woof woof barked incessantly, until the door was opened to see Zhang Yi and Su Shishir before stopping barking. Irma, have you been naughty at home today? Woof woof. Irma didn't answer and could only keep wagging her tail. Brother, can you chop vegetables? Come and help me with the chopping. No problem. Zhang Yi thought cutting a dish should not be a big problem. In fact, he also wanted to personally fry a dish to taste it. The results were quickly slapped in the face by reality, and the cuts were either too big or too small, so you couldn't find a piece that was similar in size. That's okay. Chopping vegetables isn't my strong suit. I'm sure I can kill a fish. Ino set his eyes on the live fish he bought again. Let you be a stepping stone on my way to growth. What are you doing, brother? As soon as Su Shishir turned around, she saw Zhang Yi fiddling around with the fish and asked in confusion, I'm killing a fish. What do you keep running water over the fish's mouth when you kill it? Zhang Yi said in a serious manner. This fish is not easy to kill alive. I plan to drown it with water first. Wow. Such a clever solution. How did you come up with it? Su Shishir said with a look of adoration. Zhang Yi scratched his head up. Why do I feel like you're not complimenting me? Like you're undermining me? There's nothing wrong with how you feel. Stand next to it and bring the food out when it's ready. To actually try to drown a fish in water. Thanks for thinking of it. Su Shishir sighed. She had thought that Zhang Yi could help with a hand or something, but now it seemed that she still had to rely on herself. Zhang Yi could only stand by the side and watch his senior sister perform, but Su Shishir really wasn't blowing it when she said she could cook. A fish was handled by her in 3 tries. Fry the fish until golden and crispy on both sides, then sauté it with small ingredients and keep it on a low flame on another stove while adding water. Then begin to stir fry. First spicy chicken, then small intestine yellow beef, and finally shredded potatoes. That small pot turned that operation skillfully. Zhang Yi can only think of 4 words. That is, the line of clouds and water. After the potatoes are fried, and the fish with high heat sauce, received the soup thick, it is up to plate. Sprinkled with green onions garnish. Color and flavor of the braised fish is ready. Sister, you're also too good. Too good. Zhang Yi was already feeling the aroma coming from his nose even as he stood next to him. Su Shishir said proudly. Of course, sister. I'm good in the hall and good in the kitchen. Let's go. Try my handiwork. That goes without saying. It must be delicious. I'm already hungry from the smell just now. Zhang Yi a passive rainbow farts. Boasted Su Shishir heart beautiful. Cooking so hard for what? Isn't it just for the people who eat the food to praise their own craftsmanship? Although Zhang Yi has the suspicion of flattering, but Su Shishir is still very happy. The first thing Zhang Yi tasted was still the spicy chicken. A mouthful of chicken into the mouth. The flavor is simply not too good. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with just the right amount of saltiness. And while it was still a bit of a step down from what you'd find in a restaurant out there, it was good enough to get it to that level. Yummy, yummy. I can eat 3 bowls of rice with just this spicy chicken. You said it. I'll serve you 3 bowls of rice later. What if you can't eat it? Hey, just kidding. Zhang Yi opened a can of beer and handed it to Su Shishir, then opened one for himself and raised it up. Come on sister. Let's celebrate the first time we opened fire after we moved to our new home. Cheers. Cheers. Wife, don't get busy yet. Come and drink a toast together. What a toast. Can't you see I'm packing? Zhang Jianjun was lying on the sofa, shaking his red wine glass in his hand, so leisurely and relaxed. Zhou Yuting became angry when she saw him like this, and snatched the wine glass and directly poured the red wine inside into the trash can. Drink what you drink. All you do is drink all day long. Zhang Jianjun looked confused and said no way. I remember this is the first sip of wine I drank this week? How dare you talk back? Wrong. Zhang Jianjun immediately sat upright, not daring to breathe, and could only say that a large part of Zhang Yi's fear of Su Shishir was hereditary. Don't look at Jiang Jianjun in the outside world. People have to call him a Jiang, as long as a step into the door. The lowest status is him. Zhou Yuting a fire. He had to sit honestly. Honey, why haven't we seen Sister Lee in the past 2 days? Sister Lee has been back for 2 days with something. Or why do you think I packed my own bags? Well, great job. Zhou Yuting put her luggage aside. As long as it was tomorrow, she would be able to meet her future daughter-in-law. Old Jiang, do you think it's appropriate for me to meet my daughter-in-law in the outfit I'm wearing now? Wife, didn't my son say that the little girl doesn't know about our family yet? And you're dressed too grandly. What if you scare people? And didn't you say you're going to have fun? I think it's good to dress casually. Well, that kind of makes sense. So I'll change again. At this time, Jiang Jianjun thought of something. Reminded wife, you 2 days ago to Sun Call is not a good weekend to Shanghai? Now go in advance to greet the call yet? Zhou Yuting sniffed a pat on the head. How to put this crop to forget? Directly snap a palm on the table. To Jiang Jianjun startled. Then why don't you call your son and tell him? Fight. I'll fight now. Jiang Jianjun picked up his cell phone and called Jiang Yi, but the phone didn't connect for half a day. Jiang Jianjun, if no one comes to pick me up at the airport tomorrow, you'll be sleeping on the couch by yourself from now on. Don't panic, wife. It's only 8 o'clock. My son is probably up to something. Jiang Jianjun wiped the sweat on his forehead, and silently prayed in his heart, son, hurry up and answer the phone. In not answering the phone, your dad, I'm afraid that I cannot go to bed tonight. Jiang Yi was currently cleaning up in the kitchen with Su Shishir, and his cell phone was placed in the living room, so he didn't hear the incoming call at all. It was a good thing the dishes were done in no time, and it was only when he came out that he heard someone call him. Who called you in the middle of the night? My dad called. Jiang Yi picked up the phone. Jiang Jianjun on the other end was instantly relieved. This brat finally picks up the phone. Chapter 66. Zhou Yuting arrives in Shanghai. What's up, son? Dad didn't answer the phone even when he called you. I was just doing the dishes and my phone was outside on the couch, so I didn't hear it. Jiang Jianjun immediately grasped the point. Don't you live at school? How come you're washing dishes? Could it be that you and that girl went out to live together? Living together? Zhou Yuting, who had just finished changing her clothes and came out, heard these 2 words and jogged all the way over. You get out of the way. Give me your cell phone. I'll ask. Son, are you living with Psyche? Well, we're renting a house out there now. Good lord, my son has made a name for himself. Zhou Yuting asked again. So is Shishir around? Su Shishir took the initiative to speak. Auntie, I'm here. If there's anything you can say. Sure. Auntie will be coming to Shanghai tomorrow afternoon. How about dinner tonight? The father and son, separated by 2 places, got goosebumps at the same time as if they had a heart-to-heart. Okay, auntie, what time is your flight tomorrow? Jiang Yi and I will pick you up at the airport. Zhou Yuting looked at her cell phone and then said, Auntie will arrive at Hangzhou Airport in Shanghai tomorrow at 4:30 p.m. If you guys don't have time to send a location, Auntie will just take a taxi there herself. Don't worry, auntie, no matter what I'll go over with Eno to pick you up. Then it's a deal. Auntie, I'm hanging up now. I'll see Shishir tomorrow. See you tomorrow, auntie. Bye. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Yuting still couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Shishir, this girl really understands things. Unlike this brat Xiaoyo, who doesn't let people worry about him at all. So it's no wonder that people want to have daughters. Then it's not you who spoiled Xiaoyo for being so inconsiderate. Jiang Jianjun spat. Zhou Yuting was not happy to hear this. Jiang Jianjun, what do you mean by that? Are you blaming me for not teaching Ono well? Jiang Jianjun saw his wife this posture, immediately lost his temper, and quickly begged for forgiveness. I dare not. I just talk about it. How dare I blame you on my wife's honor? Jiang Jianjun attentively gave Zhou Yuting a back massage. This kind of thing he had long been familiar with, and did not feel ashamed at all. Honey, didn't you just say that Ono was unproductive and wanted a daughter? What's wrong? Want a daughter? That's not easy. Let's go back to the room now. I'll put in some effort. Won't we have a daughter? Zhou Yuting's rare blush. Jiang Jianjun just thought there was a show. But the next second Zhou Yuting changed her face and scolded, are more than 40 years old and still want me to give you a daughter? What kind of dream is it? Sleep on your sofa. The time came quickly to the afternoon of the second day. Well, no stinking brother. There's no time to lose. Su Shishir was thrilled in her heart. And when she went to the airport in a while, she was going to meet Jiang Yi's mom. Although the two were chatting happily on the cell phone, they couldn't help but feel scared in their hearts when it came to reality. Okay, let's go. Jiang Yi also quite missed the old mom, although only a few months apart, but still cannot hold the heart of the miss. Su Shishir purposely bought a bouquet of roses downstairs. Then the two of them took a taxi to the airport. After arriving at the pickup point, Jiang Yi sent Zhou Yuting the specific exit location again, and soon met Zhou Yuting from the crowd coming out. Zhou Yuting listened to the advice Jiang Jianjun had given last night and didn't dress too flamboyantly, choosing a very casual outfit. Even so, she couldn't block the temperament emanating from her. Although there were a lot of people coming out, the two still spotted her from the crowd at a glance, and Jiang Yi pulled Su Shishir over. "Mom, I missed you so much." Jiang Yi went up and was about to give Zhou Yuting a big hug, but Zhou Yuting directly threw her luggage at Jiang Yi and then pushed him away with a look of disgust. "Keep an eye on the luggage and then get the hell out of the way." Then he took Su Shishir's hand and took the initiative to greet her. "Shishir, you've waited long, right?" "No, Auntie, we just arrived as well." Su Shishir handed Zhou Yuting the rose in her hand and said, "Auntie, this is a rose for you. Psyche has a heart. I haven't had anyone send me flowers here in years. If you like it, Auntie, I can give it to you every day from now on." Zhou Yuting was so happy to be coaxed by Su Shishir's few words that she couldn't help but praise Shishir's mouth is really good at talking, and her person looks good too, much prettier than on her cell phone. Now a lot of girls send photos or videos like to open the beauty face. At first Zhou Yuting thought Su Shishir would be a little worse than in the photo, but I did not expect to see the real person instead. Than the photo looked more aura. Better look. Of course, the only drawback was that it was a little short, but her son liked it and so did she, so that little drawback was negligible. "Come on Shishir, let's go back and have dinner together tonight." Su Shishir suggested. "Auntie, why don't I cook you dinner tonight?" "Shishir can still cook? Auntie will have to taste your handiwork then." Hearing this, Zhou Yuting became even more satisfied with Su Shishir, and at the same time, she was looking forward to the evening meal. The two men talked and laughed as they headed outside. Jiang Yi dragged his suitcase and followed behind, his head full of question marks. No one cares about me? I'm still in the back." The small talk along the way also relaxed Su Shishir's originally tense heart, because she found out that Stinky Brother's mom was really very good at getting along with each other, and could talk about anything, whether it was studies, or life, or anything else, and wasn't like the kind of housewife that Ino said she was. More importantly, Zhou Yuting was very gentle and patient when she talked to her, which made her feel comfortable talking to Zhou Yuting, and gradually there was no pressure. "I wonder if Stinky Brother's dad is as nice as Auntie?" This idea suddenly popped into Su Shishir's mind. "I heard that those big bosses are all very fierce, but Auntie is so gentle. Uncle must not be that bad either." Soon, the trio arrived at the entrance to the neighborhood. Su Shishir and Zhou Yuting got out of the car first, with Jiang Yi dragging his luggage behind him. Zhou Yuting couldn't help but frown at the first sight of the entrance to the neighborhood, and her frown deepened when she walked inside. This also led to Jiang Yi being grabbed by Zhou Yuting's ear just as he approached the two of them. "Mom, take it easy. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts." "Is that how you're aggravating sissy? Finding such a shabby neighborhood? Look at the water in that pool. It's almost black, and there are so many people. So noisy. Can Shishir rest well at night?" Jiang Yi stood in place was bitter. Good thing at this time, Su Shishir stood out. "Auntie, don't be angry with Jiang Yi. It's me who wants to rent this house." "Oh, so it's Shishir who wants to rent here." "I told you, with Jiang Yi's vision, he definitely can't pick such a good environment." Jiang Yi skimmed his mouth and spat. "Mom, that's not what you just said." "What did I just say?" "You say it's a bad environment. The pool is bad, too many people, too noisy. What do you know?" Zhou Yuting has serious sophistry for their own more people. "That this place lively, this pool although a little dark, but it is in the door, into the door to see the pool, which represents the pooling and circulation of wealth." "What about the Badlands?" "The poor environment means that people here live a cozy life without so many rules and regulations binding them, which is more suitable for you young people." "No way. How can this work?" Jiang Yi really did not expect Mom so double standard. This reasoned more than one unreliable, but he did not dare to refute a sentence. Chapter 67, You're not a rake like your father, are you? After returning home, Su Shishir poured water for Zhou Yuting. Irma began to fulfill her duties when she saw the stranger, barking at Zhou Yuting. "Irma, can you have some eyesight? Don't scream at the sight of people." Jiang Yi chided. "What are you bothering with a puppy?" Zhou Yuting wasn't displeased with Irma. On the contrary, she was quite fond of this size of dog. Irma also saw that Zhou Yuting's status was much higher than Jiang Yi's, so she honestly shut up and allowed Zhou Yuting to pet her dog's head. "Auntie, sit down for a while. I'll go to the kitchen to get ready and cut up some fruit on the way." "Sister, do you want me to help?" Jiang Yi also wanted to go and show his hand, but Su Shishir rejected his good intentions once she thought of Jiang Yi's operation yesterday. As soon as Su Shishir entered the kitchen, Zhou Yuting couldn't help but give Jiang Yi a thumbs up. "Good job, son." "Mom, I take it you're satisfied with your schoolmate?" "More than satisfied. Cece, this girl." "Mom, I'm simply too satisfied." Zhou Yuting deliberately acted very excited, amplifying the voice of the speech. Su Shishir in the kitchen heard it. Her heart was happy, and the work in her hand was more energetic. Jiang Yi gave his mom a silent nod in his heart. Son, tell mom the truth. Did you and Shishir have that something? How's that again? Jiang Yi laughed bitterly. Mom, although my school sister and I knew each other early, it's only been a few months since we met. No, Mom, what's that look in your eye? After Jiang Yi finished speaking, he realized that Zhou Yuting's eyes were looking at him with contempt, as if he was very indisputable. You kid, you used to be quite a jerk. How come you're so old-fashioned when you fall in love? You're not a rakier like your dad, are you? Rakiers is Mom's old name for dad, because dad is also a Sichuan Chongqing people. The Sichuan Chongqing side of the tube afraid of his wife's man are called rakiers. Jiang Yi shook his head in denial. This bit of face he still wanted, only to have Su Shishir's voice come from the kitchen in the next second. The watermelon is cut. Come in and serve it for me. Coming. Jiang Yi farted into the kitchen. Zhou Yuting looked straight and shook her head, and said that she was not a rakier. This child, all that is left in his body is a hard mouth. Jiang Yi came out with the cut watermelon. Zhou Yuting looked at him with a smile, and Jiang Yi instantly realized that his actions just now hit his face. However, this did not mean that Zhou Yuting was dissatisfied. On the contrary, she felt that this was a sign that her son loved Shishir very much. Wasn't Jiang Jianjun back then like Jiang Yi is now, himself at his beck and call? In the past, others thought that her son was a mixed-up kid, and would definitely cause trouble for the family in the future. But she never felt that way, and she firmly believed that her son was just a little bit naughty, and that he would definitely understand things in the future. Now she felt she was right. Her son was not the kind of bad boy who caused trouble in people's mouths. A boy who loved his girlfriend. How bad could he be? Su Shishir also came out to chat with Zhou Yuting after preparing the ingredients in the kitchen. Zhou Yuting then said to Jiang Yi, Xiao Yi, take out that small box in my suitcase. Jiang Yi sniffed and did as he was told. Looking at the beautifully wrapped gift box, he probably guessed what was going on. Zhou Yuting opened the box, and inside was a beautifully crafted necklace. Sure. This is a meet and greet gift from Auntie. Come on, Auntie will put it on you. No Auntie, this is too expensive. I can't accept it. Su Shishir waved her hand back and forth. Even if she didn't know the price, she could tell that this necklace wasn't cheap. Are you not giving face to Auntie? Or are you saying you don't recognize me as your aunt? Zhou Yuting pretended to be angry. Su Shishir even more do not know how to answer. Good, and Jiang Yi stood out to solve the problem, said my mother let you accept. You accept it, and besides, you do not also prepared a gift. Oh, yes, Auntie, I've got a little meet and greet gift for you too. In fact, Su Shishir was still a little embarrassed. What she had prepared for Zhou Yuting was a set of skincare products, although the price of this set of skincare products wasn't cheap. Compared to the necklace that Zhou Yuting had given her, it was a little too small to hold. Su Shishir was worried that Zhou Yuting wouldn't be able to look at what she gave her, but she didn't expect Zhou Yuting to like it and said that she would use it tomorrow to try out the effect, which also made Su Shishir relieved. Jiang Yi also took the opportunity to put a necklace on Su Shishir. The necklace is gold, but it is not tacky at all. Instead, it is very good looking. Jiang Yi thoughtfully pinned a strand of hair behind Su Shishir's ear for her. Su Shishir looked up and smiled faintly at him. Everything was in the air. Don't you two move. What for? What's wrong, Auntie? Didn't I tell you guys to stay still? Just stay in that position you were just in. I'll take a picture and show it to your dad to cheer him up too. Okay, then you shoot. Zhou Yuting did what she said she would do and took out her cell phone and took several pictures before sending them to Jiang Jianjun. Jiang Jianjun replied with only one word, good. In the office, Jiang Jianjun put away his cell phone and silently got up to light a cigarette. The photos he looked at. His son was smiling and happy. So was the girl called Shishir. Her eyes were not fooling anyone. Both of them were full of love in their eyes. As long as two people like each other, that's enough. Jiang Jianjun doesn't have too high requirements for Jiang Yi. He only hopes that he can be happy in this life. Since his son likes this girl, he won't oppose it. Well, what did Dad say? Su Shishir was also curious from the side. Only she didn't ask. He just said one word. What's the word? Good. What does that mean? Jiang Yi did not quite understand. Dad really cherish words like gold. Also do not say a little clearer. Su Shishir also a little puzzled. Do not understand Jiang Yi's father, why just one word back? Zhou Yuting and Jiang Jianjun together for decades, naturally more familiar with Jiang Jianjun's style of action, smiled to the two people to solve the confusion. You two do not think too much. The old Jiang said, well, that is recognized Shishir, this daughter-in-law's meaning. That's just how he is as a person. And so are you. Oh no, don't you even know what your own dad means? Jiang Yi scratched his head and said, I'm not worried. Hearing Zhou Yuting's explanation, Su Shishir was also relieved. But when she thought of Zhou Yuting's comment about recognizing her as her daughter-in-law just now, her face immediately turned red. Yikes. It's almost 6 o'clock. Auntie, I'm going to go cook first. I'll help serve the food. Su Shishir went to the kitchen and began to busy. Just now the dishes are prepared. Now directly fried on the line. Soon, a dish of food in Su Shishir's operation began to rise pots and plates, and then by Jiang Yi served on the outside table. 10 minutes later, the 4 dishes and 1 soup were ready. And when Jiang Yi served all the dishes on the table, Zhou Yuting couldn't wait to go up and smell them. Aha! In one word, fragrant. Zhou Yuting took out her cell phone again to take pictures and sent them to Jiang Jianjun with the caption, "Old Jiang, how does it feel to have your daughter-in-law's fried food?" This time, Jiang Jianjun replied with 3 words, "Very good." Chapter 68, School Visit. As the saying goes, there is no such thing as too much skill. Learn more skills. There's always a time when they come in handy. With her craftsmanship, Su Shishir once again won Zhou Yuting's big nod of approval. "Sissy, you are just wonderful at this craft. Auntie, you are too kind. I really should have asked Lao Zhang to come along and taste the flavors of his old home." Zhou Yuting thought of her husband who was also from Sichuan and Chongqing and asked Shishir, "Your uncle and you are from the same hometown. Has Xiaoyi told you about this?" "Eno has mentioned it to me before, but it's still a ways away from our place." "That's not important. What's important is that your uncle must like the food you cook." "Yeah, that would be great." Jiang Yi stood out at this time and emphasized, "Mom, my girlfriend is not for you to use as a cook. My precious schoolgirls are married to be wives, not to do housework." Alright, Mom knows that you love your girlfriend, and there's no shortage of cooks in our house, so don't worry, silly boy." Zhou Yuting couldn't stop smiling. She was actually quite happy that her son was hurting his girlfriend, especially when he dared to stand up and speak out for his girlfriend. Su Shishir blushed beside her, but Jiang Yi's daring to make a difference made her more courageous about walking through the doors of the Jiang family in the future. "Stinky brother, it's good to have you." The next morning, Zhou Yuting wanted to visit the JNU school, mainly to see what Jiang Yi's life was like before. Su Shishir went to the school first because she had a class in the morning, and Jiang Yi accompanied Zhou Yuting on her visit later. "Mom, do you want to see the school building first, or the library?" Zhou Yuting gave him a blank stare and directly broke it down. "You were born to me and I don't know you? Is that teaching building and library a place where you can stay? First, show me your previous quarters." Mom's wise. Jiang Yi first secretly sent a message to the 3 in the dormitory, telling them to pay attention and either clean up the hygiene as well. What Jiang Yi did not expect was that the 3 people in the dormitory were busy playing games at this time, and none of them looked at their cell phones. "Boys, at this critical moment, you have to be reliable and don't drop the ball for your brother." Because no one returned the message, Jiang Yi could only pray silently. Zhou Yuting saw Jiang Yi look like a thief, and in her heart, she had already guessed that this dormitory would not be a good one. Sure enough, just as he arrived at the door of the dormitory, he heard a burst of noisy sounds of playing games coming from inside. "Yo, your dorm is so lively? A young man's dormitory. That's definitely vibrant." Jiang Yi also didn't know if the 3 inverts had seen the message he sent, so he could only remind the dormitory brothers, "I'm back to see you." Entering the door and just taking the first step, Eno almost fell down. "That messy man who drinks and throws his drink around?" Jiang Yi entered the door. The 3 rebellious children game playing is in the heat of the moment. None of them pay attention to him. Zhou Yuting followed suit, choking on the smell of smoke as soon as she entered the room, and couldn't help but use her hand to dispel the smell next to her. "Although I had been psychologically prepared before I came, I looked at the mess all over the house, but I still had a look of contempt. Which is a place for people to live? It is simply a dog kennel. No, Irma lives in a cleaner place than this. So it seems a house can't work without a woman." Yet it was such an inconspicuous nest that now housed a love-brain Wang Xiaoshui with a family fortune of millions of dollars, not to mention Jiang Yi, who used to have a family fortune that he couldn't even speak of. Of course, Zhou Yuting wasn't looking down on Jiang Yi's roommate, she just simply couldn't stand the environment. "Ahem, brothers, I've come back to see you, can you at least give a look?" Without looking back, Wang Mang said, "I'll give you face, do you want to win this game?" Lu Yugang urged Mangzi, "Don't get distracted, we're fighting," Wang Xiaoshui said while playing the game. "Brother Wildchild, what wind blew you lost today?" Surprisingly, you walked to the dormitory. Jiang Yi had already begun to greet the families of the 3 rebellious sons in his heart, and sure enough, they were not reliable at all. "Oh no, is this what you mean by a clean and sanitary dormitory with united and friendly roommates?" "Mom, this must have been so messy once I left. When I was here, the dormitory was cleaned spotlessly every day," Jiang Yi sophistically said. At this time, Wang Xiaoshui, who was sitting on the far side, heard Zhou Yuting's voice speaking, And when he turned back to see that Zhang Yi didn't even dare to make a move in front of her, he instantly guessed what was going on. Wang Xiaoshui immediately got up, pulling the other two with his hand in the process. Stop playing. Get up. It's not over yet. Why are you so excited? Lu Yugang and Wang Mang turned back in confusion. Also scared, immediately got up and said, Auntie good. Hello guys. I'm Ino's mom. I'm just visiting today. I'm not disturbing you, right? Don't bother. Don't bother. Feel free to look around. Auntie. The crowd then realized why Zhang Yi came in and spoke in this tone. It turned out to be someone from home. Wang Mang shrugged Lu Yugang's shoulders at this time. Gangzi, quickly sweep the floor. Lu Yugang instantly understood in a second that the floor was still a mess right now, and took a broom and started cleaning. Zhang Yi brought Zhou Yuting towards his original bed to visit. Wang Xiaoshui thought of something at this time and flashed to the two of them, blocking the things on the table. Shuiko, what are you doing? Nothing. Wang Xiaoshui was a bit vain, and his hand kept reaching behind his back as if he was trying to hide something. Zhang Yi curiously went up to take a look, and this look made him feel like he had directly lived 10 years less. I don't know what kind of bad idea it was to take a board and write the word Noko on it. I can't thank you enough for putting 2 apples in front of me. Zhang Yi is really convinced of this group of old six. I am still alive and well, so I will put the tombstone for me. Wang Xiaoshui muttered in a low voice. It's not that you're gone. The brothers want to leave a memory, so it's like you're still there. Is this how you guys leave your memories? It's like I'm really gone. Oh no, what are you muttering with your classmates over there? Nothing. Zhang Yi cooperated with Wang Xiaoshui to put the sign away. This thing he did not dare to let his mom see. Zhou Yuting lost interest after a brief visit, but she was still happy to see her son and his 3 housemates getting along so well. It was obvious that the 3 men didn't know about her and her son's family situation and truly considered him a friend. Students, do you have time for lunch? Auntie will treat you all to a meal, as a way of thanking you for taking care of Ono before. Zhang Yi said, Mom, it should be my usual care of them. They invited us to dinner is more or less. Yes, Ino is right. We are not usually taken care of by him. Auntie, just let us treat you to this meal. The idea of the 3 is simple. Your mom came, you are the biggest. Whatever you say is right to go. Zhou Yuting also found it quite interesting to watch the 3 people cover for her son, but for something like a treat, she definitely still had to do it herself. Come on classmates. First time meeting, how can I let you treat me? It's better for me to do it. Zhou Yuting thought for a moment and then said to Zhang Yi, right Xiao Yi, ask Shishir if she's out of class. We'll go together in a while. Chapter 69, the bracelet looks familiar. Physics department classroom. Sure. How's it going with your future mother-in-law? Xiao Yuer asked curiously. It's okay. Auntie is quite good at getting along, Su Shishir said honestly. Xiao Yuer then teased, so when do you guys plan to get married next? Su Shishir's pretty face blushed. What are you talking about? Who would get married so early? Xiao Yuer reasonably explains. Nah, you've already lived together. Right. Parents have also met. Right. Then the next is not to let your mother and his parents see you again. And then you can get engaged. If you're bull ting me, I'm really going to ignore you. Gee, just kidding. At this time, Su Shishir received a message from Zhang Yi. What's up Psyche? Your little boyfriend messaged you again? Su Shishir nodded her head. Well then. He said his mom invited him to dinner and asked if I got out of class yet. Su Shishir said in reply to Zhang Yi, not yet. There is still half an hour. Zhang Yi returned, that's fine. We'll pick you up later. Su Shishir returned, no good. How can I let Auntie come to pick me up? I will go over to you guys after class later. Su Shishir felt that letting Zhou Yuting come to pick herself up made her seem too impolite, but Zhou Yuting herself didn't care about people with these rules, so naturally she wouldn't like to set up rules for others. So Ino continued to reply after getting her instructions. It's okay sis. My mom said to wait for you to join her. If she were to refuse, she would appear to be pretentious. And Su Shishir could only agree. How was the conversation? He said he'd pick me up later. Isn't that nice? With his mom. Holy, so exciting. Xiao Yuer didn't expect Zhang Ye's mom to come directly to the classroom to wait for someone, but she could also take this opportunity to see what her best friend's future mother-in-law was like. Hey, this melon is exciting to eat. Why do I feel like you're gloating a bit? Su Shishir's eyes glared at Xiao Yuer as she said with some suspicion. Xiao Yuer hurriedly shook her head. No way. How could I possibly gloat? I'll at most eat a melon on the side and watch the fun. Die you. Soon it was time for class to end. Zhang Yi in the physics department classroom belongs to the old regulars. Something to sneak around. Even the teacher of the class remembered him. Ino-san, here to pick up Shishir again? Right Professor Zhang. We've been waiting for half a day for you to say class is over. Ha ha, you kid. You're still blaming me. Professor Zhang laughed casually. not feeling angry or anything because of Jiang Yi's words, but he was a bit puzzled when he saw Zhou Yuting next to Jiang Yi. And this is? Jiang Yi introduced. This is my mom. He also introduced Zhou Yuting. Mom, this is Professor Zhang, who is a very important person in our school. You kid, don't give me a high hat. Professor Zhang laughed and turned to Zhou Yuting again. This son of yours has a good eye. I feel the same way, Zhou Yuting said in an unassuming manner. After Professor Zhang left, Su Shishir quickly walked out, and beside her was Xiaoyuer. I'm sorry, Auntie, but you had to come and wait for me yourself. This scene directly gave the students in the back a shock. What the hell is this? Isn't that Ino? But who's that next to him? Some girls also said that Auntie looks so elegant. She looks like a leader. More people were curious about what Zhou Yuting's relationship with Jiang Yi and Su Shishir was, seeing as the three of them were talking and laughing. It was obviously very uncomplicated. This kind of scene, Su Shishir had already expected it when she learned that Zhou Yuting was coming, so she didn't feel flustered. There was no way. It was people who loved to watch Zhou Yuting, not to mention, this is only a few people, more exaggerated occasions and more bullish people she has seen, a group of students. In her eyes no pressure to speak, but Xiaoyuer next to her was a little embarrassed. She had wanted to eat a melon, but so many people were looking this way. She was thinking about how to go again. That's psyche, you guys talk, I'll just go ahead. Xiaoyuer directly disappeared. Zhou Yuting saw that she was Su Shishir's good friend, but did not stay. This time it is to invite his son's roommate to dinner. In the call of other people, giving people a bad impression. Come on, my 3 rebellious sons, no, 3 buddies, should be at the school gate soon. Jiang Yi has just informed the dormitory's 3 rebellious sons to go downstairs in advance, and it is estimated that they will arrive soon. Jiang Yi was right in thinking that the 3 people from the dormitory were already at the door 5 minutes ago. Gongzi, what do you think Wildchild's family does? In the past, he said that his family runs a small business, but why don't I believe him after meeting his mom today? What makes you say that? Lu Yugang asked rhetorically. Wang Mang muttered in a low voice, Gangzi, Shuizi, speaking out, you don't believe me. I just noticed in the dormitory when his mother hand with that bracelet. I always feel in where I have seen. Just can't think of it at once. So you want to get up now? Lu Yugang said with a puzzled look on his face. Wang Mang tone mysterious said back when the two of them left before I remembered. Before idle boredom. Watching the auction on the phone when I saw that bracelet. Then you are indeed quite boring. Lu Yugang rolled his eyes and spat. Wang Mang heard anxious, Gangzi, can you not lift the bar? A little listen to the focus. The focus is I am bored? The point TM is that at the auction, that bracelet was sold for $13 million. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lu Yugang froze. Wang Mang was satisfied with this expression. Exactly the same as when he had just remembered this. You damn well can't be looking at it wrong. Can you? Are you sure it's not 13,000 but 13 million? So many zeros. Would I count them wrong? At this time, Wang Mang noticed that Wang Xiaoshui next to him did not have any surprised expression. Shuiko, don't you think it's strange? Strange what? $13 million. Who's a good person who'd carry a $13 million bracelet for a small business? And what kind of small business is so lucrative? It's also possible that you're seeing things. It can't be, can it? Did I really read it wrong? Wang Mang scratched his head after hearing this, and also began to wonder if he was blinking. But the bracelet gave him a very deep impression before, and he really didn't feel that he was blinking. In fact, from the beginning, Wang Xiaoshui believed what Wang Mang said. $13 million is a huge amount of money to other families, but it should be just a drop in the bucket for Jiang Yi and his family. Only that he also promised Jiang Yi that he couldn't expose the situation, and some words could only be held in his stomach, a feeling that was just too unbearable. Well, at that moment, the 3 Jiang Yi people also came over. Jiang Yi went forward and put his arm around Wang Mang's shoulder. What are you talking about, Mangzi? I saw you guys sneaking around from afar. Wang Mang shook his head nothing. Then he hurriedly changed the topic. When are we leaving? Ino patted him on the shoulder right away. Zhou Yuting also stood out at this time and said, classmates, I've already booked the restaurant. Since everyone is here, let's get going. Chapter 70, The Cabbage Raised by Pigs. Zhou Yuting originally wanted to order Western food, but thought that these big boys have big meals and thin faces, and it would be troublesome if they could not get enough to eat, and finally chose to do fusion dishes inside a clubhouse. The restaurant spends $800 per person, which is considered moderate for a group of students. Too good to be afraid of stressing these kids out. Too bad to look insincere. As we all know, the club price is expensive. The environment to account for half of the reason. The service in the account of a little. The dishes in the plate in the account of a little. The price of this rubbed up. Students, you can just order whatever you want to eat. You don't have to be polite with Auntie. Zhou Yuting took the menu and handed it back to the three Lu Yugong. The three bandits. Except for Wang Xiaoshui, who could still accept the price. Lu Yugong and Wang Mang looked at me and I looked at you and froze. Unable to order a single dish. Is this dish for people? A cold cucumber. Renamed Jade Green Dragon. The price went straight up to 88 a plate. Which is not a nifty thing to shoot a cucumber. There is also this volcano flying snow. Look at the name of high-end domineering. A look at the photo. Nima. This is not just tomatoes and sugar? How can it be 66? You could have just gone for the money. But you had to get rid of me with a plate of tomatoes? I don't know why. But suddenly I don't feel so hungry either. Right, Gonzo? Yeah. Must have eaten too much this morning before I could digest it. Why don't you take some? Shuai-chan. You know how the brothers taste anyway. Yes. Shuai-zi. You come. You do the job. And the brothers are relieved. The two beanies. Afraid to order remember me. Wang Xiaoshui spat in his heart. But he still had to take care of the two people's face. Just two random ones. Then. The good thing about fusion cuisine was that all kinds of tastes could be taken care of. And after Wang Xiaoshui ordered two dishes according to the tastes of the two of them, he handed the menu to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, was ordering according to Su Shishir's tastes, and when the order was ready, Su Shishir got the menu and saw that all her favorite dishes had already been ordered once, so she didn't order any more. It would be best if Zhou Yuting added a few more big dishes and it would be a great success. It wasn't long before a waiter's knock sounded at the door. And the first thing brought in was a plate of salmon sashimi. The chef utilized a fish carving technique to plate a phoenix, with dry ice on the side, and when water was added, the whole plate of sashimi was smoky, as if it were a small world. Immediately afterward, another plate of cold food was brought in, such as foie gras and cherry red wine, cooked drunken snails, beef and secret sauce, and other dishes whose names are impossible to pronounce. Let's not talk about how it tastes. Just from the presentation alone, these dishes make you want to taste the flavors. And I have to say, as far as fancy goes, this clubhouse delivers. Move your chopsticks, class. Don't be polite. Zhang Yi also said, brothers, don't be embarrassed. Take out your usual dry rice enthusiasm out. The three men looked at each other, but they didn't know how to answer. They couldn't say, it's too much pressure to eat here. But the good thing is that Zhou Yuting also eat more casually. Or rather, eating in this kind of place is no different from eating in a stall for her. It's all just a casual meal. Gradually, the pressure on the trio was reduced. When the cold food is almost gone, the hot food is served. The nature of the hot dishes was similar to the cold dishes, both with large plates and small portions, but Zhou Yuting had already thought of this, so she ordered a few more dishes. A meal was eaten for more than an hour, finally full of food and drink. To the time of checkout, it was calculated that the total cost of more than 5,000, equivalent to a month's salary of an ordinary person. Auntie, thank you for your hospitality. We still have some things to do, so we'll go back first. After leaving the clubhouse, the three of them wanted to bolt, although Zhou Yuting was very nice to talk to, but after all, she was an elder, making them a little uncomfortable. Okay, if you guys need something, go ahead and go back. After the dormitory trio left, Zhou Yuting suddenly asked Zhang Yi coldly, Xiao Yi, the guy with a little bit of white skin just now is Young Siyu's boyfriend, right? Mom, how did you know? It's not that I know, it's that your Auntie Wolf knows. And she asked me to stop by and take a look for her while I'm here. You guys are also really boring enough to act like secret agents every day. Zhang Yi also wanted to help Wang Xiaoshui more information, and asked Mom, that Auntie Wang knows this matter when what is the reaction? What do you think the reaction can be when a raised cabbage is swept away by a pig? The truth is that the moment he learned that Young Siyu was in love, Wang Xiaoshui's family background information appeared on the Young family's desk, and the Young family watched it over and over again for a long time before they gave a plan, which was to wait and see what happens first. Got it. Zhang Yi heartily mourned for Wang Xiaoshui. Shuai-zi, it looks like you still have a long way to go with Yang Siyu. Whether or not you can hold a beauty in the end depends on your own ability. Zhou Yuting took Zhang Yi and Su Shishir to the mall again, mainly because Zhou Yuting wanted to buy clothes for Su Shishir, and by the way, she bought a set of equipment for running in the games for Zhang Yi. Hello ma'am, are you here to see the clothes? The female employees in the store are very enthusiastic. Do their line of work, have their own unique art of recognizing people? A look at Zhou Yuting is not a poor master. I'm not buying it. Buy it for my daughter-in-law and show me all the nice clothes you have here. The female employee sniffed and glanced enviously at Su Shishir in the back, thinking that this girl was really lucky. But after seeing Su Shishir's appearance, she thought that she deserved a good life for having such a good-looking face. Soon, the female employee brought out several sets of clothes, each of which was expensive. Basically 5 figures. Auntie, the price of this dress is too expensive. Why don't we go downstairs and take a look? Su Shirshir looked at the price and wanted to change the place. Zhou Yuting pulled her hand and said, Shirshir, Auntie will go back in a few days. You just obey Auntie. Let Auntie be happy. Okay? Okay. Zhou Yuting had said so. So Su Shirshir naturally wouldn't object anymore. The female employee next to her was also secretly tongue-tied. No wonder people can marry into a rich family. Just this skill. They can't learn it. Su Shirshir changed her clothes. Jiang Yi and Zhou Yuting sat on the sofa and admired it. Froze buying clothes and turned it into a modeling show. No, you can't find a model this beautiful. As the saying goes, a man depends on his clothes and a horse depends on his saddle. Su Shirshir was already naturally beautiful, and after putting these clothes on, the whole person's temperament instantly went up another level. Seeing Jiang Yi's eyes straight. Oh no, wipe your drool off the floor. Jiang Yi awkwardly took the tissue. He also did not want to do so humiliating things, but the baby school sister is really too beautiful. One look at a glance is fascinated. Su Shirshir laughed. The female employee next to her also praised, ma'am. Your daughter-in-law wearing this is really beautiful. No wonder your son is so mesmerized by it. Not to mention him, I'm a girl who is also mesmerized. You're a talker. You little girl. Zhou Yuting was overjoyed. As if others praising Su Shirshir made her happier than praising herself. Sissy, try the other clothes together again. Okay, Auntie. Chapter 71, take a picture and send it to the group. Su Shirshir tried several styles in a row, and every time she came out, she gave people a refreshing feeling. Hokage is so good looking. I'm just so happy. The smile on Jiang Yi's face simply can't be hidden. The thought of such a beautiful schoolmate as his girlfriend, he can't stop giggling. Yikes, how did I forget about that? Zhou Yuting suddenly thought of something and said in a chagrined tone, What's wrong, Auntie? Is something wrong? Su Shirshir asked. Zhou Yuting said somewhat apologetically, Shirshir, can you wear these clothes again? Auntie just forgot to take pictures. Ino couldn't help but ask, What are you taking pictures of? Zhou Yuting gave him a blank look and said, What do you know? I came here this time specifically for Shirshir. Before I came I told those aunts of yours that my daughter-in-law was as beautiful as heaven. And now that I have the chance, I'm sure I'll have to take some pictures for them to take a good look at. Su Shirshir smiled and said, Auntie wants to take a picture, of course, no problem. I'll go change now. Su Shirshir added to the female employee next to her. Is that okay? Of course, ma'am. But I have a better offer. The female employee said to Zhou Yuting, It's like this, ma'am. I would suggest that you could have your son and daughter-in-law take the shot together. So perhaps the results would be better. What do you think? Good idea. Zhou Yuting's eyes lit up when she heard it. Such a good idea. Why didn't I think of it? Son, do you hear me? Stand with Psyche in a minute and let me take some shots. Okay. Every time Su Shirshir changed her outfit, Jiang Yi stood with her for Zhou Yuting to take pictures. I have to say, the two look so good together in their photos. It's very CP-like. The female employees next to her would also help take photos together, picking out good angles, and then Zhou Yuting was posting the photos to her girlfriend's group. There just isn't a simple person in her group of girlfriends. Then again, a simple person wouldn't make it into this group. Zhou Yuting, sisters, you always say that I brag. Today let you take a good look at my daughter-in-law's appearance, so that you can see what it means to be a beautiful woman. A few photos of Jiang Yi and Su Shirshir together were posted in the group, instantly causing a furor. Mrs. President of a group, Ting, how did such a good-looking little girl get conned by your son? Zhou Yuting, can you speak properly? What do you mean by cheating? That is, my son sincerely impressed her. Sincerity is the surefire way to kill. You know? Another female big brother sent a message. Ting sister, Xiano vision is not bad. This girl looks like a good husband. Your Jiang family is lucky. Zhou Yuting, it's still Xiao who can talk. Say more. Sis loves to listen. At this time, a certain female bigwig who grew up with Zhou Yuting asked, Ting, what does this little girl's family do? When these words came out, everyone inside the group was waiting for Zhou Yuting to solve the problem. Although everyone was a powerful person, but none of them could compare to Zhou Yuting's. So everyone was very curious about which family's young lady her son had found a girlfriend for. Zhou Yuting seemed to have guessed what these people were thinking and sent a message saying, She's just an ordinary girl from an ordinary family, but my son likes it a lot. I like it a lot, and my husband is also very satisfied with her. The people in the group then realized, originally thought that the only son of the Jiang family would later come to a marriage with which family's young lady. I did not expect to actually let him free to fall in love. It might be unlikely for this situation to occur in someone else's house, but it didn't seem so unacceptable when it appeared in the Jiang family. Zhou Yuting back then is to follow Jiang Jianjun to elope despite the opposition of the family. Jiang Jianjun and how could possibly intervene in his son's feelings? Mom, okay, I've tried on all the clothes. Okay, little girl, help me wrap up all the clothes I just tried on and send them to, oh no, What's your address there? Shinshin Garden. No, XXXXX. The female employee was a bit disbelieving and reconfirmed. Ma'am, are you talking about these 8 dresses? All packed? These few clothes? The cheapest one cost $12,000. The most expensive one reached $46,000. A few clothes together. That was more than $160,000. Auntie, this is too much to buy. Just buy one. Su Shishir was also shocked and wanted to persuade Zhou Yuding to buy less. These clothes are so expensive each. So many together. How much would that cost? Next to the female employee's heart that is an anxious ah, but she did not dare to interrupt at this time. Can only silently pray in the heart? This is about to come to the performance. Do not fly away. Sure. Have you forgotten how you promised Auntie just now? Zhou Yuding pretended to be angry. Su Shishir instantly couldn't refuse when she heard this. The female employee next to her hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Don't worry, ma'am, before tomorrow afternoon, these clothes will definitely be delivered to your home on time." Okay, swipe your card. Zhou Yuding finished the bill without batting an eye. More than 100,000 for her to sprinkle water. No way. She stayed in the clothing store this time. Zhang Jianjun sighed, maybe a few million have earned back. Can't spend it all. Can't spend it at all. After coming out of the mall, Zhou Yuding took a taxi and left. She had other friends in Shanghai and agreed to meet up later. Are we going home for 2 now? Or are we going to continue to hang out for a little while longer? It's fine to stroll around for a while, but sister's legs are a bit sore, yeah. Su Shishir bent down and rubbed her calves. Jiang Yi understood. Immediately bent down and squatted. Then I'll suffer a bit. How about carrying you shopping? Getting a bargain is still a good thing. In 2 days it's the field day. Sister, this is to help you exercise in advance. You know? At the mention of the games, Ino was in high spirits. Sister, remember what you told me last week on vacation? Su Shishir asked knowingly. I said so many things last week. How do I know which one you said? You don't want to admit it when you put on your pants, do you? Sister, you promised me yourself that if I ran first in the 3,000 meters at the games, you'd do that with me. That one? Su Shishir deliberately pretended that she didn't understand and had to ask Jiang Yi to say it herself. Jiang Yi's brain was running fast, thinking about what other more civilized ways of expression. But the more excited he got, the more he couldn't think of anything. His face turned red in a hurry, and finally he came up with one. It means performing the rite of passage with me. I think I said that. But brother, you seem to have misunderstood what my sister meant. Ha, isn't that what it means? Jiang Yi's heart was shocked. Could it be that I remembered it wrong? But such an important thing, I should not remember wrong. Ah. Su Shishir poked the back of Jiang Yi's head with her hand. Alright, don't think about it. I was talking about consideration, understand? Consideration. Ha, in that case, said Ino, a little lost in the flesh. Although the games hadn't started yet, he had long been riveted because of Su Shishir's words, and as a result, he now realized that he had misunderstood. Angry? No, Ino wasn't angry. Just a little bit lost. You're depressed before I'm even finished. Is there still hope? Jiang Yi got energized again as soon as he heard Su Shishir say this. Sister, go on then. Chapter 72, can you stand it? What I'm trying to say is that I've thought about it, and I'll grant you your request if you can run in first place. This decision. Su Shishir had also thought about it for a long time, and when she said it, her heartbeat sped up a little. Stinky brother, why don't you say something? Su Shishir regretted a little. Was she a little too hasty? Was it appropriate to agree so easily? Jiang Yi wasn't silent, but he was too excited to speak. Sister finally agreed to me. Doesn't that mean I'm going to be a real man soon? No, I still have to run to first place, but if you don't come in first, you don't have a chance. I'm not talking. I'm just thinking about a question. What's the problem? Su Shishir stuck her head in front so that she could see the side of Jiang Yi's face. I wonder what happens if I don't get first place. Su Shishir spread her hands and pretended to be sorry. If you don't run first, then you'll have to wait until later. After saying that, Su Shishir was close to Jiang Yi's ear and said, so brother, the opportunity has been given to you. You have to work hard. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi's entire body was like a chicken blood. Don't worry sister, the bag will take first place, Jiang Yi said confidently. Seeing as you're so motivated, let's buy you a pig's trotter for the evening. I know, eat wherever you can make up for it, in which case I can make a suggestion. What's the suggestion? I think when you buy pig's trotters you can pick up some loins on the way. You'll definitely need them later. Su Shishir slapped Jiang Yi on the back of his head. Stinky brother, run away first. Time came to the day of the games. The playground was full of people. A huge crowd, each with a look of clarity plus stupidity in their eyes. Classmate, please make way. Jiang Yi cut through the crowd, and after walking to the front, he found a very embarrassing thing. That is, How did he not recognize a single person? Seems to be in the wrong place. Noko, we're over here. Where did you run off to? Lu Yugang shouted from the opposite side. Stay there. I'll be over there later. The main reason was that there were too many sports dudes across the street, which gave Ino the illusion that it was as if that side wasn't a school, but a home for kiddies. Being a brother in the heart, I'm sure Mighty can feel his brother's love for him. With the sound of the gunshot, all the participants were as if they were off their feet like wild horses, one after another. They were all so fast that they flew up. Go Mastodon! Go! Go Wang Meng! In addition to Zhang Yi, there are other students in the class cheering for Wang Meng. Of course, more are here to make a scene. Classmate, is that one at the front your classmate? Running so fast, a boy next to him asked. It's not bad, the kid must still have some energy left, he'll be able to speed up later. This aspect of sports was Wang Meng's strength, and Zhang Yi wasn't worried about his strength in the slightest. Joking, since childhood, single from the mother's womb, all the body is inexhaustible energy. If you cannot run at 800 meters cannot run first, then it is a waste of life. The end didn't disappoint Zhang Yi. Wang Mengdo got faster and faster and finally got the first place. Mr. Wang Meng, you're awesome. Yeah, all the other boys are getting a big kick out of you. In the face of female classmates' praise, Wang Meng face cloudy and lighthearted pretending to say warm-up exercise only. I still have the energy. A moment to run 500 meters it. What's the point of going to the games? Isn't it for this moment? Listening to the voice of praise from the people around him, Wang Meng's whole body is floating. That kind of proud appearance. Lu Yugan looked at all want to go up to Kwang Kwang to give him 2 punches. But on second thought, that's all Mengzi is good at. So it's not easy for him to have a chance to show himself. So let him pretend enough. At that moment, Ino also walked over. How come it's just the two of you? Where's Shuizi? Lu Yugang asked in return. I still want to ask you, how come you're alone? Didn't Auntie want to watch you run 3,000 meters? Zhang Yi pointed to the position of the school manager. Lu Yugang looked over. Good guy. It turned out that Zhou Yuding brought Su Shishir to sit on the side of the school manager. And even more horrifying is that the real school manager next to him was still nodding to Zhou Yuding. *******, Auntie is so bullish? Lu Yugan was shocked and couldn't help but think of what Wang Mang said earlier about the jade bracelet. Zhang Yi did not want to continue with this question, and said, let's not talk about this. Where is Shui Zi? Why haven't I seen him? Lu Yugan pointed to the field of the women's long jump, and it turned out that Wang Xiaoshui would be cheering for Yang Xiyu this time. Wang Mang also walked over at this time. A face of triumph said, younger brothers. Just now there is no brother to see the handsome posture? Did you videotape your brother? Mangzi, buddy coming to see you is giving you the greatest face. Don't be ungrateful. Wang Mang laughed, patted Jiang Yi's shoulder and asked, after my 500 meters, it's your 3,000 meters. Are you ready? Ready early. More than ready. If it is not mom here, Zhang Yi is even thinking of running after 3,000 meters. If you take the first, directly hold the school sister to go home to do great things. Little slugger, why don't you come over and say hello to me when you're done running? At this time, a girl with a very wild body and a very healthy skin color came over and greeted Wang Meng. Nah, what brings you here? Wang Meng went up and tried to clash fists with Mina, and Mina wasn't willing to show any weakness, and the fists of the two clashed directly. LOL, brought you mineral water. Mina threw the water to Wang Meng. After Wang Meng took the water, he unscrewed the cap and took a small sip. In a while he still had to run. He couldn't drink too much. Thanks nah. Watching the scene, Zhang Yi couldn't believe his eyes. With that, he patted Lu Yugang, wanting to ask him if he knew what the situation was, only to find that Lu Yugang was even worse than him, and the whole person was dumbfounded. What's going on? Why is there even a girl around Mighty? Didn't we agree to be together until we grow old? Mango, why did you cheat on my feelings? Lu Yugang, 3 souls have been lost. The whole person numbly stood in place, an empty shell without a soul. Wang Meng said strangely, Gongzi, what's wrong with you? Zhang Yi said, he was stimulated by you. Mangzi, you do not introduce it? Yeah, I almost forgot. This is Mina Senpai, my friend from the basketball club. Introducing Mina again. These two are my roommates. Hi guys, I'm Mina. Hello senior sister, I'm Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi shrugged Lu Yugang next to him with his hand after the introduction, and as a result, Lu Yugang didn't have any reaction. Gongzi, the spirit returns. Still no response. What's going on with him? Mina asked. Zhang Yi laughed and teased, he is being betrayed by his best friend and is irritated. Asterisk. Him and who? With you? Mina said with a double take. Ha? No, this Mina senpai's eyes. Why do they look a bit off? Why does it feel A bit obscene? Zhang Yi only felt goosebumps all over his body from being looked at, and hurriedly explained no. No, no, no. Senior sister, you've got it wrong. Gangxi's best friend isn't me. It's Mangzi. Ha? I don't think so. He's so big. Can a little slugger so petite and cute stand it? Ino? Wang Mang? Lu Yugong? Chapter 73 Athletic Meetings. There were times when it was just really quite tempting to call the police. What's going on in this black-skinned schoolmate's head? Why does she have such strange ideas? Zhang Yi didn't even shout his soul back to Lu Yugong's soul, but Mina did it with one sentence. Lu Yugong and Wang Mang looked at each other, and in the next second synchronized to turn their heads to gag. Sister Na, you still know how to play. Mina smiled a heh smile that sent chills down the spine of the crowd. Just kidding, why are you guys hiding so far away? This joke is not funny. Not only is it not funny, it's scary. The three of them hid far away, not daring to approach at all. Hey, little slugger, what do you mean by that? Do you still want to play basketball with your sister Na from now on? Mina didn't know the other two well, so she could only yell at Wang Mang. Wang Mang couldn't afford to mess with Mina, so he could only find an excuse to say, the 1500 meters will start soon. I'm going to get ready first. I'll see you later. Sister Na. Wang Mang ran off after he finished speaking. His speed was quite a bit faster than if he had just run 800 meters. Still want to run? Mina directly a catapult start. Compared to Wang Mang, only faster not slower. In minutes to catch up, leaving Zhang Yi and Lu Yugong in place face to face. Gonzo, what do you think is going on with these two? Lu Yugong shook his head. Can't read it. Really can't. Suddenly, he thought of something else, but I just noticed a detail. What details? Mina senpai's breasts. They seem to be quite big. Pust. Can you kid be serious? What's wrong with staring at people's boobs? In the next second, Ino reacted again. Are you saying that Mina senpai is Mastodon's favorite type? After all, Wang Mang emphasized that he liked big breasts every time. And it just so happened that school sister Mina was so choppy that it was hard not to let people make associations. Lu Yugong seriously said, I feel very likely. After all, Mangzi that hobby, the general public is very difficult to satisfy him. And now encountered. And he also know. You have to say that there is nothing to do. Beat me to death, I don't believe. Zhang Yi also felt that what Lu Yugong said had some truth to it. Looking at those two just now, there should still be a story. This is also quite good. Originally Zhang Yi still don't know where to find a girl with big boobs for Wang Mang. If he can solve it by himself, that would be great. Then again, Zhang Yi actually felt that Wang Mang and Mina were quite compatible. Just like he and Su Shishir, both had the most adorable height difference. But Wang Mang and Mina were the opposite. How to put it? He felt that Mina was a bit like a female version of Lu Yukong, but slimmer because of regular exercise, and other than darker skin, she was quite nice. At this time, Wang Mang's 1500 meters also started, but there is nothing to see. Wang Mang is still as tough as he was just now when he ran 800 meters. It is worthy of being a person with the word fierce in his name, and he is really fierce when he runs. When Wang Mang's 500 meters were finished, it was Zhang Yi's turn for 3,000 meters, and by this time, Zhang Yi was coming under pressure. Su Shishir walked behind Zhang Yi from the audience at some point. It's almost your turn, and you don't get ready first. What brings you here, sister? Su Shishir straightened Zhang Yi's clothes for him, then used her hand to set his face straight, then said, I came to cheer you on. Ah, afraid that the distance is too far, you can't feel it, so I came down. Zhang Yi was still a little embarrassed to be stared at by Su Shishir in front of outsiders, but Lu Yugong was very sensible and slipped away after patting Zhang Yi's shoulder. Sister, it's good to have you. Don't compliment me yet. Hurry up and get ready. You'll be up in a minute. Good. Wang Mang unsurprisingly took first place again, and then it was Zhang Yi's 3,000 meters. On the field, 8 young men were ready to go. Zhang Yi was in the third position, and with the sound of the gunshot, the whole person catapulted out like a sharp arrow, and began to be in a distant position. Go brother, go Ino. There were a lot of students on both sides who were responsible for cheering and cheering, as well as people in the audience who were also cheering and shouting, including Zhou Yuting, who was sitting in the school board seat, whose eyes were also on the field at this moment. Son, come on. Zhang Yi was in no mood to pay attention to the voices beside him right now. He only had one thought, and that was to run. Keep running, and make sure to take first place. But the next second, a figure flashed by next to him, and it turned out to be the dude in black behind him who had overtaken him and was getting faster and faster. I still have to go faster. My sister and mom are watching me. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi made another sprint and once again ran to the first position. But the boy in black was no slouch, and accelerated again to catch up, and so the two began a chase. Me chasing you. Me chasing you. That lasted until the 7th lap. There's still half a lap to go. Let's see how much energy you've got left. Despite being exhausted, Ino forced himself to speed up so that he could grow from boy to man tonight. Nearing the finish line, Jiang was already sweating profusely, making his eyes almost impossible to open, only vaguely seeing Su Shishir waiting for her in front. Brother, come on. In faster. Noko, run faster. The next person is catching up. Jiang was shocked. How could this person not be shaken off like a plaster? But he didn't dare to look back. He could only speed up and run to the finish line. Although the process was bitter, the good thing was that the end was good. And the moment he crossed the finish line, Jiang also finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hard work, brother. Su Shishir had already prepared paper towels and mineral water, wiping Jiang's sweat and feeding him water. The dude in black saw the scene. The whole person is not good. Ran the second place even if, but also by the first place mental attack. This who can stand it? After resting for a few moments, Jiang finally slowed down, holding Su Shishir's small hand, and couldn't wait to say, sister, we got the first place. When are we going home? Su Shishir's pretty face reddened, and if it wasn't for the fact that Jiang was exhausted, she really wanted to slap him. That's all you think about? You can't talk about anything else, can you? Jiang awkwardly said. I'm not afraid of you regret. In case you regret, who can I find to reason with? Su Shishir gave him a blank look and said, stinky brother. I knew you would say that. Don't worry. I'll do what I promised you. I'm relieved to have you say that. Jiang's heart was happy, and his mind was already thinking about what he was going to prepare for the evening. Taking a bath is definitely necessary. It would be nice if I could take a bath together with my senior sister. Well, I mainly want to rub my senior sister's back, but my senior sister definitely won't agree to take a bath together. And a small umbrella. No, there's a box on the nightstand. That box of Durex or the last time to live in the hotel when Jiang bought the results of the school sister to aunt, has not been used. It's been a real pain in the ass following me, but that's okay, I'm sure I can use it tonight. What are you gawking at when you've given an award, brother? Oh, after going through the awarding procedure according to the flow, Jiang took the medal but didn't put it on, instead returning to Su Shishir's side. Can we go home now? Don't you even call me when you come home? Jiang turned back to look. Mom did not know when also came. Mom, what brings you over? If I don't come over, are you going to leave me here alone? How can that be? Aren't you going to meet your friend later? Jiang casually thought of a reason and said, when did I say I wanted to meet a friend? Zhou Yuting was at a loss. I'm sure you did. And you said you didn't have to keep dinner for you tonight. You're staying in a hotel by yourself. Did you forget? Jiang finished and kept making eyes. Zhou Yuting took a look at her son's appearance, and when she saw Su Shishir's face beside her, she immediately understood what was going on. Okay, you've said it all. I just have to go out and stay in a hotel if I don't have any friends. Chapter 74, Forced Buying and Selling. Oh no, I don't have any objections to you doing this because I recognize Shishir as a girl, but it's not just me, it's more importantly yourself. Some things you do, you're responsible for, or you don't do them, but I have to warn you, Mom's the only one I approve of. Zhou Yuting left these words and then really left. It didn't matter if she had friends or not. What mattered was to create a chance for Jiang and Su Shishir to have a two-person world. Mounted on a small electric donkey, carrying a small satchel, his hand patted the back seat. Jiang understood, immediately sat over. What was the last thing Auntie said to you? Jiang wrapped his arms around her waist from behind and said, she told me that she only recognizes you as a person and asked me not to fail you. Auntie is such a gentle person. Jiang skimmed his mouth, and muttered in his heart, Mom is gentle, is quite gentle. Really want to start the fire. The whole family have to shake a little. Su Shishir obviously didn't know about this. She felt that Zhou Yuting was a very good person to get along with. Unlike some parents who were unreasonable, driving through the streets of the campus in their little donkey, every now and then someone would say hello to them. The two were already a well-known couple at school, and there were so many people who knew them that it was not unusual for them to run into the occasional person who greeted them. To the entrance of the neighborhood, Su Shishir found that recently added a lot of stalls of small merchants. Healthy or not, first do not care. Anyway, look very appetizing. That spicy duck neck seems to be new. Want to buy some back to try? Jiang was naturally fine with it. Then buy some, and pick up some other food on the way so you don't have to cook when you get back. The two of them got off the bus and went straight to the stall of the spicy duck neck. Although the stall is newly opened, but there are not many people, and I do not know if it is good to eat. Boss, give me $20 for the duck neck. Holler. Sell duck necks of the ant smilingly began to use the clip to clip duck necks in the bag. A clip is a large hand. Jiang thought, this duck neck is quite affordable. $20 so much. Well lads, seeing as there's two of you I've chucked you a little extra. 53 in total. Code or cash? Upon hearing that there was so much more, Su Shishir was not happy. Auntie, didn't you say you'd buy $20? Why did you give me so many pinches? How wasteful if you can't finish it. Take out the extra clip. I'll take the $20 one. Auntie's original smiling face changed at once. You, this little girl, can not just think of their own food. You also have to think about this young man. This $20 of duck neck to buy back, which is enough for the two of you to eat. Really cannot. In the 2 duck legs for you to clip. Just brined in the morning. Quacking incense. Do you want a duck leg, brother? Jiang Yi shook his head. I don't want to. It doesn't look good. Jiang Yi also can see that this big mom is not like what good people. A little bit of force to buy and sell. Although the old man is not bad money, but also not a little cute. Hey, I say you two do not want to eat this also. That also do not want to eat. Out to buy what things are also. Go home to cook for themselves. You're right. We'll go home and make our own. Keep these duck necks and legs for yourself and sell them. Su Shishir pulled Jiang Yi and left. Originally in a good mood. Wanting to buy something to go back to eat. But then encountered this kind of thing. All of a sudden annoyed. The duck neck seller's mom was still spitting in the background. Young people nowadays really don't know how to be shameless. And they don't pay even after they've picked out everything. The uncle next to me couldn't stand it anymore. And whispered, it's weird if anyone buys this crap duck neck. Sister, are we really going back to cook? What do? You're full of gas. Buy a bowl of noodles and go back to eat. Saying that, Su Shishir walked into a noodle shop. Boss, pack 2 large bowls of beef noodles for me. Originally new to the stall, wanted to taste the flavor. But now the flavor did not taste, but also as bad as eating. This big mom is really too much. This big mom is just too much. I curse her for not being able to sell a single duck neck all day today. Jiang Yi said with a vicious expression. What are you cursing people for? Jiang Yi said in a serious manner. I'm not looking at my sister's anger. To help you scold her to get rid of it. When Su Shishir thought about it, what she said was also a bit reasonable. If she came to scold herself, it would also affect her image too much. Letting her stinky brother scold her twice was just right. At this time, the boss took 2 packaged noodles and handed them to Jiang Yi, who said after receiving the noodles, Sister, I've scolded you and bought something. Let's go back. You can't wait. Little brother. Jiang Yi's little mind. Su Shishir saw through it at a glance. Honestly, she was in a very complicated mood right now. A little bit of anticipation and a little bit of fear. Not that she was afraid of anything else, but she had heard that the first time would be painful. And she was a little bit afraid of the pain. What's more crucial is that the stinky brother is so big. And he's so small. What if he's too rude? What's wrong with you, sister? Jiang Yi asked suspiciously when he saw Su Shishir's face turn a little red. Su Shishir shook her head. Nothing. Go back. Aha. Jiang Yi was in an excited mood. After living for so long, he was finally going to get rid of his virginity. Think of friends in the capital. That is not everyday bubble nightclub. Living in the pile of women. Of course, he is not envious of this. Just those hanging hair old joke him a big man is still so guarded. When she finished her noodles, Su Shishir went back to her room and took out a must-have item from her suitcase. A pink and sexy nightgown. Stinky brother, I'll charm you to death later. I'm going to take a shower first, and you can do it afterward. Aha. Jiang Yi touched Irma's head next to him. Irma, be quiet for a while, but don't disturb your brother, or else I'll cancel your future chicken legs for you. Not caring whether Irma understood or not, Jiang Yi first put it in the cage and closed it. I'll let you out in an hour. No, 2 hours? Well, at least 2 hours to start. Aggravating for you, Irma. Irma didn't understand Jiang Yi's words, but being put into the cage made it a bit dissatisfied. Woof woof sound to express its protest, but with a look from Jiang Yi, it became docile again. That's a good boy. Soon, Su Shishir came out after taking a shower. She was seen wearing a pink gauze-wrapped nightgown. Her delicate body was hidden, accompanied by the mist behind her, as if she was a fairy descending to the earth. Jiang Yi looked dumbfounded, as if his soul had been hooked away, or Su Shishir's words pulled him back to reality. Don't go take a shower yet. Okay sis, be out in 5 minutes. Wait for me. Ugh, take it easy. What's wrong? Ino wondered. Su Shishir said in a serious manner, wash up and stay for at least 10 minutes or you won't be able to get into bed. No problem. Promise to wash up. Sister, lay back and wait for me. Jiang Yi went into the bathroom dutifully, while Su Shishir lay on the bed. That pretty face had long since turned red at the thought of what would happen later. With that, she opened the nightstand on Ino's side of the bed, and took out from it the box of dulce de leche that Ino had bought earlier to unwrap it. Stinky brother, I hope you won't fail me in the future. Chapter 75, Please be gentle with me. All people have 7 emotions and 6 desires. Just like Jiang Yi at this moment, his desires have reached a very serious point. if I go out like this, my sister will laugh at me. Dude, I know you're in a hurry, but take it easy, calm down and I'll let you out of the slip later. Jiang Yi tried hard to suppress it, but it was obviously lacking in experience, and it was known that there were some things it ate softly but not hardly. After a great deal of effort, Jiang Yi calmed down, put on his pants and went out of the bathroom. Sister, I'm coming. Just as Eno reached the door of his room, a pillow flew in the room. Keep your voice down, dead pervert. Su Shishir lay on the bed, only half of her head exposed. Hey! Jiang Yi also felt that he had just sounded a bit perverted, but he really was a bit impatient. A mouse burrowing a hole. Jiang Yi climbed from the end of the bed to the head of the bed, looking at Su Shishir with a bad smile on his face. Dear sister Sissy, I've just washed it white and white. Can we start? Cootie. Eno? Why did you get yelled at? Before Jiang Yi could understand what was going on, Su Shishir had already wrapped her arms around his neck, those eyes looking straight at him with tenderness. At this moment, Jiang Yi's heart seemed to feel something, and his original rapid breathing gradually became calm until Su Shishir took the initiative to kiss. The two hugged and kissed until Su Shishir felt Jiang Yi's unfaithful hands slowly removing her clothes downwards. Wait a minute. What's wrong, sis? Su Shishir took out the freshly unwrapped Durexel and shook it, saying, don't forget about it. Jiang Yi didn't even know how to describe his feelings at the moment. The senior sister was so beautiful at the moment, so beautiful that people didn't dare to look directly at her, but she was personally putting on protection for Jiang Yi at the moment. Jiang Yi didn't know what to say and only wanted to hug her, but Su Shishir blocked it with her hand. Stinky brother, remember what I said? What's the word? You can only be down there. Yo! Su Shishir flattened Jiang Yi and sat on it herself, but her body was trembling in pain because of her first time. Does it hurt a lot, sis? Well, so, dear Wild, please be gentle with me. Zhou Yuding was relieved that just an hour ago, she received a message from her son. Mom, thank you for recognizing Psyche. I'm like you. I've recognized her as the only one in my life. Upon receiving these words, Zhou Yuting knew that the mixed-up little devil from before was really going to grow up. But the message Zhou Yuding replied to was a bit more outrageous. Son, now that you've thought about it, work harder and try to surprise your dad with a grandchild back home when you graduate. Jiang Yi, Mom, you don't go too far. It had to be said that Zhou Yuding's brain circuits were something that ordinary people really couldn't keep up with. However, Zhou Yuding was in a really good mood right now, and was too lazy to bother with Jiang Yi about this. Turning around and entering a Porsche flagship store, the female employee in charge of reception at the front desk was named Lin Shuang, and all she wanted to say was that she hadn't seen such an arrogant person since she was a little girl, and she walked in with a six-parent stride. Hello ma'am, how can I help you? Lin Shuang asked as he stepped forward. Do you have any ready-made cars here? The kind you can just drive away in? That's right, Zhou Yuding wanted to buy a car, and she had made that decision from the moment she saw the little electric donkey that Jiang Yi had bought. Would it be right to let her future daughter-in-law ride a small donkey every day? Yes ma'am. Our store has recently arrived with a Primera that is just right for your needs. Okay, swipe your card. Ha, ma'am, won't you think about it again? Lin Shuang's entire body was dumbfounded, knowing that she was only in charge of reception and had never sold a car at all. Now at this point in time, those professional sales are still resting, so she helped to answer the question. We're already ready to go and shout at someone. Did not expect Zhou Yuding to directly offer payment. Just now, I thought people were a bit hoity-toity, but now it seems that they are still a bit conservative. Zhou Yuting waved her hand and said no need to reconsider. Bring over the POS machine. I'll swipe my card now. If it doesn't work I'll go to the Ferrari in front and take a look. Yes ma'am. Just a moment. Lin Shuang rushed to find the manager to report the news. Manager Shen. Someone is buying a car. Manager Shen was lying in his office with his eyes closed at this time, and being annoyed by this noise from Lin Shuang made him very upset. To look at the car you let Xiao Zhang, Xiao Wang and the others lead the way. Why call me? It's not looking at the car, Manager Shen. It's buying it directly. Lin Shuang emphasized. What did you say? Manager Shen's eyebrows shook as he sat up and said direct purchase? Who talked to the client? Either someone else's customer or someone who came to the store to look at cars on their own. Came in and asked if there were any cars readily available. And when I said that a Primera had just come in a couple of days ago, she just said swipe her card. Lin Shuang excited. The situation one by one all set out. Had thought that Manager Shen will praise her. Did not expect Manager Shen just looked at her. Okay, I got it. You sit in the office for a while. I'm going to take care of it now. Lin Shuang also felt that something is wrong. Asked Manager Shen. This car sold out counted as my right? Manager Shen sneered. What counts for you? You're just a receptionist, not a salesman. Lin Shuang was anxious and wanted to say something more, but was stopped in his mouth by a look from Manager Shen. If you are willing to do it, you can go on. If not, You can always find the finance to collect your salary and leave. Manager Shin walked out of the office when he finished speaking, leaving Lin Shuang alone in the office to commiserate. Hello ma'am, I'm the manager of this store. Here's the purchase contract. Take a look at it. If there's no problem you can take the car after you've bought and signed the bill. Manager Shin changed to another face when he faced Zhou Yuting, completely lacking the arrogant and domineering look he had just had. Okay. Zhou Yuting signed directly without looking, and was not afraid of others doing anything on top of the contract. Okay. Swipe your card. Zhou Yuting took out her black card and handed it to Manager Shin, and before he could take the card, Zhou Yuting thought of something else and put the card back. Where's that little girl? How come I didn't see her? Manager Shin's hand was halfway out, and then awkwardly retracted. Smiling, it's like this ma'am, she has some other things to do, so she went to get busy first. I'll just take care of the rest. What's so busy? Get her over here first to pay my bill. Little girl really, not even active in making money. This. Manager Shin didn't expect Zhou Yuting to make such a request and was momentarily caught in a dilemma. Zhou Yuting also felt that something was wrong and asked you wouldn't have deliberately sidetracked that little girl. Would you? Don't look at Zhou Yuting's face smiling, but her whole person at the moment exudes a kind of aura that is not angry, and Manager Shin's forehead is sweating from her look. Looks like I really guessed right. This dog? What a shameless thing. I'll tell you what. Call that little girl and I'll pay her right away, and give her as much as she deserves for the commission on the sale of the car. Or don't buy this car. Ma'am, it's the same whoever you get to sign the contract for this car, and I can even give you a little discount if you really can't. Zhou Yuting was furious. The table slammed. Scolded, I'm not that bad, your money? I'm sorry ma'am, just a moment. I'll get her back to you now. Manager Shin finally couldn't resist the pressure, and grayed out and went back to the office to call someone. Chapter 76, You're not very good at this either. Lin Shuang, count yourself lucky. The other client asked you by name to sign the order. Ha! Lin Shuang was really cool now. He was ecstatic inside, and in his heart, he was grateful to Zhou Yuting. Manager Shen, is this appropriate? I'm just a receptionist. It's not like I know how to sign an order. Alright, don't pretend. Let Xiao Wang accompany you. Although Manager Shen was suffocating, he was a manager no matter what, and as long as it was the performance of the store, he could follow the light. More importantly, a big shot like Zhou Yuting was not something he could afford to offend, and that was the point. Zhou Yuting quickly waited until Lin Shuang came out. Sorry ma'am for the wait. That's okay. Bring the contract over. I'm in a hurry. She actually does not want to help Lin Shuang out, not to mention appreciate her or anything, but simply do not like the front of the Shin manager. Disgusting, disgust him. After signing the contract, Lin Shuang handed the car keys to Zhou Yuting, who got the keys and drove off. Instead of going home, she chose to spend the night at the hotel beforehand. The brat still had to let me stay out for a night. Can my body stand this day and night? And I wonder what's going on now. It can't have started already, can it? But this time, Zhou Yuting guessed wrongly. It wasn't the beginning, but it was already over. Zhang Yi was now lying on the bed like a dead fish, not even wanting to roll over, just wanting to lie down. Brother, you're not too good at this either. You still need to practice more in the future. You know? What doesn't work? Who can't? How can you say men can't? Sister, I think I still have a bit of strength left. Zhang Yi sat up and said with firm eyes. Su Shishir looked at him with a smile and said then, try again? Just try it. So, there was another fling, and this time, Ino was really clean. There's no more. There's really no more at all. It can't go on. Zhang Yi lay on the bed in a big shape and spat out breathlessly. Su Shishir slapped his ass. Tuck your legs in and make room for your sister. Zhang Yi sniffed and put his legs away, and used his hands as cushions so that Su Shishir could lie in his arms. Su Shishir was lying next to Zhang Yi, drawing circles on his chest with her hand, and said as if she was careless, Brother, this time it's 10 minutes faster than just now. Ino was practically in tears. You can't build a cow or a horse like that. You can't squeeze a man clean in one sitting. Sister, I've tried so hard. I really can't. Alright, got it. We'll continue tomorrow. Su Shishir sighed, seemingly resigned. Why is there such a big contrast between the before and after of schoolmates? Big question marks appeared in Jiang Ye's mind. Obviously, he was so shy at the beginning, but it turned out that he was basically being pressed into the bed by his schoolmate at the back, and he couldn't even resist. And now you're offering to continue tomorrow? That, sister, I want to rest tomorrow, said Ino weakly. Rest? What rest? There'll be plenty of time to rest when you're old in the future. And now that you're young you should do more serious work. So it's settled. And we'll continue tomorrow. Ino, brother, good boy. Now rest for a while. Maybe not until tomorrow. When you wake up you'll have energy again. Su Shishir hugged Jiang Yi and whispered in his ear. Jiang Yi helplessly nodded his head. He is also really tired. But the old feeling that there is something to forget, just cannot think of. Forget it. First sleep. Pity Irma in the living room cage. She's been locked up all afternoon and still has to be locked up. The next day. Irma, why are you in a cage? You didn't know to scream. Su Shishir released Irma from the cage. To Irma touched, tears are almost out. Thinking, I'm in the cage, dog voice or barking mute. But you two sleep so heavy. Blame me? Stinky brother, was it you who caged Irma? Jiang Yi awkwardly scratched his head and said I had wanted to release it at the end of yesterday. But who knew that you, sister, had ed me right over in one breath? Su Shishir raised her eyebrows and said, you mean you're blaming me? Blame me. Blame me. Irma, I'm sorry about yesterday, but I'll give you extra food today. Woof woof. At this time, Jiang Yi's cell phone rang, took it out and saw that it was the call from his mom. Zhou Yuding. Hey, Mom, what's up? What's wrong? Hurry up and get downstairs with Psyche and go out to dinner together. Oh, right away. Mom wants us to go downstairs and go out for dinner, so hurry up and get changed. Su Shishir nodded her head and said okay. A few moments later, the duo appeared downstairs, but they did not see where Zhou Yuding was. Just as Jiang Yi was feeling puzzled, the Paramera not far away honked up its horn, followed by Zhou Yuting's voice. This way. Jiang Yi led Su Shishir forward and said, where did this car come from? Zhou Yuding got out of the car and said, I bought it yesterday. Then she took the keys to Su Shishir and said, sure. Auntie doesn't know what kind of car you like, but I see that there are quite a lot of girls driving Porsches, so I bought one for you. If you don't like it, we'll change it. Auntie, this is too expensive for me to take. Su Shishir was indeed shocked. Before Jiang Yi said he would buy her a car, he didn't feel anything until he saw the car. But today Zhou Yuding drove the car directly back, and only then did she feel the shock that a luxury car would bring. Porsche Paramila Su Shishir still recognizes. The cheapest are $1 million to start. Not to mention Zhou Yuding bought her high-end version. Zhou Yuding then said, sure. Anyway, I already bought this car. You can't make me drive it back. And with all the other cars in the house, it's not so bad, so I might as well leave it here. And with it, you won't have to worry about rainy days. In fact, Zhou Yuding also wanted to say, the family's car. Which one is not more expensive than this Paramera? To drive it back to put it at home. It is simply a waste of the family's parking space. Jiang Yi followed suit and chimed in, just take it, sister. Or if you don't like it, we'll just buy another one. No, don't buy it. Just it. Su Shishir didn't expect that she actually had no choice but to receive $1 million luxury car. It felt like a dream. It was unreal to think about it. Thanks, Auntie. You're welcome. It's not like it's anything expensive. Zhou Yuding smiled. The corner of Su Shishir's mouth couldn't help but twitch at her words. $1 million is not even a valuable thing. How much does it take to be considered valuable? A lot of families don't even make $1 million in their lifetime. But one look at her smelly brother and her aunt didn't seem to take the car seriously, which made her feel less stressed. After all, $1 million gift was just too much for her. Sure. Why don't you just drive us to dinner, so we can try out how the car is too? Okay, Auntie. Chapter 77, Yang Siyu's mom's opinion. How many of you, like Sissy Sue, are the kind of people who never touched the steering wheel again after getting their license from driving school? Jiang Yi and Zhou Yuting sat in the car, watching the car next to one after another from the side of the drive-thru. Even more excessive is to drive the old man Lou electric car Moncler outlet store, and they keep in sync. Moncler outlet store, it's strange to be around. This Porsche is just like that. The same 4 wheels. My electric car is more cost-effective. You haven't driven since you got your license, have you? This speed. It's not as fast as the little electric donkey at home. Jiang Yi really couldn't sit still and asked, dear sister Shishir, I would like to ask, when did you get your driver's license? I took it my sophomore year, almost a year ago, and I haven't touched the car in that year. Su Shishir also knew that she was driving a little slow, but she hadn't driven for too long, and she was a little scared when she picked up speed. Eno suggested, why don't you let me do it instead? Okay. Without saying a word, Su Shishir parked the car on the side of the road, then got out of the driver's seat and switched to the passenger side. Eno looked dumbfounded, always feeling that his senior sister had wanted to switch over for a long time. However, Jiang Yi's speed is really much faster, and in minutes, he left behind the grandfather who drove the old man music. Moncler outlet online, I thought. Well, you were just playing with me. Soon the 3 of them arrived at the restaurant Zhou Yuding had booked, and just as Jiang Yi and Su Shishir wanted to go in, Zhou Yuding called out to them. Wait, there are 2 more. Jiang Yi asked, who else is there? I've come to Shanghai. Mustn't I ask CC to come out for dinner? And her boyfriend. It's time to meet him too. Psyche, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about my friend's daughter. Just as Zhou Yuding finished her words, Su Shishir had already guessed who she was talking about. Auntie, you're talking about Siyu, right? We already know each other. Zhou Yuting slapped her head and reacted. I forgot. Xiaoyou and her are in the same class. You should have known each other a long time ago. At this time, Wang Xiaoshui also drove his small Mercedes-Benz in Yang Siyu to this place. Auntie Zhou, long time no see. Yang Siyu pulled Wang Xiaoshui forward to greet her. Zhou Yuting also smiled and greeted the 2cc. Long time no see. Student Wang Xiaoshui, we meet again. Hello Auntie Zhou. Wang Xiaoshui purposely changed his outfit today, and also cut his hairstyle, which is more clean and sharp compared to before, and looks a lot more spiritual. Zhang Yi are a bit unrecognizable, but as say one, look than before really comfortable a lot. Zhang Yi is sure that there is certainly Yangtze language credit. Zhou Yuding continued. Since everyone is here, let's go in. Zhou Yuding had already booked a private room so that she could facilitate the conversation. She was not just calling Yang Siyu and Wang Xiaoshui to come over for dinner today, but with a mission. Because Yang Siyu's parents are busy and don't have time to come to Shanghai. It just so happened that Zhou Yuding came to play. So Yang Siyu's mom specially called her to help her see how Wang Xiaoshui is. When this weekend is over, Zhou Yuding will be ready to go back to the capital. That's why she called Yang Siyu and Wang Xiaoshui together for dinner today. And by the way, she helped Yang Siyu's mom to see how Wang Xiaoshui's character is. Having said that, Yang Siyu is also considered to be the one she watched grow up. And in the past, Yang Siyu's mother even joked with her, saying that the two children grew up together. So maybe we will become in-laws in the future. Of course, this is just a joke. Not to mention that the two children simply do not have that aspect of the meaning of the two children. And now Jiang Yi also has a girlfriend. Yang Siyu himself also found a boyfriend. In the past those words, naturally will not bring up again. After entering the box, Zhou Yuting sat at the main seat, with Su Shishir and Yang Siyu on the left and right sides, and then Jiang Yi and Wang Xiaoshui. Sister, do you have a feeling that something is not right? Jiang Yi whispered in Su Shishir's ear. Just now he felt that something was wrong. Just a moment after entering the box, Mom had already looked at Yang Siyu and Wang Xiaoshui a few times. Auntie Wang didn't ask Mom to help check Shuizi's account, did she? If that's the case, can Shuizi be recruited? Su Shishir had a more delicate mind. She knew the relationship between Jiang Ye's family and Yang Siwen's family, so her thoughts were the same as Jiang Ye's. She also felt that Zhou Yuting had come to probe the situation on behalf of Yang Siwen's mother. Su Shishir patted Jiang Ye's hand and said, don't talk, just eat later. It was best to stay out of this kind of thing, but it also gave Su Shishir a new understanding of the relationship between Jiang Yi and Yang Siyu's two families. To even ask Zhou Yuting to help with something like this, it seemed that the relationship between the two families was deeper than imagined. At that moment, Zhou Yuting spoke up. Cici, have you told your mom about your boyfriend? Yang Siyu remained calm, her face the same as a moment ago, and said I haven't had a chance to tell her yet, but I guess she already knows, right? Zhou Yuting said, you girl is just smart, but your mom hasn't been available lately, so she asked me to take a look for her. As soon as Wang Xiaoshui heard this, he immediately sat upright, and in his heart, he cheered himself up. It's a blessing, not a curse. It's a curse that can't be avoided. Auntie Zhou, then what is your impression of me? Wang Xiaoshui asked apprehensively. Zhou Yuting smiled and said, little Shui student, you don't have to be so nervous. I'm just helping to see that the last people you'll have to face aren't me, but Cici's parents. Wang Xiaoshui could only laugh awkwardly to relieve himself. Facing such a family background, can that man not be nervous? I thought that with my family situation, I could just take a girlfriend in college, but I didn't realize that I had picked a young lady of $1,000 at a glance. Being taken, not to mention, is more than the family background. Their own family that a few money, probably not enough for people's families to stuff their teeth. Dad, looks like you didn't work hard enough when you were young. Yang Siyu pulled Zhou Yuting's shoulder and pampered her. Auntie Zhou, can you go back and say a few good words for me at my mom's place? Zhou Yuting cried and laughed at Yang Siyu's little action, and agreed. Okay, but I can't guarantee that I can change her opinion. Yancy asked again, what is her opinion now? Zhou Yuting thought for a moment and said, didn't say she was not in favor of it, but didn't say she was against it either. Wang Xiaoshui's heart went cold when he heard the first few words, but it was good to hear the latter words again. Zhou Yuting continued, but your mom asked me to bring a message to the two of you. What's the word? Never do anything that crosses the line. Hearing this, everyone except Zhou Yuting blushed a little. Yang Siyu and Wang Xiaoshui were the ones who had never thought about that aspect at all. It's strange enough to say that they're in love. Let's say the process is fast. The two usually just hold a small hand, at most a hug or something, not even a kiss on the mouth. Call the process slow, but it's getting to the point where parents know. Jiang Yi blushed because he and his sister had only rolled in bed for one day yesterday, and today his mom said such words, which always felt strange. Su Shishir was thinking similarly to Jiang Yi, which was why she blushed. The duo glanced at each other and blushed even more, hurriedly turning their heads to the side for fear of being seen by the others. Chapter 78 Zhou Yuting's Past. Brother, what does the Siyu family do? It feels as if it's very powerful. Taking advantage of going to the restroom, Su Shishir asked curiously. Just now she noticed that Wang Xiaoshui seemed to have some low self-esteem, but Wang Xiaoshui doesn't look like he has a bad family. Why do you still have low self-esteem? Jiang Yi wiped the water on Su Shishir's hands with a paper towel and said indifferently, "It's nothing great. It's similar to our family's situation." "That's great. No wonder your roommate was so nervous." "It's fine. I think he's definitely fine," Jiang Yi said with great certainty. "Why?" "Just the fact that he likes to get his ass kicked and can resist it." "But, well, isn't that just a masochist?" Jiang Yi listened to directly nodded his head to express his recognition. "Is not a masochist? If not a masochist, how will look at Yangtze language?" Su Shishir was also speechless after hearing this. "I didn't expect that this Wang Xiaoshui, who looks quite normal on the surface, is actually a sufferer. It's true that you can't know what you're talking about." On the way home, Zhou Yuting also told Jiang Yi and Su Shishir about the idea of returning to the capital the day after tomorrow. Jiang Yi some reluctance. "Mom, this go, and have to wait a month or two to see." "Mom, you're playing for a few days. You'll be home and idle anyway." Jiang Yi thought, "Anyway, Mom at home is not much to do. Might as well stay in Shanghai to play." Zhou Yuting blankly glanced at Jiang Yi and said, "You have Shishir with you, so you don't think about your dad, do you?" In just these few days' time, Zhang Jianjun had to make an hour-long video call to Zhou Yuting every night, urging her to come home quickly every time. Although she was an old married couple, every time she was separated, Zhou Yuting would also miss that old man at home. Shanghai has a son, but the older man at home probably needs her more. Her son already has a girlfriend and will have his own family in the future, but the old man of the house will stay with her until she grows old. Ino said, "Isn't Dad busy with his work every day?" Zhou Yuting took a sip of tea with a calm face and slowly said, "Your father is busy at work, but which day would he dare not come home?" This momentum looked at Su Shishir and Yang Siyu so envious. "What is meant by family status?" "This is called family status. Auntie, you and uncle have such an enviable relationship. How did you meet?" Although she had heard Jiang Yi tell the love story of Zhou Yuting and Zhang Jianjun before, Jiang Yi had said it rather simply, and Su Shishir was more interested in hearing what the parties involved had to say. Hearing this, the corners of Zhou Yuting's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, as this was also something that made her very proud. Zhou Yuting's eyes were filled with happy colors, and her thoughts slowly returned to that summer. "Your uncle and I met in college too, when I first started college, and I was walking in the playground with my classmates, and he was walking with his classmates too, and then he bumped into me. At that time he was still shy, not shameless like now, and kept apologizing to me as soon as he bumped into me, but I didn't take it seriously at the time and left." "Then what happened?" Su Shishir asked. "Then I met him again off campus when there were a couple of other punks." Su Shishir immediately brainstormed a hero rescuing a beauty? Zhou Yuting laughed and continued, "Shishir, you're kind of right. He was a hero saving a beauty, but the person he saved was his first love in high school. He also does not think about it. On his then that small body, can beat others? And also heroes to save the beauty, is simply given to others to beat, even can not fight back. And then there's Auntie Me who sees the road and pulls out a knife. Or your uncle would have been whacked so hard he couldn't get out of bed for half a month." Su Shishir heard both eyes light up. Auntie turned out to be so powerful. She sounded like a chivalrous woman. "And then what?" "Then he said he'd buy me dinner as a thank you. But that first love of his, TSK, it's hard to tell. Dad has a first love? How come I haven't heard him talk about it?" Jiang Yi did not even think of Dad in his first love. He always thought that Dad and Mom is each other's first love. Did not think that the middle is also more than one person. Zhou Yuting raised her eyebrows and said faintly, "Do you think he dares to mention it? Mom's awesome." Jiang Yi did not think that there are these stories between his father and mother, which made him also interested. Asked, "Then what happened?" "Later he and I left each other's contact information, and with the contact information we talked often, and we got acquainted over time, and then that first love of his cheated on him, and they broke up. He came to me for a drink the other night and wailed and cried all the time, so I opened up to him and somehow charmed him, and then he chased me, and then that was it." "That's it?" Jiang Yi was a little suspicious, always feeling that his old mom hadn't finished, or was hiding some details. Su Shishir also felt that something was not right. The development of things should not be as simple as Zhou Yuting said, but Su Shishir would not break it down or ask more questions. Zhou Yuting did have something to hide, but on the surface was very calm. "It's that simple." Jiang Yi still didn't quite believe it. but he couldn't know if Zhou Yuding didn't say anything. The truth of this matter was probably only known to Zhou Yuding herself as to what was going on. The truth is, after adding Jiang Jianjun's contact information in the first place, she liked each other first, but Jiang Jianjun had a girlfriend again. However, she soon realized that Jiang Jianjun that first love is a green tea, while Jiang Jianjun in a relationship, and at the same time an other boy's ambiguous. You know, at that time, Jiang Jianjun is just a penniless stupid boy, and other boys compared to no advantage at all. The only advantage is a heart to love you. This matter Jiang Jianjun originally did not know, and his first love at first did not go too far, only to the back. Zhou Yuding and find someone to provide some help to that boy. Zhou Yuding's thoughts at that time were also very simple. If this girl and Jiang Jianjun were in true love, then she turned her head and left. If not, then at most she had accelerated the process of things. The result was still the same, and it was not considered to be doing something bad. The result is that Jiang Jianjun's first love didn't resist the temptation and ran away with another man. And then Zhou Yuting disguised herself as a knowing big sister and ran to comfort Jiang Jianjun, and finally succeeded in taking him down. This matter has been buried in Zhou Yuting's heart. Did not mention it to anyone, but Jiang Jianjun really do not know? As a matter of fact, whether the latter knows it or not is no longer important. What is important is that what the first love did not do, Zhou Yuting did. She really did stay by his side all the time. Even when that old master of the Zhou family was strongly against it, Zhou Yuting did not give up on him and even eloped with him to show her determination to the old master of the Zhou family. At that time Jiang Jianjun swore that he would be good to Zhou Yuting for the rest of his life. The latter is that Jiang Jianjun's career has been successful, and he has also gained the recognition of Elder Zhou with his own efforts. There was no need to talk about the latter. After all, Imogen was so big. Zhou Yuting's happiness, the front can be said to be taken over by scheming, but the back is her own to put in a lot of effort in exchange. With her status, even if she didn't look for Jiang Jianjun, she could live a good life as well, but she would be happy to accompany Jiang Jianjun to suffer and struggle together. So when Jiang Jianjun succeeds, she can enjoy her family status with peace of mind. Chapter 79, After Zhou Yuting left. Zhou Yuting will portray their own past is very plain. Life as well, is always to enter the process of plain. Who can say that plain is not a kind of happiness? Zhang Yi and Su Shishir glanced at each other, both choosing to shut up even though they guessed that there was more to it than what Zhou Yuting had said. There's no need to get to the bottom of some things. The day of parting was fast approaching. It was still the same familiar airport, and it was still Zhang Yi dragging his luggage behind him. Sure. Be sure to come to the capital to play after vacation. When that time comes, Auntie will take you on a nice stroll around the capital. Yes, Auntie. I'll definitely go back when I get the chance. Zhou Yuting shook her head and added just this winter vacation. If it takes too long, Auntie will miss you. The words had been said to this point. Su Shishir could only nod her head and say okay Auntie. I'll definitely go over to see you when I'm on vacation. Only then did Zhou Yuting nod her head in satisfaction. Then she frowned again and urged Zhang Yi at the back, why is it so slow? Can't it be faster? Mom, do you want to see what you're talking about? Zhang Yi looked at the large bags of luggage he was carrying in his hands, but he didn't have the guts to argue with Zhou Yuting. People say that a daughter-in-law forgets her mother, but how come mom has a daughter-in-law who forgets her son? Think so, but his face did not dare to have the slightest dissatisfaction. No way. The two women in front of him, he cannot afford to mess with any of them. Oh no. Don't you dare bully Shishir after I'm gone, you hear me? Zhang Yi skimmed his lips and said, I'm bullying her? It would be good if she didn't bully your son. If you don't make Psyche angry, will Psyche bully you? Zhou Yuting turned her head to Su Shishir again and said, Shishir, if he upsets you, just tell me and I'll help you out. Su Shishir smiled and said, thank you Auntie. After saying that, she also proudly pointed at Zhang Yi by. Hokage is really as cute as a little girl sometimes, mainly because she looks just like a little girl, but usually puts on a grown-up tone of voice and talks, so that people can't tell which one is the real her. Zhang Yi was quite happy to see Su Shishir so happy. Okay, you guys can just drop it off here. I'm going to go ahead. Mom, remember to report peace when you get home. Zhang Yi did not forget to exhort. Got it. You still managed to come over my head. Zhou Yuting waved her hand. Shishir, remember to come to the capital to play on vacation. Okay Auntie, bye Auntie. Seeing Zhou Yuting enter the airport, Zhang Yi and Su Shishir also drove and hit the road. On the way home, it was still Su Shishir who drove, but she had become much more skillful than the previous 2 days. Sister, are you going to school this afternoon? Su Shishir shook her head and said, I don't have classes this afternoon, so I won't go. Do you have classes this afternoon? Zhang Yi nodded. He did have 2 classes in the afternoon. Of course, the more important reason was that he felt that he was really a bit overwhelmed. and he didn't know if the old Chinese doctors who left comments under certain videos were reliable. That's fine. After dinner in a while sister will take you to school. Aha. After returning home, Su Shishir began to prepare the meal, looking at the busy back in the kitchen. A very small person, but gave off a very skillful feeling. This scene made Jiang Yi couldn't help but create an illusion, as if the two had been married for a long time. Su Shishir was still chopping vegetables. Jiang Yi had already posted up from behind and hugged her waist, whispering in a low tone, "Sister, why don't you take a break?" Su Shishir didn't have the heart to say the break you're talking about better be the one I'm thinking of. If not, then it's better not to take a break. Said Ino, his forehead sweating, and then said, "That's better. What do you take me for? I can't get enough of her?" Without Jiang Yi around to disturb her, Su Shishir quickly finished the meal. Originally, Jiang Yi also wanted to drink a whole bottle of ice-cold beer, but Su Shishir emphasized that she would have to drive in a while and would not drink any less, so Jiang Yi drank alone and it was not nearly as interesting, so the two of them used fatty happy water instead. "Sister, do you really want to go back with me on vacation?" In the morning at the airport, Jiang Yi heard the conversation between his mom and his schoolmate, only he wasn't sure if what his schoolmate said was true. "You've heard it all. Why are you still asking me?" Su Shishir finished taking a sip of cola. It was ice cold and very comfortable. Just couldn't help but burp after drinking it. Jiang Yi scratched his head and said, "I thought you were joking." Su Shishir raised her eyebrows and said without changing her color, "What? You don't seem to want me to come over. Do you still have any secrets in the capital? How can that be? I can't wait for you to come home with me." Jiang Yi hurriedly explained. How could he not want his schoolmate to go over there? When she arrived in the capital, he would still want to give her a good tour. Although the situation of the schoolmate's own family would be known to her when she arrived in the capital, this would also save a lot of trouble. Moreover, Jiang Yi very much wanted to bring his school sister to those sanddollars in the capital city to get acquainted with him, so that they could open their dog's eyes to take a good look at whether his sexual orientation was normal or not. Su Shishir didn't think much about it, and continued, "But I'm not going to go over there with you on vacation. I have to go home first, and I guess I can only go over there after the new year. It's okay, as long as you can come." Su Shishir nodded her head and said, "Okay, it's still early anyway. Let's talk about it then." Soon, the table was finished by the two of them, and Ino was rightfully in charge of cleaning up. But Su Shishir didn't let Jiang Yi clean alone. She would also help wipe the table. "Are you packed? Pack up and get going." "Well, come on sis." Jiang Yi had just taken 2 steps and was about to open the door when Su Shishir pulled his collar from behind. "Are you just going to school empty-handed? Where are your books? Where's the pen?" It was an accident. I'm usually more of a student." Su Shishir was speechless and didn't say anything, just quietly looking at him. Jiang Yi was really embarrassed by the look and slipped into the room to get a book. Su Shishir sighed. Although she knew that Jiang Yi didn't need to worry about exams and all that, she still hoped that Jiang Yi would take the matter of studying seriously. Driving the Primera. He arrived at the school in about 10 minutes. The Primera was not as racy as those sports cars, but it still attracted a lot of students' attention. It wasn't so much that the car was so nice, but because the person sitting in it caught their attention. Some people are envious, some are jealous, and some young guys secretly swear that they will drive such a luxury car in the future. Jiang Yi and Su Shishir didn't know about any of these things, because they were now in the middle of a pre-farewell ceremony, and even though it was just one afternoon, the sense of ceremony still couldn't be missing. What exactly is the ceremony for? Of course, it's the inappropriate kiss. Only after a kiss did Ino reluctantly get out of the car and walk into the school, not forgetting to lick his lips as he went. Sister's lips, so sweet.